Chapter 241. Everyone risked their lives and entered the temple of the town, and naturally wanted to gain something. Except for a few people. Most of them do not understand the stray emperor at all, and it is unclear what their inheritance is. It was only because he held the mentality that as long as it was a secret realm, there must be treasures there, that he entered the Jew palace without hesitation. At least that's what Domlin thought. The wandering emperor existed before the long years. If he did not deliberately explore, few people would understand these secrets. The silver boy's eyes narrowed, and he found the memory of hundreds of millions of years ago from his mind. Wandering emperor. No door. No faction. No relatives or friends. His life is like his title. His life is wandering and wandering. And his footprints are covered with countless secrets in the restricted area. According to himself, his body is doing against the sky. And there are various magic methods of cultivation. And countless Shuanchi treasures are picked up by luck. From the beginning of the battlefield, the ruins of the major gate, to the secret areas of the secret areas, the world, many battlefields, ancient relics, and even the bottom floor of the infinite dimension space, the land of all bounds of the heavens. Speaking of the silver boy, his tone gradually sank, his eyes shining with an inexplicable look, and a trace of admiration flashed. Hey, the slut of the wanderer is really amazing. Go to the ancestral tomb of the ancient family to pick up trash, and go to the treasure house of the alien. Well, the most awesome thing is that this bitch actually regards the home garden of the heavens and boundaries. There was a meal, and his eyes looked around slightly with a smile, and he could see the excitement of everyone. Ahem. Everybody. Wake up. Did you listen to what I just said? And you all think that the wanderer is so rich that all kinds of treasures are piled up like a mountain? Everyone nodded. Tong shook his head slightly, shrugged his hands, and continued. Unfortunately, the stray emperor's bastard is doing everything badly. And the means of picking the broken king really accumulate countless treasures. But unfortunately, shortly before the death of the stray died, it seemed to be cursed or exhausted. I said that it must be that the ancestral grave was dug too much, so it would be unknown in old age. Before he died, he encountered many calamities. In order to protect his lives, all kinds of treasure resources were almost empty. Most of the currently left are all kinds of magic methods. Of course, less than 1/10 of the remaining treasures are also unimaginable for you. Everyone heard that the ugly look eased slightly. They were all from famous factions. I can't cultivate my magical power of my Zongman. Where can I still learn other things? Various treasure resources are what everyone cares about. As if seeing through everyone's thoughts. Tong chuckled and said, Haha. Don't underestimate the various magical skills and secret manuals left by the wandering emperor. He brought out a lot of good things from the land of return of all heavens and myriad worlds. That's all the sanctuary of you. After all, that ghost place cannot go in. The silver boy's eyes flickered slightly, recalling all the strangeness and unknown that happened before the stray emperor's death. It had to doubt whether all this was related to the tramps that frequently entered the land of the heavens. Okay. I've said all this just to tell you that because wandering emperor likes to pick up trash everywhere, his inheritance is extremely complicated and huge. It's impossible for any one of you to enjoy it alone. And you don't have the appetite to eat it all. The wanderer inherited his various divine power and treasures into 9 copies according to different types. If you have strength or good luck, you can take away these 9 inheritances. Of course, you may also die. And you can't take it away. Everyone nodded slightly when they heard this. If it was really as Tong said, then Wandering Emperor's approach was indeed very logical, and they could all understand it. After all, people's energy is limited, and all the inheritance is given to one person, which is undoubtedly a waste of many inheritance. Moreover, put eggs in 9 baskets, which can better ensure that inheritance is not lost. This may be that before the mirror was about to die, he finally realized the weakness of the orphan people. There was a hope of one more inheritor. The Wandering Emperor once said, success is due to luck. Failure is also due to luck. Everything is determined by fate. After many assessments, you should also understand that the stray emperor cares about luck. So the final assessment is the same. After the silver boy said, the little hand was thrown, and the silver polyhedron in his hand was screwed out. The silver polyhedron shone brightly, and characters began to slowly emerge on its surface. A large number of characters kept flowing, and each side of the silver body reflected different colorful lights. Everyone glanced over and frowned after seeing the characters clearly. This silver polyhedron turned out to be a dice. And there are a total of 36 sides. And the characters on each side are different. The characters are not fixed, and are constantly changing. Bai Donglin's fingers moved slightly. He was really impressed by this wandering emperor. He was really an old gambler, who had the word gambling throughout his life. Hee. This 36-sided dice is specially made. It won't be interfered with by external means. All the results depend on your luck. The dice is there. There is still a chessboard. The silver boy stretched out his hand and pointed at the vast galaxy below. Countless suns and stars paused. Their trajectories changed slightly. And they connected and intertwined with each other. Thick golden beams of light gushed out from the big sun throne of Bai Donglin and others. After hitting a big sun star below, the light beams bounced back and forth between countless big sun stars and split. In just a moment, they spread to the end of the sight. The 66 examiners looked down, their pupils shrinking slightly, and saw that the golden light beams spreading from their great sun throne had connected countless great sun stars to each other. This is a three-dimensional huge chessboard. The golden light column is the line. The sun and stars are the nodes. And the universe and starry sky are the disk. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly. What a big flying chess piece. Hey, how's it going? The final exam is pretty good, right? This thing is called flying chess. It was Wandering Emperor's favorite game when he was alive. I'm sure you haven't heard of it. Yin Tong tilted his head slightly, pointing with his little finger, as if to say, come on, beg me, and I will teach you how to play. Seeing Bai Donglin and others indifferent. Are all these evil geniuses so calm? A practitioner with a strong will can remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses in front of him. Or remain unblinking even when a deer appears on his left. These are just basic operations. Yin Tong curled his lips in boredom, flicked his fingers, transmitted the rules of the assessment to everyone, and then said, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Wandering Emperor always comes up with these weird things. By the way, I would like to remind you that the Wandering Emperor has brought back many things from other civilizations due to his frequent explorations of the land of the return of all heavens and worlds. So if you encounter strange things in the next assessment, don't panic. Yin Tong gave a rare reminder that all 66 examinees had entered the final stage at the same time, which was the most promising time in such a long time. God bless you. It's just a promise. And I've kept it for nearly 200 million years. Well, that doesn't seem right. If I didn't inherit the Wandering Emperor's legacy, I would be just as bored. I would have nothing to do except sleep. Yin Tong shook his head violently, shook off this terrible thought, fixed his eyes, and said loudly with a solemn expression, the first examinee to ascend the great sun throne will roll the dice first. And so on. The ultimate assessment. Start now. Lycong stood up suddenly, and with a slight push of his mind, the 36-sided dice began to spin violently. The dice stopped, and the characters on one side flashed violently. Chapter 242. 20-1. Extremely deep. The 36-sided dice slowly stopped spinning. The top side glowed brightly, and the characters that kept changing froze in an instant. Lycong had no time to react as a wave swept over him. The huge plasma giant had no power to resist, and instantly turned into a bunch of light spots, disappearing along the golden light column under the throne of the sun. The movement of the silver dice was irregular, and everyone could not find any flaws even after concentrating on observing it. After all, this was the creation of a powerful emperor. Its mystery was far beyond their imagination, and could not be cracked at all. One after another, the dice were activated by the touch of consciousness. The results thrown by each person were different. Although the dice only had 36 sides, the characters on them were constantly changing, according to the assessment rules passed down to them by Yin Tong. They will not appear on the same star node at the beginning, but it is not necessarily the case in the later stages. After all, there are only 9 inheritances. The beginning of the assessment is like countless dense threads, but the final roots will converge to 9 end points. The further it gets, the greater the possibility that the examinees will roll the same star nodes. And then, they will inevitably meet. And a battle is inevitable. The speed was fast. After a while, Bai Dong rolled the dice. When he moved, the soul gently brushed the silver dice and stopped. 26. Mechanical frenzy. The waves swept past, like quantum transmission, and Bai Donglin turned into countless light spots, sinking into the light column and disappearing. Cool! A dazzling golden beam of light pierced through the void of the universe, and its target was locked onto a huge, slowly rotating star. Looking from the void, the star's red surface seemed to be soaked in blood. or like a rusty iron ball. The beam of light was extremely fast, cutting through the void and piercing straight in with a tough attitude, instantly breaking through the dense atmosphere and leaving behind a dazzling golden light tail. Squeak! The slippery and fine velvet bacteria blankets rolled slightly. A black spikes that reflected the metallic spikes, and a weird beetle drilled out for an instant. The beetle's 6 sharp long legs were deeply inserted into the ground, standing still, and its head full of compound eyes stared at the golden beam of light that cut through the void. After a moment, the beetle turned around on the ground anxiously, making a harsh hissing sound from its mouth. Laugh! A dazzling blue beam of light pierced through the void, and the scorching heat burned the air, leaving behind an obvious empty mark and a slight burnt smell. The blue light beam was so fast that the anxious black beetle had no time to react and was pierced through instantly. The dark and hard exoskeleton crustaceans are full of green internal organs in the body. They are burned and evaporated, carbonized in wounds, and slightly red. A human-shaped body made of metal walked out of the dark in a heavy step. The thick gun barrel on the right arm was surrounded by a wisp of white smoke formed by the evaporation of water. The gun barrel melted and condensed into a human-shaped palm. Beep beep. The metal man looked up at the sky, and the golden light tail that cut through the void was imprinted in his eyes. The red light of his eyes made of black crystal kept flashing, and countless scarlet characters flashed in his eyes. The stream of scarlet characters slowly stopped, gradually became disordered, turned into a mess of garbled characters, and then returned to complete darkness. Beep! Warning! Warning! Discovering the input of unknown life. The level of energy response. Destroy the world. Determining the gene sequence. Unknown. Searching for the biomagnetic field. Unknown. Intervening in brain waves. Failed. Unknown? #@ Threat level, extremely dangerous. The beam of light fell silently on the ground without stirring up a trace of dust. The beam of light turned into light dust and dissipated. A human-shaped light shadow instantly turned from virtual to real and condensed out. Snapped. Bai Dong shook his robe, shocked the light dandruff, stepped out of one step, leaving a clear visible footprint on the naked rocks. Taking a deep breath, Bai Donglin discovered that the air of this planet was full of various highly toxic substances, which was not suitable for human survival at all. And the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also extremely thin. A slight feeling showed that it was not even 1/10 of the quality of his hometown, Yanjiu Sanyu. It was truly rubbish, in the eyes of the cultivators in the only true world. These stars are completely useless garbage. Without the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it is impossible for them to produce precious materials, spiritual stones, precious medicines, and other cultivation resources. These stars are neither suitable for mortal survival nor have any resources for cultivation. They have no value for mining, and are of no attraction to practitioners. These stars are collectively called barren stars. Desolate stars usually become cannon fodder in wars, and are reduced to ashes by the aftermath of battles. However, Bai Donglin's eyes had nothing to dislike. He just came to evaluate, and this life was the first time to appear on the starry body, and he still had a little meaning in his heart. Whether it is the Qianyuan realm, the ancient realm of Ming and Yu, the military world, Black Prison, etc., are all worlds of Tianyuan mainland form. Some of these worlds are too large to be squeezed into spheres by gravity, while others are located in special spaces, and their shapes are forcibly fixed. As soon as the planet like a blue star, I was in a good mood. I took a few steps forward. The extremely weak gravity. Anyone in any Qianyuan realm would be afraid that it can become a Superman who can be worn directly outside the panties. It can't be better than the Qianyuan world, but it is a lot stronger than the blue star, and the volume is about 29 times the blue star. Through the slight gap between gravity, a little calculated in my heart, the size of this star was judged. What kind of assessment is required for such a weak place? Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and his attention finally returned to the assessment. Stretched out his right hand, spread his palm, and his eyes fell on an abrupt mark. A three-dimensional silver 36-sided dice, with silver light flickering slightly. After they pushed the dice and left the Great Sun Throne, they only needed to move forward for the subsequent assessments, without having to go back to the starting point. After completing the assessment on this first star node, you only need to pursue the silver dice mark of your hand again. The thought immersed itself in the silver dice mark, and a piece of information instantly entered my mind. 26 Mechanical Frenzy. 2 civilizations dominated by collective unified consciousness. Weak but aggressive. Extremely keen on war. with high development potential. Is this unified consciousness applicable to the human race? If we learn from this civilization form, can we change the war stalemate between the human race and the alien race? After 16,000 experiments, we found that unified consciousness greatly limits the creativity and potential of the human race. Conclusion: this civilization form is not suitable for the human race, and is not suitable for the cultivation system that pursues individual power. Wandering Emperor. Examination content. Examinee. Please choose a faction, and use your wisdom to help the other party completely destroy the enemy civilization. Restriction: you are not allowed to use any monk methods. Buzz. As the information was fully accepted, a wave rippled out from the silver dice mark, enveloping Bai Donglin. A terrifying force of confinement emerged, and his body, spiritual orifices, energy, soul, and perception of laws were all restricted. Bai Donglin's eyes were dark, and the unprecedented sense of weakness came into his heart, and his body sank slightly. Slightly induced, I found that my strength was instantly returned to the formal cultivation. It seemed that it was not the power to bind chickens on this planet. With his strength before his cultivation, he has far exceeded the mortal of the Qianyuan world. In addition, the planet's gravity is weak. Oh! I didn't expect that I still have a day of using the customs of ordinary warriors again. Bai Donglin looked relaxed. He knew that although the restraining force was strong, it could not affect his ability to be immortal and reverse damage. Life is worry-free, and naturally you don't need to worry. Moreover, his will and the mind cannot be imprisoned. Although he lost his strength, the heart of the strong is still there, and he is naturally not afraid. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air came from afar. Bai Donglin looked up and saw several silver-gray spaceships speeding towards them at dozens of times the speed of sound, with a faint blue light shield lingering outside the spaceships. The spacecraft hovered in the distance, as if he was extremely vigilant and did not dare to approach. The light column fell, and several humanoid machinery fell slowly along the light, and the pace was neatly walking towards Bai Dong. Mature humanoid machinery. Energy mask. Energy weapons. But not being able to move across space. Tap tap tap. The metal rubbing the rock ground made a crisp sound. Humanoid machinery came to Bai Donglin. The dark crystal eyes flashed, and the right hand slowly stretched out the right hand. Dear guest. H. Lo. Welcome to Red Mang Star. The soft voice is the eternal language of the righteousness, and the eternal language is the universal language of the eternal real world. It seems that the Stray Emperor taught these guys very well. This familiar way of etiquette also made Bai Donglin a little bit, and then smiled slightly, reaching out and holding the cold metal palm. Snap! Bai Donglin was just gently hard, and the hard metal palm was instantly distorted. The electronic components dropped, and the blue electrophoretic was rushing. Ha ha ha. Sorry. I haven't adapted for a while. He did not deliberately. The strength of the sudden drop, and the strange environment, he really did not adapt to it in a short time. Chapter 243 War is Beheading. In a huge metal base, the towering walls are filled with various fort weapons. Groups of uniformed humanoid machines patrol back and forth, and there were several spaceships full of technology suspended in the sky. If it weren't for the bad air, the layers of pitch-black beetle corpses piled up outside the wall, and the desolate surface in the distance, Bai Donglin would have thought he was in the future technological world. In the spacious and bright hall, surrounded by silver-white metal walls, Bai Donglin sat on a metal table and chair. On the metal table in front of him was a cup of unknown green liquid, which was still slightly steaming. The living room was extremely simple, and Bai Donglin didn't care. He already understood that there were only two civilizations with unified consciousness as the core on this planet, and they are hostile to each other. Naturally, there is no possibility of guests coming to visit. These tables and chairs are slightly hot, and it is obvious that they have just been cut, having the time to make these useless things. The core consciousness of civilization on the mechanical side would definitely be willing to use these metals to make robots. Hello, Your Excellency. I am the heart of machinery, the supreme will of the mechanical civilization on this planet. I wonder if you need my help when you land on Red Star. The robot sitting across the table still asked in a soft voice. Inside and out, it was exactly the same as the robot he had broken just now. This is easy to understand. In a civilization with unified consciousness, its dominant will can come to every individual. The robot that just greeted him, the robots patrolling outside, and even every mechanical item in this base are all clones of the dominant will. It can be controlled by will at any time, or it can use programmed intelligent AI and let it run automatically. Bai Donglin, who has memories of his past life, still knows a little bit about these things. Bai Donglin frowned slightly and did not respond to the other party, but was thinking about the significance of this assessment. Imprisoning his cultivation is obviously not a test of his strength, and these two collective consciousness civilizations have been thoroughly studied by the Wandering Emperor, so he is not asked to do the research. Rule. War. A flash of understanding flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes, and he understood the meaning of the assessment. Is this to test his war leadership skills? Speaking of which, one of the 9 inheritances of the Wandering Emperor is related to the battlefield. Perhaps something like a battle formation. If you want to distinguish which type of inheritance many examiners are suitable for, without knowing their personality, talents, etc., you naturally need to use different types of assessment content to test. Through continuous assessment, many routes continue to converge towards the final Geofan inheritance. While selecting outstanding inheritors, we can also determine which inheritance they are suitable for, so as to make the best use of everything. On the Red Star, these two civilizations have been studied by the Wandering Emperor for a long time. The strength of the two parties can be said to be evenly matched. It is indeed very suitable to test the examiner's war leadership ability. And this assessment is not without danger. For other assessors, their cultivation is completely restricted. If they are not handled properly, and this assessment is not taken seriously, there is still a high chance of death. The two civilizations still have some means, but mortal bodies cannot withstand them. The battlefield is changing rapidly, and anything can happen. Bai Donglin wanted to understand the meaning of the assessment, and suddenly his expression dropped, and his interest dropped to the bottom. He is not interested in fighting at all, and only pursues the ultimate strength of the individual. Even if he obtains one of the 8 heaven-defying battle formations, it is only used to improve his combat power. There has never been any thought of looking for the other 7 cores to form a heaven-defying battle formation. If this assessment does not go to his liking, there is no need to force himself. This is also the purpose of the Wandering Emperor in selecting successors. Just follow your heart. However, the assessment must still be completed before the next assessment can continue. If that was the case, just choose a side. Bai Donglin's eyes fell on the mechanical body opposite. This mechanical civilization was clean and polite to him, which made him very fond of it. In comparison, the slimy bugs hiding underground are obviously much worse. After all, Bai Donglin is still a normal person, and his aesthetics are also very normal. After making a decision, Bai Donglin just wanted to settle everything as soon as possible and enter the next level of assessment, and said directly, "I came to Red Star for only one purpose: to help you deal with the bugs underground." When the robot heard this, the characters flashed across the dark crystal screen quickly, as if it was performing intense calculations. After a moment, it said, "Dear Strongman, thank you very much for your help. But I have a request. That is, when you take action, please do not completely destroy this planet. I am sealed on this planet by a powerful energy and cannot enter the void of the universe. If the Red Star is destroyed, my civilization will also perish." There was a hint of excitement in the robot's tone, and then it turned to worry. After finishing speaking, he looked at Bai Donglin with a little anxiety and a little expectation, as if he was waiting for Bai Donglin to take action. Bai Donglin looked embarrassed and a little embarrassed. It was obvious that the dominant consciousness of this mechanical civilization did not know that his cultivation level had been imprisoned. Maybe it had used some method to observe him when he arrived, so he had some doubts about his original strength, some understanding. If his cultivation was not imprisoned, he could indeed easily destroy this star. All he had to do was detonate an original bomb in the center of the Earth. It doesn't need to be too strong. With this planet being 29 times the size of Blue Star, it only requires the fusion of 4 laws to completely destroy the center of the Earth. Having said that, the degree of evolution of this dominant consciousness is very high, and it already has such obvious emotional changes. Ahem. Mechanical Master. Don't worry. Due to some special reasons, I can't use my own power to help you. To completely eliminate those bugs, I need to rely on your power. So, you don't need to worry about me destroying the Red Star. Bai Donglin's plan was very simple. He would go to the center of the Earth by himself and directly carry out the beheading operation. He didn't have the time to lead these mechanical soldiers to playhouse with the insects. Bai Donglin discussed with the Master Consciousness for a long time, and finally left the base quickly in a spaceship with 6 fist-sized silver-gray metal balls. On the spaceship, a thick black mace stood next to Bai Donglin, playing with a metal ball in his hand. Don't underestimate this gadget. This thing is the highest technological achievement of this mechanical civilization and the most powerful weapon. Called the Antimatter Annihilation Ball. Bai Donglin only needs to send this thing into the inner Earth insect nest. Only 2 of them can completely send the opponent's mother body to heaven. Prepare 6. Just in case. According to the dominant consciousness, it is very difficult to make this thing. And there are only 10 pieces in total. Taking out 6 of them directly showed that he believed Bai Donglin very much. Of course, it was not so much belief as fear of his terrifying strength. Call out. The spacecraft was extremely fast. And it didn't take long before it flew above a huge cave. Bai Donglin carefully put the metal ball into the special metal belt around his waist. And lifted the mace beside him with one hand. Boom! Countless bone spurs, plasma, and venom spurted out, instantly covering the spacecraft. The blue energy shield shone fiercely. But it only lasted for an instant before it completely shattered. Under countless attacks, the spacecraft was torn into pieces and turned into a ball of fire amidst the fierce explosions. A figure broke through the flames and landed quickly. The arm that was torn by the explosion instantly grew out. The burned skin quickly recovered. The bone spurs that penetrated into the body were squeezed out by the muscles. And the wound healed instantly. Phew! Countless intensive attacks came towards him. Bai Donglin held a thick mace in his backhand and blocked it in front of him. As long as he protected his head, he would not die. The metal used to make the jet black mace has only 2 properties. Heavy and hard. Bai Donglin asked the master to make it specially for him. Clang, clang, clang. Metal clashing sounds were heard continuously. And the exposed body was constantly being torn apart. But the mace was still intact. Under the weight of the mace, Bai Donglin fell extremely fast, speeding past the cliffs of the dark cave. In the densely packed cave entrances on the surrounding rock walls, countless bugs launched attacks frantically. But to no avail. Boom! A huge roar sounded at the bottom of the cave. Bai Donglin, who had broken bones and muscles after falling, was instantly resurrected with full health. With a mace on his shoulder, he walked out of the smoke-filled pit step by step. A pair of cold eyes looked around. And a terrifying will crazily filled the air. Under the pressure of his will, the ferocious insect did not dare to step forward for a moment. Chapter 244 Boring Killing. Bai Donglin's breath was holding his breath, and his will sweeping his body back and forth. Want to see if it has absorbed a wave of weak energy just now. Whether it affects the ban on the body of the imprisonment. His brows furrowed slightly. Although his body had been strengthened a little, it was the same feeling as before he practiced. It was just a normal strengthening. As if there were no restrictions in his body at all. But his body was supposed to be like this. It seems that the imprisonment of this silver dice is really very against the sky. The general prohibition is a good understanding of the shielding of energy, soul, spirituality, and laws. For the bands of the flesh, it is easy to limit its strength. But the weakening of defense makes him a bit uncomfortable. The structure of Bai Dong's current body on the particle level has changed. This change is passive and permanent, and does not require any external influence. The silver dice mark can directly change the particle structure of his body, allowing him to return to his mortal body. Is this a material degradation caused by a certain rule? Bai Donglin thought about it slightly, and these 2 possibilities were excluded, because the damage reversal was not triggered. Whether it is degenerating his physical body or the time back, he still hurts him in essence, and he has not died. If these 2 means, the damage will be reversed. It not only changed his physical defense without hurting him. This means is really amazing. Which also shows that the Stray Emperor's anti-sky practice can achieve this extent alone. Pressing his mind, it seems that the means of Emperor Feng is not easy for him to spy. Looking at the surrounding beetles, along these scarlet and eye-catching eyes. Strong will in Taoism. The huge beetle mother hidden deep in the rock layer was instantly locked in the underworld. Ji Feng did not move the cicada. His strong will and heart gave him keen perception. He could sense even if someone had a hint of ill will towards him, let alone if they looked him in the eye. The vulgar martial arts is essentially the use of qi and blood. As soon as Bai Dong was moving, the strong will urged the heart to beat violently, and promoted the rapid operation of blood. The blood flowed faster and faster, making a gurgling sound. The temperature of the high-speed blood rose steadily, and traces of misted blood quickly merged into the blood and flesh cells. Fan Wu King Kong is not bad. Hua. Bai Donglin slowly spit out a hot white mist, and his skin instantly turned into pure gold. And the golden light shone. He has learned endless knowledge, devoured countless memories, and his comprehension of mundane martial arts in his mind has reached a heavenly level. Demonstrate the soul can create a cheats in the eyes of mortal people in the eyes of mortals. This martial arts is just the first time that he has used it. And it is already a great realm. This is the benefits of the high realm. The power is soaring and the defense is soaring. Click. The metal hand holds the dark wolf rod tightly, making a difficult metal friction sound. Hey. The cubs who have no courageous cubs. When you don't dare to do it for a long time, then the uncle is not polite. Having said that, his heart understood that his will to fluctuate the transmission of the mother's consciousness. These beetles are just the body, and naturally without fear. Boom! Mad mace. Bai Donglin drank angrily, stepped under his feet, and the ground burst into suddenly. His hands tightly gripped the wolf two's sticks weighing 10,000 pounds, turning into a dark cyclone, and strangled to the beetle group. Where the whirlwind passes, the beetles are betwisted into fragments. The remains are everywhere, and the green nausea mucus is covered with rock walls. Countless bone bugs hung upside down on the rock wall. The endless bone spurs were sprayed out at several times, and it was overwhelmed, and there was nowhere to avoid it in the narrow cave. Ding ding ding. Goldstone shocks were endless. Bai Donglin gave up defense. The golden light skin had both the hardness and toughness of the metal. The skin trembled slightly, and most of the potential energy of the bone spur was removed and transferred to the arms. He used the force to his advantage and danced with the thick black mace even more vigorously. Connect. Transform. Send. A high-level skill in utilizing strength, which among ordinary martial artists, only grandmaster-level figures can display. Bai Donglin, who can master every inch of flesh, is even more amazing to use. With crazy eyes, the deity of the crazy wolf 2 stick was vividly displayed, and the mother's body was locked deep in the rock formation, facing the beetle to be besieged. The speed continued. Under the blessing of immortality, the heart is severely urged to be broken, and it can also recover quickly. At this time, Bai Donglin is a never-stop-killing machine. Running towards the maternal body deep in the rock formation, rush forward. This planet named Chemang Star has a wide ground rock formation that has been completely occupied by these beetles. The dense cave channels are curved around and spread throughout the rock formation. There are no special means, and this huge maze can only become headless flies, let alone finding the hiding place of the mother's body. This is also the fundamental reason why mechanical civilization and these bugs are deadlocked. Mechanical civilization occupies above the earth and the sky, and the beetle civilization occupies the bottom. The exploration methods of mechanical civilization cannot find the mother's body at all, and the bottom of the ground can only be drowned by endless beetles. And this is the most difficult point, that it is completely difficult to fall into Bai Donglin. Bang! Bai Donglin, whose body was 9 feet tall, was like a mad beast. When he encountered a rock wall blocking his way, he smashed through it head-on. He ignored the winding passage and forcibly cut a straight line towards the mother body. Bai Donglin's goal is too clear. The mother who has already felt the crisis is completely mad, and countless beetles are crazy and exploded crazy, giving up everything that only stops the killing machine. Unfortunately, all this is futile. An immortal Qianyuan realm top ordinary martial arts on this intensive planet is enough to crush these conventional combat power. The identity of the warrior is second. The most important thing is the extremely high essence of the Qianyuan biological creature. The abundant aura is cultivated, the horrible gravity blessing, and the creatures of the Qianyuan rebel lives have already stepped up when they were spermicides. An ordinary mortal in the Qianyuan realm can easily slaughter hundreds of beetle soldiers on this planet. Huh? Want to escape? After Bai Donglin suddenly entered tens of thousands of meters, he had noticed that the bad beetle mother had begun to transfer. Numerous stronger guard beetles drilled into the fat mother's body, lifted hard, and slowly moved to the depths of the rock formation. The mother's body is too huge, and it has not moved for who knows how many years, so it is extremely difficult to move. Where can you run to? Although you have some good points, you are still just a weak species, let alone the depths of the earth. You dare not even go deep into the magma mantle layer. Bai Donglin has completely lost his patience with this mother beetle that can only survive on the rock layer. The blood circulation in the body accelerated again, and the violently beating heart made a thumping sound, causing ripples in the smoke and dust in the air. Bang! The ground cracked, and the tall body turned into a series of afterimages. The beetle blocked the road and was smashed into pieces. The rock wall blocked it and directly hit a big hole. In just a quarter of an hour, Bai Donglin advanced tens of thousands of meters again, looking at the mother body in front of him that was slowly wriggling on the ground like a piece of fat. He shook his head slightly, The figure moved slightly, and instantly appeared on the mother's huge body. The soft and slippery feeling under his feet made Bai Donglin feel nauseous. Squeak! A sharp cry. A solid spiritual spike pierced deep into Bai Donglin's mind. Crack! The mother body's most powerful mental attack was like a glass thorn hitting hard meteorite, instantly shattering into powder without causing a ripple. It's over. Bai Donglin had an indifferent expression. Rather than being imprisoned forever in this demon-suppressing temple, it would be better to die at his hands. It would be a relief. The mother's body is huge, more than 1,000 meters tall, and its vitality is extremely strong. If he were to beat it to death bit by bit with a mace, it would still take a lot of time. Beep beep. Bai Donglin lightly tapped the metal belt around his waist with his fingers, and the 6 antimatter annihilation balls were instantly activated. Squeak! 3 seconds later, a huge blue ball of light expanded underground, instantly swallowing up everything within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, and then quickly shrank and disappeared. Only a huge spherical hole was left in its place. Chapter 245. Deep underground, there is a vast space where all matter has been destroyed. Between breathing, Bai Dong, who was naked, appeared out of thin air, slightly lifting his breath. His body was like leaves, and he fell softly on the ground. He stretched out his hand to catch the Death Omen and Extreme Bracelet falling from the sky. As for the golden red pointed corner monument and the pitch black stone monument, they were still in the Sea of Gods. He was not dead just now, but his physical body was destroyed. The soul was imprisoned by the silver dice and was forbidden to use, but its essence was still there. This antimatter annihilation ball could not hurt it at all. This was also the reason why he was amazed at the fact that this restraining force could completely change the essential structure of his body. He opened his palm and looked at the silver dice mark still on it. The mark was flickering slightly, indicating that he had completed the assessment and could roll the 36-sided silver dice again. He weighed the Death Omen in his hand, and it seemed that he had to start the plan as soon as possible this time. Although he was immortal, every time he was destroyed into nothingness, there was a great risk of these treasures being lost. Because of this, he never felt comfortable every time he tried to die. I am very careful every time, but there is no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. And I am not so lucky every time. If he lost any of these precious treasures and the mountains of treasury, it would be enough to make him heartbroken. If the plan goes well, it will definitely be a one-time solution. Bai Donglin took a deep breath, suppressed his thoughts, turned his eyes back, and prepared to probe his thoughts into his palm. Suddenly, the light of the corner of the eyes was attracted by a little light falling from the air. He stopped. His figure flashed, and he reached out to grasp the faint light. This is... Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly. An endless knowledge in his mind passed through, and it seemed through his essence. An extremely pure crystallization of spiritual will. How could such a weak creature give birth to such a thing? After thinking for a moment, Bai Donglin shook his head without any clue. This thing was considered a treasure, and was of some use to him. It was an unexpected gain. Without giving it any more thought, a trace of consciousness reached into the palm of his hand, gently brushing across the flickering silver dice mark, and a wave of ripples passed by. The restraining force on his body was instantly lifted, and his terrifying strength was once again mastered. His body, whose structure had been completely changed, also silently returned to its original state. His brows furrowed. He had just focused all his mind on his body, but still couldn't figure out how the restraining force worked. The blood essence in his body floated, and his naked body flashed red. The body that seemed to be carved out of top-quality jade was instantly covered with a black robe. "Een!" The Death Omen rang softly, and it was inserted into the sea of blood again, and the bracelet was automatically put on the wrist. The silver dice mark glowed, and a message came into my mind. Mechanical frenzy assessment is over. Evaluation, very low leadership ability. Bai Donglin curled his lips, and continued to receive the following information. Analysis. The examinee has a deep-seated tendency towards self-destruction, is extremely self-heroic, has strong limbs, and is brave but not wise. Based on the above judgment, the inheritance branch root has been shrunk. Roll the dice result, 17. The heart of the brave. Cool. The thick golden landscape rises into the sky, breaking the rock formation, the atmosphere, until the star of the Star River is connected to the intensive golden light network. Bai Donglin, who was shrouded in the golden light, turned into countless light spots again, broke through the void along the light, and went away instantly. When moving away from the red star, Bai Donglan glanced over and found that the slowly rotating red star suddenly stopped moving. Then ripples appeared, and it actually reversed slightly. A hint of enlightenment flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes. So that's how the crystallization of the Beetle Mother's spiritual will was produced. As the experimental venue of the Wanderer, Chai Mangsing. In order to conduct repeated experiments, the Stray Emperor arranged the heavenly means on this planet. As long as specific conditions are triggered, time will be directly reversed, and everything will return to the time before the experiment. He previously thought that the reason these two civilizations had existed for nearly 200 million years was because time was frozen, and that the flow of time would only resume when these assessors arrived. It seems that this is not the case. This planet has always been in a state of operation. But as long as one party is destroyed by one party, it will directly trigger the time to trace back. After countless reincarnations, a trace of will always settle down, which is why the Beetle Mother will give birth to the crystallization of spiritual will. Oh, this Wanderer seems to be bad. As expected, no strongman is someone who is easy to deal with. Such a cruel method is just for an experiment. What is even more heartbreaking is that even though the experimental results are already out, the time reversal has not been lifted. Let these two poor weak civilizations be trapped in the closed loop of time forever. Bai Donglan has no fluctuations in his heart. After all, it is just an alien. Moreover, the key point is that this wandering emperor can actually play with time in the palm of his hand. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly. Ever since he awakened his innate ability, what he feared most was the ban involving time. He didn't expect to witness it so quietly in this ordinary inheritance assessment. Time is really terrible. The end of the two civilizations was warning. His caution has always been right. It only takes a closed time to be closed. And his seemingly ability to go against the sky is completely abolished. Can only be imprisoned eternal years without knowing it. Before mastering the time, you still need to keep a low profile and retract your gaze. The light beam is transmitted at an extremely fast speed, crossing a long distance in an instant, and a huge dark star is rapidly enlarged. This star is floating bare in the void of the universe, with no satellites, no meteorite belts, and even no atmosphere. Like a dead star, the light column fell to the ground and turned into specks of light and dissipated. Bai Donglin's figure condensed again, and he took a step forward. The atmosphere is very thin, and the gravity is abnormal. Far exceeding the data, he just visually inspected his volume and calculated. I stepped lightly and felt the extremely hard ground. It seemed that the problem of abnormal gravity came from here. The reason why this star looks so dark is not only because the surface is like a dark metal material, but also because the star is very far away from the sun. Bai Donglan looked up and could only see a faint light in the void. The light here is dim, and the eyes are dark, far away from the big sun. The temperature is also very low, minus or dozens of degrees, and it is an area that is not suitable for mortal survival. However, the aura here is very abundant, which has made Bai Donglan mention a lot of interest. And it seems that there can be a lot of gains. After observing the surrounding environment, Bai Donglan spread out his palms, probed his mind into the silver dice mark, and received the assessment content. 17. The heart of the brave, the real brave. Dare to look directly at the fear of the heart. On this star called fear, find the fear in your heart and tear it apart. Bai Donglan frowned. And the content of this assessment is too vague. Compared with the upper stop, this is simply not unpopular. Dice? Dice? Are you mistaken? I am not a hero at all. I just rely on a little talent and some random tricks. Looking at the silver dice mark that was in silence and dim, Bai Donglan sighed helplessly. After all, it is just a thing that runs in accordance with the established rules. There is no intelligence. It can only be roughly judged according to the assessment process. Fortunately, this time did not imprison his cultivation. But what kind of shit is scared? How do you know where to find? I am immortal, and have nothing to fear. Except for time being banned. Bai Dong frowned and began to walk forward aimlessly. His fingers twitched slightly. Do I have to find the time? Isn't this inheritance route going on? Will it be related to the time of the wandering emperor against the sky? Bai Donglin's figure stagnated, and his eyes emerged with a fiery light instantly. Chapter 246 Dong Ji's vision. Snapped. There was a huge and loud banging sound, and the violent vibration caused the pile of documents on the desk to fall all over the place. A plastic water cup was also shocked, rolling down the ground, making a crispy sound. Well? Bai Donglan opened his eyes confused, rubbing his tickling eyes that was stabbed by the dazzling incandescent lamp. Woke up from sleep, and his mind was a little stunned. By Donglin. Do you wake up? I fell asleep. If I accidentally fell asleep? A excitement. Consciousness is instantly sober. Looking up at the bald fat man standing in front of the desk with a gloomy face. By Donglin looked embarrassed. Manager Go. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I accidentally fell asleep. Give me a chance. Enough. Humph. Since you like sleeping so much, just go back and sleep. Isn't it uncomfortable to lie on the bed? Why do you have to sleep on this hard and cold desk? You can go home now. By the way, your overtime pay for the past half month will be deducted. After saying this, Manager Go's inverted triangle eyes showed a little joy. It was another extra income. So how could you not be happy? After looking by Donglin up and down, he shook his fat head and big ears, walked into the office without looking back, and prepared to go to the lounge to take a nap. Oh, as a manager, it is really hard for him to supervise these lazy employees every day. Brother Dong, are you okay? This fatty Go is so abominable. Your overtime pay for the past half month is more than 10,000 yuan. And he deducted it with just one sentence. It's really too cruel. After Manager Go left, the atmosphere in the quiet office area instantly eased a little. Many people cast sympathetic glances at Bai Donglin. Of course, there were also people who gloated over his misfortune. Bai Donglin looked grim. He suppressed his anger, forced a smile, stood up and stretched, pretending to be relaxed and said, Mouse, I'm fine. I don't know what happened tonight. I was able to fall asleep after drinking several cups of espresso. It's really strange. A pretty girl wearing black framed glasses diagonally opposite cast her gaze over here, raised her willow-like eyebrows, and looked at him with concern. Brother Dong, you should go back and take a rest. You have been working overtime for 2 consecutive months. Even a strong body can't stand it. I heard that a programmer in a big factory in the building next door died suddenly some time ago. Oh! Crow's mouth. Bai Donglin cursed with a smile, then looked down at his watch. It was already 10:30 in the evening. My head is still buzzing at this time. Maybe I'm really overdrawn. Although I exercise regularly and am in good health. Sudden death has little to do with the health of your body. Okay. You guys go ahead and do your work. I'll be back first. Bai Donglin shook his head. It seemed that he really needed to take a good rest after finishing the project at hand. If what the girl with glasses said was true, no matter how much money he made, it would be useless. He tidied up his desk, bent down to pick up the cup, and walked out with his briefcase. Standing in the elevator, looking at the constantly jumping scarlet numbers, Bai Donglin frowned slowly. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something very important? My slightly blank eyes suddenly focused. Could it be that I forgot to upload the code I coded today? Ding dong. Seeing that the elevator had reached the first floor, Bai Donglin curled his lips in displeasure, and was too lazy to go up again to check. Shirshiren walked out of the company building and stood on the curb, waiting for the taxi he had just taken. According to his usual experience, it would take another 1 or 2 minutes. Looking up, the big city is shrouded in smog, and the bright stars are no longer visible. Even the moon in the night sky looks hazy. Sudden, a dazzling white light filled Bai Donglin's sight. Drop. Sizzle. You bastard. Do you want to die? You are standing in the middle of the street at night. If you want to die, find a place where there is no one. Don't come out and hurt others. Bai Donglin was startled again, awakened instantly by the driver's angry curse. The 2 car lights so close to him were dazzlingly white. What happened to me today? Why do I feel absent-minded all the time? I walked into the middle of the street without realizing it. Is this a warning from the body? A sign of sudden death? After sincerely apologizing, Bai Donglin waited for a while, and got into the taxi he had called. The house he rented was half an hour away from the central business district, and the houses there were much cheaper. Why do I suddenly feel absent-minded when I see the moon and think about the stars? There is also the dazzling white light. Bai Donglin frowned. Something really strange happened tonight, and he felt empty inside. Brother. Here. He shook his head, as if to shake off all the random thoughts. The lights in the urban villages seem to be dimmer. The quiet atmosphere and the dirty and messy environment are simply 2 different worlds compared to the bustling, clean, and brightly lit city center. For another year or 2, you should be able to save enough down payment. Looking back at the brightly lit high-rise buildings, Bai Donglin's eyes flashed a trace of longing. It has been 3 years after graduation and saved money. Unfortunately, the increase in wages is far from the increase in house prices. That's why he works overtime so hard. How can he save money to buy a house without working overtime? At least he has this goal in mind. He is an orphan who has been wandering since childhood, and only hopes to have a home of his own in his lifetime. Perhaps only in this way can he find a sense of belonging in this world. Ah! No! Help! Bai Donglin's dream was interrupted, and he was frightened again by the shrill soprano voice. Damn! I really met ghosts today. Bai Donglin quickly glanced at the dark and deep alley, retracted his gaze, quickened his pace, and wanted to get away from this dangerous place as soon as possible. Woo-woo. No! Please! I'm still a student. The pleading voice was unusually clear in the silent night. Bai Donglin froze and clenched his hands. A strange emotion was spreading rapidly in my heart. Grass. Bai Donglin turned around suddenly, opened his briefcase, picked up 2 red bricks from the roadside, and put them into the bag. The light in the alley was dim, and Bai Donglin could only vaguely see a few figures. But the various obscene and teasing sounds were extremely clear. At this moment, any ordinary person can identify the location by sound. Bai Donglin was stomped and approached quietly. The opponent had a lot of people. Based on his childhood fighting experience, this situation must be attacked. The 4 or 5 thugs were all focused on the girl on the ground and didn't notice Bai Donglin quietly approaching from behind. My heart is beating violently, and a different kind of excitement is spreading through my heart. It turns out that 4 years of peaceful college life and 3 years of boring working life have not smoothed out my edges. Bai Donglin felt like he was back in his childhood, fighting against the school bully. Both eyes gradually became fierce. He held the leather strap tightly with both hands and swung the briefcase in a circle. The centrifugal force created a whistling sound. Boom! I installed 2 hard red brick briefcases, smashed fiercely on a mixed back of the head, and did not say a word of words. The body was soft and fell directly to the ground. Ah! The shrill soprano voice and the sudden change startled the hooligans. Huang Mao. Boy! Look for death. Bai Donglin said nothing and continued to swing his briefcase at another red-haired gangster. The gangster raised his hands to block, but his flesh and blood body could not withstand the brick, and he screamed in pain. What are you still standing there for? Run! Looking at the girl who was dumbfounded in place, Bai Donglin suddenly felt angry. And women always drew automatically in the face of such things. Bai Donglin leaned up, pulled the girl with pear blossoms on the immature face, pushed out the alley, and quickly said in his mouth, Don't be stuck. Run. Call the police. The girl looked back and glanced at Bai Donglin, kicked off high-heeled shoes, and couldn't care about the broken clothes, and quickly ran to the street. He was a little bit stunned, but it was not stupid. The girl staying there was of no help to him, and was instead a burden. Calling the police would definitely make these hooligans fearful, and might even retreat directly. Unfortunately, Bai Donglin still underestimated the recklessness of these young gangsters. Adults. The times have changed. Chapter 247. Oh! Dog Day. What age is the set of heroes to save beauty? Hack him hard. I'm only a month away from turning 18. If he dies, it's my fault. Bai Donglin looked at the 4 bruises with the short blade of the dagger. Damn. Is the young people now so tiger? Somehow. Looking at the other party's sword, Bai Donglin didn't turn around and retreated. But a strange emotion was getting rich. Give Lao Tzu to death. The bad things that were broken were rushing. The so-called brothers died. The beautiful beauty who ran away just now is the reason for their anger. The 4 thugs pounced on him like vicious dogs, and Bai Donglin swung his briefcase high into the air with great force. These gangsters are not stingy. A green hair risked in the danger of being smashed by her head. She hugged the briefcase with both hands. Bai Donglin's largest weapon was immediately restrained. The other 3 people's eyes were vicious, and the dagger in his hand was shining with a touch of white, with a touch of snow, stabbing Bai Donglin, and the knife pointed directly at the key. Under the crisis of life and death, Bai Dong was scalped with scalp. His pupils were slightly shrinking, and his heart beating became more violent. Strange emotions are boiling in my heart. This feeling. Bai Donglin loosened the belt on his hand, retreated instead of advancing, dodged the knife that was stabbing at his heart, crouched and pushed forward, and hit the red-haired man's arm joint with his shoulder. The red hair only felt a numb arm, and the palm of his palm was loosened involuntarily, and the tightly gripped dagger dropped straight. Bai Donglin seemed to have eyes behind his head. Without even turning his head, he caught the dagger with his backhand in a fraction of a second. The blade flashed slightly, and he subconsciously stabbed twice. 1 knife in the throat, 1 knife in the heart. The red-haired man's eyes glared angrily, his hands tightly covering his throat, and he made a whimpering sound. Blood gushed out unstoppably. He fell to the ground in an instant, twitched twice, and then stopped moving. Bai Donglan kept moving. His body seemed to be out of his control. With a slight rotation, the bloody dagger slashed across the neck of another gangster, penetrating into the cervical vertebrae, cutting through the arteries and larynx. The last knife-wielding thug with a nose ring was dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze, his mouth slightly open, about to shout. A black shadow flashed before his eyes, and the dagger pierced directly into his brain from his chin, twisting it fiercely. His scream was strangled in his throat, and he died instantly. Boom! The briefcase fell to the ground, making a harsh sound in the quiet alley. Green Hair turned around and ran. But in just a few seconds, his 3 brothers were killed. He was so scared that he peed his pants. His throat was itchy, and he couldn't even scream. Swish! The dagger covered with brain matter was thrown out, and the green-haired man, who had already run more than 10 meters away, was pierced through the back of his head in an instant, with the tip of the knife sticking out from between his eyebrows. So fast, so accurate. A trace of regret flashed through his mind, and he fell down twitching. Duh. Bai Donglan walked to the gangster who was knocked to the ground by him at the beginning, squatted down and lifted up the other's head. Crack! The cervical vertebrae were dislocated 180 degrees, and the spinal cord was severed and he died. Call! Bai Donglan exhaled lightly. The strangeness in his heart had completely disappeared, but his eyes were clear. Through the narrow and winding alleys, you can see the brightly lit high-rise buildings in the distance. Everything that happens in this dark corner has no effect on the hustle and bustle of the bustling center. Wandering Emperor, you have a really good trick. When did you make the move? Bai Donglan had an inexplicable look on his face, and the smile on his face gradually faded, turning into a complicated one. So, this is the fear deep in my heart? The gaze looking at the tall building slowly becomes deep. I am afraid that everything I have experienced, that magnificent world, is just a dream. I am afraid that I am like a mayfly, living in a daze, born in the morning and dying in the evening. I am terrified. I can only decay and be buried bit by bit in this cold steel jungle. I cannot utter a single cry and cannot leave a trace. I am afraid. Afraid of this ordinary, boring, dull, stagnant life. This is the fear deep in my heart. Snap! Snap! Deep in Bai Donglin's mind, a horrifying will suddenly awakened. The space around him shook violently, shattered, and spread. Everything in front of him, the entire world, turned into light and dissipated in an instant. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of cold and sharp whistling wind passed by his ears. Bai Donglan slowly opened his eyes, and white light flowed in him. With his magical powers of sight, hearing, and the universe at full power, he could see everything on this ancient star called fear. Snort! Bai Donglan snorted coldly, and his body instantly rose to more than 300 feet high. The chains of the laws tightly wrapped around his body. Golden flames boiled, and he stomped his feet hard. Boom! The earth shook. The dark and hard ground was cracked, and a deep crack spread wildly into the distance. Want to escape? His eyes flashed, and his huge palm stretched forward suddenly. The space rippled, and his arm crossed the space to the depths of the earth, grasped a small thing that was struggling violently, and suddenly retracted it, under the pressure of the stern will. A pink, soft thing like jelly, like slime, collapsed in the palm of his hand. Illusion-loving demon. This little fellow is not capable of pulling me into the illusion silently. As soon as the idea moved, the golden chain appeared in the palm of the palm, wrapped the addicted monster layer, completely seal, and threw it into the origin of the dead sign. This little thing is extremely rare and hard to find in the outside world. It is still very valuable. It would be a pity to kill it like this. His body shrank. His eyes fell on the silver dice mark on his palm. His brows furrowed slightly, his mind shining. He observed the scenes that had happened before over and over again. Finally, when settling the first assessment, he noticed a strange fluctuation, and a hint of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. I see. It's really insidious. It turns out that they didn't remove the restraints on me at all. They blocked my sea of consciousness from the beginning and confused me with illusions. After landing on the planet of terror, he used the illusion-eating monster to completely pull me into the illusion world. The assessment was very sinister, and he was linked to a ring, and he was counting him before it started. If he had made another choice in the illusion just now, he would not have mustered up that bit of courage and thought of breaking the repetitive and boring life. He will only sink deeper and deeper into the illusion world. As soon as he enters the illusion, he will sense something strange and become dazed from time to time. This is his ego consciousness struggling. If he fails to grasp the strangeness surging in his heart, his consciousness will become weaker and weaker as time goes by, and his chances of breaking through the illusion will become smaller and smaller. It imprisoned his sea of consciousness and also isolated the protection of his consciousness by the black stone tablet. This test was indeed very deliberate. Although it is slightly dangerous, his gain is also very large. Close your eyes and feel it. The light shines brightly, and your crystal clear heart of Tao becomes more brilliant and tenacious. This heart of a brave assessment is a test of your conscience. To face the fear deep in your heart that even you have ignored. The worries and fears in the heart are completely shattered. The mind is clear, and the heart of Tao shines. This is a spiritual sublimation, and will be of great benefit to the later stage of cultivation. Buzz. The silver dice mark on the palm of his hand shone brightly. Bai Donglin extended a trace of his consciousness and brushed the mark again. A piece of information instantly shot into his mind. 17. Heart of a brave man, passed the test. Perfect evaluation. Conclusion, unwilling to be ordinary. The heart of a strong man is firm, and the heart of Tao is forever solid. Based on the above judgment, the inheritance branch root has been shrunk again. Dice roll, 31. Massacre? Redemption. Swish. A huge column of light shot up into the sky again, and Bai Donglin turned into countless spots of light and disappeared in an instant. With each test, Bai Donglin's movements became faster and faster. In this corner of the galaxy, he seemed to be moving among the endless stars. The further back he went, the fewer and fewer complex lights there were in the void. Bai Donglin knew in his heart that this was getting closer to one of the Geofan inheritances. On the scarce line, the fewer stars nodes, and many of the appraisers have met at the node. If they can be sent to the same assessment location, it means that both of them are suitable for the same inheritance. And each inheritance has only one inheritor. In order to reduce the opponent, a war between the two is inevitable. Time flies, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. The assessment has entered the final sprint stage. Bai Donglin had encountered the examiner twice before. Without saying a word, he beat the other party severely. The obedient ones will be released after their secret treasury is confiscated, while the disobedient ones will be directly refined into pure energy to nourish their spiritual orifices. Bai Donglin rolled the silver dice for the 47th time. Following the beam of light, we landed on a continent. At the same time, two beams of light descended on the continent one after another. In the beams of light, there were faint sounds of dragons roaring, phoenixes wailing, and chirping. Chapter 248, Bravely Traveling to the End of the World. Honying. As you said, everything went smoothly according to the planned route recorded in the handbook. The golden-winged rock looked around with its bright golden eyes. Faintly excited, it was only one step away from the legendary treasure. A trace of displeasure flashed across Mei Hongying's expression, and she was a little disgusted that the Daping bird was singing so affectionately. But thinking about having to rely on his power later, it was not easy to get angry. Jialojia, don't forget the agreement between us. Help me obtain this inheritance first. The Daping bird Jialojia's eyes flashed slightly. He looked away, nodded slightly and said, Ha! Of course. Hongying, don't worry. My Daping lineage wants to ascend to the Ishan Palace, and we need your support. I will naturally do what I promise you. Mei Hongying, who appeared out of thin air and possesses the extinct phoenix bloodline, is of great significance to Ishan Palace. With her support, their lineage of golden-winged rocks will be able to lead Ishan Palace just around the corner. Jialojia and Mei Hongying came to this continent world at the same time. A huge golden light beam cut through the void, instantly attracting Bai Donglin's attention. Hey, is this such a coincidence? 3 people arrived at a node at the same time. They are so densely packed. It seems that they are not far from the inheritance. Bai Donglin raised his brows and looked at the traces of light in the void. His eyes were filled with white light, and his sight spanned tens of thousands of miles, staring unscrupulously at the place where the light beam landed. It's him, the rock, and the mysterious woman. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with surprise, and his breath was slightly floating. It was obvious that these two people were together, and they were able to reach the same node at the same time. How was this possible? There can be no such coincidence. These two people must be very familiar with this assessment, and they must conduct the assessment according to a specific route to achieve the convergence of nodes. Xiaolo Jia and Mei Hongying frowned, following the unknown feeling. Their eyes narrowed slightly, and they looked at each other in the air, tens of thousands of miles apart from Bai Donglin. Xiaolo Jia. The inheritance I want cannot have any changes. You take action to deal with him. It's best to catch the one alive. I'm a little interested in this person. Mei Hongying's expression was inexplicable. It was really a great fate. She met Bai Donglin at so many points. The interest that had arisen in Bai Donglin's opportunity resurfaced in her heart again. Okay. Wait for me for a moment, and I'll capture this person. Xiaolo Jia's figure moved and turned into a golden light, piercing the void and shooting towards Bai Donglin at an extremely terrifying speed. Bai Donglin's expression darkened. The communication between the two people was not hidden from him. Following the law of the wind, every word fell into his ears. Haha. The Golden Winged Dapeng, Winged God Palace, is indeed as domineering as the rumors say. The Winged God Palace controls the bird lineage of the demon clan and occupies 1/3 of the entire demon clan. Its power is extremely huge, and it has developed a bad habit of being arrogant and domineering for a long time. And this Golden Winged Rock is still a royal among birds, and has the right to fight for the power of the Winged God Palace. You can imagine how swollen this rock is, and will capture him if he disagrees. Bai Donglin stood on the top of the giant peak, his dark robes rustling in the strong wind. These two people are interested in him, and he is also interested in their soul memories. They didn't even think about giving in. Even if they didn't come to him, maybe he would take the initiative to see how much they knew about the inheritance of the Wandering Emperor. The Golden Winged Dapeng clan is famous for their speed, and they can easily cover distances of tens of thousands of miles in just a moment. The strong wind lingered, and a golden light fell on the giant peak. Without any restraint, the terrifying potential energy poured down, and a crack penetrated the entire mountain directly. Human race, are you going to just surrender? Or do you want me to do it myself? Compared with the polite and enthusiastic attitude in front of Mei Hongying, Xiaolo Jia was his true self at this time. Arrogant, and did not even look at Bai Donglin. Ha ha ha. In this situation, Bai Donglin didn't know what he thought of, and burst into laughter. Xiaolo Jia frowned, very dissatisfied with Bai Donglin's performance. This person is a bit crazy. Human boy, why are you laughing? Bai Donglin slowly stopped laughing, waved his hands, and said with a smile in his eyes, Sorry. I just remembered a joke and lost my composure for a moment. I don't know if you've heard of it. To be so big, you need 2 barbecue grills. One spiced and one spicy. Ha ha ha. By the way, what else is there to brave the world? Xiaolo Jia's eyes widened. The golden light was shining brightly, and the anger boiled in his chest. Spicy and spicy things were not good things to say at first sight. Damn ants. How dare you slander the noble Dapeng clan? Boy, you are looking for death. Xiaolo Jia stepped forward, and the terrifying force shook down, and the mountain peak several thousand feet high instantly collapsed. A palm was stretched out, and the snow-white palm turned into golden claws on the way. The sharp claws glowed slightly, and fine cracks were torn into the void. This speed is not bad. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and the fighting spirit boiled in his chest. He did not hide or dodge, and turned his palm into pure gold, with scarlet threads lingering on it. It was a sword light condensed from the chains of the law of destruction, which also contained the intention of the destruction sword. And its destructive power was astonishing. A sneer flashed in Garujia's eyes. Although he only revealed part of his body, the sharp claws were the second hardest part of the rock besides its beak. Even if this boy is a physical practitioner, at the same level, it is impossible for his body to be able to compete with him. Boom! The hands and claws of the two people intertwined, and their figures stagnated at the same time. Violent and turbulent energy burst out instantly, with countless golden peaks and scarlet bloodlines expanding crazily outward. Fine black cracks were torn out in the space, and the aftermath fell. Several huge peaks around were cut into pieces silently. The ground below was swept by golden red light. The soil and rocks turned into nothingness, and countless fine cracks went tens of thousands of meters deep into the ground. Bah! There was a hard cutting sound, and a few drops of golden blood fell into the void. Boom! The blood fell, as heavy as a ton of stone, and made several huge pits hundreds of feet deep in the ground. What's wrong, little bird? You seem to be in disbelief? Bai Donglin looked teasing, and slowly clenched his palms, making a harsh metal friction sound. Xiaolo Jia's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. In the same realm, in a physical confrontation, he, a monster with royal blood, was defeated by a human, although he has not yet revealed his true form, which is slightly worse than his full strength state. It is enough to cause him great shame and humiliation. Mei Hongying. This bitch. This person is by no means simple. He has fought against a lot of physical practitioners. This is the first time he has seen such a terrifying body. Mei Hongying knew this person, but did not remind him, which made him lose face. Jialuji had misunderstood Mei Hongying. Mei Hongying only knew that Bai Donglin had grown to this point in a short period of time, and must have extraordinary opportunities. But he had no idea what his strength was. In her opinion, no matter what, Bai Donglin was no match for Jialojia. Jialojia is a golden-winged rock with pure god-level bloodline. He is not easy to capture against a human monk who has practiced for less than 10 years. Phew? In shock and anger, Jialojia no longer held back his hand, and instantly revealed his true form, transforming into a big golden bird with a wingspan of thousands of feet. Haha. The rumors are true. 2 barbecue grills are really not enough. Bai Donglin's eyes sparkled. This big bird is a great tonic. Chapter 249 Light and Shadow Clone. The Laws of Heaven and Earth. Bai Donglin stepped forward. The void shook violently, and his body instantly rose to 333 feet. The solid law of force wrapped around his body tightly. Golden flames rose, and his muscles quivered. Although it still looks a bit petite compared to Garuda Jia's true form, it's not much different. His eyes turned cold. He crossed the space with one step, and the huge figure appeared in front of Jialojia in an instant. Drink. The laws of power, destruction, gold, pain, thunder, etc. turned into physical chains, wrapping around the arm, and a colorful punch, carrying huge power, slammed into Garujia's huge head. Jialojia watched the space in front of him crumble apart inch by inch. His heart froze. His wings trembled slightly, and he instantly fled back 100 miles. Madness. Bai Donglin kept moving and still bombarded with all his strength. The space in front of him rippled slightly, and his huge fist actually penetrated the space and suddenly appeared from behind Jialojia's head. Boom! A solid punch hit the target directly. Garujia suddenly felt dizzy. His hard feathers were cracked. Terrifying destructive power poured into his body, and he suffered serious internal injuries. Phew? Jialojia looked crazy. He was careless. He didn't expect that Bai Donglin was also proficient in the way of space, and had great restraint on his speed. With a thought, the huge body shone with golden light, and countless sharp golden lights shot out from the golden feathers, cutting the surrounding space indiscriminately. The space was turbulent, completely disrupted, and from time to time, small dark cracks were cut out. If you want to deal with Bai Donglin's spatial magical power, you have to either completely confine the space in this area, or disrupt the surrounding space and affect the opponent's magical power. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows. This could indeed restrain his close proximity, but with Jialojia's strength, the range it could affect was not large, and it still did not affect his approach to his surroundings. The figure moved, traveled through space, and instantly appeared thousands of feet away from Jialojia. Humph! Don't underestimate me. Seeing Bai Donglin acting like an old god was staring at him, Jialoji was filled with rage. The huge wings vibrated slightly, and the figure disappeared instantly. A thick golden light emerged, flickering around Bai Donglin. However, in an instant, a ball intertwined with golden light trapped Bai Donglin in it. Wherever the light passed, the space cracked, which also cut off the possibility of Bai Donglin using the magical power of space to break out. A trace of amazement flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. He was worthy of being a golden-winged rock. He was blessed with speed. If he didn't have the power of space, he wouldn't be able to keep up with Galujia. He could fight and leave whenever he wanted. As for this kind of short-distance movement, he couldn't keep up with it even if he tried to do it, because he was so far away. He didn't deliberately learn the magical power of flying. He usually used the law of wind to accelerate. G-law. Under the high-speed movement, the electrons were coerced and condensed, turning into dazzling and harsh thunder. The huge golden ball of light slowly shrank, trying to cut and dismember Bai Donglin, who was trapped in it. With Garujia's hard body, huge mass, high-speed movement, and sharp beak as spikes, Bai Donglin was sure that his body would never be able to bear it. Only speed is indestructible, and everything is indestructible. It's really a skill that can be used all over the world. Bai Donglin crossed his arms and looked leisurely. He had many means to defeat Jialojia's move, but the power of his moves was too great. If used, it would definitely destroy part of Geologia's body. This kind of unnecessary waste was unacceptable to him. Well, I originally wanted to have fun with you, but my strength doesn't allow it. In order to ensure the integrity of the ingredients, I have no choice but to crush you. Bai Donglin's soliloquy was naturally heard by Jiaolojie, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He thought Bai Donglin was getting nervous, and his speed suddenly increased. With a thought, the golden light in Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and the soul of Shanshan stepped out from the center of his eyebrows and sat directly on his huge head. The Buddha's light lingered and condensed, turning into a shining lotus platform. The Supreme Master sat on it, holding the seal of subduing demons in his hand. You evil beast! Don't be so arrogant! The Buddha glared angrily, shouted loudly, and accompanied by bursts of Sanskrit sounds, endless Buddha light filled the air. The divine soul of the eighth heaven of the divine source has great power. In Buddhism, this is already the true Arhat status, used to deal with a golden-winged rock that is not yet mature. It is already overkill. Although Jiaolojie is extremely talented, he is not yet able to cross a large realm to fight an enemy. What's more, the spirit is usually the weakness of the demon clan. You? Jiaolojie's expression was horrified. His huge body was swept by the Buddha's light. He suddenly felt dazed and confused. His speed slowed down involuntarily, and the golden ball slowly dissipated. Haha. Speaking of the legendary bird lineage, it has a deep connection with Buddhism. It is very appropriate to use Buddhism to subdue the rock bird today. Georgie's golden eyes gradually became dull and suspended in the void. Shishan raised his hand and condensed the power of his soul to completely erase his soul will. Clang! A bright light shield emerged from the depths of Georgie's mind, and the soul attack launched by the Supreme Shan struck with it, making the sound of gold and iron clashing. Bai Donglin frowned. Sure enough, it's not that simple. These evil geniuses with backgrounds all have life-saving means. With the appearance of the bright light shield, which also blocked the attack of the Supreme Buddha's light, Georgie's consciousness suddenly woke up. And when he came back to his senses, his eyes showed fear. He almost died. The bright light shield vibrated slightly, turning into countless light spots, and then condensed into a human-shaped light and shadow. Father! Please take action and kill this human boy. After the extreme fear, there was endless anger and murderous intent. Jiaolojie's eyes were red, and he stared at Bai Donglin fiercely. Shut up. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? The humanoid light and shadow yelled angrily. Now that he had activated the life-saving means he left behind, he was naturally in a fatal crisis. He was still shouting and killing without thinking about how to save his life. How could he have such a stupid error? The sight of the humanoid light and shadow turned and fell on Bai Donglin, doubtfully scanning Shishan, who was sitting on the lotus. What kind of strange combination is this? Physical training? Buddha's soul? My little friend? I don't know how Quan Zi offended you and decided to do this cruel thing. If there is any offense, little friend, you can come to Yishan Palace to see me, and I will definitely make compensation. Quan Zi Geology. But you are of the royal blood of Yishan Palace. As a monk, you should understand the meaning. Bai Donglin's mouth twitched. This old guy really thinks he is a fool. Going to Yishan Palace to see you is just throwing yourself into a trap. A powerful light and shadow clone. This kind of thing is really disgusting. It seems that it is not easy to make. I want to make him retreat with just a few words. Do you need to be polite before fighting? Humph. My father is the king of Daping, a powerful king. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Jiaolojie's agitated mind finally calmed down, and a look of arrogance appeared in his golden eyes again. He looked down at Bai Donglin with cold eyes, hiding murderous intent. Bai Donglin's heart was as clear as a mirror, and he understood that this gap had been forged. With the urinary nature of these second generation, they would definitely retaliate against him crazily, and not stop until death. As it turns out, there is no reason to let the tiger go back to the mountain. If you cut the weeds without eradicating the roots, they will grow again with the spring breeze. He has even offended the Black Mist Demon Emperor, the powerful emperor, to death. And he is not afraid of adding another Daping king. The powerful light and shadow clone? It's just Wugenjeeping. In this mysterious demon suppression temple, I don't believe you can still come in with support. Haha. And with the power of this temple, it might be possible to completely cut off his perception. If that's the case, we can't let go of Garuda Jia. Saw. Several thick golden light pillars shot out, and countless thin invisible black threads, lingering in the black flame, surrounded and killed Jialojia. Two black and white auras rotated slightly. Their auras were hidden, and they quietly lurked behind Jialojia. Unexpectedly, Bai Donglin made up his mind and took action without saying a word. 3 divine souls from the 8th level of the divine source combined their strength to strike. Jialojia's scalp exploded in an instant, and his heart rolled with chills. Humph! Looking for death. King Dapeng's eyes turned cold, and the smile on his face instantly faded. His figure swayed and turned into a bright light shield, blocking all attacks. Boom! Violent roars resounded throughout the heaven and earth. And the soul has turned into reality. It can interfere with the material world with every move it makes. And it is no different from the physical body. The light shield rippled slightly, but it was far from broken. Although it was just a clone of light and shadow, it still possessed some great power. Be strong. Let's see how I kill you. Bai Donglin's eyes were stern, and the 3 souls simultaneously used the Burning Soul's secret technique, and all kinds of colorful flames boiled and burned. He took 1 step forward and placed himself on the bright light shield. It instantly shrank and condensed into 3 shining points of Shenxi, and then exploded violently. Great sound and sound. The space disappeared silently. The light of the dazzling light shield dimmed slightly, and began to vibrate violently. The singularity explosion method used to open up hidden spiritual apertures was used by Bai Donglin on the self-destruction of the soul. It was the first time he used it, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. In the Divine Sea, 3 divine souls were resurrected with full blood in just 1 breath. Phew! The light and shadow clones turned into spots of light all over the sky, and then condensed into a huge golden-winged rock, in which Garujia was wrapped, looking down at Bai Donglin with cold eyes. Chapter 250. Jia, where is this place? Why are you running around instead of staying in the Wing Palace? King Dapeng spoke in a solemn tone, and his huge wings formed by light spots shook slightly, and almost stretched into the void of the universe by accident. An illusory barrier appeared out of thin air, and was completely consumed as soon as the wings touched. King Dapeng felt a chill in his heart, and quickly shrank the light spot, turning it into a light curtain again that covered Jiaoyuji's body. Father, this is the temple of the town. What? You bastard. Are you tired of living? Why are you running to this damn place? King Dapeng's face darkened, and he became furious. No wonder he couldn't sense the existence of the original body. It turned out to be this ghost place that even he was afraid of. Father, is there something wrong with this place? It's not that I want to run around everywhere. Didn't you tell me to get along well with that little bitch Mei Hongying? She asked me to come here, and she also said that after I help her, she will fully support our Golden Winged Dapeng lineage to take the top position. King Dapeng was silent. He was somewhat suspicious whether he had doted on this little bastard too much, which led to his ignorance. It would be fine if it were just some weak forces, but their Wing Palace has countless books and all kinds of secrets. As long as they pay a little attention, they will definitely not be completely ignorant of the demon-suppressing temple. Well, I have no mood to talk nonsense with you now, and I will say that I will solve the little guy in front of me. Buzz! The void was rippling, and a huge palm stretched out from the vortex of space. Countless laws surged in the palm of its hand, and it slapped straight towards Jiaoyuji's bird head. King Dapeng's eyes turned cold. This little guy was really brave. He dared to take the initiative to attack again and again in the face of a powerful man. A ray of light condensed and flashed slightly, and instantly passed across the thick wrist, as smooth as a hot knife cutting through butter, and Bai Donglin's palm was cut off alive. The laws surging in the palm of his hand suddenly stagnated, and as they dissipated, 3 imperceptible spots of light flashed by and instantly approached Jiaoyuji's body surface. A dazzling light suddenly appeared, as if 3 suns exploded on the back of the pung bird. The concentrated and violent energy surged wildly, and a large area of space silently turned into nothingness. Cry! Surrounded by countless light spots, Jiaoyuji suddenly sank thousands of feet. The light on his body rolled violently, and the radiance dimmed even more. Bai Donglin's huge figure stood in the void, with countless golden flames lingering around his body. His severed arm, and the 3 souls that had exploded again returned to their original state in an instant. With cold eyes, he looked down at Jiaoyuji below, and ripples appeared in the void slightly, and he was about to use the same trick again. His heart suddenly felt cold, and he looked back abruptly. The Dapeng King, who was thousands of feet below him just now, had now appeared silently behind him, with his dazzling golden eyes fixed on him. What a fast speed! Just as a thought flashed through his mind, the wings of King Dapeng which were surrounded by light, shook slightly, and countless streams of light flashed across the space, the sky, the earth, and Bai Donglin's hard body all cracked and shattered at the same time. Everything in the past hundreds of miles in front of King Duping, under his lumen wings, cut it into pink. Instantly, Bai Donglin completely beheaded, and King Duping's light and shadow avatar consumed a lot of energy. Cao Lui didn't care about this, and his eyes flashed happily. As long as he could kill Bai Donglin, it doesn't matter if you pay a little. After going out, find his father to replenish the light and shadow. Well, how did you mess with this strange guy? Is the assessment in the town demon temple so difficult? After the crisis was resolved, King Duping's tone softened a lot. The human race just now completely ignored his identity and the Wing Palace, and was determined to kill his offspring. Moreover, their strength was so strong that they must be lives living in the Demon Suppression Palace. The physical fitness of the magical power. But there are many powerful souls in the body. It is really weird. No, my father. This person has nothing to do with the assessment of the temple of the town demon. Like us, he is an assessor who comes in from the outside world. Jiaoyuji spoke in a flat tone. Although in his eyes Bai Donglin was indeed stronger than him, he did not realize how terrifying his true strength was. Wang Duping frowned slightly. This man's kid may be the outside world, but those powerful souls in his body are definitely not. This town has stayed in the Qianyuan realm for a long time. The restrictions on the entry of 1,000 years old. He is naturally clear. This age restriction naturally includes the age of the soul. And there are traces of years above the soul. Just now, the boy's self-explosion is comparable to Xinyuan's self-explosion. How could it be less than 1,000 years? Perhaps these souls are the harvest of him during the assessment process. And there is only this possible. But everyone is dead. It doesn't make sense to think about these. Well, this town is dangerous. You have to be careful. Boom! The king of Duping hadn't finished speaking. And the horrible explosion happened again. The three concentrated light spots concentrated to the pole tightly stuck to King Duping. Bai Dong, who was resurrected, was attacked abruptly, without preparation. The lumens of the surface of the body fiercely shocked, and the light was suddenly dark. Old guy, don't let go. A vague and illusory voice came from all directions, and the direction was uncertain. But this familiar voice made Jiaoyuji's heart tremble, and his momentum weakened again. How can it be? King Duping stopped falling, with golden light flashing in his eyes. He was sure that he had killed Bai Donglin just now. But why? Damn it! King Duping, who had realized the bad, finally got serious. The man in front of him was too weird. If he did not go all out, he might really die here. Cry! Yang Tianming cried. A harsh loud noise, carrying strange fluctuations instantly, swept thousands of miles. Bai Donglin, who had returned to normal body shape, was also shocked by the lapse of space, and his body was shrouded in fluctuations. Buzz! There was a buzzing sound in the brain, and a strange vibration frequency appeared in the body. The structure of the flesh began to crack and disintegrate from the most subtle particle level, within a radius of thousands of miles. All matter is shattered to the smallest particle level. As soon as heaven and earth, the big pump bird was the center, and a huge spherical space appeared out of thin air. Should I die this time? Right? The lingering light of the body surface is becoming more and more dim, and it is less than half of the initial. Launching this kind of unscrupulous trick, the energy consumed even exceeds Bai Donglin's suicide attack. I haven't died yet. Boom! 3 dazzling suns rose slowly, and the horrific explosion destroyed the space and consumed a lot of the energy of King Duping's clones. Father! What's going on? Why can't this monster be killed? Jiaoyuji was completely panicked. He also noticed the weirdness of Bai Donglin, and the confidence given to him by the powerful light and shadow clone gradually dissipated. Escape! Duping 1 was very decisive, and directly took over the body of Jialo, and the wings that were shrouded in the flowing light slightly vibrated. The huge body turned into a hint of light, and he disappeared instantly. The speed is several times faster than that of Jiaoyuji. This continent that serves as the assessment node is so small, and the 4 corners of the world are sealed by the wandering emperor. Where can you run to? Bai Donglin recovered in his breathing. His eyes were white light, and the big punk bird who fled crazy. When it comes to long-distance speed, his close yet far away is not bad either. The space ripples slightly, and he takes a step forward and crosses the long distance in an instant. Half a month later, the horrible explosion rang through the clouds. Not only 3 rounds, but also a few colorful mushroom clouds in today's explosion. After starting a long chase battle, Bai Donglin can finally distribute a part of his energy and integrate several original bombs under the combination of 2 or 2. It once again speed up the energy of the eliminating light and shadow avatar. The Doping bird stands in the void. The wings are slightly vibrating, and the flow on it has been dissipated on the verge of dissipation. However, King Doping's eyes is still sharp, and his energy is about to be exhausted. But the essence of the greatness of will. Little guy, you really have to kill? Nature. Bai Donglin's eyes were indifferent, and there was no possibility of reconciliation between them. The seeds of hatred have been planted, and only endlessly. Father! Dad! The child doesn't want to die. The child is still so young. Oh! After a few days of hunting, the terrible explosion in time, the spirit of Jiao Luoyu finally collapsed. Shut up to Lao Tzu. Your mother. Don't throw our face of the Doping royal family. Looking at Jie Lu, who was crying like a lady. Doping's eyes were angry and scolded. Wow. I really don't want to die. I don't want to turn into a barbecue. Looking at Garuda with its wings curled up and trembling, King Doping felt his heart softened, as if he saw the little boy playing happily on his lap as a baby. Wang Doping sighed with a sigh, converging his eyes, and wanted to pull down his old face and beg Bai Donglin to spend a life. But the sight just looked at Bai Donglin, and immediately dispelled the idea. What a horrible will. It is impossible for people who have such a will. Threatening, temptation, and begging. And it is impossible to change their determination. Don't cry. Since you are destined to have this robbery, let's go with peace of mind. I promise that I will kill him and avenge you. The only remaining light on Jiaoyuji's body slowly dissipated, and gathered into a vague figure of King Doping in the void. And the wings of light and shadow gently brushed over Jiaoyuji's head. The soft eyes gradually became sharp, and the wings shocked. The time flow rate in this area seemed to slow down. The huge punging flashed, and Bai Donglin avoided unavoidable, and was instantly penetrated. When Bai Donglin resurrected again out of thin air, a vast voice was echoed in the world. Human race, cherish your only time left. I, King Doping, will definitely find you and kill you completely. Doping's light and shadow avatars have completely dissipated. Chapter 251. No! Dad. Jier doesn't want to die. Bai Donglin's expression did not change. He didn't care about the threat of King Doping. He was immortal, and it would be difficult for him to die. Moreover, as long as the silence is silenced, King Doping will not be able to find out who killed Jiao Jie in a short period of time. The power of this demon-suppressing temple is extraordinary. He has tried it many times, and the induction of many sharp-edged monument fragments from the outside world has been completely isolated. Even the low-dimensional world can be shielded, and the possibility of powerful light and shadow clones being able to transmit information is slim. As long as all the insiders are killed, it will not be easy for King Doping to find him out without special means. At least the secret of his immortality won't be exposed, which is why he's so unscrupulous. Okay. Stop howling. Can you be a man? Look, I've died so many times. Have you ever cried? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at Jiao Jie, who was crying and rolling in the void, and couldn't help but feel speechless for a while. There is indeed great terror between life and death. Look at Jiao Jie. He was so depressed before, but now he is crying so miserably. Don't worry. I will move quickly, and I won't cause you any pain. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly, and the terrifying soul power in the divine sea continued to gather, and he was about to wipe out Galujia's soul with one blow, etc. This bitch Mei Hongying ordered me to do all this. If you want to kill me, you have to kill Mei Hongying first. I am innocent. A look of hatred flashed in Galujia's eyes. It was all this bitch's fault. Otherwise, he wouldn't have provoked this unkillable monster. He had reminded his father to look for Mei Hongying before, hoping to push her out to atone for her crime. Unfortunately, this woman no longer knew where she was hiding and disappeared without a trace. Bai Donglin froze when he heard this, and many shadows of Mei Hongying flashed through his mind. It turned out to be that vicious woman. He had also paid special attention to it before. He originally thought that she had not obtained the bronze medal, or that she was not strong enough and gave up on entering the demon-suppressing temple. I didn't expect this woman to hide so deeply, with a completely different aura from before. It completely eluded his perception. No wonder he would take action against him. He turned out to be an old acquaintance. Bai Donglin understood everything in an instant. And at the same time, he became interested in Mei Hongying. 10 years ago. Although Mei Hongying was stronger than him. She had just entered the world of cultivation, and was only in the Xinxiao realm. This is very interesting. I have incredible talent. And I have gone through a lot of hardships to achieve the strength I have now. It can be considered a rapid improvement. It seems that there is a lot of opportunity for Mei Hongying's strength to improve so quickly. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly. He must not let go of Mei Hongying this time. He had to take a closer look at what secrets there were in her memory. He gathered his thoughts, and his eyes fell on Jiaolojia again. Big Bird, go on your way peacefully. Mei Hongying, I will go find her. Bai Donglin smiled slightly, and the dazzling soul blade slashed out from the center of his eyebrows, pointing directly at the divine sea between Galuji's eyebrows. No! Clang! In the divine sea of Jiaolojia, the golden spirit of the Daping spread its wings and screamed, and a golden bell appeared out of thin air, suspended above the spirit, casting a curtain of crystal light. Bai Donglin's soul blade slashed on the light curtain, ripples rippling, making a huge sound of gold and iron clashing. Humph! You are stubbornly resisting. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold, and his soul Wu-Wei stepped into Jiaolojia's divine sea. The solid body of his soul expanded rapidly, and he held a thick golden red pointed tablet in his hand. The tip of the monument pointed downwards, and hit the golden bell hard. Clang! The light curtain shook violently. Wu-Wei looked indifferent, picked up the sharp-edged monument, and smashed it hard again. Click! Thick cracks spread across the golden bell. The third strike of the pyramid. Boom! The golden bell shattered, and the light curtain turned into little bits of light and dissipated. When the pointed monument was smashed, countless golden and red rays of light burst out, enveloping the Daping soul inside. Ah! The unparalleled pain overwhelmed Garajie, and he could not even plead for mercy. He could only let out bursts of wailing, and his soul quickly melted and was shattered. It's over. The remnant soul of Daping, including some memory balls, was swallowed up by the evil in one bite. A little bit of the true spirit with a slight golden light passed away in a flash and returned to the Mother River. This Mother River is really everywhere, even in the demon-suppressing temple. Standing in the void, looking at the golden-winged rock in front of him, whose golden eyes have completely dimmed. He has a powerful body with a wingspan of 10,000 feet, and the flesh and blood in it contains extremely rich energy. A drop of blood weighs 10,000 pounds. It can be said that this monster with a god-level bloodline is full of treasures. Bai Donglin swallowed secretly. It was not the time to light the fire and cook. He stretched out his hand and heard the sound of the knife. The omen of death that he shot into the depths of the ground early in the morning turned into a black light, instantly broke through the earth and fell into his hands. There is also a scarlet Eda bracelet on its long and narrow pitch-black handle. With a thought, he collected the body of the golden-winged rock into the death omen. The white light in his eyes shone fiercely, and he used his magical powers to see, hear, and see the earth with all his strength. The sky, the earth, and even the depths of the earth were swept through inch by inch, and Mei Hongying was bound to be found. The survey range of this magical power far exceeds the distance covered by divine thoughts, and is close to 1,000,000 miles in radius. His sight expanded to the limit, but he still found nothing. Bai Donglin didn't feel impatient, and took a step forward to escape to another area. The area of this continent is not very large, and it can be thoroughly investigated by repeating it a few times. In a dark and silent space, there is a sparkling bubble. This seemingly weak bubble has something else going on inside, like a small world filled with birds and flowers, full of life. And you can even see birds and beasts passing through the forest from time to time. In the center of this small world, a huge mountain peak stands high. The vertical cliff is difficult to climb. On the top of the mountain, Mei Hongying sits cross-legged with an unusually solemn expression. Two palms as white as jade. The upper right and lower left are facing each other. There is a ball of dark and turbid energy in the palm of the left hand slowly rotating counterclockwise. And there is a ball of crystal clear energy in the palm of the right hand rotating clockwise. One is heavy and the other is light. One is turbid and the other is clear. The shadows of dragons and phoenixes in the center of the two groups of energy are circling and flying. And the energy from the upper and lower sides are merging with each other, turning into traces of gray energy. When the first trace of energy is successfully fused, as if it is a fuse, the rotation speed of the two masses of energy in the palm instantly accelerates. Large strands of energy converge and merge, and there is more and more gray energy in the center. In just a moment, both the lower turbid and upper clear energies were consumed. and all merged into gray energy, suspended between the hands, with a slight flicker of light. Finally it worked. Mei Hongying opened her eyes, and a look of surprise flashed in her charming eyes. The final test was successfully completed, and the Wandering Emperor's gas dual cultivation inheritance was already in her possession. The test at this level was indeed not easy. With the blessing of the dragon and phoenix souls, she also used the 100-fold time acceleration in one flower. One world. Half a month had passed before she succeeded. Slowly restraining the joy in my heart, I secretly warned myself not to get carried away until the dust settled. Holding the gray energy ball in her hand, Mei Hongying moved her mind, and the bubble instantly broke away from the space interlayer and returned to the outside world. The bubbles rippled with light. Mei Hongying stepped out. Her flaming red lips slightly opened. The bubbles instantly shrank, shot into it, and disappeared. This bubble is called One Flower, One World, and it is the heaven-defying treasure she obtained in the Dragon and Phoenix tomb. The ability to accelerate time alone was of great help to her. If she hadn't deliberately suppressed her age to be under 1,000 years old in order to enter the demon-suppressing temple, her cultivation level would have been much more than that. Mei Hongying frowned and pinched the magic formula in her hand again. But she still couldn't contact Jiaolojia. What's going on? Did you leave early? Or was there an accident? After thinking for a moment, I felt a slight uneasiness in my heart for some reason, and my eyes suddenly froze. Problem occurs. A monk would not act on an unprovoked whim. As Jiaolojia, he had a lot of cards, and something would happen. There must be a huge crisis on this continent. Mei Hongying was extremely decisive. She spread her crystal palm without hesitation and sent the gray energy ball into the silver dice mark. She didn't even accept the information and directly rolled the dice with her mind. Result of the die roll: 5th inheritance. Buzz. The waves rippled, and a thick beam of light rose into the sky. Mei Hongying suddenly turned into countless light spots and disappeared along the beam of light. After leaving the mainland, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and my eyes turned back, revealing a thoughtful expression. Bai Donglin. Could it be him? Boom! Bai Donglin stepped out of the space and landed heavily on the ground. Looking at the falling bits of light, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 252, She is no longer a human being. 13. The limit of turbidity and purity. This is a special world that stagnated when the heaven and earth first opened and the turbid and pure air had not yet dissipated. Assessor, please find the turbid and pure chi and merge the two into one. Then you will pass the final assessment. The content of the assessment at this point flashed through Bai Donglin's mind. He had been busy chasing Jiaolojia before, and had no time to pay attention to this so-called turbid and pure aura. However, when he was searching for Mei Hongying's traces just now, he had already completely penetrated this small world and discovered two strange places. The void around him rippled slightly, crossing the space and reaching the sky in an instant. At the junction with the void of the universe, that is, under the barrier of the void, there is a strange, shimmering light group. Bai Donglin glanced warily at the virtual barrier not far away, and a faint sense of crisis lingered in his heart. This was the place where the Wandering Emperor had imposed a ban. He had already tried it, and he would die if he touched it. The Silver Boy was restricted from intervening in the assessment process. This ban should have played a big role. After the assessment is started by the Silver Boy, it runs automatically from beginning to end. As one of the 7 core members of the demon-suppressing temple, Yin Tong actually abides by the rules like this. I don't know if he can't do it, or he is too rigid and stubborn on the Wandering Emperor's agreement. Looking back, he didn't care about these things, but it was related to whether his immortality ability was exposed to the Silver Boy. At present, it seemed that it should be beneficial to him. He stretched out his hand to touch the strange light group in front of him. As if passing through a thin film, a slight cold feeling came from his palm. A suction force burst out from the palm of his hand, condensing a ball of pure air. He retracted his palm. His eyes flashed slightly, and he stepped into the space mezzanine, instantly reaching the depths of the earth. A dark and turbid deep pool is suspended in the hot magma in the core of the earth. Waves of black mist linger, completely insulating the surrounding heat. He also inserted his arms into it, and a heavy and stagnant feeling came to his mind. He clenched his palms tightly to grasp a ball of turbid air, and then took a step back to the surface, looking at the energy rotating slightly in the palms of his hands. One was turbid, and the other was clear. His eyes showed a look of deep contemplation. This thing is somewhat similar to the legendary ancient world, the turbid and clear air that sank and rose at the beginning of the world. Of course, There is only a slight similarity between the two, but in essence, they are completely different. If we want to force a division, we can call it the difference between nature and nurture. Turbid represents the body, which is the physical body. Clear represents Qi, which is the spiritual energy. Is this line of inheritance related to the monks' fusion and mastery of alien energy in their bodies? Bai Donglin frowned slightly. For the dozens of previous assessments, he had done them casually, without thinking about the meaning behind them. He had his own heaven-defying sutra, and he never thought about switching to the Wandering Emperor's inheritance from the beginning. He just wanted to get as many benefits as possible. These assessments are really powerful. I have unknowingly figured out my talent. The extremely powerful soul. The you who has already started to learn it. On top of the control of his own power. He is indeed a monster. This is not to brag. He has a clear positioning of his own strength. And there is no need for self-deception and humility. It is still a bit difficult to integrate this turbid and pure aura. Bai Donglin estimates that it will take 2 or 3 days anyway. A powerful inheritance usually takes a lot of time. If you move quickly, you should be able to catch up with Mei Hongying. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged. The soul of Wu Wei in the divine sea opened his eyes, and the yin-yang tai chi diagram shot out from the depths of his indifferent eyes. I am the king of the way of the soul, and the way of energy fusion must be Wu Wei's most powerful. Ba. Good. Wu Wei's expression remained indifferent, and he remained silent. Since the worst evil was separated, his temperament has become closer to the Great Road. He ignored Bai Donglin's schizophrenic jokes to himself from time to time. Like a physical yin-yang tai chi diagram shot out from the center of the eyebrows. It grew in the wind and turned into a size of about 10 feet. It was suspended in front of Bai Donglin and rotated slightly. With a thought, wrapped in the power of the soul, the turbid and pure air flew into the tai chi diagram. The turbid air falls into the cathode, and the clean air falls into the anode. Yu follows the movement of his mind, and a strange force begins to push the tai chi diagram. The tai chi diagram rotates rapidly, getting faster and faster. The two black and white fish are connected end to end, slowly blending together, and gradually turn into a gray mass. 2 days later, the yin-yang tai chi diagram shrank violently, then shot into the divine sea, returning to the depths of Wu Wei's eyes, leaving only a gray energy mass suspended in the air. Bai Donglin opened his palm and pressed the silver dice mark towards the gray energy mass. The mark flashed and swallowed it up instantly. With a flick of his mind, he rolled the silver dice for the last time. Result of the die roll, 5th inheritance. The golden beam of light rose into the sky, and Bai Donglin turned into countless light spots, following the passage of the beam of light and heading towards the depths of the void at high speed. The bright beam of light quickly streaked across the void, far away from the shining stars, and escaped into pitch black. A ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him, very eye-catching in the dark starry sky, and the beam of light fell straight towards the bright place. The beam of light fell on the dark ground, stirring up circles of light fragments. A human-shaped light and shadow instantly turned from virtual to real, stepping out from the diffuse light spot. A flash of shock flashed through Bai Donglin's white light-luing eyes. This was a pitch-black continent with no visible edges, and no trace of color could be seen on the bare surface. Under the observation of heaven and earth, a huge pyramid condensed by rich golden light stood in the center of the dark continent. In front of the pyramid of light, there is a stone tablet with the word 5th written on it. This pyramid is the place of the 5th inheritance. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a few steps and arrived at the bottom of the pyramid of light in an instant. This pyramid is more than 100,000 feet tall, and its fiercely shining light is the only source of light in this pitch-black void. The little light he saw in the void of the universe just now was emanating from this pyramid. This is... Bai Donglin stepped forward and reached out to touch the pyramid. The transparent tower walls were condensed from light points, and were as smooth and hard as the substance. With just a slight sense, you can easily tell that the defense of this pyramid far exceeds the restrictions placed by the Wandering Emperor on the periphery. Looking beyond the transparent outer wall of the pyramid, the inner scene is clearly visible. A bright sun, with countless runes flowing endlessly on its surface, is suspended in the center of the pyramid. There are also a large number of light groups flying in it. It is faintly visible that there are various treasures in the light groups. A red figure sat cross-legged under the runic sun, surrounded by dragons and phoenixes. Countless runes flowed from top to bottom, slowly flowing into Mei Hongying's eyebrows. At this time, the red light lingering on Mei Hongying's face dissipated, revealing a charming white jade face with a solemn expression. The dragon chants and the phoenix chirps. and the whole body faintly exudes the noble and majestic dragon and phoenix bloodline aura. The dragon chases the phoenix. The golden light and the fierce flames linger. At a glance, she is wearing a red tassel with feathers. Feathers and embroidery, like a goddess from the 9 heavens. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he finally sensed the strange aura in Mei Hongying's body. This Mei Hongying is indeed not simple. The human bloodline has been completely stripped away and completely replaced by the dragon and phoenix bloodline. Unlike those guys from the Holy Blood sect, Mei Hongying can no longer be called a human race at this time. The human soul has been lost, completely transformed into 2 divine souls, a dragon and a phoenix. And there is still a trace of fusion. He has studied the soul deeply and knows how difficult it is to achieve this level. Talent, opportunity, and luck are all indispensable. The soul is extremely delicate, but not everyone is like him. If you fail, you can start over. This woman is so terrifying. Her talents and opportunities are so great. Her IQ is not low, and her methods are extremely ruthless. If she is not killed as soon as possible, she will definitely become a disaster in the future. Bai Donglin felt a hint of murderous intent in his heart. Chapter 253 I like roasted big bird. Bang bang bang. Bai Donglin clenched his fist and smashed it hard on the transparent tower wall, making a deafening roar, but not causing a ripple. Hey! Is there anyone inside? Open the door. Let me in and experience the supreme inheritance of Wandering Emperor. Bai Donglin had a teasing look on his face. The inheritance had already begun, so it was naturally impossible for him to go in, unless Mei Hongying's inheritance failed. Or he could only go in and pick up some leftovers after she left. Mei Hongying frowned slightly. She could not hide the noise from the outside world. She slowly opened her eyes, stared at Bai Donglin and said, Bai Donglin, you are a step too late. The inheritance of Wandering Emperor is already mine. With Mei Hongying's ability, it is naturally not difficult to separate a trace of her thoughts into the outside world without affecting her acceptance of inheritance. Bai Donglin also understood this in his heart, and did not let this affect his determination to accept the inheritance. Ha! It's not too late. You haven't left yet. Have you? The Wandering Emperor's inheritance looks extraordinary. If you want to completely accept it, it may not be done in a short time. Humph! You don't need to worry about it. You should worry about yourself. Mei Hongying raised her eyebrows. A sneer flashed in her eyes, and continued, Haha. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that even Jiaoyuji died at your hands. You should think carefully now. Once you leave the Demon Suppression Temple, how can you save your life from the pursuit of the Golden Winged Daping clan and the Winged Palace? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, raised his hand to make a stop gesture, and shouted loudly, Stop! 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 Mei Hongying, please stop slandering me. I have never seen a golden winged pung bird. While Bai Donglin said, his body was raised at the same time, and he suddenly skyrocketed to more than 300 feet. With a thought, the corpse of the pung bird in the world of origin of death was taken out. The huge corpse fell to the ground, making a roar. With a flip of the huge palm, the chains of laws shot out and tightly wrapped around the body of the pung bird. A strange wave passed by, and the body began to shrink rapidly. From a wingspan of 10,000 feet, it compressed to 2,000 feet before slowly stopping. This was the limit of what Bai Donglin could do. This method of shrinking the body was a trick he deduced by reverse engineering from the magical power law of heaven and earth. This golden winged rock is indeed of divine bloodline. Its essence is extremely high, and it can only be reduced to this extent. Mei Hongying, I found the body of a strange bird before. It looks delicious. I have nothing to do, so I plan to barbecue it. While muttering to himself, his hands kept moving, and a terrifying force gushed out. The hard golden feathers of the golden winged rock were shaken off bit by bit. These feathers were also very precious materials, and Bai Donglin collected them one by one. After fading, the huge corpse was suddenly smaller. The golden light epidermis, the god of the gods lingering, like the superb yellow jade, exuding the fragrance of fragrance. The entire golden winged rock is a precious medicine. There is no need to open its stomach. There is not a trace of filth in its body, summoning a death omen of more than 2,000 feet. Spitting out scarlet blade light, he pierced the golden winged rock with one blow. Good weight. Bai Donglin was amazed. A drop of blood could create a big hole on the ground. One could imagine how heavy the body of Jiaoyuji was. With a step of his foot, the ground rolled, and 2 mountains formed by underground metal rose up. Bai Donglin carried the omen of death on his shoulders and placed the pung bird on the metal peaks. This is the simple barbecue rack. Bai Dong took a breath and sprayed a blood flame. The karma and purple gold flames were extremely high. Huh? It's really not easy to have a hot meal. Mei Hongying. I see you're working so hard in there. If you're tired, you can come out and take a rest and have some barbecue. Looking at Bai Donglin, who was smiling warmly, Mei Hongying took a deep breath. This guy was grilling the Garuda in front of her, and said he had never seen Garuda. Picked it up so easily to pick up the corpse of the Daping bird and tell her where to pick it up. And she also wanted to pick it up. After witnessing Bai Donglin's shamelessness, Mei Hongying didn't want to waste any more words. She closed her eyes and accepted the inheritance with all her strength. In her opinion, if Bai Donglin had killed Jialuji, he would have been dead even without her help. Seeing Mei Hongying ignoring him, Bai Donglin didn't care. He shook his head and sat cross-legged. The death omen didn't need his control. It automatically rotated slowly. He only needed to add a ball of flame from time to time. Although Bai Donglin appeared unusually calm on the surface, his body was actually working furiously. The 10th one. Bai Donglin whispered in his heart. An original bomb that integrated 5 laws and 100 spiritual orifices concealed all breath, flew out of the body silently, and gently stuck to the surface of the pyramid of light. There are already 10 of the same terrorist bombs, and the number is slowly increasing as time goes by. Today's original bomb has been slightly improved compared to the one that was detonated in the heart of the dimension. At the core of each bomb, there is a point of extremely shining light, which is condensed from a vast amount of spiritual power. This was the inspiration he gained from using his soul to self-destruct multiple times when he was killing Jialuji. With the addition of the soul, the power of original should be greatly enhanced. From the moment he had the murderous intention in his heart, he had already been acting quietly. This pyramid of light was set up by the wandering emperor, so one can imagine its defense. It is impossible to wait outside for Mei Hongying to accept the inheritance before taking action. After the inheritance is completed, the inheritor can directly teleport out of the demon-suppressing temple. It is impossible to know where you will be teleported to. By that time, there will be so many people around, and it will be difficult to meet Mei Hongying again. Therefore, if one wants to kill Mei Hongying in one fell swoop, he has to resort to a big trick and destroy the pyramid of light and everything in it. Whether it was because of the grudge between him and Mei Hongying, or because of the desire to silence her about Jialuji, Mei Hongying must die. Hack. This smells so good. Bai Donglin's nose was twitching wildly. At this time, the golden-winged rock had been roasted to the point of oozing oil, and a strange fragrance spread over 100 miles away. He grilled the golden-winged pung not to cover up his actions in secret, as the fusion of the origin within his body was extremely concealed, and there was no need for that. Nor was it to mock or provoke Mei Hongying. He just wanted to try what roasted rock tasted like. Anyway, idle is idle. Bai Donglin glanced at the ruined sun inside the pyramid of light, and roughly guessed that it would take at least a year and a half for Mei Hongying to fully accept the inheritance. This is normal. The amount of information in the heaven-defying inheritance is so exaggerated. The ability of a Dharma phase cultivator with a weak spirit and soul to accept is limited to this extent. How many original bombs can be condensed in a year? Haha. Wandering Emperor's arrangement is not impossible to destroy. Gurgle. The temperature of the karmic fire was extremely powerful, although it was far less terrifying than the endless sins and resentments that burned on his body. This golden-winged rock was just a corpse, without any will to control it. Its defenses had long since weakened to the bottom. In just half a day, it was fully cooked, without adding any seasoning. The aroma is already refreshing, and the golden barbecue exudes a divine light. Glowing cuisine. Bai Donglin couldn't wait to step forward and ruthlessly tore off a thigh. Even if Fa Tangxiang used all his strength, this thigh was much bigger than his entire body. Ah! I took a big bite and swallowed it whole. Oh my god! It was so delicious. Bai Donglin ate everything in a flash. His body was impervious to water or fire, and he was not afraid of burns. He ate one bite after another and could not stop. The swallowing black hole in the stomach spun rapidly, and the Daping barbecue containing rich energy was swallowed and digested. Streams of pure energy gushed out and were instantly absorbed by the hungry spiritual orifice. The energy of this Daping barbecue is extremely pure, without any residue, and it is very easy to digest. Bai Donglin just focused on tasting the food and left the task of digestion entirely to the devouring spirit. He didn't have to worry about not being able to eat enough. One day later, The huge golden winged rock was eaten clean, leaving only a huge skeleton in its place. Bai Donglin lay diagonally on the metal mountain, looking unsatisfied. It seemed that the foodie soul in his body had awakened. After practicing, his sense of taste had been greatly enhanced, and he had no interest in ordinary food at all. But these pure-blooded beasts are indeed very different. It's true that high-end ingredients often only require simple cooking. He waved his hand and collected the golden bones, which were good materials for refining weapons. His eyes swept across the pyramid of light. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged and immersed himself in cultivation. The original bombs were produced in batches one by one. Chapter 254, The Colorful Sun. 1 year later. In the Pyramid of Light, the rune sun has become so faint that it seems like a bubble, and may burst and disappear at any time. The fifth inheritance of the Wandering Emperor is about to be completely received by Mei Hongying. It takes a year, and her aura becomes more and more steady, and the hidden danger of the conflict between the dragon and the phoenix is completely eliminated. As soon as you leave the demon-suppressing temple, with the help of rare treasures such as one flower, one world, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Not far from the Pyramid of Light, on a low metal mountain top, Bai Donglin, who was immersed in cultivation, slowly opened his eyes. In his dark and deep pupils, the divine light formed by endless characters flickered slightly. He stared at the Pyramid of Light indifferently. From his perspective, densely packed primordial bombs covered the entire pyramid, concealing all aura, and the terrifying power was hidden. This much should be enough, right? Bai Donglin looked puzzled. He suddenly felt that he had exaggerated a bit this time. The consequences of so many originals detonating at the same time were beyond even his prediction. But in order to avoid any accidents, there is only one chance to kill with one strike. If it fails, Mei Hongying will be scared away. Therefore, before Mei Hongying completely received the inheritance, he had been trying to create as many originals as possible. I accidentally created so many of them. Looking at the sun shadow that was about to be completely shattered, Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed. It has come to this point, and he can't care so much anymore. This demon-suppressing temple has an extraordinary origin and should be able to withstand the attack. With a thought, the Death Omen and the Extreme Bracelet were sent into the low-dimensional world. Although the demon-suppressing temple isolated him from the many split bodies in the outside world, it did not affect the opening of the low-dimensional world. The golden red pointed cornered steel trembled slightly, and he also entered the low-dimensional world. As for the pitch-black steel, it was not under his control at all, and it always remained motionless in the center of the Sea of Gods. However, this pitch-black stone tablet is more powerful than the golden and red pointed cornered tablet. It should have no problem withstanding this explosion. Huh? His eyes swept over the goddess-like Mei Hongying again, and he thought to himself what a pity it was. Another evil genius fell. Mei Hongying, who was immersed in joy, suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. She opened her eyes abruptly and met Bai Donglin's cold eyes. Her red lips slightly opened, and she was about to say something. Bai Donglin closed his eyes and moved his mind. The original bombs that filled the entire Pyramid of Light paused slightly, and in the next moment, they exploded at the same time. Annihilation. Complete annihilation. Bai Donglin felt nothing, and his consciousness instantly returned to a state of nothingness. The Pyramid of Light, including all the matter within it, instantly turned into nothingness, and with it as the core, a colorful sun expanded madly. In 3 breaths, the dark continent with a diameter of millions of miles was swallowed up by the colorful sun and completely turned into nothingness, leaving no trace of residue. The light was so bright. The endless light illuminated the dark void. What happened? What happened? What is this great sun? A terrifying energy wave swept across at a speed beyond imagination, and its light overshadowed the many shining suns. Some monstrous geniuses, who were receiving the inheritance sensed this terrifying fluctuation. They all trembled in their hearts, looked up at the doomsday-like scene, and their expressions were filled with shock. Above a corner of the galaxy, the silver boy who was meditating with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze crossed the vast distance, gazing at the gorgeous sun that was engulfing the dark continent. The 5th inheritance place? Tong's mind moved, and the communication core swept across the various checkpoints of the demon-suppressing temple. After finding that there was no problem with the suppression seal, he breathed a sigh of relief. Humph! Wandering Emperor. You bitch. You've been dead for so long, yet you still make such a big fuss. Tong had a look of indignation on his face, and he naturally put the blame on Wandering Emperor. apart from the backup plan that Wandering Emperor had arranged. It couldn't be that these little guys who took the assessment had caused such a big commotion. Right? Tong stood up, frowned and thought for a moment, then sat down again, since the backup plan set up by Wandering Emperor was triggered, although it didn't know what happened. According to the agreement not to interfere with the assessment, it couldn't act on its own. Although Wandering Emperor is a bastard, no matter how much trouble he makes, he would never dare to joke with the Demon Suppression Temple. When Tong thought of this, he was completely relieved. He withdrew his gaze and continued to meditate with his eyes closed. After a long time, the gorgeous sun gradually faded away. Bai Donglin, who had died hundreds of times, appeared out of thin air in the void of the universe. His naked body flashed red. And then, he was covered with a black robe again, with a look of bewilderment on his face. He gazed at the faint starlight in the distance before he made sure that he was in the same place. Not to mention the Pyramid of Light. Even the Dark Continent disappeared. As for what happened and what the attack form was, he had no idea. He was too close to the core of the explosion. Every time he was resurrected, he was swept by the aftermath and died instantly. He didn't see anything, but it was obvious that he had gone too far and the attack had seriously overflowed. Not to mention the Pyramid of Light. Even the huge Dark Continent was completely destroyed. As for Mei Hongying, she was killed without leaving any trace. Not to mention her residual soul. Under such an attack, her true spirit would be directly destroyed. Looking at the huge space crack that was slowly healing, a trace of regret flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. With so many treasures, if there were extremely valuable ones that were not destroyed, who knows where they would have gone now. Bai Donglin was depressed after spending so much effort just to kill Mei Hongying and got nothing in return. He never did business at a loss. But this time he really suffered a loss. What is this? The starry sky returned to darkness again, and a faint light flashed. It was very faint, but to Bai Donglin's eyesight, it was extremely eye-catching. His heart suddenly moved, and he took a step across the space, leaving ripples, and his figure instantly appeared in front of the faint light. Anything that can survive this kind of attack must be a good thing. A fist-sized ball, like a bubble, with ripples and sparkling light on its surface. What the hell is this? Bai Donglin held it in one hand and felt its soft texture. He tried to probe it with his mind, but could not get any progress. His eyes lit up. It could even isolate his soul and thoughts. It must be a good treasure. However, there are countless rare treasures in the world, and even if he is knowledgeable, it is impossible for him to know them all. He can only wait until he returns to the sect and go to the mountain of books to carefully look up information. Is this thing a relic of Mei Hongying, or a treasure from Wandering Emperor's inheritance? He shook his head to suppress his thoughts, then put the light ball into the low-dimensional world. At least it was not a complete loss. Bai Donglin's mood suddenly brightened. Right at this moment, Bai Donglin's right hand suddenly burst out with a fierce silver light. The light was dazzling, and the silver dice mark spun rapidly, and instantly grew larger after leaving his palm. The next moment, before Bai Donglin could react, the silver dice swallowed him directly. Countless characters on the 36 surfaces of the silver dice flickered, then suddenly shrank and turned into a silver light, completely disappearing into the dark void of the universe. After the huge explosion, the place fell silent again. Chapter 255 A Little Luck. Bai Donglin suddenly appeared in a silver space. After regaining his sight, Bai Donglin looked around at the unfamiliar environment filled with silver light, with a puzzled expression. Was he being kidnapped again? This situation is so similar to the core origin of the heart of the dimension. Could it be that I made too much noise just now and attracted Tong to attack? Do I have to compensate him for the loss? Bai Donglin's face fell. He was very poor and had never spent anything. If they wanted him to compensate them, they might as well kill him. He would rather pay with his life. Just as Bai Donglin was daydreaming, in this medium-sized silver space, little points of light began to emerge out of thin air, and then gathered together to form a tall figure. Bai Donglin's attention was instantly drawn to the man wearing a divine robe condensed from divine flames, with a weathered face, stubbled beard, a sheathed sword casually inserted at his waist, and a white jade wine gourd tied to it. Isn't this Wandering Emperor? This figure was exactly the same as the one that Silver Boy had transformed into when he was teasing them before. Apart from the size, the only difference was the eyes. At that time, the Wandering Emperor transformed by Silver Boy had eyes full of color and vitality. At first glance, one could tell that he was a living being with consciousness. And now the figure in front of him had dull eyes, as if he was just a dead object with no conscious activity. Bai Donglin immediately understood that the thing in front of him was just a light and shadow used to store information and had no active consciousness. Just as he thought, the human-shaped shadow of the wandering emperor seemed not to see Bai Donglin. His eyes were unfocused, and he spoke according to the established procedure. The voice is still full of free and easy meaning. The successor from a long time ago. Your appearance in this place means that you have triggered the backup plan I left behind. I don't know whether this is luck or misfortune for you. Bai Donglin frowned, a little confused about what wandering emperor meant. Since he left this space behind, it must be a legacy for future generations. How could it be a bad luck? This humanoid light and shadow had no intelligence and naturally could not answer his questions. Bai Donglin remained silent and continued to listen to what the light and shadow said next. This silver space is independent of the 9 inheritances. When I left this inheritance, I was very hesitant in my heart. I didn't know whether I should continue to pass it on. But it is also a great loss for such a rare item to be lost forever along with my death. So, I leave everything to fate, leading it in a way that is almost impossible to trigger. Any examinee under the age of 1000 who destroys any one of the 9 inheritances I left behind can trigger and activate this silver space. The 10th inheritance. At this point, the human-shaped light and shadow of wandering emperor paused, slowly stretched out his hands, with a dark-colored, obscure ring on his left index finger, and a jade token in his right hand. These two ordinary things, without any brilliance, instantly attracted Bai Donglin's attention. Before Bai Donglin could think about it, the human-shaped light and shadow continued speaking. If you want to destroy the inheritance place I have set up, you need to have the destructive power of at least the second extreme of the powerful to do it. For a young cultivator under 1,000 years old to burst out with the strength of the second extreme of great power, and without the help of external forces, this is almost impossible. Unless a miracle happens. Only those who have the ability to create miracles are qualified to receive the 10th inheritance. At least there is a chance of miracles. And you won't die in old age like me. The human-shaped light and shadow opened and closed its mouth. But the last few words did not make any sound, as if they were completely erased by some force and could not be uttered. Bai Donglin was stunned, as if he felt the struggle that the wandering emperor felt when he was about to die billions of years ago. His inner struggle can be imagined, as he could set such harsh and almost impossible triggering conditions. The human-shaped shadow paused. The light flickered slightly, as if it would dissipate at any time, and the speed of speech increased. And he said anxiously, "Inheritors, remember, don't rely too much on the power of this ring. In the meditation, everything has its own fixed number and how much you get. And naturally you will pay the corresponding price. If this cost exceeds your tolerance, it is when you die." Under the influence of some force, the ring and the jade token slowly turned from virtual to solid, separated from the hands of the human-shaped light shadow, and floated in the air. One of the 10th inheritances. The map of the bottom layer of the infinite dimensional space, where all the heavens and myriad worlds return to the abyss. This is the map I drew after exploring Guishu many times. Now that you have obtained this ring, one day you will embark on the road of exploring Guishu like me. This map can help you avoid many detours. The light of the human figure fell on the dull and dark ring, revealing a complicated look. The second of the 10th inheritance. The lucky ring. Or it can also be called the doom ring. I was able to grow from a scrap-picking kid on the battlefield to become the wandering emperor. All thanks to this ring. My death was also due to this ring. Fate brings about fate. Cause and effect go round and round. Everything is just a matter of fate. And I still cannot escape the shackles of fate. Inheritor, I hope you can break free from the shackles and transcend fate. May your military fortune flourish. Before he finished speaking, the human-shaped shadow flickered violently, and then completely shattered and disappeared like a bubble. Only a ring and a jade token were left there, floating in the air for anyone to pick up. Take or not. This is a problem. Wandering Emperor did not give the visitor a chance to choose. It was obvious that he had traveled through billions of years, and could see through people's hearts. No one would refuse the two things in front of him. The same goes for Bai Donglin. You are so weird. I want to see what's so great about this thing that makes Wandering Emperor so afraid of it. With a fixed gaze, Bai Donglin grabbed the dark ring without hesitation, and put it directly on the index finger of his left hand. The dark ring instantly turned pitch black. It still looked ordinary, and the aura was extremely obscure. A piece of information instantly flooded into my mind. Wearing it is binding. Not to be dropped. Not discarded. Cannot be damaged. Constant fix forever. But the master is easy. Lucky ring, when killing a life. It can devour a part of the opponent's luck. And can advance your own luck in the future. Condense luck. And illuminate yourself. Doom rings. Playing with lucky people will be watched by doom. Bai Dongling's fingers trembled and his pupils shrank slightly. Wow. He suddenly felt his index finger wearing the ring getting slightly hot. This thing is incredible. No wonder Wandering Emperor is so conflicted. This thing is simply an evildoer. But who can resist not using it? This thing seems to be very suitable for me. As long as bad luck is not too terrible. It can just give me energy. Right? Bai Dongling's thoughts were rippling. And in an instant, many benefits that could be obtained by using this ring flashed through his mind. His two talents were a perfect match for this ring. Wandering Emperor. Go with peace of mind. I will keep this thing for safekeeping from now on. Haha. Only death can change the owner. You are lucky. You will never have to change the owner again. Bai Dongling suppressed the joy in his heart and reached out to take the jade plate in the air. This map was also very precious. From Jiaoyueji's memory, we learned that the legendary treasure he came to the demon-suppressing temple to find was this map. It was also one of the blank checks that Mei Hongying wrote to him. Unfortunately, even if they didn't die at his hands, it would be impossible for them to obtain the map with their abilities. The place where all the heavens and worlds return to is filled with endless treasures. If Wandering Emperor is right, he will definitely visit often in the future. At this point, this secret realm trip was successfully concluded. Bai Dongling gained a lot and was very satisfied. They just had to wait for the demon-suppressing temple to teleport them out. Chapter 256 Light Ball Cub. In the silver space, even the passage of time seems blurry. Before the rest of the inheritance is completed, Bai Dongling cannot leave early and can only stay in the silver space to practice. When he opened the hidden spirit to 10,000 pieces, he quietly passed the half-load time, and the silent silver space finally changed. A wave swept by, and Bai Dongling was kicked out instantly. When his vision was restored, he was back on the great sun throne. Bang bang bang. Silver Boy lay on the sun throne with a happy expression, clapping his hands gently, and his eyes shining with silver light slowly swept over everyone. Ha ha ha. I was right about you. Very good. All 9 parts of Wandering Emperor's inheritance have now been chosen as masters. Tong felt relieved, but was also shocked at the performance of these monstrous geniuses, who were born at the crest of the era. 14 of them actually survived. This means that there are a few more people who meet the conditions for inheritance. Compared with the past, when there was not even one situation that met the inheritance requirements, it was much better. It was even a little doubtful whether the Stray Emperor had already been calculated at first. These inheritances were specifically prepared for monsters in the peaks of the times. Billions of years ago. Did Wandering Emperor know that the peak of the times would arrive early? Tong suppressed his thoughts, stood up, looked at everyone and continued. The inheritance is over. And you can leave now. Practice well. I hope you won't bury Wandering Emperor's things. If any of the guys still have some trinkets left, I'll give them all to you. I don't want to see anything he left behind anyway. There was a flash of disdain in the silver boy's eyes, and he waved his silver little hand. Bai Dongling and the others only felt that time and space were reversed, and they fell off the throne and were instantly far away from a corner of the galaxy. Here it is. Bai Dongling was stunned, looking at the familiar scene in front of him. They were thrown into the outer space by Tong, which was the place where he entered the Sanxi Palace and conducted the outer assessment. Poison Fang Niamu. Sword is not sword. Lai Kong. Wu Fan. Sure enough, these guys were not dead. Bai Dongling's eyes flashed slightly, and without paying attention to the people who had not yet come to their senses, he took a step forward and followed a trace of sensation to the top of the snow mountain. Sure Tai. I'm here to repay you. Come with me. Bai Dongling's eyes showed a smile, and his palm stretched out the wind for a long time. He grasped the stone platform and stuffed it into the world of death. And this thing, take it with you as well. The palm reached into the space again, grabbed the brass box, and returned quickly. Snort. Bai Dongling felt a loud bang in his ears, as if a pair of shining silver eyes glared at him. Then everything went dark in front of his eyes. When it came to light again, he had appeared in a dense forest. Ha. You are so stingy. Aren't they just some little eyesores? Bai Dongling leaned his lips, took the brass box in his hand, took out the stone platform, and threw it on the ground. Come out. Don't I owe you twice? The stone platform was silent for a moment, then trembled slightly. A wisp of white smoke slowly emerged, circling in the air. and gathered into a ball of light suspended in the air, emitting a faint glow. Young man, you are very smart. A clear female voice came from the ball of light. Boom! Bai Donglin flicked his finger lightly. The air exploded and boiled, and a ripple instantly knocked the light ball away. Speak nicely. The ball of light shook, as if it was angry, and danced in the air, dragging a band of light at an extremely fast speed. Although it was hit by Bai Donglin, it was apparently unharmed. The clear voice said quickly, "Oh, you are such a heartless guy. Who was it that called me Big Brother Shirtai? And now you treat me like this again. You are such a villain." Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, his expression calm, without any sense of shame of having his past exposed. The situation is stronger than people. My fist is larger than you now, and my attitude is naturally different. Bai Donglin clenched his fist as big as a casserole, causing ripples in the space. Several towering trees around were swept by the ripples and turned into powder in an instant. The ball of light paused and hovered in the air without moving, deeply shocked by Bai Donglin's shamelessness and reality. Okay. I'm afraid of you. You brought me out of the demon suppression temple, which is considered as repaying my favor. You don't owe me anything now. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction, sat cross-legged on the ground casually, and said slowly, "You are a teachable kid. Tell me, what exactly are you?" The ball of light moved, circled around Bai Donglin twice, and hovered 2 feet away from him, saying in a clear voice, "I am the light spirit created by Lord Yin Tong, and I am the center of the peripheral assessment. I am responsible for selecting the assessees and casting clay tablets to lead you evil geniuses into the temple. Master Yin Tong is a lazy guy. He is reluctant to host the assessment that happens once every tens of thousands of years, let alone this peripheral assessment. That's why we were born." The light ball paused for a moment, and continued with a hint of relief. "Unlike the Lord Silver Boy, we have the blessing of the temple of the town. After endless years, it is immortal. After countless years, my predecessors no longer know how many of them have been abrasive. Originally, I thought I would be like my predecessors until your appearance." Bai Donglin looked at the ball of light in front of him, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. A guy who knows how to resist fate always looks much more dazzling. You are a very smart traitor." "What is a traitor?" The light ball was slightly stunned. Without getting an explanation, it continued in a clear voice, "I saw all your performance in the external assessment. I knew at that time that if the assessment was repeated without any change, something unexpected would happen. So, you hid my information from Yin Tong?" At the time, his strength was still too weak, and he had no choice but to expose his trump card. "That's right. You also gave me the purple gold seeds on purpose?" "Yes." Bai Donglin nodded slightly. This made sense. Xiao Zi's extraordinary ability had always been of great help to him. It was naturally not an ordinary reward from an external assessment, nor was it something he had won randomly due to good luck. "After seeing you, I understand that the assessment of the Wandering Emperor is about to end. I will also be erased by the Silver Boy. In order to survive, I am naturally willing to bet. This is the wonderful life of wisdom, and it will always make a little trick. Now that you know my biggest secret." Bai Donglin's expression was obscure. His eyes were slightly narrowed, revealing a hint of danger. "Brother, you are my real brother from now on. From now on, I will always be at your service and at your beck and call." The ball of light flew forward and rubbed against Bai Donglin's cheek. The flickering light illuminated Bai Donglin's face in varying degrees of brightness. It was really a turbulent feng shui. The elder brother was sitting, and Bai Donglin had a smile in his eyes. "This little thing is very intelligent." Bai Donglin estimates that the manufacturing process of the silver demon is not simple, and this thing is still very useful to him. His dragnet plan just lacked a hub. Bai Donglin looked at the small ball of light carefully, his thoughts fluctuating slightly. No matter how he looked at it, this thing looked like a baby version of the big light bulb in the main god space. "If you don't want to die, then follow me. From now on, your name will be Tianluo. The net of heaven and earth has no gaps, and everything is within it." Chapter 257 Tianluo's Space. Break off an engagement? As soon as this remark came out, the crowd in the hall suddenly had an uproar, and many people appeared in the case and looked angry. In the bright hall, with lights flickering, a woman with bright eyes and white teeth stood in the middle of the hall, looking at everyone with cold eyes. "Luo Qing, you can't go crazy? I give you a chance. I will never happen to this matter." Sitting upright in the main seat in the hall, A tall and sturdy man had gloomy eyes and spoke every word. His voice was shaking, and the flames of the surrounding lights suddenly shrank. The light in the hall suddenly dimmed, and the atmosphere became increasingly depressing. Luo Qing raised her eyebrows, looked at the man fearlessly, and said in a resolute tone, "No need. I have made up my mind. My mind is now completely focused on the Great Tao. I have no time to care about love affairs. Let alone your son, Chief Xiao. You are also a cultivator. So you naturally understand that there is a huge difference in lifespans between cultivators. If I marry Xiao Ran, I will be a widow for the rest of my life." Snapped. Luo Qing's ruthless and blunt words instantly aroused the public's anger. No one knew how many tables and chairs were broken. If there had not been calm people holding back, a big fight might have broken out. "How dare you curse my young master? Bold bitch." The gloomy expression of the Xiao clan leader became uglier and uglier. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He was Xiao Ran's father, and the head of the clan. He could not act on impulse. He asked again with a difficult voice, "Luo Qing, is this your decision? Or your father's? Your Luo family's decision?" "This is naturally my decision. But I have persuaded my father." And his old man agreed. The indignant crowd in the hall suddenly froze in their expressions. Since Luo Qing had come with the will of the Luo family, it seemed that this matter could no longer be reversed. Cough, cough, cough. A weak cough was heard from outside the door, and a man with starry eyes and sword-like brows slowly walked in, supported by a maid. He has an extraordinary temperament and a handsome appearance, but unfortunately he looks frail and listless. In this world where the strong are respected, no matter how handsome you are, it will be useless if you don't have the strength. Xiao Ran greets father and elders. Also, Miss Luo. Luo Qing's eyes moved. She glanced at Xiao Ran, then turned her head away, as if she didn't want to look at him anymore. "Ran, why are you here?" A trace of heartache flashed across Patriarch Xiao's eyes. He quickly stood up and helped Xiao Ran sit down beside him. His only beloved son used to be so talented, but now, alas, he can't even stand steadily. "Father, if I don't come, won't people look down on me? You want me to be a coward and let you be humiliated for me? I can't do that." Although Xiao Ran was extremely weak, his eyes were extremely bright and contained a strong will. "Miss Luo, if you want to cancel the engagement, of course you can. But this great shame and humiliation will be borne by me, Xiao Ran, alone. It has nothing to do with the Xiao family. 5 years. After 5 years, I, Xiao Ran, will come to visit you to wash away the humiliation of breaking off the engagement today." Xiao Ran's tone was deep, and every word he said fell into everyone's heart. A howl made everyone's heart tremble, as if they saw the heroic genius of the Xiao family again. Unfortunately, it was just an illusion after all. Xiao Ran was still the same Xiao Ran, weak and frail. "Okay, I'll wait for you to fight in 5 years." Luo Qing narrowed her eyes slightly, and did not take Xiao Ran's words to heart. She just thought he was pretending and trying to save some face. After saying that, Luo Qing threw down a book, turned around and walked out of the hall without hesitation. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't despise the young and poor. The sound in the hall seemed to have some amazing power. Luo Qing's figure was slightly stagnant, and then turned into the void and disappeared into the void. Luo Qing returned to the Luo family, as if what she had just done was just a trivial matter, and she didn't take it to heart at all. Back in the bedroom, Luo Qing took out a white jade bead, which floated in the palm of her hand and rotated slightly. Her eyes flickered and her inner emotions fluctuated violently. With this treasure, I, Luo Qing, am destined to embark on the path of becoming a strong person. This is just an insignificant little city. Neither Xiao Ran nor my family can hinder my pursuit of the Great Way. All this has just begun. With Baiyuju's help, her future is bright. Luo Qing suppressed her excited thoughts, sat cross-legged on the bed, with the white jade bead suspended between her hands, and quickly immersed herself in cultivation. White jade beads, also called golden and red pointed cornered monument split bodies. Bai Donglin stood in the low-dimensional world inside the pearl. His eyes seemed to cross dimensions and took in everything that had just happened. This time, he just wanted to use the route to return to the holy sect and inspect the operation of the split body. He also intended to take Tian Luo to familiarize herself with the procedures. This white jade bead was one of the hundreds of split pieces he had previously sold at a stall in a desert oasis. Unexpectedly, in just 2 years, It had begun to change hands. This week Luo Qing'er was only at the Yuanai realm. So naturally, she was not one of the original buyers. The mysteries of heaven are constantly revolving. And it is indeed mysterious and extraordinary. Interesting. Interesting. This Luo Qing'er and that Xiao Ran are both extraordinary. And have great luck. There was a hint of hidden fluctuation in Xiao Ran's body, which naturally could not be hidden from his eyes. As soon as she thought about it, a trace of information immediately passed through the white jade bead and shot into Luo Qing'er's mind. Tian Luo space activated. Main quest updated. 1. The re-rise of the fallen genius. Explore the secrets hidden in Xiao Ran and deliver him to the Tian Luo space to be rewarded with 20,000 points. A set of secret manuals. And a mid-grade magic weapon. 2. The choice of destiny. Find someone with great luck and contact him. After doing all of this, Bai Donglin no longer cares about Luo Qing'er, who has turned his thoughts, and began to think about all parts of the Tian Luo Diweng plan. In Bai Donglin's opinion, this low-dimensional world, as a place for escape and hiding, can still achieve great things if one's imagination is broad enough. The hundreds of split bodies that were emitted were just a preliminary experiment, and the number would continue to increase. During this period of time, whenever Wu Wei's soul had free time, he would create split bodies that carried most of his soul power. Now, quite a few of them have accumulated in the low-dimensional world. The Skynet and GroundNet plan can be divided into two parts. The Skynet space and the GroundNet network. Ground network. This is the function that Bai Donglin envisioned at the beginning. And it is also the most basic function. Countless split bodies will form a huge network in the future, covering the entire Qianyuan world. And even the only true world. Countless nodes can make him want to go. One step can be reached. And it is also a huge intelligence network. Tian Luo space, the low-profile version of the main god space, in the form of mission, uses the knowledge he can reuse. Endless exercise cheats. Some treasures he can't use as a reward. He drives many talented people with good fortune to search for secrets, knowledge, cultivation resources, rare treasures, etc. for him. Use all living beings to nourish yourself. This plan is very important to him. The later he advances in his cultivation, the more his consumption of various resources becomes a bottomless pit. The soul power split from Wu Wei's soul does not have self-awareness, but only some simple established settings, unless Wu Wei projects his thoughts. Although this is fine when the number is small in the early stage. But later on, the owners of Tian Luo space are endless, which will inevitably divert a large part of Bai Donglin's energy. This was something he could not accept. His own cultivation was the top priority, and he could not lose sight of the important things. The appearance of Tian Luo has solved this problem. With it as the center of the Tian Luo space, Wu Wei is completely freed from it, and only needs to create a split body. Bai Donglin had more ideas in his mind. This low-dimensional world still has further possibilities. And Tian Luo can also grow along with the Tian Luo space. The small ball of light might actually grow into a big light bulb. Although these ideas are feasible, we cannot be impatient, and need to take them step by step. Bai Donglin gathered his thoughts, stepped out of the low-dimensional world, and appeared in Luo Qing'er's bedroom. Luo Qing'er noticed Bai Donglin, who was standing in front of him, and completely blocked the sense of consciousness. The idea he had emitted virtually had affected the surrounding space. The reality of all kinds of reality is with me. This is a manifestation of the rules of the body began to affect the outside world. The split body that Luo Qing'er possessed was the one closest to the wilderness. He was just passing through, and did not intend to break into a woman's boudoir. He shook his head slightly, took a step into the space and disappeared. There are still two important things waiting for him to do in the Jidao Holy Sect. This time his return is bound to cause quite a stir. Chapter 258, Golden Flame Burning Pill Poison. Outside the Jidao Holy Sect, the sun was high in the sky. Bai Donglin stood in the void, his jet-black robe fluttering slightly in the strong wind. No matter how many times you see, it's still so shocking. His tone was full of amazement. His eyes were shining with white light, and three giants towering into the clouds came into view. The slightly overflowing waves pressed down on the entire void, causing it to slightly distort. This is not some magical power. It's just a simple mass effect. What kind of realm is these three ancestors? Is it possible to call the Emperor as the Emperor? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. He couldn't see much with his current eyesight. The divine power was restrained and could not be detected or measured. But with his current attainments in the art of controlling the heavens and the earth, a slight comparison would reveal that the gap between them was as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. Still have to keep working hard. He gathered his thoughts and with a thought. The Jidao bracelet on his left wrist suddenly shone with red light. A wave shot out from the sec protection formation, covering and scanning him. And after confirming that everything was correct, it quickly retreated. After the shadow flickering, after crossing a strange film, he raised his hand out of the light door and stepped in. The bracelet's function of opening the light gate can only be used normally within the Holy Sect's protective formation. This is my Zuzuju? Bai Donglin looked around and confirmed again that he was not in the wrong place. And his eyebrows twitched violently. Xiao Zi. Xiao. Come back to Zizhu residence to see me within a quarter of an hour. With a thought, he communicated with the battle pet nameplate in an instant. The voice transmission contained a hint of anger, which made the two little ones tremble all over. And they suddenly felt that the pill in their mouths was no longer fragrant. Oh no! Big Brother is back. What should we do? What should we do? Big Brother seems to be angry. Boss, why don't we run away? Stupid. Where can we go in this holy sect? Let's go. Make good advice. The elder brother is the most fond of you. You won't beat you. So you have backed this pot? Hey! No way. Bai Xiao adjusted the sunglasses on his face that were crooked and only had one lens left. Grabbed Xiao Zi, who wanted to run, turned into a white light, and escaped from Danding Peak in an instant. Snap! Hiss my favorite purple bamboo lounge chair. Bai Donglin bent down to pick up a piece of purple bamboo. Feeling grief-stricken, the cozy little courtyard was now as dilapidated as a ruin. And the fairy-like purple bamboo forest outside was also in a state of decay, with even all the leaves fallen off. These two little bastards actually brought such destruction to his lair. They must be beaten up. Humph! Now that you're back, why are you still hiding? Come in now. Bai Donglin snorted coldly and stepped lightly. A recliner made of metal slowly emerged from the ground. He turned around and sat down, looking outside the yard with a gloomy face. Wow! Big Brother, you're finally back. Xiao Zi missed you so much. Yes. Me too. The two little ones rolled and crawled to Bai Donglin's feet, grabbed his thighs, and started to show off their acting skills. Xiao Zi was even more exaggerated and started crying loudly. Really? I see you guys are having a great time when I'm not around. Bai Donglin's nose twitched slightly, and he smelled an extremely strong elixir fragrance on the two little ones. His thoughts turned, and he immediately understood what was going on. Are you holding my banner and deceived and drinking Dan Ding Fong? Bai Shishia's figure froze, with an embarrassed look on his face. The little purple jade vine circled around him. His thoughts vibrated the void, and he said in a proud tone, Ha! Big Brother, it's not just Danding Peak. There's also Dan Palace. I don't know what they're doing. They're giving us elixirs for free, and our cultivation has improved a lot because of it. Maybe it's because we are handsome and well-behaved. Before Xiao Zi could finish speaking, seeing Bai Donglin's increasingly gloomy expression, Bai Xiao hurriedly grabbed Xiao Zi to stop her from talking nonsense. Brother, please listen to our explanation. Humph! You are greedy and playful, and the medicinal properties in your body are stagnant, and you have hidden poison. Do you think you can be like me? How dare you eat pills as meals? Let Big Brother help you get rid of the hidden dangers, so as not to hinder your future practice. Bai Donglin sneered and pointed his finger. The two little ones were immediately trapped in place, unable to move. Whoosh! He opened his mouth and spit out a golden sea of fire. The golden flame swirled and condensed, turning into a pill furnace, instantly enveloping the two little ones. Ah! It's so hot! It's so hot! I'm going to die. I'm on fire. Big Brother, please spare me. I'm dying. Xiao won't dare to do it again. Big Brother, please don't do it. Bai Donglin lay calmly on the metal chair, ignoring the two little ones' screams and pleas. It was time to teach them a lesson. I don't know how many pills these two little creatures have swallowed in the past 2 years. The medicinal properties accumulated in their bodies are extremely huge, and there is also a lot of pill poison. Although they are all rare and exotic species in the world, and their resistance to erysipelas is much stronger than that of humans, there are still hidden dangers. Using the flame of life to help them refine their medicinal properties and eliminate the poison would naturally be of great benefit, although the process would certainly be unpleasant. Danding Peak, Dan Palace, are you trying to win me over? Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly. The first place in the Earth level in the Alchemy Conference. This title must be known to everyone. He did not hide his identity at the beginning. Moreover, a major change occurred in the Dan League this time. and the related news spread more widely. With the intelligence network of the holy sect, even if Shang Zhong wanted to cover it up, he could not do it. Unfortunately, their diligence was doomed to fail. He suppressed his thoughts and spit out a thick golden flame again. The flame furnace burned even more fiercely, and the screams of the two little things could be heard from far away. The commotion in Zuzuju attracted the attention of the housekeeper and servants. They came to investigate, and saw that it was Bai Donglin who had returned, then retreated respectfully. There were not many disciples of the holy sect in Taishang Valley at this time, except for a few who were in seclusion. Most of them were outside honing themselves, either soaking in various training facilities, or completing tasks to earn points. I have to work much harder than usual, because the assessment that takes place every 5 years is about to begin again. An hour later, the golden flame alchemy furnace disappeared, and the two little ones collapsed to the ground, trembling slightly and gasping for breath. Well, that's right. Xiao Xiao. Your cultivation has stabilized at the peak of the first level of the Dharma realm. You will be able to break through after practicing for a while. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. Bai Shixiao's physique was not suitable for physical cultivation, so he chose the Qi cultivation system. Bai Xiaoxiao had accumulated a lot of experience in the Black Prison. Now, after his training and formal practice, he naturally made rapid progress. When he came out of the military world, he was still at the great perfection of the Soul realm. Now, he is almost at the second level of the Dharma realm. If we only consider the realm without considering the combat power, his breakthrough is even faster than his. Of course, the reason why Bai Xiaoxiao was able to break through so quickly was also because it swallowed a large amount of pills, which were then refined by him using the flame of life. His eyes fell on Xiao Zi, and he found that Xiao Zi's strength was improving very slowly. Xiao Zi's cultivation system is biased towards physical cultivation, which is more similar to the demon race, with bloodline as the core of power. The reason why its strength improves slowly is that most of the energy is used to nurture the law of the origin of divine powers. When Xiao Zi nurtures the seventh seed, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, Bai Donglin has already sensed a special change in Xiao Zi. The magical powers and laws that it had nurtured did not disappear, but were revived from deep in its blood. If what he expected is correct, Xiao Zi will possess 7 even more powerful innate magical powers in the future. Bai Donglin had also heard of this phenomenon. A naughty kid who liked to drink animal milk had his supreme bone dug out, and then he grew a more powerful bone again. This is the process of breaking down and then building up. Xiao Zi's situation is similar, although one is passive and the other is active. Okay, stop pretending to be dead. Bai Donglin glanced at the two little ones lying motionless on the ground and said unhappily, "Hey, brother, you're not angry anymore? I knew you were the best." "Brother," looking at the broken sunglasses on Bai Shixiao's face, Bai Donglin couldn't help but smile. With a thought, he took out 2 things from the low-dimensional world. Here are the gifts I brought for you." Bai Shixiao's was a pair of more gorgeous sunglasses, and Xiao Zi's was a purple gold gourd pendant. Both were transformed from split bodies, containing the power of Wu Wei's soul and extraordinary majesty. With the split bodies to protect them, Bai Donglin can appear by their side at any time in the future, no matter where they are, as long as it is not a haunted place like the demon-suppressing temple. After all, he is the younger brother who has been with me the longest, so I still have to protect him well. Wow! Thanks, bro. Bai Xiaoxiao was delighted. For some reason, he liked sunglasses very much and felt that the sunglasses matched the scarlet attack that spurted out of his eyes very well. Xiao Zi took the gourd and felt very familiar with it. Chapter 259, Invisibility. Xiao Zi, have you developed the origin of magical power again? Xiao Zi was happily playing with the purple gold gourd. Upon hearing the words, she circled up and her mind was shaken. Brother, not long after you left, I have already bred the 6th seed, but for some reason, this 7th magical seed is extremely difficult to grow. It has only sprouted in more than 2 years. If it continues at the current speed, it will take at least another 20 years. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. Xiao Zi's 7th magical seed was the one he cared about the most. It took so long to nurture. It seemed to be even more extraordinary than he had imagined. However, the more difficult it is to grow, the stronger it is, which is a good thing. But 20 years is too long, and he can't wait. Fortunately, he is not without preparation for the plan in his mind. With a thought, Bai Donglin took out several bottles and jars. These jade bottles all emitted strong fluctuations of life breath. A scent spread out, and the grass and trees inside and outside Zishu residence suddenly grew wildly. The withered and decaying purple bamboo forest also instantly came to life, sprouting branches and leaves with a bright purple color. Suck it! It feels so good. Xiaozi took a deep breath, and the purple jade vines suddenly sparkled, and the emerald green gourd leaves were crystal clear, as if they were instantly filled with energy. These things were selected by Bai Donglin from many spoils of war, and they are all treasures that are of great benefit to the life of plants and trees. There are also some spiritual liquids that he specially refined, such as the Muhua Shulio spiritual liquid, which was refined with Baili Ice Source Qi, Earth Soul Lotus and Earth Core as the main materials. And the third treasure that Luo Sha bribed him with was the essence of E-Wood, which was a treasure that moved Ninian. Bai Donglin was sure that as long as Xiaozi swallowed these things, not only would the gestation time of the magical seed be greatly reduced, but its origin would also be improved. Brother, are all these treasures for me? Nature. Hey, don't worry, brother. I will definitely do my best. Xiaozi stood up and activated his storage magic weapon to collect all the bottles and jars floating in the air. Then the purple jade vines began to emit a strong light, and a flower bud slowly bloomed, revealing the sixth seed of the origin law of magical powers. Bai Donglin reached out and took the transparent sphere. As soon as the sphere entered his body, it was instantly swallowed by a shining spiritual orifice. The sphere hovered in the center of the spiritual orifice and rotated unsteadily. With the flushing of energy, it gradually melted away. Magical power of invisibility. Bai Donglin possesses both the laws of light and darkness, and he has also acquired the law of darkness. Currently, he has 51 laws in his body. When the seeds of the origin of the supernatural power are completely dissolved, not only can the spiritual orifice of the law of darkness be directly absorbed into the origin of life, but the original law of light can also grow a lot. Nodding with satisfaction, Bai Donglin glanced at the two little ones and said, I have something important to do recently, so you two should stop running around and stay in Zishu residence. Xiaozi, you should cultivate the seeds well. Xiao, you should practice seriously and protect Xiaozi. Bai Shishu's face, wearing sunglasses, was solemn. She said seriously, don't worry, big brother. I will take good care of Xiaozi. Just go and prepare for the Saint Sex assessment. Holy Sect assessment? Bai Donglin smiled without comment, and did not explain. He raised his hand to open the light door, stepped in, and left a voice echoing over the yard. If someone comes to find me, I say I am very busy. I can't see it. Sect Affairs Department. Bai Donglin stepped out of the light gate. He had specifically accepted the mission of slaying demons and eliminating evil in order to leave the sect. It was originally just an excuse to leave the sect, but he didn't expect to actually encounter demons. He has killed many monsters in the heart of the Nine Rings, but killing them face to face with his own hands is secondary and will not earn him many points. However, the number of demons killed by him using the original bomb was extremely terrifying. He had been worried that the demons killed by this attack method would not be counted, but the data collected from the mission later made him realize that he had underestimated the Jidao bracelet. He didn't figure out the counting method of the Jidao bracelet until later. It turned out that the bracelet did not directly count the number of monsters you killed, but it sensed the arrival of the reward from heaven and earth through some unknown means, and then reversely deduced the number of monsters you killed. This is a very powerful method. This way he could naturally be accurate. After all, under the horrific explosion, even he himself didn't know how many demons he had killed. Bai Donglin stepped into the towering palace and walked directly to the light curtain of the task. The idea moved, and a ball of light flew out of the bracelet. Countless characters poured down on the light curtain like a waterfall, deducing and clearing up. After a moment, a ray of light shot into Bai Donglin's bracelet. Reward points, 370,000. Bai Donglin frowned. These points were not too many, but compared to the number of monsters he had killed, these points were too few. The acceptance and delivery of tasks by the Sect Affairs Department are all automatically carried out according to established procedures, so there is naturally no possibility of deduction. With some doubt, Bai Donglin probed his thoughts into the light curtain. After carefully scanning the specific information of some rewards, his eyes showed enlightenment. So that's it. The rewards for this slay demons and eliminate evil mission are divided into levels. The essence is to motivate disciples to slay demons and eliminate evil, hone their practical combat abilities, and also provide disciples with a way to earn points. Therefore, disciples of different strengths will obtain different points for killing the same monster. It's like playing a game with an experience penalty mechanism. When a high-level player kills a low-level monster, he naturally gains less experience. This is also to prevent high-level monks of the Holy Sect from taking advantage of loopholes to gain contribution points indiscriminately. The power of Bai Donglin's original bomb was terrifying, far exceeding his strength in the realm of supernatural powers. Naturally, it was judged as an attack by a high-level cultivator, so the points were reduced so much. The Jidao Holy Sect is indeed a superpower that has spanned countless years. From these small details, we can see that its rules are very strict. These can stand the test of time. Although the harvest was less than he had expected, Bai Donglin didn't care too much about it. After all, they were all points picked up for free. Now that he had more than 1 million contribution points, he was not as eager for them as before. He walked out of the sect affairs department leisurely and raised his hand to open the light gate. Mountain of books. Bai Donglin stepped out of the light gate and plunged into the endless ocean of knowledge again. Wow! The taste of knowledge is so wonderful. He closed his eyes and breathed, his face intoxicated. His soul had broken through to the 8th level of the divine source. Now that its capacity had greatly increased, it was natural for him to lavishly copy it according to his habit. He had copied more than 1 billion memories in the low-dimensional world before, discarded most of the useless residue, and moved other useful knowledge into his mind. Originally, I could have digested most of it in more than 2 years, but because of my own plan, I deliberately used most of my soul's energy to comprehend the control of the 8 divisions. So I delayed the digestion of knowledge, in order not to affect the soul's deductive ability. You still need to take it easy to avoid overloading the soul. In that case, just make 1 billion copies at random. He sighed with a look of slight regret. Before that, let's check some information. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and his mind communicated with the central core of the book mountain and began to search. Dimensional laws, dimensional heart, divine court, demon suppressing temple, watering emperor, lucky ring, strange light ball, the place where all worlds returned to ruins. When Bai Donglin was immersed in the endless ocean of knowledge, the holy sect in the outside world also began to become lively. The 5-yearly Saint Sect assessment has quietly arrived. Chapter 260, Trial begins. The entrance examination to the holy sect is a big deal for new disciples. But to the entire holy sect it is commonplace, and does not cause much waves. This can be seen from the importance that Xingzong attaches to it. The entire assessment lasts only 3 days. And each peak and each department will only send 1 manager, and 1 current senior brother to co-host the assessment. They are all gathered in a square. And any disciple who has reached the realm of supernatural powers can participate. This is a 2-way selection. And to Bai Donglin it is like a job fair. New disciples who meet the requirements of the supernatural power realm have 3 chances to choose a department that suits them, and then take the corresponding assessment. If they pass, they can join. If they fail, they still have 2 chances to choose other departments. If you fail 3 times, you will have to wait another 5 years. Su Qi. Sheng Qing. You are here as expected. Tuya. Su Qi glanced at Tuya with a cold gaze, without paying any attention to him, and continued to whisper with Su Xiujia with his head down. Sheng Qing's expression was slightly solemn, and he looked cautiously at the burly man in front of him. Ever since Shen Wuke left Xingzong, the apparent top-ranked Bai Donglin has appeared and disappeared again. This Tuya can be said to be the most dazzling new disciple. Tuya smiled slightly, and didn't care about the indifference of the 2 people. The 3 of them came here for the same purpose, which was to meet that man. They have all received the news that Bai Donglin has returned to the holy sect. Now that the assessment is approaching, they will naturally have the opportunity to witness Bai Donglin's current strength. Bai Donglin. Tuya lowered his eyes, and his expression became complicated. Ever since his last defeat, he had been tortured by Bai Donglin's 1% of pain, and was left with a horrible shadow. It took him a long time to get rid of the shadow, but it was a blessing in disguise. His strength was further improved, and his will and state of mind underwent great transformation. This time he just wanted to see Bai Donglin from a distance, to find out if he could still muster the will to fight against this monstrous man. Shang Zhong from Danding Peak, the 9th Miss from Duobao Peak, and the people from Dan Palace, who had specially applied to preside over this assessment, all came for Bai Donglin. As the heroes looked on, the 5-year entrance examination officially began. Compared with the previous examination, there were obviously more disciples who broke through to the supernatural power realm this time, as many as tens of thousands. But their potential and value are far inferior to those of the first batch of disciples. The assessment went smoothly without any dramatic incidents. On the first day, Bai Donglin did not show up. Everyone looked confident. Geniuses, after all, were a bit temperamental and liked to be the last to appear. The next day, Bai Donglin still did not show up. Although everyone was a little nervous, they were still able to control themselves. After all, they were geniuses. So that was normal. If they were in other people's shoes, they would also take the opportunity to act big. They understood. On the third day, the sun was about to set. But Bai Donglin was still nowhere to be seen. At this time, the expressions of those who were interested in the matter in the square had changed drastically. They looked at each other, and many people quietly opened the light gate and stepped in. Su Qi, do you think Brother Bai overslept? I can't contact him with my bracelet. What about you? Su Qilio frowned slightly and shook her head gently. The Saint Sect's entrance examination was a very important matter for new disciples, especially since Bai Donglin had already missed it once due to an accident. He would definitely take it very seriously, and would definitely not do such a ridiculous thing as oversleeping. Let's go to Zuzuju. The two of them opened the light gate and stepped into it. In 1 hour, the assessment would be over. If Brother Bai couldn't make it, he would have to wait another 5 years. Tuya narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the place where the two people disappeared, with a thoughtful look on his face. For some reason, he had a feeling that Bai Donglin would not participate in this assessment. Bai Donglin, what are you thinking about? Purple Bamboo Residence. At this time, there were many people standing outside the dilapidated yard, all looking at the yard anxiously. Unfortunately, Bai Donglin was not in the yard. Only his two silly combat pets were there. According to the rules of the Holy Sect, outsiders are not allowed to enter private residences without the invitation of the owner. Battle pets are also not eligible for invitation, which is why Zuzuju has been in such a mess. Even if others want to go in and help with the repairs, they are not allowed to do so. What are you two doing? Where's your big brother? Where did he go? The test is about to end. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Shang Zhong was so anxious that he blew his nose and glared. In the past 2 years, Xiao Zi and Xiao Xiao often got pills from him, and they had become very familiar with each other. Xiao Zi was lying drunkenly on the ground like a purple snake. A shrunken purple jade vine was inserted into a jade bottle, swallowing the liquid inside. The spiritual liquid was so nutritious that Xiao Zi was already drunk and confused, and had no energy to respond to Shang Zhong's questions. Bai Xiao Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged nearby, opened his eyes. A hint of red light flashed under his dark sunglasses, and his little face looked grim. Be quiet. Don't disturb Xiao Zi's practice. Are you here to see Big Brother? Big Brother said he has important things to do. If anyone comes to see him, he will say he is busy and will not see anyone. Bai Xiao Xiao was very honest and conveyed Bai Donglin's words verbatim. Shang Zhong was so angry that his eyes twitched when he heard this. What's important now is more important than the peak assessment. Even if Bai Donglin did not join their Danding Peak, for personal reasons, he did not want Bai Donglin to waste another 5 years. Bullshit. Right now, the most important thing for your big brother is the entrance examination. You little bastard. Tell me quickly. Where did your big brother go? Bai Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that the important thing his elder brother was talking about was not to take the assessment. With a thought, Bai Xiao Xiao communicated with the nameplate on her chest. But the voice transmission was rejected, and she could not sense Bai Donglin's location. Oh no! I can't contact my brother either. He's missing. Damn. Seeing Bai Xiao's helpless look, everyone was shocked and realized that they could not rely on these two stupid war pets. Everyone didn't know what to do for a moment. Su Qi frowned and thought for a moment. Then suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said in a cold voice, if we're talking about where we're most likely to find Brother Bai, I think we should go to Shushan. The Jidao Holy Sect covers a very vast area. In addition to many training places, forbidden areas, and the areas where the Holy Sect's disciples carry out activities, there are also countless deserted and uninhabited mountains. A mountain towering into the clouds, with its peak submerged in the clouds. Bai Donglin blocked out all information and sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain. He had been away from Shushan for more than a month. The soul, which had never stopped deducing, now let go of everything, merged into one, and in this quiet place, calmed the mind and reviewed everything about itself. The will is gathering, and the heart of Tao is settling. When the dawn light broke through the clouds, Bai Donglin opened his eyes, and his bright gaze was brighter than the rising sun. with a gentle smile on his lips. His condition has reached its peak after a month of silence. The time has come. Let me see how far I can go. The mind probed into the Jidao bracelet and touched a vague pattern directly on the huge map. The bracelet trembled, and a red light flashed faintly. Bai Donglin concentrated his mind and touched the pattern again. The bracelet vibrated violently, and the red light suddenly became dazzling. And at the same time a message came into the mind. Please confirm again. Don't touch it by mistake. His eyes focused. His strong will moved forward, and he poured it into the pattern. Buzz buzz buzz. The bracelet actually broke free from Bai Donglin's wrist, suspended in the air, and turned into a dazzling red ball of light. A golden edict flew out from the ball of light, with countless golden characters flowing on it. Bai Donglin took a quick glance and immediately understood its meaning. Taboo. Warning. Death. Danger. Please confirm again. Signature. Bai Donglin revealed a smile, and without hesitation extended his soul, using the power of his soul to turn it into a pen. He wrote his real name on the edict that was shining with golden light. Finally confirmed. The trigger is Bai Donglin. Locking. Open. The golden edict trembled violently, and 4 large scarlet characters slowly emerged on it. The ultimate trial. Buzz. The ball of light expanded instantly, and a scarlet light gate suddenly appeared. Bai Donglin flicked his sleeves and stepped into the light gate with a calm expression. Chapter 261 Extreme Bell. Who will start the extreme trial? The buzzing sound was like the collision of metal and stone. The sound waves surged, and the surrounding void boiled instantly. Silence. No one answered. Ga. Haha. Junior brother. It looks like we're going to have some fun. These dull and boring days are really hard to endure. The man who was as strong as an iron tower bared his teeth, revealing his sharp white teeth. Even the space was torn apart when he bit them. Looking down the endless scarlet stairs until the end, a scarlet light gate suddenly opened. Bai Donglin stepped out of the light gate and looked up at the stairs. They looked like stairs stained with blood, layer upon layer, extending to the end of his sight. If you want to reach the place where the extreme trial begins, you must first step over this scarlet staircase. The scarlet stairs, of varying lengths, test one's will, faith, and belief. Only those with strong will, pure heart and firm belief can reach the end. Otherwise, the steps of this scarlet staircase will be endless. And even if one's lifespan runs out, one will never reach the end. Clatter. Bai Donglin looked determined and without hesitation. He stepped onto the stairs and climbed up step by step. All kinds of illusions, endless fear, pain, temptation, the 5 decays of heavenly beings, eternal extinction, calamity, and injury to the Tao. All returns to my heart, and all is destroyed in the heart. Bai Donglin's pace was getting faster and faster. His eyes were shining brightly. His mind was clear, and an undying faith was lingering in his heart. All things in the universe, endless torture, all swallowed into the stomach, minced, grinded, devoured, unstoppable. Keep moving forward. Who's going to stop me? Whether it is real or illusory. Many sufferings, injuries, concepts, and evil thoughts. Kill, kill, kill. Destroy everything. Eat, eat, eat. Devour it all. Bai Donglin's thoughts condensed into substance, sublimated to the extreme, and turned into a dazzling blade of will. Destruction, destruction, slash. The blade of will slashed down instantly, splitting the fog in front of the scarlet stairs. Looking up, the end of the stairs was already in front of him. On the scarlet stairs, the burly man who was sitting cross-legged stood up instantly, his eyes showing surprise. This kid has such a terrifying will. At such a young age, he can turn his will into substance. And he can also make such a terrifying cut with his sword. Junior brother. It seems that the sect has produced an extraordinary guy. Ga. The white crow flapped its wings, tilted its head, and stared at Bai Donglin with its pale eyes, feeling strange and inexplicable. With the blade of will clearing the way, the front suddenly became clear. Bai Donglin looked calm, and with every step he took, the scarlet staircase became shorter by 1 point. A moment later, Bai Donglin had reached the end of the scarlet stairs. On the huge platform, countless means that could destroy one's will and erase one's heart of Tao disappeared in an instant. Bai Donglin only felt his mind relaxed. After being extremely depressed, his will felt a little light. What a terrifying little creature. To the best of my knowledge, it's unheard of for someone to pass the scarlet stairs in such a short time. A rough male voice sounded out of nowhere. Bai Donglin focused his eyes, and saw a slightly familiar tall figure slowly emerging not far ahead. Bai Donglin's heart moved. This person was clearly right in front of him. But he ignored him until he opened his mouth. He could also use this method on mortals or low-level monks to influence reality with thoughts and deceive people's perception. The figure gradually became clear, and Bai Donglin finally saw the face of this Iron Tower man and the white crow on his shoulder. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect it was them. Baya had come into contact with him before, but he had only met this tall man once before leaving the ancient world. Junior Bai Donglin. Greetings to Senior Bellkeeper. Bai Donglin bowed slightly with his hands raised. Although he was called the Bellkeeper, the bell he was guarding was extraordinary. Even Tong Xiao, the master of the Yu Tower, was respectful in front of him. One could imagine how high his status was. Boy, do you know me? The surprise that flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes naturally could not be hidden from his eyes. He was also a little curious. He was guarding this place, but it was rare for him to go out. I once had the honor of meeting you in the ancient world of Mingyu. Oh, I got it. The big man nodded slightly. The last time he went out, he had indeed only been to the ancient world once. At that time, weak cultivators like Bai Donglin were scattered everywhere, so he naturally did not pay attention to them. I am this generation's Bellkeeper, Xiong, and this is my junior fellow apprentice, Li. Xiong introduced himself and then pointed at the white crow on his shoulder. Bai Donglin's heart moved slightly, recalling the light and shadow scenes he had seen before. This white crow was indeed not simple, and was closely related to Li. Is it the incarnation of Li? Or is it related to Li's resurrection? Boy, since you have started the extreme trial, you should also understand the importance of it. I won't waste any more words. Ha ha ha. I'm optimistic about you. At least it's okay to knock once. But according to the rules, I still have to give you a piece of advice. Do it within your ability. Otherwise you will die on the road of trial. Ga. The white crow flapped its wings. Hey, junior brother. You are also optimistic about this boy? After Xiong finished speaking, he turned around and walked behind him, and Bai Donglin followed behind him in silence. Since he had started the extreme trial, he naturally had some basic understanding of it. Jidao trials are the most difficult trials of Jidao Xingzong. None of them. The nearest appraiser was 30 million years ago, and it failed. If you fail, you will naturally die. The Jidao Holy Sect was a force established in the ancient times, and the Jidao trial was established only an era later. It was in the middle of the ancient times, which was the peak of the era. It was a horrifying trial established, spanning many eras and extending endlessly to this day. Countless evildoers and monsters have come one after another, but only a handful of people can ultimately complete the trial. The reason why Bai Donglin didn't take the Saint Sect entrance examination seriously was because he had already prepared to start the extreme trial. As long as you pass the trial, various permissions will be directly unlocked, and you can even open up a separate lineage of power. There is no need to gain any experience at all, and you can even bypass the restrictions on the strength of gods and demons and directly enter the highest decision-making level of the Holy Sect, the Extreme Council, a true step to success. The significance of the extreme trial is extraordinary. The ancestors will all pay attention to it, and its difficulty is also extremely terrifying. Those who can pass will surely become emperors in the future, and there is even a great chance of breaking through to the Hunyuan Wuji realm. So the Holy Sect gives such preferential treatment to those who pass. Arrive. Stopping. The heavy footsteps echoed in the silent space. Bai Donglin looked up and his vision was filled with a dazzling golden color. Big. Huge. Bai Donglin used all his strength to activate his supernatural powers. White beams of light shot up into the sky from his eyes, and a huge, hazy golden bell hung between heaven and earth. A very strange feeling surged into my heart. The huge clock in front of me seemed to be of uncertain size, and could not be guessed at all. It is wrong as soon as you say it, and it is absurd as soon as you think about it. Its size is uncertain. This is a feeling that I have never experienced in the heart of the dimension. Bai Donglin took his eyes off the golden bell and looked up at the sky. There were 4 huge, deep, dark holes in the distant sky. A thick chain extends out from each hole. It is thick, huge, and surrounded by endless light. As the breath shakes, the void is torn and trembles. 4 chains, 4 colors: yellow, green, black, red, earth, wind, water, and fire. This is not the chain of laws. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly. This is a higher level of power. The chain of rules. For extremely thick regular chains tightly wrapped around the golden bell, allowing the golden bell of an estimable weight to float in the void. Hold head high. There was a faint sound of animal roaring. Bai Donglin listened attentively, and saw several vague animal shadows on the 4 chains. That is, Bai Donglin's pupil shrank suddenly. Suzaku. Black tortoise. Azure dragon. White tiger. The 4 sacred beasts became bound spirits? Kid. It's shocking. Right? This is the legendary Extreme Bell. Chapter 262 Ringing. The golden bell is magnificent and majestic. Bai Donglin slowly suppressed the shock in his eyes. His expression returned to calm, and the boiling will condensed in his heart. Xiong nodded slightly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He was surprised that Bai Donglin could get rid of the shock of the Jidao bell so quickly. Perhaps this really was a little guy who could create miracles. Bai Donglin, I know you are very curious, but if you have any questions, you should wait until the challenge is over before asking them. If you know too much, I'm afraid you will lose the courage to punch. This kind of situation has happened a lot in the past. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and couldn't help but become more interested in the Jidao bell. The little information he searched from the mountain of books was also ambiguous about the bell. All we know is that this golden bell is not only the most precious treasure of the Jidao holy sect, but also that in the endless river of time, the shadow of this golden bell appears in the most brilliant period of every era. It seems that it has some special meaning. You can start now. This is only the first step of the extreme trial. It also determines the difficulty of your subsequent trials. Do it according to your ability. Xiong paused and glanced sideways at Baiya. He didn't know if it was because of the influence of his junior brother, but he felt that he had said too much today. The figure moved slightly, and the surrounding space was forcibly shattered, and the iron tower-like figure sank into it and disappeared. Call. Bai Donglin exhaled lightly, and under the invisible pressure, he stepped into the void, and his figure turned into a stream of light and fled towards the golden bell. The space here was suppressed by the aura of Jidao Bell, and he couldn't use the A-world away. He also didn't have the ability to be as fierce as Yin and directly shatter the space. The space where the Jidao Bell is located is very strange, influenced by its aura. This area also has certain characteristics. The size is not fixed and changes according to one's will. If one is not qualified to challenge it, there is no possibility of getting close to the extreme bell, and one will be lost forever in this small space stretched to infinity. If you want to qualify for the trial, the first step is to sense the illusory Jidao pattern in the Jidao bracelet, and only an extremely strong and tenacious will can activate the pattern. If one passes the Scarlet Staircase's test of will, Heart of Tao, and faith and survives, he or she will be qualified to touch the extreme Dao Bell. As Bai Donglin's speed became faster and faster, the distance between him and Jidao Zhong was rapidly shortening, and an invisible force gradually descended upon him. The laws, magical skills, and soul power were all blocked and prohibited. Bai Donglin's expression did not change. He already understood these trial rules. A very cruel fact is that when he wanted to ring the extreme Dao Bell, the supernatural powers of the laws and the eighth heaven divine soul that he usually relied on were of no use at all. If one wants to do it by force by physical strength, even if one is a titled great power, it is impossible to shake the Jidao Bell in the slightest. The bell ringing test of the extreme trial does not test how strong you are. This is the highest test of the physical cultivation sect, and will only measure your will and physical talent. The essence of the physical body is the spiritual orifice. The strength of a physical cultivator's physical talent is determined by the quality of the spiritual orifices he has opened up, as well as the number of hidden spiritual orifices he has opened up. Bai Donglin was full of confidence. Thanks to the method of opening up spiritual orifices in the true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon, all of his spiritual orifices were now infinite spiritual orifice spaces of the highest quality, and the number of hidden spiritual orifices had reached a terrifying number of over 10,000. This kind of physical talent is absolutely unheard of and unprecedented. While thinking, Bai Donglin was already standing in front of the misty golden bell. The golden bell wall in front of me is within reach, but when I look around, I can't see the end of it. In the endless mist, one can faintly see the huge dragon-like chain of rules winding and stretching. As the divine light flows, the roar of a sacred beast can be heard faintly. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and he saw endless mysterious yellow energy floating on the wall of the bell, and the mysterious Taoist text changing unpredictably. He stared at it for a while, and his mind seemed to be swallowed up. The extreme bell. The ultimate of everything. The end. It's really scary. He immediately believed the secret that Xiong had told him. He was afraid that there were many trial takers who did not dare to raise their fists when facing the Jidao Bell. The extreme trial? This is the beginning of everything. I won't stop here. Drink. Bai Donglin shouted angrily. His will instantly boiled over, roaring, and soared into the sky. Under the pitch-black robe, the flawless body was glowing with divine aura, and the many spiritual orifices in the body glowed slightly. A terrifying force instantly awakened and madly condensed on the fist. 3 points of bright light bloomed in the dim void. His eyes emitted 2 rays of will that condensed into substance. And his clenched right fist was like a huge sun, shining brightly. His eyes focused, and he stepped forward, and the void seemed to turn into reality. A force surged through his body again, passing through the dragon in his spine and being added to his right arm. The figure flashed, and the small fist slammed hard on the boundless bell wall. Clang! The Jidao Bell, which was incredibly hazy and heavy, was moved by a strange force. The mysterious yellow energy rolled and surged violently, and a huge bell sounded. The terrifying sound waves that transcended the rules instantly penetrated the spatial dimension and swept across the entire area where the Jidao Holy Sect was entrenched. The many main peaks of the Holy Sect, the Infinite Arena, the Earth's Core Furnace, the myriad Secret Realms Rotation Department, the Prayer Hall, the Thousand Blade Cliff, the Innocent Weapon Tomb, the 18 Law Enforcement Departments, the Myriad Mountain Realm, the Universe Transmission Department, the Monument Realm. Many Saint Sect monks were swept by the sound waves, and their figures froze. At the same time, they stopped what they were doing, looked shocked, and raised their heads to look towards the unknown place. This is... Countless thoughts rose into the sky, sweeping back and forth, and the boundless sea of clouds was dispersed. Extreme trial. Someone has shaken the extreme bell. Most people had bewildered looks on their faces. Apart from the powerful and strong ones, only a few knowledgeable people looked thoughtful. The bell would also ring when some major events happened in the Holy Sect, such as the trip to the ancient world 10 years ago. But what was ringing was just the giant bell deep in the Holy Sect, which was a replica of the Jidao Bell. Although that replica was also a top-grade Taoist weapon and possessed tremendous power. But it was completely different from the bell sound that just rang in the deepest part of everyone's mind. Even the most ordinary disciples could clearly distinguish it. Numerous thoughts touched and communicated in the void, and the breath of the overflowing breath was torn even in the void. Unfortunately, under the rules, they were not qualified to peep at the place where the polar clock was located. I want to know who shakes the pole clock. Only to ask the Shoujuan. Everyone was silent for a moment. Well, you're so brave. Why don't you go? On the scarlet stairs, the fierce man crossed his arms across his chest. The void around his tall body, like an iron tower, was distorted, and the space was slightly collapsed by the pull of his terrifying physical mass. When the bell rang, his solemn expression relaxed, and he showed a rare smile. Ga. The white crow on my shoulder flapped its wings. Ha. I was right about this guy. Clang. Before he finished his words, another louder and more powerful bell sound swept over, and the fierce expression froze. The second sound wave was even more powerful, sweeping across the place where the Holy Sect was entrenched. Its strange power did not diminish in the slightest, and it treated the Holy Sect's supreme innate formation as nothing. It passed over and spread in an instant, ignoring the spatial distance, and resounded throughout the entire wilderness in an instant. The world was silent. Mortals who do not practice Taoism, as well as fish, insects, birds and animals, seemed to have not heard it. The mighty sound of the bell echoes in the heart of all cultivators who possess spiritual energy. There is no way to avoid it. It arises from within the heart. Chapter 263. The talent is too strong. Clang. The third bell rang. The fierce expression changed, and he could no longer remain calm. A hint of surprise appeared in his majestic tiger eyes. Is this guy so resistant to blows? He bombarded the Jidao Bell continuously without any gaps, but his body didn't even collapse. Ga. The Jidao Bell was hazy and dim. The sound waves were surging. The mysterious energy was flowing endlessly, and a terrifying aura filled the entire void, blocking out all prying eyes. Call. Bai Donglin exhaled lightly, with a slight smell of blood. The terrifying recoil force of the golden bell in his body swept back and forth, shattering bones, tearing flesh and blood, and even dimming his bright spiritual orifice. The talent of immortality is activated, and full health is restored instantly. The recoil force of this golden bell is truly powerful. I can't even remove a single bit of it. I can only rely on my physical body to defend myself and endure it. The so-called force control skills are simply a joke in front of the Jidao Zhong. The recoil force is already at the rule level, and there is nowhere to hide. Bai Donglin's eyes could not help but show the color. No wonder the opening test of this extreme trial was so difficult. To shake the polar bell, you need to go all out. The greater the force used, the more terrifying the recoil force will be. This seems to be a vicious circle. It is a very comprehensive test that targets three major aspects of the body: strength, defense, and recovery ability. And none of the three can be missing. This is also the reason why Xiong Lu showed surprise. This test does not have a time limit. According to normal people's logic, after the trial taker has withstood the recoil force, he will definitely choose to rest and recover his body, and then continue after he is in a perfect state. It is not only to ensure that the power of the next bombardment is complete, but also to be able to withstand the subsequent recoil force. Otherwise, the accumulated damage will surely lead to death. It is not unheard of for the extreme bell to be rung 3 times. But to have it rung so continuously is unheard of. Bai Donglin's eyes were determined. With his unique advantages, he would naturally not be satisfied with 3 bell rings. Although this was already good enough. The extreme trial is divided into different levels. And this level is determined by the number of times the trial taker rings the extreme bell. The more times, the more difficult the subsequent trials will naturally be. But as long as you complete the trial, you will naturally gain more benefits. The power of God was filled with Bai Donglin. The poles on Wang Wang's bell wall, the Taoist flashed slightly, and the airflow of Xin Huang turned together. Every time the Jidao bell is rung, the difficulty of the next one will increase suddenly. It requires gathering even greater strength to shake the Jidao bell. And naturally it also requires withstanding even more terrifying recoil forces. Come again! Bai Donglin's double fist was tight, and the jade silk ribbon with long hair was broken, and the dark long hair was stunned under the momentum. Such is the crazy snake dance. The bright thoughts implement the whole body, settled in many spiritual tricks. And under the urging of ideas, the hidden spiritual tunes follow the trajectory of the mystery slowly. Shinxi's light was shining brightly, and rays of light were emitting from the surface of his body. Bai Donglin was suddenly enveloped in a hazy light. Drink! The roar was stirring. The figure rippled in the void, and the strength rose between his feet. Clang! Ding ding! Ding ding ding! 3 consecutive bells. A high sound. The polar Zhong Hao's mighty Zhong Ming sound. The scope of the spread is getting wider and wider. Poof! Bai Donglin spurted out sticky blood foam uncontrollably, which was his internal organs that were turned into meat paste, with 3 countershocks superimposed on each other. Even a physical cultivator known for his defense could not withstand it. Let alone him. If it were someone else, they would have been shocked to death long ago. Between breathing, the horrible injuries in Bai Donglin's body have been healed. And once again, it becomes a dragon. This should be the limit of my physical body. If I only rely on the pure physical strength, the next recoil will definitely kill me instantly. Bai Donglin's expression returned to quiet, and stopped testing the limit of his body. In the first 6 attacks, he only relied on the passive enhancement of his spiritual power to his physical strength, including defense. He did not fully activate the power of his spiritual power. It's just that his spiritual power is too terrifying. The power of blessing alone has allowed him to ring the extreme bell 6 times. As soon as he thought about it, the universe inside Bai Donglin's body suddenly began to shine. One after another, bright spiritual orifices were crystal clear and shining with divine light, like a sun floating in the dark void of the universe. Crash! Crash! The sound of rolling waves and surging tides could be heard inexplicably in the void. Thousands of miles of blood light rose and spread behind Bai Donglin. Endless visions condensed into substance and roared towards the sky. Boundless sea of blood. Thousands of strange phenomena. The spiritual orifice is the foundation of the physical body. The 365 main spiritual orifices stand motionless, like the core of the super world. And tens of thousands of hidden spiritual orifices surround the main spiritual orifices, like the core of the galaxy, slowly rotating along inexplicable mysterious trajectories. The larger number of particles with a huge amount, the trillion-dollar particles, is a star day, surrounded by hidden spiritual tricks. And it is deep and floating. Many powerful spiritual tricks are activated, and the main spiritual tricks are connected to each other with strange power, hiding countless particles. A powerful force instantly filled the entire body. Divine light shone through his body, and thousands of feet of light condensed behind him. Rays of light were suspended in the air, rotating slightly, connecting to the boundless sea of blood, stirring up turbulent waves. Power. Great power. Infinite power. This is my physical body. This physical body with activated spiritual orifices is the complete power. Bai Donglin was shrouded in 1,000-foot-high light. Like a god. His figure moved, and he instantly approached the Jidao bell at a rapid speed. He punched out with a punch, and light fragments fell, and a sea of blood roared. Ding! Number 7. The terrifying recoil force poured into his body. Bai Donglin's body shook slightly. But he did not take a step back, and had already resisted and resolved it. He stepped on the ground with his left foot. The void twisted and condensed. His body turned, and under the push of the terrifying force, his right leg cut through the void, and kicked hard on the bell wall. Ding! Number 8. Bai Donglin's eyes were sharp, controlled the backward body, and stepped on the emptiness. The body was like Balaam, and his head hit the polar bell. Ding! Number 9. The 9th bell sounded throughout the entire Qianyuan continent. It was too easy. When he used all his strength to activate his spiritual orifices, ringing the Jidao bell became a piece of cake. Even the recoil force, which was borne by so many spiritual orifices, could not cause too much damage to him. Bai Dong stood in the void, thinking slightly for a moment, and stopped. He has not reached the limit now, and if he is willing, he can continue to ring the pole clock. However, he looked up a vast amount of secrets in the mountain of books, and found that those who had initiated the extreme trial since ancient times had only rung the extreme bell 9 times at most. It seems that 9 is an extreme that cannot be broken. He was well aware of his own situation. The infinite spiritual space, and tens of thousands of hidden spiritual orifices. Any one of them broke common sense. In terms of physical talent, he is too tall to be taller, exceeding the understanding of ordinary people. It's not that it's too easy to ring the Jidao bell. It's just that his physical endowment is just too strong. 9 times is more than enough. My goal is to rely on the extreme trial to get into the upper echelons of the sect. If I go too far, it might cause unnecessary trouble. As Bai Donglin's thoughts reverberated, he figured out the seriousness of the matter. He was not a brave and aggressive child, and reason always came first. The boiling breath subsided. The strange phenomenon in the sea of blood slowly dissipated, and the shining spiritual orifice in the body also returned to silence again. He gazed at the Jidao bell again, then turned around and disappeared as a stream of light. A moment later, Bai Donglin landed on the scarlet stairs again and bowed to Xiong Weiwei. His fierce eyes swept back and forth over Bai Donglin, and he exclaimed in amazement, "Is this kid a monster?" After ringing the extreme bell 9 times, there was no damage at all. "Boy, didn't I tell you to take it easy? Your talent is indeed incredible." But after 9 bells, the next trial. Don't die. GA. Chapter 264. Light point entering the body. Click. Under the pitch-black sky, the extremely huge and misty golden bell trembled slightly. Its aura leaked out, and the dimensions of time and space were shattered. The Jidao bell seemed to want to break free from its restraints and fly away into the air. For regular chains of different colors suddenly tightened, shining with dazzling light, and making a harsh metal friction sound. Cry! Roar! The phantom of the holy beast materialized, and the void became real. It roared and growled, and its huge body towered over the sky and the earth. Not much smaller than a golden bell. The turtle, snake and black tortoise stomped hard on the bell wall like the limbs of the pillars of heaven. The blue dragon circled around the bell, and the azure scales and divine light flowed endlessly. The white tiger held the bell in its mouth. The red bird danced and circled, and raging flames poured down, turning into countless red chains, suppressing and blocking the entire space. Buzz! The misty golden bell hummed softly, and the mysterious yellow energy gushed out, condensing into 4 thick arms. The palms were clenched into fists, crushing the void, and punched hard on the huge head of the holy beast spirit. Groan! Aang! Weeping and wailing. The terrifying binding force suddenly loosened, and in an instant, 4 light spots of different colors shot out and escaped at the moment before the binding force healed. The misty golden bell stopped struggling and fell silent, while the spirit of the sacred beast transformed into countless points of light and disappeared into the chains of rules. The air was filled with mist, and the huge movement just now was obscured and did not attract any attention. The sky is pitch black. The golden bell is suspended. The chains of rules are across the void, and after the fierce game, it falls into eternal silence. On the scarlet stairs, Bai Donglin and Xiong sat cross-legged on the ground, facing each other, before Bai Donglin could open his mouth to ask the questions in his mind. For spots of light suddenly shot out from the misty fog in the distance, and instantly penetrated into his body at an extremely terrifying speed. His eyes focused, and without time to think, his mighty soul and mind swept back and forth in his body, carefully examining every place, not letting go of even the tiniest particles. Bai Donglin frowned and looked around, but did not find anything unusual, as if it was just an illusion. But this couldn't be an illusion. Putting aside whether there was something wrong with his perception, at least the fierce man in front of him had an abnormal look on his face, and he obviously saw those spots of light. This should be something beyond his understanding. So he had to ask, "Senior, what was that just now?" Xiong slowly concealed the strangeness in his eyes, but his heart was not calm. He sensed the aura of Jidao Zhong on the light spot just now. Is it a reward from Jidao Zhong? This is unheard of. This has never happened before. Even in the records, the bell was struck 9 times, and it did not cause any unusual movement in the Jidao bell. Why would the high and mighty Jidao Zhong favor this little guy so much? Boy, don't panic. Just be happy. If my guess is correct, the light spot just now should be the reward from Jidao Bell for you. It will be beneficial to you and not harmful. You may not be able to sense what it is now, but it may be of great help to you in the future. Bai Donglin nodded slightly upon hearing this and relaxed his frown. He was upright and honest, so there was no reason for Jidao Zhong to plot against him. Hee. This Jidao Zhong must have discovered my extraordinary talent and wanted to surrender to me, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. So he secretly gave me benefits? What a tsundere guy. As Bai Donglin's thoughts came back to him, his eyes lit up, and he thought he had seen through Jidao Zhong's little thoughts. What are you thinking about, kid? I promise to help you solve your problems. Before you leave, you can ask me 3 questions. Seeing Bai Donglin's wandering thoughts, he smacked his lips fiercely. The sound like a loud bell, causing ripples in the void. Bai Donglin's expression became serious, and he suppressed his thoughts, not daring to think about them anymore. After a little contemplation, he asked, "Senior, why are there so few Saint Sect disciples who start the extreme trial? I have also looked up many records in the Book Mountain, and the most recent extreme trial that was recorded in writing was actually 30 million years ago." Bai Donglin has been puzzled by this for a long time. Although his will and Tao heart are extremely pure and powerful, he does not think that he is really unprecedented. During the long period of 30 million years, how many evil geniuses will the Jidao Holy Sect absorb? I don't know how many powerful and mighty people have been born. It is impossible that no one can meet the requirements to start the trial. Will and Tao heart may sound mysterious, but they are not something untouchable. Although he is confident, he is not blind. In the past 30 million years, there are definitely many people with stronger will and Taoism than him. But no one has started the ultimate trial. Are they all afraid of death? Haha. That's good. It seems you are still sober and not carried away. Xiong nodded slightly, very satisfied with Bai Donglin's rationality, and then said, "There are 2 reasons why no one has opened the extreme trial for 30 million years. First, the conditions for the extreme bracelet to select disciples who are qualified to open the trial are not as one-sided as you understand. Although Xusheng claims to have endless knowledge, you don't have enough authority. Many things have been intentionally concealed, and what you see is not accurate." Xiong paused in his tone. Bai Donglin had already successfully started the trial. If he successfully completed the trial, he would naturally have enough authority to know these things. If he died, it would not matter if he knew them. This does not violate the rules of the Holy Sect. So Xiong continued, willpower, Tao heart, and faith are indeed one of the conditions, but they are not the main ones. What really matters is that you have a certain quality, a quality that makes the Jidao bracelet take notice. As for what this quality is, you should know it yourself. Think about when you sense the Jidao pattern appearing in the bracelet. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly. The first time he sensed the mysterious extreme pattern on the bracelet map was after he came out of the Mingyu ancient realm. His will was too weak at that time. When he touched the extreme pattern, he only felt it was illusory and had no ability to activate it. But from that time on, he had been deliberately trying to understand the extreme trial, and at the same time, he made a plan to give up the Saint Sect's entrance examination and directly start the extreme trial to reach the top in one step. He had done so many things in the ancient world. What on earth had triggered the Jidao bracelet? It seemed that he had underestimated the bracelet. There were more hidden functions than he had imagined. Ignoring Bai Donglin's contemplation, Xiong continued to speak. The second reason is related to the Jidao Bell. Do you know the time's peak? Bai Donglin looked confused and shook his head slightly. Well, you can think of it as the most brilliant and dazzling period of an era. The climax and essence of an era. Before the arrival of each era peak, the Jidao Bell will fall into a long period of silence. Naturally, the Jidao trial cannot be started during this period. And now that the crest of the era has arrived, the Jidao Bell has naturally awakened from its slumber. Because of these two reasons, you will become the first person in 30 million years to start the Jidao trial. So that's how it is. A light flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. Talent is important. But sometimes luck is equally important. Although I have extraordinary talent, I was born at the wrong time. What can I do? Bai Donglin's fingers moved slightly involuntarily, and he rubbed the lucky ring on his index finger. The black ring had a faint aura, like a randomly bent piece of wire. Fortunately, he has this treasure, and he can get it with just a little luck. Chapter 265, Strange Lifespan. Thank you for your help, Senior. My second question is about the Jidao bracelet. What is its origin? Regarding the Jidao bracelet, the information he found in the mountain of books was very superficial, and it seemed that he also did not have enough authority. Xiong slowly stretched out his left hand. A light flashed, and a dark golden bracelet appeared on his wrist. Among the intricate and magical patterns, the word was extremely eye-catching. You should know that all the extreme bracelets of the Saint Sect monks come from the same mother body. Within the scope of the Qianyuan realm, the mother body has the ability to forcibly summon the bracelets. The mother body of this Jidao bracelet is also very important to our holy sect. It can be said to be one of the few treasures second only to the Jidao Bell. If the Jidao Bell is the trump card that must be kept in the bottom of the box, and cannot be moved lightly unless the survival of the holy sect is at stake, then the bracelet mother body is the core that maintains the normal operation of the holy sect. The fierce collection back to the arm. The dark gold bracelet followed, and looked at Bai Donglin deeply, and said with a tone, "Kid, I know what you are worried about. I have had this thought before. But our holy sect is really different. It can be said that it is completely different from any other force. Under the rules of the holy sect, those dark and dirty things will not happen. So you don't need to be afraid of the extreme bracelet." With a word of mind, Bai Donglin's expression was calm and did not feel that there was any difficulty. He had too many secrets, and he wore a bracelet that was beyond his control, and he would inevitably not think much. As for the rest, I don't know much, but I do know a thing or two about the origin of the bracelet. Legend has it that in ancient times, an ancestor of our Saint Sect found a tattered ball of light in a broken real world while exploring the land where all the worlds return to. Then several ancestors of the holy sect found the mother body of the extreme bracelet from the broken light ball. It was too long ago, and we don't know if this legend is true or not. Bai Donglin was silent. It all fits together. It was just a joke at first, but he actually came true. Is it really you? Big light bulb in the Lord God's space. What on earth happened to you that you ended up being dissected? As a dignified god, he should have plundered the heavens and all worlds. But he ended up in such a miserable state. It is really lamentable. Collecting his thoughts, Bai Donglin looked slightly embarrassed and asked his last question. Senior, how old are you this year? The fierce man looked at Bai Donglin in astonishment. Even the white crow on his shoulder stopped preening its feathers, tilted its head, and stared at Bai Donglin with strange eyes. Ha ha ha. Xiong laughed loudly towards the sky, and the sound waves vibrated. The surrounding space was instantly shattered, and a huge black chaotic hole spread rapidly. Bai Donglin's expression changed. His figure flashed, and he retreated far away in an instant, feeling his head buzzing. You are really interesting, kid. You have a very sharp vision. This seems to be a very simple question. But the fierce man stopped his terrifying laughter, waved his big hand, and the surrounding space instantly returned to its original state. His expression was full of hesitation, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. He really wanted to open Bai Donglin's brain and take a good look at why, at such a young age and with a long life ahead of him, he was thinking about the most fundamental and darkest issues in the world. Is this really the thought a young monk should have? Lifespan. Boy, I don't know what you have seen, but I can't answer this question for you. And this is not something you can get involved in right now. Practice well. It won't be too late to explore these things after you break through to the realm of gods and demons. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. his thoughts churning and diverging violently in his mind. At this moment, he seemed to have thought a lot, but also seemed to be in a moment of blank thinking. What is the purpose of monks practicing Taoism? Great power? Free and unfettered? Lawless? Controlling one's own destiny? I'm afraid most cultivators want to live forever. After all, only by living first can you have everything else. Ever since he started practicing, Bai Donglin has had a confusion in his heart, which is about the lifespan of the cultivators in this world. Not to mention the difference in lifespan between different realms. The difference in lifespan among cultivators in the same realm is huge. For example, at his current level of supernatural powers, his lifespan would vary depending on how many spiritual orifices of different laws he incorporated. It can be as short as less than 10,000 years, or as long as tens of thousands of years. The difference in lifespans among powerful cultivators is even more terrifying. For example, a powerful cultivator from the ancient world, because of his illusionary experience in the Moon Palace secret realm, once transformed into a powerful sword cultivator and gained some understanding of some things. The powerful beings in the ancient world, perhaps due to the limitations of inheritance and the constraints of the small world, are not only weak, but their lifespan is only a few 100,000 years. Not even as good as the divine source realm of the only real world. The powerful beings in the only true world are even more interesting. According to the information he has collected, the lifespan of weak powerful beings is hundreds of thousands of years, while the lifespan of powerful beings is only 1 or 2 million years. But what about the fierce one in front of him? According to the time of death of his junior brother Li in the ancient world burial area, Xiong's lifespan has been at least more than 20 million years. There are also Moro, Emperor Mingyu, and the Black Mist Demon Emperor. The lifespans of these people he has come into contact with are all very abnormal. It's not that he thinks these people live too long, but compared to other powerful people who died young, it's too abnormal. Based on his superficial understanding of the abilities of powerful people, he believed that the lifespan of cultivators in this world was too short. The powerful ones are at least half immortal, and a lifespan of just tens of millions of years is indeed ridiculously short. What's even more bizarre is that the lifespans of these powerful beings range from short to long, and their lengths vary greatly. The shortest is only 1,000,000 years. But the old monster Black Mist Demon Emperor has actually lived for 50 million years. This was a piece of information he had learned by devouring his broken memories. And it was naturally accurate. This situation is too weird, and definitely not normal. Another point is that, in all the information he had learned, including from the almighty ancestors, there was no mention of eternity, everlasting life, immortality, or living as long as heaven and earth. Compared to the brilliant cultivation system and powerful combat power in this world, this is too abnormal. Typical high attack and low health. If it were in the ancient world, any immortal would be able to live without worries about his lifespan. The more Xiong avoided this question, the more taboo he seemed to be. The more he felt that this world was full of big problems, and the waters were very deep. Bai Donglin's eyes were deep. His turbulent thoughts gradually calmed down. He bowed to Xiong and said gratefully, "Thank you for clearing up my confusion. I was just speaking nonsense." "Yeah. No problem." Xiong waved his hands. His expression calmed down again, as if he suddenly lost interest in talking. He drooped his eyelids and said softly, "Boy, have you understood the steps of the next extreme trial?" "Yes." "Well, according to the rules, I will cover up your news. No one else will know about you except me, the Jidao bracelet, and the ancestor who reviews the task, until you complete the trial, or die quietly in the trial. The extreme trial, according to the number of times the extreme bell is rung. The trial tasks will be divided into different difficulty levels. The trial mission is determined by the extreme council convened by the top leaders of the holy sect, and is finally passed to the extreme bracelet after being reviewed by the ancestors. The purpose of concealing his identity information is, firstly, to ensure fairness and prevent favoritism and fraud, and secondly, to prevent hostile forces from eliminating him. Geniuses who could open the ultimate trial have always been thorns in the eyes of alien races, and must be eliminated as soon as possible. After all, it is much easier to wipe out a genius who has not yet grown up than to kill a strong man in the future. The trial is not about sending disciples to their deaths. The holy sect will try its best to avoid dangers like this that are not related to the mission. In addition, there is another benefit for disciples who start the extreme trial. Depending on the number of times Bai Donglin rings the Jidao bell, he will be given access to all training facilities within 9 years, and will be able to use them at will. Of course, points are still needed after the welfare time is up. The trial taker must leave the holy sect to complete the trial mission. Before the mission is completed, Bai Donglin can be said to have nothing to do with the Jidao holy sect. He cannot rely on any power from the sect, and can only rely on himself. Thank you, Senior. Bai Donglin bowed slightly again, said goodbye, and walked down the scarlet stairs. A scarlet light gate has appeared at the place where we came from. Ga. Just as Bai Donglin was about to step into the light gate, the white crow on the fierce shoulder flapped its wings, turned into a white light, and instantly came in front of Bai Donglin. The bird's beak opened slightly. A white vortex emerged, and then it spit out a pitch-black token that looked like it was carved from wood. The black token fell, and Bai Donglin quickly reached out to take it. It felt cold and sank slightly. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he asked doubtfully, "Is this for me?" Ga. The white crow nodded slightly, then flapped its wings and instantly returned to Xiong's shoulder. "Thank you, Senior Li." Although he didn't know what it was, Bai Donglin still bowed his hand to thank him, put away the token, and stepped into the light gate. "Junior brother, it doesn't seem right for you to give this to him." "Right? Ga. That's right. You are no longer a monk of the holy sect, so it's not considered breaking the rules." Quack. Haha. I hope so. Chapter 266 Colorful Seeds. Taishang Valley. Zishu Residence. Bai Donglin stepped out of the light gate, and the light gate shrank and condensed, turning into a red bracelet again and slowly falling down, with a slight flash in his eyes. Bai Donglin reached out to take it and put the bracelet on his wrist. As long as he wanted to stay in the holy sect, he couldn't do without this thing for the time being. The things taken out from the main god space made him even more worried after knowing the truth. After all, the main god, that big light bulb, had a bad reputation. I hope Xiong is right. Otherwise, he put his thoughts aside and looked into the yard. The two little ones were immersed in their cultivation and did not sense his presence. "Wake up!" The voice went straight to their hearts, and the two little ones woke up instantly. They were immediately delighted when they saw Bai Donglin in front of them. "Brother, where have you been? Everyone is so worried and looking for you everywhere." Yes, big brother. You missed the assessment again. You have to wait another 5 years. Hey, big brother. You didn't do it on purpose, did you?" Noticing the two little ones' concern, Bai Donglin smiled and said, "Don't worry. I have my own plans. I'll take you to a good place." Bai Donglin stretched out his hand, and the two little ones were instantly held in his hands, and he raised his hand to draw a gate of light. The figure suddenly paused, turned back and pointed at the ground. The laws fluctuated slightly. A stone tablet broke out of the ground, and several lines of text appeared on it. He nodded with satisfaction, lest anyone come looking for him and think he was missing. This time he would be gone for a long time. Stepping into the light gate, Zuzuja fell into silence again. The evening breeze blew by, and the purple bamboo forest outside the courtyard rustled. The Sea of Origin Laws. Bai Donglin stepped out of the light gate with the two little ones. When he looked around, a huge vortex light gate with colorful light stood in front of him. In front of the vortex light gate are two pitch-black statues of strange beasts. Behind the light gate is the Sea of Original Laws. He had been here once before, and has always been thinking about it in his mind. Bai Donglin took a step forward, and the two little ones followed closely behind him. Looking around curiously, a red light shot out from the eyes of the dark beast statue and enveloped them. The bracelet flashed red, and the red light in the statue's eyes slowly disappeared. After passing the verification, Bai Donglin took the two little ones and stepped into the vortex light gate. In the colorful sky, countless dense chains of laws are slowly turning above the sky. Like a surging colorful sea, countless mysterious laws filled this small world. Bai Donglin took a deep breath, his face full of satisfaction. Compared to last time, his senses are now sharper, and he has a deeper understanding of the strange and powerful Sea of Origin Laws. His eyes moved slightly, and he found a secluded place and sat cross-legged. "Xiaozi, with the help of this place and the spiritual objects I gave you, can you breed the seventh seed within a month?" The small purple jade vines were shining brightly, and the leaves were emerald green. It was extremely sensitive to the laws, and in this world, it was even more powerful. "Don't worry, big brother. It won't take a month." Xiaozi is full of confidence. It has been swallowing rare treasures during this period of time, and now its seventh seed is not far from maturity. "Very good, Xiao Xiao. You should also seize this opportunity and practice well. Brother. I got it. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded seriously. This kind of treasure land must not be entered easily. Big brother must have paid a heavy price. If he doesn't practice seriously, his butt will definitely be beaten to a pulp. That's right. The last time I entered was as a special reward. And no extra points were deducted for bringing Xiaozi in. This time it's different. Every time you bring in a combat pet, you will get an extra 10% of the points. Bai Donglin's mind sank into his body, and he began to comprehend the engraved rules. At this time, the role of his strong soul was reflected. Dozens of laws were activated and emerged directly in the void. Chains of laws of different colors and mysterious auras surrounded his body and swirled around him. Bai Donglin felt the law of rapid growth, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. His main purpose of entering the Sea of Origin laws this time was to complete the long-awaited plan. A plan he had made after mastering the laws of dimensional space. He has been working hard for this in the past few years. And now the time has come. All he has to do is wait for Xiaozi to produce the seventh seed. In addition to this, he also had to incorporate dozens of new laws and spiritual orifices into the origin, and use his trinity and the soul of the 8th level of the divine source to practice multiple threads at the same time, coupled with the unique training environment of the Sea of Origin laws. He was confident that he could accomplish all of this before his points were exhausted. While Bai Donglin was comprehending the laws, he also devoted some of his energy to making the final improvements to the plan. 20 days later, Bai Donglin was awakened by Xiaozi. At this time, Xiaozi was extraordinary. The purple jade vines seemed to become transparent, and one could see the divine light flowing through them. Countless natural runes on the emerald green leaves kept changing, and a strange fragrance slowly spread around. Brother, I succeeded. Bai Donglin looked solemn, and he pinched the laws with both hands. 7 array plates flew out, shining with light, and expanded instantly. The huge array runes flowed, layer upon layer, completely isolating this area from the outside world. Although the Sea of Origin laws is very safe, Bai Donglin still set up various defenses to ensure that nothing could go wrong. Let's get started. Xiaozi. Upon hearing this, Xiaozi instantly stood up, and the vines drilled deep into the ground, and the roots spread out, and the purple jade vines became thicker and longer. Compared with the previous ones, this time the movement is much bigger. It can be predicted that this final seed is indeed extraordinary. Xiaozi did not stop until it grew to be about 10 feet thick. A huge colorful flower bud slowly grew out, and then bloomed little by little. Bai Donglin's eyes sparkled, and with a thought, a pitch-black, empty crystal ball fell into his hand. It was the seed of the law of dimensional space. In the sea of blood in the Dantian, the sign of death hummed softly. The mountains of spiritual stones, spiritual liquids, and elixirs piled up in the origin world were ready to burst out at any time. These were the assets he had accumulated with great difficulty. He was extremely frugal in normal times, and was reluctant to squander them all. All for today. In the Sea of Gods, gray mist rolled and surged, and a purple sphere condensed from countless clear and spiritual energy slowly emerged from the depths of the Sea of Gods. Hovering in front of the 3 souls, Zai swallowed quietly. Wui's mind moved, and the golden red pointed monument on the end of his hair trembled slightly. A scarlet vortex emerged, and the entrance to the low-dimensional world was opened. In the low-dimensional world, a colorful ball of light was suspended in the void, with electric sparks jumping on the surface of the sphere, and countless images flashing by in the ball of light. This is a ball of light formed by billions of extremely shining wisdom lights of the self. The crystallization of wisdom. The damage reversal operated at maximum efficiency. Large amounts of enhanced energy appeared out of thin air, but they were not swallowed up. Instead, they continued to gather and condense under the manipulation of the control of the 8 divisions. Everything was ready. Bai Donglin's eyes were calm. His mind turned into a knife, cutting off all emotions and leaving only reason. Xiaozi's stretched purple jade vines were surrounded by purple light and divine aura. The emerald green leaves stretched out and rustled, and a mysterious aura continued to emerge. Boo! Colorful flower buds blooming. A 7-colored ball of light floats in the center of the flower, rotating slowly. Bai Donglin's heart trembled. This is the breath of unparalleled. Chapter 267 Creation of the World. The colorful ball of light slowly fell down, surrounded by divine light, and all laws were repelled wherever it passed. Bai Donglin reached out to take it, his eyes clear and calm. The moment his palm touched the ball of light, a sense of enlightenment surged in his heart. The world in the magical gourd. Sure enough, this was exactly what he expected. Xiaozi's identity was obvious, and she was indeed from that world. Bai Donglin, who had cut off his emotions, was extremely calm. He held a pitch-black crystal ball in his left hand, and a colorful light ball in his right hand. The soul and thought stretched out, and the seeds of the laws of dimensional space, as well as the world and the gourd of the law of the origin of magical powers, were sucked into the body at the same time. Many spiritual orifices suddenly shone with light, trembling slightly, and all exuded a hint of desire to devour the two seeds. The last law of the origin of magical power conceived by Xiaozi contains two laws. One is the law of devouring, and the other is the unparalleled level law, one of the three major branches of the world's rules. Space, the world rules, like the dimension rules, are also composed of the three unparalleled laws of space, time, and matter. But there is an essential difference between the two, which is the difference between reality and dimension. The two seeds of dimensional space and world space in his body are now shining, and there is a subtle attraction between them. Sensing this slight fluctuation, Bai Donglin suddenly felt certain in his heart, and felt that his chances of success had increased. Huh? Let's get started. He exhaled lightly, then closed his eyes, and let all his thoughts sink into his body. Under the control of the soul and mind, the dimensional space seeds, the world space, and the devouring laws were pulled together, and slowly gathered outside the devouring spiritual orifice. 3 spots of light rotated irregularly around the spiritual orifice. Under the manipulation of you, a large mass of liquid-like enhanced energy has been gathered. With a gentle push of the mind, the enhanced energy flows like a stream, gently wrapping the devouring spiritual acupoint and the 3 light spots. The strengthened energy is like a lubricant. With its participation, the law seeds that had begun to become a little restless gradually calmed down. As his thoughts raced, every step of the plan flashed through his mind one by one. It had been rehearsed countless times, and every detail had been considered over and over again, all for the purpose of success. If you fail, you will lose 3 extremely precious law seeds and a large amount of resources. You must be extremely cautious. Bai Donglin is preparing to forcibly merge the laws. This was the plan he had been preparing for a long time. To break the rules when he was in the realm of supernatural powers. And it was the highest level of unparalleled rules. For physical cultivators, after breaking through the divine source realm, the light of the origin of life will undergo an essential sublimation and transformation. The reason why one can only begin to integrate the laws in the divine source realm is that the source of life after the transformation plays a decisive role. If one wants to integrate the laws, the soul, the origin of life, and the mastery of the laws are all indispensable conditions. Bai Donglin now only meets the condition of soul. Although he does not have other things, he can find substitutes. He used enhanced energy to replace the source of life, swallowed the pure spiritual energy to improve his grasp of the laws, and the crystallization of wisdom could give him unlimited inspiration to deal with emergencies during the fusion process. After countless times of deduction, he found that this plan was still feasible. He had successfully integrated the karma fire in the demon-suppressing temple before, and had accumulated some experience. What is a genius? Being able to break the rules and create miracles. That's a genius. Bai Donglin reaffirmed his faith, and his mind sank into the sea of consciousness. On the pitch-black stone tablet, a purple sphere floated up and down between the 3 souls, and an alluring fragrance filled the air. The 3 spirits opened their eyes at the same time. Divine light shone. They stood up and took a step forward, merged into one, stretched out their hands, and held the tempting purple ball in their hands. His eyes flickered slightly. He didn't know how much pure and spiritual energy had been integrated into this thing, which had already turned into a tangible treasure. After swallowing it in one gulp, Bai Donglin estimated that he might be able to take off directly. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to deploy it. At this critical moment, he no longer thought about saving. With a determined look, he swallowed the purple ball in one gulp. Buzz! When the brain is shocked, the gap is first, and the next instant idea is crazy, as if it is over the avenue. All the mysteries. Come on! Mysterious and profound. The door to all wonders. Bai Donglin felt that a door was opened deep in the depths of the soul, and the endless avenue of the avenue burst out, drowning him instantly. The body of the spirit became crystal clear, and colorful divine light was shining and flowing. The scarlet vortex channel of the low-dimensional world was suspended behind his head, and Wui's soul took a step forward and entered the low-dimensional world. Wui raised his hand, picked up the dazzling crystal of wisdom floating in the sky, and swallowed it directly into his stomach. Bai Donglin suddenly felt his scalp numbing, as if countless electric currents were running in his mind. An endless inspiration suddenly emerged. Countless wonderful ideas emerged. And the understanding of the control that usually felt extremely obscure, and the true scripture of conceiving God and forging demons soared wildly at this moment. The wisdom light of the self is a wonderful conceptual thing, neither real nor false, and can only be materialized and extracted in the two-dimensional world. It also cannot be taken out of the low-dimensional world, even after swallowing it. If Wu Wei leaves the low-dimensional world now, this wonderful inspiration will immediately dissipate. Therefore, Wu Wei can only swallow the crystallization of wisdom in the low-dimensional world, and he must always open the channel to the low-dimensional world in order to pass the inspiration to the external entity. Bai Donglin's condition at this moment was better than ever, and his affinity to the great Tao of heaven and earth had reached its limit. He was probably the legendary son of the great Tao, who was born from the great Tao. Was no more than this. Everything is ready. Bai Dong's thoughts of the soul like souls poured out, and wrapped the three rules seeds and devouring spirit tightly. Countless threads of soul and thought that are finer than particles, covered with mysterious runes, and a force of control spread out. The laws, spiritual knowledge, enhanced energy, the power of the soul, the power of control, all blend and penetrate each other, turning into a chaotic egg that floats up and down in the body. Mysterious and unpredictable. Bai Donglin's mind was all in the eggs, and the feeling of losing was as if it had passed for a moment, and it seemed to be hundreds of millions of years in the past. Time passes, and a year passes. Bai Donglin, who was sitting cross-legged like a statue, suddenly trembled slightly, and a look of fatigue emerged. The egg in the body has been completely turned into chaos, rotating quickly, and a slight cracks in the egg shell slightly split out of the cracks. Through the gap, you can faintly see the internal Taoism. It's still a little short of the mark. Let me add some fuel to the fire, he murmured in his heart, then moved the index finger of his left hand slightly, and a faint light flashed on the black lucky ring. A subtle ripple appeared in time and space, and the strange force suddenly retracted, bringing with it bits of light that fell on Bai Donglin's body. Bai Donglin opened his eyes with a blessed heart, and bright light shot into the sky. Open the sky, his mind roared, and all the powers in his body merged into one, condensing into a giant axe of light. His soul and mind turned into a giant, holding the giant axe, his eyes shining. He chopped the chaos egg with a fierce axe. An extremely bright light flashed, and the only flaw the chaos egg was made up for, and it was instantly complete, collapsing and condensing. The chaotic light dissipated, and a crystal-clear spiritual orifice jumped out, as bright as a rising sun. Looking at this dazzling spiritual orifice, it was as if I witnessed the origin of life. A great emotion and joy instantly surged into my heart. The giant formed by Bai Donglin's soul and will, under the influence of inexplicable rules, could not help but recite the sound of Tao. The infinite spiritual orifice is like an egg. The spirit resides outside. The laws are born inside. Chaos is one. The world was created. The world was young. The swallowing was Een, and the dimension was entangled in it. Chapter 268, Eternal Immortal Realm. The sound of Tao echoed, and a sense of Tao permeated the body. Under its nourishment, the heart of Tao became more and more shining and crystal clear. After a moment, Bai Donglin came back to his senses, and at the same time, a feeling of hunger came from the spiritual orifice in front of him. The mind is moving slightly, and this situation is also as expected. He had no time to feel sorry for his accumulated belongings. He activated the death omen with his mind, and a huge amount of spirit stones, spirit liquids and elixirs gushed out. The spiritual orifice shook slightly, and a swallowing black hole appeared instantly. A terrifying number of energy polymers were all submerged in it without causing any ripples. The magical powers swallow the sky and gourd in the world have been fused into one. In this infinite spiritual space, there is a small world of less than 10,000 squares. This is the world developed by the rules world space. This small world is divided into yin and yang. The positive side is similar to the original world of death, where objects can be stored and life can exist. The dark side is transformed by the law of devouring, and one of its functions is to devour and transform energy. Today's devouring power is much more powerful than the previous magical power to devour the sky and the earth. The most amazing thing is that the laws of dimensional space are integrated into it. This world and this spiritual orifice already possess some characteristics of the low-dimensional world. It is neither real nor unreal. It exists between existence and non-existence. It can accommodate reality when it advances. And it can be ethereal in the endless dimension when it retreats. From now on, he no longer has to worry about being damaged when he dies and lost his treasure. This is the fundamental reason why he went to so much trouble to create such a spiritual world. This idea came to him from the moment he obtained the laws of dimensional space. Although the low-dimensional world can also achieve this, it is after all external property, and there is still a possibility of loss. He named this world the eternal and immortal realm. The yang side is the realm of eternal light, and the yin side is the realm of immortal darkness. Although the world is still weak and disabled, he has a deep expectations for him. And one day, it will grow to the name of eternal immortality. As soon as the idea was moved, the death of death stopped the pouring materials, and he had to leave some backup. Otherwise the resources that brush the energy will be gone. The devouring power of the immortal dark realm is extremely strong. Not to mention these cultivation materials with pure energy. Hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Hundreds of thousands of cubic meters of spirit liquid. And a lot of elixirs, which were completely devoured and transformed into pure energy in an instant. Endless pure energy began to gush into the eternal light realm. And the continental world with a radius of 10,000 feet began to expand rapidly, until it expanded 10 times before slowly stopping. Bai Donglin opened his eyes, clenched his fists, sensed the surging power, and nodded with satisfaction. The pain he felt for consuming such a huge amount of resources also disappeared. Expanding the eternal and immortal realm is essentially nourishing the spirit, and it will naturally give his physical blessing forces. The difference is that before, the energy was evenly distributed to all the spiritual orifices to make them grow together. But just now, the energy was concentrated on one spiritual orifice. But this is because the eternal immortal realm has just been opened up, and huge amounts of energy are needed to stabilize the world. This will not be needed in the future, and he will still distribute the energy equally to all spiritual orifices. Although the power bestowed on the physical body is the same when the same amount of energy is consumed. Uniformly improving the spiritual awareness can increase the speed of sensing and engraving other laws. Moreover, the eternal immortal realm, as his small treasury, is destined not to be used to make the original bomb. Therefore, you can't be thick and the same. The energy is equally divided, and each spirit must be cultivated. After the eternal light realm was completely stabilized, Bai Donglin moved his mind, and all the materials, treasures, medicinal fields, 4 flower spirits, and everything in the bracelet space in the death origin world were transferred into the eternal light realm. After doing all this, Bai Donglin suddenly felt moved and at peace. It depends on my exhaustion, uses my means, and even overdraft a century of luck. But finally I have a mind. Bai Donglin lowered his eyes, and looked at the ordinary-looking lucky ring. What he borrowed had to be returned, and he didn't know what kind of bad luck was waiting for him. Well, if all else fails, just go kill some bad guys and plunder some luck. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts, closed his eyes, and continued to comprehend the engraved rules. At the beginning of this fusion of rules, I went all out and didn't dare to be distracted at all. But after a while, I entered a stalemate stage, and it was a slow process. So later on he devoted most of his mind to comprehending other laws, and even successfully integrated the law of electricity with the law of magnetism. After all, the spirit of Qingling and the crystallization of wisdom are rare practice strange things, and he naturally can't bear to waste a little. More than 50 rules in the body have been included in the origin after nearly a year of cultivation. The pure spiritual energy has not been completely consumed yet, so he decided to take advantage of this rare opportunity to incorporate all the laws and spiritual orifices into the origin, which can save him a lot of time. Among the new disciples who entered the sect at the same time as him, the most outstanding ones now have no more than 10 law spiritual orifices, and their cultivation of the spiritual orifices is no match for him at all. He has now left his fellow monks far behind, covered by layers of formations. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged, and the 2 little ones beside him were also concentrating on practicing. The silent environment. If time solidifies, the points are flowing. The barbarian territory is located in the endless mountains. Golden streaks of light cut through the void, leaving behind empty trails of light. The aura was mighty, like a condensed prying force sweeping through, taking in all the subtle abnormalities from the surface to deep underground. Snap! A crisp shattering sound was heard among the rocks. The jade plate was surrounded by green light and countless twisted runes. After being activated with full strength several times, this rare treasure that could shield the aura was on the verge of breaking. Humph! These inspectors have really good noses. I've been hiding for so long, but still can't get rid of their tracking. A wisp of green smoke rose from the broken jade token. And then a gentle and elegant young man stepped out of the smoke, complaining softly, but still with a gentle smile on his face. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and a cold light was overflowing. Like a poisonous snake. It seems that if I want to completely get rid of the pursuit, I have to kill this hunting dog. And my good master, who promised to help me delay it with all his strength, seems to have not done his best. Ha. It's all Uni's fault. He died an uneasy death. The young man looked up at the sky, seeing many light tails. His vision was wandering, and the memories of several years ago could not help but resurface in his mind. 3 years ago, the Holy Blood Sect. Under the cloudless sky, countless immortal mountains rise into the clouds. There are innumerable spiritual beasts and birds. Secret realms and forbidden areas run through it, and supreme formations are stacked one after another. Outside the mighty protective sect formation, ripples suddenly appeared in the void. The space was violently rippling, and a terrifying warship that was millions of feet long slowly emerged from it. The huge warship ignored the space blockade outside the Holy Blood Sect, and directly crossed the space and descended, standing above the void. Without saying a word, countless chains shining with golden light shot out and penetrated directly into the deep outer space of the Holy Blood Sect. The golden rune shone and spread, and a sealing force permeated, which actually blocked the space inside and outside the Divine Blood Holy Sect, making it impossible to enter or exit. At this time, a voice slowly came from the bow of the ship. Shitting Inspection Department. Investigating the case. A token was thrown down, turning into a size of tens of thousands of feet, and inserted outside the sect. Chapter 269: The Self-Cultivation of a Spy. Haha. You guys from the Inspection Department are a little too overbearing. Can you take my Divine Blood Holy Sect seriously? Clang. The ferocious beast claws swept across the void, turning from one into countless, instantly cutting off all the golden chains covering the sky. Roar! A scarlet beast shadow shot out from the Holy Blood Sect, and the howling wind was like a beast's roar. The afterimage dissipated, and a scarlet human figure stood on the huge inspection token. Oh! I didn't expect you to be an old acquaintance. Long time no see. Old man Shuahu. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and was not angry about the golden chain being cut. He stepped lightly, and the huge warship rippled with a visible ripple, and the space was completely blocked again. The old man Shuahu's expression darkened. His scarlet eyes were filled with cold light, and his tone also became icy. Outside, I am the old man Shuahu. But here, I am just an elder of the Holy Blood Sect. Although the Divine Blood was split from the Jidao, the power structure of the sect is completely different from that of the Jidao. Instead, it is the same as the ordinary sects, with supreme elders, sect masters, elders, true disciples, and so on. As an elder of the Holy Blood Sect, Shuahu has a high status. It is enough for him to step forward when facing a deputy director of the inspection department. I don't know what my holy sect has done wrong to cause your inspection department to make such a fuss. If you can't explain it, don't blame me for being ruthless. The holy sect cannot be insulted lightly, even if you have the support of the divine court behind you. Crack! The scarlet and ferocious claws of the beast moved slightly, and the tough void was chopped into pieces like tofu. The sky within a radius of 10,000 miles suddenly darkened, and a strong bloody aura spread. Ha! Bloodhound. Ah, Bloodhound. You're so old, but you still have the same bad temper. Don't get angry. I will give you an explanation. Hidu's eyes smiled into crescents. He took a step forward, ignoring the strong aura around the Bloodhound. He instantly appeared on the token, raised his sword finger to his forehead, and twisted out a golden edict. Well, take a look. When the inspection department, act, I will naturally follow the rules. Shuahu's expression changed. He sensed a familiar aura of majesty in the decree. He swept his mind over it, and the suppressed bloody aura dissipated instantly. Deputy Director since our ancestors have issued a decree, our holy sect will naturally fully cooperate with the inspection department. Please! The Bloodhound looked solemn, and the animal features on his body disappeared, transforming into an ordinary old man. He stretched out his hand, and a light gate suddenly appeared in the powerful sect protection formation. Thank you for your help. Hidu nodded with a smile, put away the decree, and stepped into the light gate first. Faced with a top force like the Holy Blood Sect, their inspection department did not dare to use overly harsh measures. If they were turned away, they really had no choice. In order not to alert the enemy, He had already contacted an ancestor of the divine blood directly through the divine court before taking action. After explaining everything, he successfully obtained this decree. The divine court was originally born from the Qianyuan realm. It can be said that it is the unified will of all forces. Naturally, it has countless connections with the many ancestors of the Qianyuan realm. It is not too difficult to ask for an edict. He walked side by side with Elder Xuehua. His eyes swept across various areas within the Holy Blood sect. And he said meaningfully, Elder Blood, the supervision of Guizhong is a bit relaxed. These alien cubs will not be cleaned, and it will inevitably damage the reputation of Xingzong in the future. This is indeed a sudden event, but it is also my duty as the audit department. So please don't mind. Xuehu frowned slightly. The other party was in a more righteous position, and he didn't know how to refute for a moment, so he could only nod slightly. When the inspection department arrives and seals off the space, inside the holy sect of divine blood, on top of an ordinary mountain, stands a grand hall, compared with the many immortal mountains and treasures shining brightly in the distance. This mountain seems extremely low-key. A young man was sitting cross-legged in the hall, with golden scales lingering between his brows. Suddenly, he frowned and opened his eyes, and his cold vertical pupils flashed with a sharp light. Is Yuni really exposed? The young man gently slapped the ground with his palm, and a small teleportation formation suddenly appeared. With a flash of light, the young man's figure disappeared in an instant. Although the space outside the Holy Blood sect was blocked, the space inside the sect protection formation was not affected. Master! The young man appeared in a huge bronze palace and bowed to the empty main seat in the hall. Before he finished speaking, countless points of light condensed, and a figure appeared out of thin air on the main seat. With shining eyes lowered, he slowly spoke. Master already knows what happened outside. Yue, what are your plans? Master, you sent your disciples to lurk beside the Black Mist Demon Emperor thousands of years ago. Although you have obtained a lot of intelligence, it is not of high value. If the people from the inspection department get involved, I'm afraid my disciples' line will be cut off. The figure sitting in the main seat frowned upon hearing this. It was indeed very difficult to drive a nail into the Black Mist Demon Emperor's side. It was because he, as a disciple, was born to be a double agent. Otherwise, even after thousands of years, he would not have been able to become the most trusted spy of the Black Mist Demon Emperor. It is not easy to deceive the cunning old monster such as the Dark Fog. The long life is beyond imagination. The poisonous eyes are enough to see through the complicated people's hearts. You are right. Even if your master comes forward to vouch for you, the inspection department will still take you away for investigation. I don't know how long it will take to prove your identity completely. How many spies from other races are there in the sect now? Yu Viper straightened up, thought for a moment, and then said, in addition to Zijio, Yun Di, and the other 3 disciples, the Black Mist Demon Emperor's spies include 23 people from other alien races who have been confirmed to be involved, and 35 people who are suspected. Many of these people were dragged into the trap by him personally. There was no other way. If they wanted to gain the trust of the Black Mist Demon Emperor, these little tricks were necessary. Humph! I warned you not to spread your business too wide, and not to play with these pawns for too long. Otherwise, if one person gets into an accident, everyone will be implicated. Master, you know that if I don't do this, I won't be able to deceive the cunning Black Mist Demon Emperor. Yu Viper's eyes flickered. What do you know? Old man? What this son of God wants to investigate is extremely obscure. If I don't cast a wider net, I will never get what I want until I die. Forget it. Now that things have come to this, I will find a way to send you away from the sect, and will try my best to delay the pursuit of you by the inspection department until the storm has passed. The line with the Black Mist Demon Emperor must not be cut off. As for these small fish and shrimps, use them to shut up the inspection department. With you here, the movements of the Black Mist Demon Emperor are still within our sight. It's all up to Master to arrange. Yue looked respectful and bowed. Viper has been on the run for 3 years, and although the inspection bureau's pursuit of him has become increasingly weak, it has never stopped. After all, in Yudi's memory, he was a big fish. Although his master was there to deal with him, the effect seemed to be not very good. These inspection departments attached more importance to the alien spies than anything else. Yu Viper collected his thoughts, his eyes showing a pensive look. He did not take the seemingly difficult predicament to heart. He has more important goals. The Black Mist Demon Emperor's spies were fake, His identity, as an elder of the Holy Blood sect, was also fake. And his double-agent identity was all fake. His true identity is one of the 9 sons of God in the Wu God realm. His real name is Willikan, and he possesses the purest blood of the Nightmare Hydra. Possessing the blood of the Nightmare Hydra, he is born with the ability to display a powerful bloodline ability, transforming into 9 clones that are each the same entity. The Viper is just one of his 9 clones. He disguised himself as a human with the blood of the Golden-Winged Viper, and successfully sneaked into the Holy Sect of Divine Blood in order to obtain important information. There is no priority among his 9 clones. As long as one clone is alive, the others can be resurrected. So even though he is the Son of God, who is high above everyone else, he would lower himself to be a spy. It is because his bloodline is too suitable. Viper's expression suddenly changed, and his mind sank into the sea of consciousness. A black mist suddenly emerged in the sea of consciousness. The black mist was erratic, and slowly condensed into a blurry face. Viper. Viper looked solemn, and saluted with extreme respect. Your subordinate greets the Lord Demon Emperor. What instructions does the Lord Demon Emperor have for you? A year ago, the bell rang throughout the Qianyuan realm. Do you know about it? Why didn't you tell me such an important thing? The blurry face instantly floated in front of Yuvi, almost face to face. And its dark, hole-like eyes stared at Yuvi's eyes, as if it could see through his mind. Viper looked calm. As an excellent spy, a strong character is just a basic skill. He did not show any abnormality and replied calmly. Please understand, Lord Demon Emperor. Because Yungi was captured by the Divine Court Inspection Department, my identity has been exposed. I have been hunted by the Inspection Department recently. In order to conceal my tracks, I dare not take the initiative to contact you, Lord Demon Emperor. I have indeed heard the bell sound you mentioned, but I don't know its meaning, so I didn't take it to heart. Black Mist's face rolled slightly, and he was silent for a moment, as if confirming the truthfulness of Yuvip's words. Since your identity has been exposed, you can't return to the Holy Blood sect. I have a new mission for you. The bell ringing throughout the Qianyuan realm means that someone from the Jidao Holy Sect has started the Jidao trial. I want you to find this person, no matter life or death. The Black Mist face suddenly opened its mouth, made a shrill sound, and then turned into wisps of black mist and dissipated. I obey your command. Yuyan slowly raised his body. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his pupils flickered. Is this Black Mist Demon Emperor paying too much attention to the Jidao Holy Sect? Viper paced back and forth, frowning and thinking hard. He always felt that there was some key point that he had overlooked. In recent years, the top leaders of many forces that I have monitored have made strange moves, as if something unusual is about to happen. And the note of all these changes is... Viper's eyes suddenly lit up. Mingyu Ancient Realm. A flash of inspiration came to my mind, and each unusual event was slowly connected together, and an idea became clearer and clearer. That's right. I have also specially analyzed the matter of the Mingyu Ancient Realm before, and I always feel that something is wrong, but I can't see it clearly, as if my eyes are covered by fog. This is not a simple matter. There must be a big problem here, and the old monster, the Black Mist Demon Emperor, should have figured out something. The Viper had a determined look on his face. He had been lurking for nearly 10,000 years, and now he finally had a clue. In order to ensure that all his efforts would not go to waste, he naturally had to think more calmly. The Jidao Holy Sect must be one of the centers of the vortex. Yui made up his mind, changed direction, and rushed towards the wilderness. As for the mission of the Black Mist Demon Emperor, he didn't take it seriously at all. The Black Mist Demon Emperor is just a channel for him to obtain information. Once he gets what he wants, he can abandon it at any time. He is a spy, not an assassin. Please do not insult the great nightmare Hydra Willikan. Chapter 279 Stars Must Die. Time. You slip away so fast. In the blink of an eye, 8 years have passed. The Jidao bracelet vibrated violently, and a red light flashed and spread, wrapping up by Donglin and the 2 little ones, who were immersed in cultivation. Ripples appeared in the void, and they were kicked out of the sea of origin laws in an instant. Well, who will wake up first from the dream? There is no time limit for cultivation. Bai Donglin's hazy eyes suddenly cleared up. The 8 years of intensive training seemed like a big dream, but the skyrocketing strength was real. He raised his hand and grabbed the 2 little ones, who were still confused, walked out of the light gate, and took a step back to Zuzuju. The mind sinks into the body and begins to adapt to the power within. The 52 spiritual orifices of the laws have already been absorbed into the light of origin, and many laws have been greatly enhanced. More than 10,000 spiritual orifices have also been greatly improved through constant nourishment. The training facility of the Sea of Origin laws is mainly used to increase the speed of the cultivator's law sensing and engraving. The spiritual energy there is not very abundant, so it has no advantage in nourishing the spiritual orifice. The reason why Bai Donglin's spiritual acupoints have been improved so much is mainly due to the accumulation of resources. After all, he has too many spiritual acupoints with unlimited potential. Relying solely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is simply a drop in the bucket. And 8 years ago, 99% of the resources were used to feed the eternal immortal realm. So where did his cultivation resources come from? It is naturally a low-dimensional world. Although he was in seclusion in the Sea of Origin laws, his Wu-Wei soul was never idle. He kept creating split bodies of the pointed monument and communicating with the outside world through the low-dimensional world. Tian Luo's space issues tasks to many talented hosts, sells split bodies, and collects cultivation resources on a large scale. Therefore, there has never been a shortage of resource supplies in the past 8 years. Bai Donglin's thoughts raced, and he instantly estimated his current strength. The power of physical cultivation mainly comes from the blessing of spiritual orifices and laws. The stronger the spiritual orifice is, the rarer and more powerful the laws that are comprehended and engraved are. The higher the degree of completeness, the more proficient the mastery, and the more powerful the blessing of physical strength will naturally be. He has now absorbed the spiritual orifices of the laws of origin, each of which can give him 30 dragon powers. The most special spiritual orifice of the eternal and immortal world is even more exaggerated, giving him a full 500 dragon powers. The spiritual orifice that incorporates the laws of origin is more powerful than other spiritual orifices. Combined with the laws, it can increase the power so much. Compared with other physical cultivators, this is already very exaggerated. Take Tuya for example. The one law spiritual orifice he absorbed can only give him 5 to 7 dragon powers. This is only possible because Tuya is a monstrous genius and has cultivated the heavenly tyrant body. Ordinary cultivators are only at the level of 1 to 2 dragon powers. The 52 spiritual orifices of the laws that were incorporated into the origin gave Bai Donglin a total of 2,030 dragon powers. As for the remaining 10,000 or so spiritual orifices, especially the weaker hidden spiritual orifices, although the blessing of each one is not much, they are numerous, and in total they give him 5,000 dragon powers, according to the realm classification. Bai Donglin is only at the second level of the supernatural power realm, but his real strength has reached 7,030 dragon power. And the most ordinary and rubbish cultivator who has reached the perfect state of supernatural power has only 365 dragon powers. This is the difference in background. As time goes by, Bai Donglin estimates that as his other spiritual orifices grow and develop, his strength will become even more exaggerated. After all, he has opened up too many hidden spiritual acupoints, and there is no upper limit to their growth. The only thing that limits him is his cultivation resources. The power of a dragon is 100 million jin, or 50,000 tons. Bai Donglin now relies solely on his physical strength, without using any magical powers or secret techniques. And with a wave of his arm, he can produce 351.5 million tons. He couldn't help but be amazed at his current combat power. If he could use his magical powers to control the heavens and the earth, and then use the secret technique to sublimate it to the extreme, his strength would increase exponentially. If he used the laws to unleash this power, the destructive power would be even more terrifying. The combat power of this world is indeed ridiculously exaggerated. Not only was he lamenting for himself, but any cultivator in the realm of supernatural powers would have been able to become the king if he were on Blue Star in his previous life. Unless a nuclear weapon explodes at close range. Given the monks' perception of danger and their movement speed of dozens of times the speed of sound, it is almost impossible for a nuclear weapon to hit a monk. What's more, there are all kinds of magical powers and secret techniques that are beyond the imagination of mortals. It makes sense that the mortals in this world call the cultivators in the realm of supernatural powers land immortals. With the power of one person, he can destroy cities and destroy countries. In the eyes of mortals, he is naturally comparable to gods and demons. If someone else suddenly had such a huge increase in strength, it would take them a long time to adapt. Bai Donglin had fully mastered it in just a moment. Compared to his physical body, the soul in his sea of consciousness was more brilliant and powerful. But now the growth of the 8th level of divine source is too slow. after absorbing enhanced energy for 8 consecutive years. It is only at the minor success stage. There is no way around it. The physical body and the soul are two different. The enhanced energy is the energy reversed from the damage to the physical body. Now using it to strengthen the soul is a bit like a small horse pulling a big cart. Suppressing his thoughts, Bai Dongyan finally focused his gaze on the constantly flashing bracelet. He probed his mind, and a large number of prompt messages immediately flooded his mind. The moment he scanned the message, his hands couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes glared. I go! 1, 10, 100, thousands, 354 million points. Just negative. I owe more than 3.5 million points. Bai Dongyan was stunned. How could he bring such a thing? He could still owe fees for using the training facilities? Wouldn't he be kicked out directly if all the fees were deducted? Could this also be one of the hidden benefits of starting the extreme trial? But in an instant, Bai Dongyan was relieved. It turned out that this was the real benefit. If he died during the trial, he naturally wouldn't have to pay it back. But if one successfully passes the trial, a talented person with a promising future will naturally be able to repay the debt. Forget it. Anyway, there is no interest. If I become stronger, it will be easy to earn points. Bai Dongyan skipped over a lot of junk information, and his expression gradually became solemn. He fixed his eyes on a golden edict. Extreme Trial, 9 stars. Mission 1. How can a true genius be content to be inferior to others? Sweep away all the heroes and reach the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Mission 2. In the Endless Sea. There is a clan of sea monsters who are disrespectful to humanity, undisciplined, and cruel by nature. Hunt down the prince of the clan, take his head, and hang it for 9 days as a warning to others. Mission 3. Deep in the North Sea. There is a huge island where a group of subhumans called Titans live. They are born with strong bodies. Sneak into the island, steal the secret of their strong bodies, and use it to strengthen yourself. Mission 4. True gold is not afraid of fire. In the Dao realm, there is a top-grade immortal tool in the Daoist Tushita Palace, called the 8 trigrams furnace. Enter the 8 trigrams furnace, and burn yourself with the Samadhi true fire for 49 days. Mission 5. Ice skin and jade bones. In the far north, there is a palace built on a majestic snowy mountain. The bathing pool in the back hall contains the 3 lights ice spirit divine water. Enter the bathing pool and bathe for 7 days. Mission 6. Go to the poisonous sea at the center of the earth and collect a plant of 7 deadly grass. Task 7. Taihu dragonfish. Catch it with a straight hook. Mission 8. Note, there is no time limit for the above tasks. And there is no order in order. Hiss. Bai Dongyan took a deep breath and his eyebrows twitched violently. Although he was mentally prepared, this was too exaggerated. Damn it. Are you trying to torture me to death? Chapter 271 Speed. A list of potential dragons and young phoenixes automatically arranged by the Tianji Compass of Tianji Pavilion. The hidden dragon list includes men, with the top 10,000 being selected. Those over 1,000 years old will be automatically removed from the list. This task is said to have no time limit. But in fact, there are constraints invisibly. Bai Dongyan's eyes were as calm as water. This seemingly difficult task was actually the easiest for him. According to ancient historical records, the most outstanding leader on the Hidden Dragon list had the highest cultivation level of only the 6th level of the Divine Source realm. At the age of 1,000, being able to reach the late stage of Divine Source is already incredible, compared to other seemingly unreliable tasks. This task is right there on the Hidden Dragon list, with names and challenges one by one. With his spiritual realm, it is not difficult to top the list. To pass the 9-star extreme trial, you must complete 9 tasks at the same time, and the Hidden Dragon ranking will automatically be removed after reaching 1,000 years old. This 1,000 years may seem like a restriction on him, but in fact it gives him enough time to practice. Based on this, as long as he uses the right methods and is careful and cautious in other tasks, the crises he encounters should not exceed the Divine Source realm. He has only been practicing for 20 years, and his level of cultivation in the realm of supernatural powers is naturally clearly visible in the eyes of the Extreme Council. No matter how excessive this extreme trial is, it will not allow him to face the powerful directly. 1,000 years is too long. I will not waste my youth on a trial. Pressing his thoughts and inducing the rejection from the bracelet. This is to drive him to the gate of Zongmen. His eyes fell on the 2 little ones. These 2 little ones had taken a great advantage by following him this time. Their cultivation had improved a lot. He pondered for a moment and said, I am about to leave the sect. Will you continue to stay in the sect or leave with me? Although he will be temporarily deprived of his status as a disciple of the holy sect before completing the trial, his battle pet can still be kept in the sect and let others take care of it. The two youngsters heard the word suddenly shocked and replied in unison, "Brother, we want to leave with you." Although the holy sect covers a vast area, how can it compare to the vast and free world outside? For them who are active, this is a good opportunity for thousands of years, and naturally there is no reason to refuse. Good. Then he stopped suppressing the bracelet, and a light gate opened automatically. Bai Dongyan flicked his sleeves to roll up the two little ones, took a step forward, and instantly appeared outside the sect's formation. It contains two unparalleled levels of spatial laws in the world dimension, and his supernatural power has also increased. With just a few steps, he has crossed the 100,000-mile restricted area. For a moment, Bai Dongyan let go and throw the two small only the void. Xiao Xiao. Shuzi. Go ahead and explore the world. Only when you leave your comfortable environment can you grow better. I hope you won't let me down next time we meet. The tasks he wants to complete are risky. If you bring it with him, I am afraid that most of the time will be placed in the eternal light world. The two little ones hesitated for a moment, and instantly turned into two beams of light, one white and one red, that shot out and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Take care. Bro! Don't miss us. Bai Donglin's fingers trembled. These two little guys were more decisive than him. With a pointed monument on them, he didn't worry about any danger. Xiao Zi and the others were just simple-minded and not bad people by nature, so they shouldn't get into any trouble. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Donglin moved his mind, and the crystal body with Shen-Shi floating in it instantly turned into metal that shone with black light. Try what extent can my purest speed today. The end of Tianyao is across space. It is essentially similar to the teleportation formation. It is suitable for long-distance rush, but it is not suitable for fighting. It didn't matter that his cultivation was low before, and mirror image was easy to use to mow down enemies. But now any opponent he could look directly at could easily disturb the space, and his ability to move far away was greatly restricted. And to put it bluntly, Shichi Tianyao did not add any effect to the power of his attacks. As we all know, EK equals MV/2. Space magical power movement is directly spanning 2 points, and the kinetic energy of the object has not increased. When a punch is thrown, without considering the interference of magical laws, the faster the speed, the greater the destructive power it causes. He had not deliberately pursued this in the past, although he had practiced the secret method of Xing Lu to increase his speed, and with the law of wind, his speed was also remarkable. But compared with his other methods, it could not be called amazing, at least compared with the golden winged rock. He can't even catch up with it. If one studies the laws of light and thunder to a high level, one can also transform into light and travel. However, the prerequisite is that the body must be energized, which means it loses mass. Just like the power of space, it cannot be used as a means of enhancing attack. Bai Dong's Linxing is here. Under the urging of ideas, all kinds of methods that can improve the speed have been exhibited. The quiet laws of wind surround your body. The space in front began to collapse, and the space behind him began to condense. The surrounding space was like a wave, and he began to promote his body's world space law. Curvature driving engine. A terrifying suction force appeared out of nowhere in front, and at the same time, the terrifying law of repulsion and gravity appeared behind. The electromagnetic track was laid to the end of the site. Bai Donglin's metal body was surrounded by azure electric light, and was pushed forward by electromagnetic force with a crackling sound. Buzz! The void trembled, and Bai Donglin instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared, with his speed getting faster and faster. Under the action of the terrifying kinetic energy, the space was torn apart, and the power spread to the earth below. The mountains, soil, rocks, and dense forests were all vaporized. After a second, Bai Donglin's speed slowly decreased until he hovered in the void. Sizzle! The metallic body is red, and there are signs of faint melting, and the blue electric mango jumps. Looking back, a passage that was 100,000 miles long and pierced the sky obliquely was slowly disappearing, and the torn space was quickly recovering. The moment he realized the horrific aftermath, Bai Donglin slightly adjusted his direction to avoid affecting innocent lives on the earth. My speed just now has reached 1/6 of the speed of light, and it can be even faster, but my body can't bear it anymore, and my cell particles are showing signs of disintegration. Between breathing, Bai Donglin's body had returned to its original state and nodded with satisfaction. This speed was very scary. If in the void of the universe, his current speed can still be improved a lot. If I exert a natural phenomenon to improve my quality, and then at this speed, one end burst into an ancient star, should I not be a problem? There is no upper limit to the speed of light in the rules of this world. As his cultivation level improves, his mastery of these laws becomes more and more proficient, and his speed can be increased unlimitedly. Only speed is invincible, and nothing is indestructible. Speed has reached its extreme point, and it is also a supreme magical power. After the experiment, Bai Donglin, who was comfortable, did not stop, and went into the space to disappear. The main city of Taihao, one of the 108th main cities of the wasteland, is also the main city closest to the polar Xingzong. In an ordinary restaurant, Bai Donglin sat by the window, drinking by himself, and the wooden table in front of him was covered with fine wine and delicacies. I was holding a thick book in my hand, with a brand new cover and a faint smell of ink, which clearly showed that it had just been printed. On the cover were written in a flamboyant style, Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix. Bai Donglin slowly turned the pages of the book, his eyes fixed on it. But his mind was immersed in his body. In the immortal dark realm, this extremely dark world is filled with endless devouring power. In the darkness, there was a little light floating up and down. It is a crystal clear ball of bubble light. This is the strange treasure that exploded after Bai Donglin killed Mei Hongying with the original bomb in the demon-suppressing temple. Until now, he still doesn't know whether this thing belongs to Mei Hongying or is one of the inherited treasures of the Wandering Emperor. Through searching in the Book Mountain, Bai Donglin has figured out what this thing is. A complete little world. The cultivation world calls this kind of thing one flower, one world, or one grain of sand. One world. There are many names, which are also caused by the various external forms of this thing. Perhaps it is a grain of sand, a leaf, a flower, or like what he got, a soft bubble. He did not find any specific information about how it was created. He only knew that it was a treasure that had existed for a long time, and was extremely precious. It's a pity that such a treasure cannot be used by him. Bai Donglin has tried all methods. Blood sacrifice, soul refining. These conventional methods of recognizing the master are all useless. It is consistent with the information obtained. The way of recognizing the master of each small world is different. The specific method is probably only known by its creator. In desperation, Bai Donglin had no choice but to recycle the waste and throw it into the immortal dark realm. If a small world was swallowed by him, the converted energy would definitely benefit him a lot. But it has been 8 years, and this bubble world is harder than anything else and cannot be digested at all. It seems that the immortal dark realm is still too weak. If it transforms again, it might swallow up Fang's small world. My fellow Taoist, could you please let me squeeze in? Bai Donglin's thoughts were interrupted. He looked up and around. There were still many empty seats in the restaurant, but this was the only seat left by the window. Please. Ha ha ha. I'm Yu Hyper. Thank you very much. Fellow Taoist. The young man looked carefree. He flicked his sleeves and sat down leisurely opposite Bai Donglin. Chapter 272 Nightmare Nematodes. The noise from the bustling restaurant gradually faded away. As the young man sat down, a feeling of detachment suddenly appeared in Bai Donglin's heart, and the world seemed to be infinitely stretched and shattered. Looking up, the young man in front of him disappeared, and a huge snake that was coiled and supported the sky and the earth was looking down at him. It has golden scales, wings on its back, and the coldness in its vertical pupils seems to be able to freeze the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he seemed to see something deeper behind the winged golden snake. A twisted shadow condensed from pure darkness and sin, and his heart couldn't help but feel a chill. Fellow? A faint shouting voice pulled Bai Donglin out of the fragmented picture. He saw the gentle young man in front of him, looking at the book in his hand with curiosity. Fellow Taoist, what should I call you? I see you are immersed in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Do you want to get on the list? Haha. Fellow Taoist has the strength to challenge the Hidden Dragon ranking at such a young age. I really admire you. Are you a disciple of the Jidao Saint sect? Yes. In this area, only the Saint sect has the ability to train such a young and promising physical cultivator. Yu Viper had a smile on his face, as if he really knew nothing about Bai Donglin. He had been in the wilderness for several years, but unfortunately, he didn't even dare to step into the 100,000-mile restricted area and could only wander around the periphery. The foundation of the Jidao Holy Sect is indeed not comparable to that of the Divine Blood. His perfect hiding ability allows him to thrive in the Divine Blood, but it is useless in front of the Jidao Holy Sect. He had a hunch that if he went there rashly, he would never come back. It was a coincidence that he was strolling in the city today and inadvertently looked up and saw Bai Donglin through the window of the restaurant. Bai Donglin was also one of the people that the Black Mist Demon Emperor wanted him to kill. Zijio and Yundi were both sent out by him. The little guy in front of him is not simple. Zijio and the other two are dead. But he is still alive and well. Yu Wei's curiosity about Bai Donglin grows stronger. Bai Donglin sighed in his heart and slowly closed the book in his hand. Overdrawing his luck for 100 years had brought him troubles. He had just left the sect, and he met a tough guy. Fellow Taoist Yu Wei. I am here to order Dalai. My cultivation is ordinary, and I don't deserve such praise. I am just curious when I see this hidden dragon ranking. I am still far from being able to make it to the top. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not a disciple of the Jidao Saints sect. I'm just a casual cultivator. Bai Donglin spoke nonsense to real people. But he was actually right. Before he completed the Jidao trial, he was no longer a disciple of the Jidao Holy Sect. Ha! I see. I was wrong. Come on, fellow Taoist. Have a drink. Yu Viper did not expose Bai Donglin's lie. Instead, he took the initiative and naturally added a set of bowls and chopsticks, and warmly invited Bai Donglin to drink. Bai Donglin dealt with it casually, secretly wondering in his heart what the origin of this viper was. Although he did not sense any obvious malice in the phantom viper, the image he had just sensed was definitely not groundless. A giant golden-scaled snake with wings on its back could only be a bloodline cultivator. Apart from the demon clan, could it be related to the Holy Blood sect? And there was also the twisted shadow that made him feel cold. This viper was definitely not a good person. That kind of pure darkness and evil was not something that an ordinary person could possess. Ha! I am so lucky to meet you today. Thank you for your hospitality. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave now. Unexpectedly, after eating and drinking, the viper took the initiative to say goodbye and leave. In Bai Donglin's sight, its figure slowly disappeared at the end of the street. It seemed as if this unusually enthusiastic viper was really just a passerby. Bai Donglin's eyes sank slightly, and the powerful spiritual power swept back and forth in his body. After a long time, he slowly withdrew it without any gain. Could it be that a powerful monk is really just here to eat and drink for free? The nightmare nematodes have been planted. I want to see what magical powers this little guy has that allow him to escape danger so many times. Cold vertical pupils appeared in Yuvi's eyes, and his figure disappeared in a flash. This was also the reason why he had been wandering around the outskirts of Jidao Holy Sect all these years. Meeting Bai Donglin was just an unexpected gain. Before this, whenever he met a cultivator from the Jidao Holy Sect, he would use hidden tricks on anyone whose cultivation level was not higher than his. Nightmare nematodes are also one of the Nightmare Hydra bloodline talents, and can lurk deep in people's dreams. Especially because the monks do not sleep all year round. There is no possibility of discovery unless they enter the dream state. This method can be said to be extremely covert. There was no other way. He didn't dare to risk entering the Jidao Holy Sect, so he could only use this method to collect information. Everything that happens always has a trace to follow. As long as I collect enough information, I will be able to figure out what I want. Bai Donglin thought about it again and again, and always felt that something was wrong. He has always been cautious. Not to mention that the behavior of this viper was so strange. He was not in the mood to continue entertaining himself. So he threw down a few spirit stones and disappeared in the restaurant in a flash. Low-dimensional world. Bai Donglin's figure appeared out of thin air on the scarlet altar. 3 divine souls leaped out of the sea of consciousness, sat cross-legged with solemn expressions, and formed a 3 talents formation. Bai Donglin was located in the center of the formation. As the mind urged, the dimension of the physical body began to fall, and it instantly turned into a 2-dimensional life. The high-dimensional gazes of the 3 souls fell down, carefully examining it inside and out. Hey, I found it. Come out to me. Ji sneered in a low voice, and raging black flames burned all over his body. He stretched out his hands, turning into endless physical threads, and penetrated deep into Bai Donglin's dream. Bai Donglin fell into the 2nd dimension, and everything at this moment became concrete, including the abstract concept of dreams. A ball of dark, twisted thread, like countless tiny nematodes, tightly entangled, lurking at the bottom of the dream. Countless tough and evil soul threads instantly entangled it, and the twisted ball of threads was stimulated and began to struggle violently. Humph! This phantom viper is indeed not ordinary. This little thing was forcibly dropped into another dimension. But it still has the strength to resist. It is really not simple. The only one who could resist the will of Bai Donglin, the master of the world in the low-dimensional world, was the remnant soul of the Black Mist Demon Emperor. In other words, the hidden move left by the Phantom Viper also has the characteristics of a powerful and strong man. Amitabha. Shishan chanted Buddhist scriptures and pointed with one finger. Countless Sanskrit characters poured down, dancing and condensing into a golden character, which instantly appeared on the twisted ball of thread. The Buddha's light sprinkled down, and the struggle of the ball of thread suddenly weakened. Wu Wei opened his indifferent eyes, and the black and white energies gushed out, blending together to form the yin-yang tai chi diagram, which wrapped around the twisted ball of thread and pulled it out from the depths of his dream the next moment. The black and white sphere, which was under the superposition of numerous sealing forces, was suspended in the three elements formation that sealed everything, and suddenly became quiet. Bai Donglin made a dimensional jump and returned to his original state. His expression was terribly gloomy. If he hadn't been more careful, he would have really been in trouble this time. You Viper. You are really nice. No matter who this Viper was, and what his purpose was in attacking him, the feud had already been formed, and was doomed to continue until one side died. With a light step, a crack appeared on the scarlet altar, and countless scarlet rays shot out. The black and white sphere was pulled into the depths, and completely suppressed. Chapter 273 Dao Domain. Low-dimensional world. Above the scarlet altar, Bai Donglin lowered his eyes and thought, this matter has come to an end. But the meaning behind it forced him to think more about it. His eyes fell on the index finger of his left hand. The dark lucky ring was plain, and without any luster. But its first backlash almost caused a huge trouble. If he didn't solve the consequences of the loss of luck first, it would be difficult to complete the extreme trial. For example, for Mission 1, although he only needs to win the battle according to the ranking, it is certain that he will find it difficult to find the person. He may pass by them, or they may be in seclusion, or they may suddenly go crazy and die suddenly. There are many possibilities, but it won't be easy for him to meet people. This is just bad luck. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. I'm in a bad mood, so I'll go kill some bastards to relax. Bai Donglin stood up and used his magical power to become invisible, under the effect of the laws of light and darkness. Not only his body shape, but also his smell, aura, and spiritual breath were all completely concealed. The power of this magical power mainly depends on the realm of the soul. After all, the perception ability of a cultivator mainly comes from the soul. With his current realm of the soul of the 8th level of the divine source, there are not many people who can see through his invisibility except those with great powers. Taking a step out of the low-dimensional world, the invisible Bai Donglin instantly appeared on the bustling streets of Taihao's main city. Because Taihao main city is close to the Jidao holy sect, it is more prosperous than Taishan main city where he has been. The permanent population alone has reached a terrifying 700 million. 700 million people live in one city. And there is an equally exaggerated number of floating population. You can imagine how large the area of this city is. It is comparable to some mortal countries. The reason for such abnormal gathering phenomenon is that there are too many crises in this world. Some small cities, without the protection of powerful monks, may encounter a monster and end up with the city destroyed and people killed. Even in such a huge city, Bai Donglin happened to meet the Viper. It was simply outrageous. I can only say that the lucky ring is really powerful, whether it is the good side or the bad side. Bai Donglin looked up and saw a black shadow in the sky. There were few high-rise buildings in this world, but there were many floating islands, and some of the larger islands were also densely covered with buildings. The dark shadow he was looking at was the prison island in Taihao City, where all the criminals in Taihao City were imprisoned. Bai Donglin crossed the space in one step and instantly arrived in front of the tall gate of the prison island. Countless dense formations were stacked layer by layer, and shining runes were flowing endlessly. The powerful sealing force was due to his extremely high attainments in formation. It would be a huge project to break it silently. The criminals imprisoned on the prison island are almost all monks with high cultivation levels. Mortals are not qualified to be imprisoned here. Bai Donglin naturally didn't need to spend much effort to break the formation. He waited outside the gate for a while, and sure enough, a group of jailers flew over with a lot of criminals. The criminal, whose cultivation was completely banned, still wore heavy shackles covered with runes. The jailer, dressed in a pitch-black uniform, exuded a murderous aura and looked solemn, looking around vigilantly, different from the jailers who were just waiting to die. These jailers walked with the decisiveness of soldiers. They were obviously elite troops retreating from the battlefield. This prison island was indeed one of the important places in Taihao's main city, and was heavily guarded. The leading prison chief took out a pitch-black token, made a hand gesture, and shot the token into the heavy portal. Black light emerged, and countless runes rotated. Click, click, click. Amid the harsh sound of metal friction, the heavy door opened slightly, and several figures jumped out. Hey, Warden Liu, why are you the one escorting the criminals? Aren't you on your day off? Liu Yudo took 2 steps forward, took out a decree and began to hand it over, muttering, "Don't mention it. Xiao Li's wife gave birth, so he asked me to take over for a day. What are you dawdling for? You bastards? Hurry up." Prison Captain Liu was obviously in a very unhappy mood. He slapped out with his hands, and energy condensed into a dozen palm prints, which hit every criminal's face, leaving them bruised and swollen. After the criminals came forward one by one to verify their identities, a group of people surrounded the criminals and slowly entered the prison island through the deep passage. Bai Donglin quietly blended into the crowd without attracting any attention. He successfully sneaked into the prison island. His spiritual thoughts poured out and turned into silk threads, avoiding the perception formation. After a moment, he confirmed the target. His figure flashed, and he instantly went deep into the prison. The low-level cultivators on the periphery were not his target. He was just plundering them. So naturally, the stronger their cultivation was, the better. But these prisoners, dying bastards, probably don't have much luck left. It is definitely a little less, but it can be diffused by quantity. After all, it is waste utilization. And Bai Donglin doesn't mind it. Deep inside the prison, inside metal cages covered with runes, lay monks whose cultivation was completely sealed off, dressed in tattered clothes and with weak breath. These monks are all extremely evil people, and some of them will be executed directly. There are also some people who have committed heinous crimes, and when their numbers are sufficient, they will be sent to the 7 prisons in the Sin realm to be imprisoned, in order to avoid killing good people by mistake. Bai Donglin, like before in the Black Prison, began to probe into the dense soul threads and read the memories. After verifying that it was correct, the soul thread was suddenly twisted, completely tearing the soul into pieces and burning it. Bai Donglin's attention was always focused on the lucky ring on his finger. Only after he killed 1,000 people did the plain black ring flash a faint light. Seeing that it was really effective, Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. He kept walking, like the Grim Reaper of Death, and all the criminals were killed wherever he passed. These criminals were already dying, lying on the ground gasping for breath. Bai Donglin killed them all the way, but did not cause any commotion. Yes, the management of Taihao City is quite clean. They have killed 10,000 people, but have not encountered a single person who was wronged. The 108 main cities in the wilderness are all under the jurisdiction of the Jidao Holy Sect. Their management philosophy is naturally consistent, and rules are supreme. Furthermore, the Holy Emperor is high in the sky and is under constant scrutiny. So naturally no administrator would dare to bend the law for personal gain. Moreover, this is a world of cultivation full of magical powers and secret techniques. There are all kinds of means to torture people's minds, search their souls, and read their memories. It is impossible to make a misjudgment unless it is intentional. A quarter of an hour later, Bai Donglin walked through the depths of the prison and executed a total of more than 187,000 criminals, 99% of whom were cultivators in the Divine Power Dharma realm, and a small number were cultivators in the Divine Source Dongxi realm. When a certain number of criminals are gathered on this prison island, they will be executed or taken to the crime zone. So the number of criminals is not large. As for how much luck he had taken away, he had no idea. The aura of the lucky ring was extremely obscure, and as the owner, he could not sense anything. Maybe not a small number, but not too much either. It should barely make up for my loss. The luck of these dying people is too low. If we want to kill them, we have to kill the big villains who are doing well outside. Bai Donglin, who did good deeds without leaving a name, stepped leisurely into the low-dimensional world. It was troublesome to come in, but it would be easy for him to get out. The riots in the prison island of Taihao's main city have nothing to do with Bai Donglin. He has left the wilderness through the low-dimensional world. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. The central core area of Qianyuan continent, Dao domain. In the entire vast and prosperous Dao realm, there is only one sect, and that is the undisputed leader of Qi cultivation, the Dao sect. This is the world of Taoists. Taoist temples can be seen everywhere. Taoists can be seen wherever there are people. In the Taoist world, Taoists undoubtedly have the highest status. A Taoist temple hidden in the deep mountains and old forests. It is narrow and cramped. Apart from the main hall, there are 2 low-tiled houses in the back hall. Such a dilapidated Taoist temple can be said to be rare in the Taoist area. Although the Taoist temple is small, it is kept exceptionally clean. Especially the statues of the 3 pure ones in the main hall, which are wiped clean without a speck of dust. In the tile-roofed house at the rear hall, a Taoist priest about 10 years old sat cross-legged on the bed, with a serious expression, breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth meticulously. He is the only disciple of this dilapidated Taoist temple, and is also the current abbot. His master, the previous abbot, had passed away a month ago. The young Taoist priest had a white jade pendant hanging around his waist. Suddenly, a red light flashed on the ordinary jade pendant. Bai Donglin opened the channel to the low-dimensional world through the split body of the jade pendant, and took a step out. In an instant, they arrived from the desolate area to the distant Taoist area. If you can't make it, you can become a groom and become the richest man in the world. Chapter 274, The 3 Pure Ones. Among the vast mountains, there is a solitary peak and a steep cliff, with an ancient Taoist temple standing on the top of the mountain. Bai Donglin stood in the tile-roofed house, looking at the little Taoist boy lying on the bed without any consciousness. His eyes filled with contemplation. After thinking it over, this seems to be the only chance to enter the Tao sect at the moment. I can't miss it. I don't know when the next chance like this will come. I might as well go and take a look. His thoughts calmed down. His eyes focused slightly. He raised his sword finger and tapped his brow lightly. A ripple slowly spread out from his brow. A small Tai Chi diagram emerged, spun violently for a moment, and then disappeared. In an instant, Bai Donglin's temperament suddenly changed. His soul and thoughts were dominated by Wui's soul. The ultimate evil and the ultimate good stepped into Wui's mind and disappeared. Do nothing, and nothing will be left undone. Do without doing, and do without doing. A Taoist aura flowed through his body. His eyes became indifferent and gentle. His pitch-black robe flashed red and turned into a dark green color. His long hair automatically wrapped around into a Taoist bun like a living thing. In the sea of gods, 2 streams of yin and yang energy, one black and one white, flowed down the divine bridge and gathered in the Dantian Qi Si Lingqiao, swirling and condensing into a huge Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi diagram forcibly sucked the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body like a whirlpool, and a sense of clarity and spirituality lingered around the body. I am here to show my respect. Bai Donglin made a standard Taoist, and his eyes showed a little smile. He was very good at concealing his own breath. Under this operation, there was no different way, which was no different from Qi Xiao. Fool, wake up quickly. As Bai Donglin called out, the little Taoist boy on the bed trembled his eyebrows, and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Bai Donglin in front of him, he was stunned. His confused eyes suddenly cleared up, and he quickly turned over and got out of bed, pinched the magic formula with his hands, and asked with vigilant eyes, "This Taoist, I wonder what is your expensive work when you come to Qingyun Guan?" "Hey, idiot!" Bai Donglin sighed softly, his expression slightly gloomy. "Mukong, before my senior brother passes away, can you leave me any words?" The little Tom heard that the thin body trembled slightly, and the tricks on his hands were released subconsciously, and his eyes were reddish. Are you uncle?" Bai Donglin nodded slightly. "Wow! Uncle Master. My master died so tragically. He was still talking about you before he died. I thought he was confused, but I didn't expect that my master didn't lie to me." Nyokong threw himself on Bai Donglin, crying loudly, his thin body only reaching Bai Donglin's waist, stretching out his palm and stroking the top of the wonderful shortness. Bai Donglin did not speak out, and let Nyokong vent his grievances and fear in his heart. By collecting information about the host from the low-dimensional world, he knew everything about the small Taoist temple, through the images preserved by the Tianluo core of the Tianluo space. The images of Master Mukong before his death could be accessed at any time. Mukong's master did have a junior brother, but he had left home many years ago. Mukong was an orphan picked up by Taoist Qingyun, and had never seen Taoist Qingyun's senior brother. Therefore, Bai Donglin's disguise as this identity was naturally seamless. The Taoist Qingyun did not die of natural causes, but suffered severe injuries in a battle with others, which led to his sudden death. The 10-year-old Mukong was left alone to die in the deep mountains and forests. Mukong was only 10 years old and had just started practicing. The poor Qingyun temple did not have many resources for practice. Mukong's practice was pitifully low, and he did not even have the strength to leave the deep mountains and forests. If there is no accidental scoring body, and the appearance of Bai Donglin, this wonderful empty may be starved here. After all, he was just a little Taoist boy who couldn't even practice fasting. The sadness and fear over the past month had accumulated a lot of repressed negative emotions in his heart. Bai Donglin's heart emerged with a group of mysterious light, flowing along the head of Mukong. Sadness and exhaustion as spring and snow instantly. And Mukong stopped crying slowly. He rubbed his red eyes, took 2 steps back embarrassedly, and bowed respectfully, saying okay. Disciple Mukong greets Uncle Master. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. Although this chief nephew's talent was a little lacking, he was still quite polite. But that was enough. Under the gaze of the soul's eye, everything about Mukong was exposed. With Bai Donglin's current realm, he had long passed the stage where talent was the only thing that mattered to him. He has plenty of means to mass-produce geniuses. He has seen many geniuses. So what if there are more geniuses? Anyway, they can't be better than him. In his opinion, will, Taoism, and belief. These are the most important fundamentals. Let's go. Take Master Uncle to see your master. Miao Kong nodded seriously, gathered away the sadness that emerged in his eyes. Compared to the ruined back hall tile house, the main hall of the statue of Sanqing is much more exquisite. And it is cleaned. Not far next to the solemn Sanqing statue, there is a small wooden table standing, and an old dust. A few plates of fruits, and an incense burner are placed on the table. This is the only relic left by Taoist Qingyun, and also his only magic weapon. It is just a mid-grade magic weapon, which is really shabby and pitiful. Taoist Qingyun was hit by a violent fire spell. Before he died, the fire poison exploded and his body was burned to ashes. Not even a complete corpse was left. Bai Donglin had a silent expression. In comparison, he could be considered extremely lucky along the way. As soon as he started practicing, he joined the top force, and he didn't know how many detours he had avoided. In this huge world, the top forces are only a small number. More cultivation for the cultivation of dust is the big head. It is not a minority. Life and death. Reincarnation never stops. New forces are born all the time, and old forces disappear silently. After all, there are only a few forces that can stand the test of time and space and remain unchanged forever. He suppressed his thoughts, reached out to pick up a stick of incense, inserted it into the incense burner, and curls of green smoke swirled and floated. Master Qingyun, I will lend you my Taoist temple. As a reward, I will give your only disciple a chance to learn good fortune. Bai Donglin withdrew his gaze. His heart moved, and he cast his eyes on the solemn and majestic statues of the 3 pure ones. His eyes with an inexplicable meaning. He has become accustomed to the existence of things from previous lives in this world, and various characters in this and legends have left traces in this world. The profound significance of this is not qualified to explore. But these familiar things will always bring him a trace of comfort. Taoism was the state religion in the previous life. In times of chaos, people came down the mountains to bring peace to the world. And in times of prosperity, they went up the mountains to cultivate their Taoism. Bai Donglin has a very good impression of Taoism and Taoists. The 3 pure ones, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan and Dao Tianzuan, are the highest gods in Taoism. Bai Donglin naturally had the utmost respect for him. He straightened his clothes, looked solemn, took out the sacred wood incense made from the Xianlong sacred wood from the eternal light realm, pinched out a trace of spiritual fire with his fingers and lit it. And a strange fragrance immediately filled the hall. This kind of incense of the highest quality is enough to burn for a year without burning out. He has collected quite a few of these strange things. Holding Shenmu incense, Bai Donglin respectfully worshipped the statue of Sanqing. Snap! The sound of cracking sounded abruptly, and Bai Donglin's fingers trembled. Looking up, and the statue of Sanqing cracked at the same time. Oh! Mukong, how long has your teacher and apprentice not repaired the statue of Sanqing's ancestor? Should it be? Bai Donglin's expression was slightly angry. Respectfully worshipped again. Snap! A huge crack appeared on the statue of Sanqing, almost running through the entire body. At a loss, he and Master had good maintenance. After all, this is one of the few precious property of Qingyun. Bai Donglin's expression was slightly changed. If he worshipped the third worship, the 3 Qing statues were afraid that it would be directly broken. You could only press the mind and insert Shenmu incense in the incense burner. Then he stretched out his hand, and the law of gold emerged. The cracks on the statue of the three pure ones healed instantly, and everything from the inside out turned into extremely hard black gold. 3 Tao ancestors. Don't be angry. I will give you a better golden body. After doing all this, Bai Donglin felt slightly peaceful. Chapter 275. 99 Tribulations to Forge the Body. The rear hall is a tiled house. The strange scene just now made Bai Donglin feel uncomfortable under the gaze of the 3 pure one statues. So he returned to Miaokong's room, sitting cross-legged on the cushion, opposite Miakong. Bai Donglin's eyes showed thoughtfulness. There is still some time before the Taoist sect holds the reward conference. And since I have nothing to do, I might as well practice Miakong a bit, so that this little guy won't be unable to enter the Taoist sect by then. Miakong, do you want to practice the supreme Taoist magic? Miakong's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had long seen that his uncle was no ordinary master. His temperament was as ethereal as that of an immortal. When he sniffed the lit incense, his realm actually loosened a little. He raised his hand and touched it, and the tattered statue of the 3 pure ones instantly became golden. These methods were truly like those of immortals, and he had never seen them before. Miakong Fulin was very happy, and knew that this was the right time. He immediately stood up, bowed, and said respectfully, Uncle Master, Miakong is willing. Well, the supreme Taoist magic method can only be achieved by those with great perseverance. The path is difficult. Have you thought about it? Bai Donglin's voice was like a loud bell, striking directly into the depths of Miakong's soul. An invisible pressure spread out, torturing his spiritual heart. Those whose faith in Taoism is not strong will lose their mind in an instant under this pressure. Miakong clenched his fists. His eyes were determined. He slowly straightened up. His teeth were grinding, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. A smile appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. What a nice little guy, with a lot of energy in his heart. Restraining his pressure, Bai Donglin pointed a finger at Miakong's brow, and endless golden characters poured down his arm, circling and dancing. Today I will teach you the Jade Purity Treasure Mirror. Practice it well, and don't lose face for me. Your uncle. Miakong's soul was still too fragile, and could not fully carry this huge amount of information. Bai Donglin could only seal most of the content deep in his sea of consciousness. As Miakong's cultivation improves and his soul becomes stronger, the subsequent content will naturally unfold automatically. After a long time, Miakong opened his eyes panting. A bright and strange light flashed, and his whole temperament changed a little. Bang bang bang. Miakong knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times with a look of gratitude. Although he was ignorant, he was not completely clueless. I just spit at a slight content of this Yuqin Baojian. It feels mysterious and unpredictable. I do know how many levels are higher than his master S. Qin Yunju. What was the origin of his uncle? He was flattered to be taught such a supreme method. Thank you, Uncle Master, for teaching me the Dharma. Bai Donglin accepted the greeting calmly. The favor of teaching and answering questions was greater than heaven, and this was what he should do. The inheritance of knowledge is a priceless treasure for monks who are pedantic, conservative and stubborn. But Bai Donglin has never had this idea. In his opinion, the value of these knowledge that can be reused repeatedly is not as useful as cultivation resources. I still say that as long as you can practice, he can even teach you the true scripture of conceiving God and forging demon. Miakong, your body's essence is still too weak. It's difficult to get started. Let my uncle give you a helping hand. With a trick, a bronze ding-ding was taken out, and he was inhaled without waiting for the response. Spiritual liquid, black crystal, various precious medicines and herbs, animal bones, demon blood, and even a dying earth vein flame spirit that was almost drained dry by him. A large number of precious materials were all thrown into the cauldron. Bang! The bronze ding was covered, and he was stitched into the seam, and a hot golden flame was sprayed out of the mouth, wrapping the ding-ding group, and the hot breath permeated the room. 90-9 calamities have difficulty casting soup. Miakong, insist on 80-1 days. The uncle also has a good treasure body. At least cultivating Yuqingbao Jian to go smoothly. What he called good was naturally very good. He raised his hand and touched it, and the bronze cauldron was put into the eternal light realm. He still had things to do, so naturally he could not stay here to protect Miakong for 81 days. He reached out and took out a Qinyu Jade token, which was the token of the leader of Qinyun Temple that Miakong had just given him. It was also the purpose of his trip. On the front of the jade token were the words Qinyun, and on the back was the Taoist's exclusive legal mark. A mysterious aura flowed through it, eternal and indestructible. This was something that even he could not forge. in the Taoist realm, and even in the entire Qianyuan realm. All Taoists who want to establish power must obtain approval from Taoism. Only forces with the seal of Taoism's decrees can be called registered Taoists. Being able to possess the seal of the Taoist decree. This Qianyuan temple was also a formidable force long ago. Unfortunately, it has now declined to this point. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. It was a crime to possess a treasure. The old Taoist Qianyuan accidentally leaked the token with the seal of the imperial edict, and it was seen by someone with ulterior motives, which led to his death. He tried his best to escape, but he could only prolong his life for a few more days. Before he died, he was still worried about Myukong's safety. He lived an honest life, but did not have a good ending. He was also a pitiful man. The Taoist Rewards Conference will be held in 2 months. The so-called reward ceremony is related to the alien invasion 11 years ago. At that time, the attacks on Dan League and Qi League, because Bai Donglin happened to pass by. Damning escaped a chance, and the Qi League was not so good. The largest stronghold in Qianyuan realm was destroyed, causing countless casualties. After destroying the stronghold of Qimeng, those endless demons and monsters did not evacuate, but poured in all directions like the sea. In this catastrophe, 30% of the territory of Qi domain fell, and these demons and monsters that were wreaking havoc on all sides naturally needed to be wiped out. Therefore, the Taoist sect took the lead and formed a large encirclement and suppression army. It took 11 years to finally wipe out the demons and monsters roaming around. This reward conference was held for this purpose. Whether it was a reward based on merit or there was some other meaning involved, Bai Donglin had no control over it and didn't care about it. He only knew that if he wanted to take the opportunity to enter the Taoist sect, apart from the monks who performed well in the clearing operation, only those forces that were approved by the Taoist sect and had the Taoist seal could send people to watch the ceremony. All this information was collected through the Tian Luo space and summarized by him. After weighing the pros and cons, he made the current action plan. The 4th mission of the extreme trial. True gold is not afraid of fire. Requires entering the Bagua furnace in the Taoist Tushita Palace to refine the body. He dare not grasp this time he can approach the gossip furnace. At least to explore the road first. Prepare for the future. After all, it is a superb ferry. How can it be easy to show people? Bai Donglin thought it over again and decided to temporarily give up on the attempt to top the hidden dragon list. There was a very realistic reason for this. The current top of the list was very mysterious, like a dragon that could not be seen from head to tail. He had already searched for its traces through the Tianluo space, but unfortunately found nothing. If you want to top the list, you don't need to challenge everyone one by one. You only need to defeat the person at the top to take his place. So this task can be put aside for the time being. In addition to the fact that his whereabouts were difficult to find, he also did not want to reveal his true strength too early. The Jidao Council gave him 1,000 years to top the list, but he turned around and completed the task. Isn't this a slap in the face of the bosses? As for other tasks, he is collecting intelligence through Tianluo space. After all consideration, entering the Taoist Gate to explore is the only thing he can do now. Chapter 276, Middle-earth Shinjo. Swish, swish, swish. Figures quickly shuttled through the dense forest, and their rapid speed pressed the air into a sharp blade, cutting through countless weeds. A figure suddenly stopped flying, fell on the ground to condense, and the brass compass with his hands flashed. Qiu Xiao, have you found the trace of that old Taoist? Several figures fell at the same time, surrounded by the man, and asked. Qiu Xiao remained silent, and he made hand gestures. The brass compass shone with light, and a black cloud slowly floated out from the soil and landed in the center of the compass. Qiu Zhao's expression relaxed, and he said in a proud tone, "Look, this is a drop of blood dripped by the old Taoist priest. The aura can be sensed accurately. If my guess is correct, the old Taoist priest's lair should be nearby. Humph! It's all the fault of that idiot Zhang Shan. If he hadn't acted rashly and let the Taoist escape, we wouldn't have had to spend all this effort." Several people nodded in agreement. The token on the old Taoist was very important. The sect had already issued a death order and sent many masters to eliminate the old Taoist and take back the token. If the news leaked out and what they did reached the ears of the Taoist sect, their sect would be in great disaster. Okay, Zhang Shan has been executed by Zhongmen, and it is useless to complain about it. To be honest, I've been feeling uneasy these past few days. I'm afraid that as soon as I open my eyes, the Dao sect's law enforcement hall will come to kill me. Several people appeared in the eyes of fear. They did not dare to delay time again. Screwed the void. And flew towards the place where the compass. In the dilapidated tile-roofed house at Qingyun Temple. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged, immersed in cultivation. His mind moved slightly. And he slowly opened his eyes. White light flowed. And a picture came into view. Dozens of streams of light cut through the void at a very fast speed. And their target was Qingyun Temple. Looking at this posture, it seems that they are here with ill intentions. It happens that there are less than 10 days left before the reward meeting. I should also leave. He stood up slowly and walked a few steps into the yard. At this time, the void was already filled with figures, staring at him eagerly. Boy, where is the old Taoist priest here? Hand him over quickly, and we may be able to spare your life. Bai Donglin looked helpless. How come any cat or dog dared to bark in front of him? Didn't he have the temperament of a strong man? Step on the void. Reached out to take out the Qingyun token, and shook it towards the people around him. You want this? The leader's eyes lit up. Zhang Shan's soul memory had been extracted, and they had naturally seen the appearance of the token. It's the Taoist token. Kill this kid. The spells are turbulent. The flames, and the flying sword magic weapon, instantly drowned by Donglin's figure. Ding-ling-ding. A continuous sound of metal clashing was heard. And after a moment the light dissipated. Bai Donglin stood there, motionless. An ant that has not yet achieved its primordial spirit cannot even break the robe transformed by the blood armor. It is a waste of spiritual energy to live. This low-level monk would not be too lazy to kill if he did not take the initiative to go to the door. Ignoring the shocked looks of the crowd, he flicked his finger, and a pitch-black sphere condensed by the law of gravity was ejected. And a terrifying suction force exploded. However, in an instant, dozens of monks floating in the void disappeared at the same time. And their flesh, souls, and magic weapons were all compressed into a scarlet ball, but the size of a marble. He opened his mouth and swallowed the scarlet marble, smacking his lips. The weak energy was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. It's better to leave this small sect to Miekong. This little guy looks weak, but he has a fierce heart. If he avenges his master's murder himself, it might help him improve his state of mind. Thinking of this, Bai Donglin gave up the idea of doing it himself. A small sect that could be destroyed with a flick of the hand would not have much profit. It would be better to leave it to Miekong to cultivate his mind, which could be regarded as a good use of waste. His sight fell on the Qingyun temple below. With a thought, his body instantly rose to more than 400 feet high. Boom! The huge body fell down, and the terrifying mass instantly pressed a huge pit on the ground. It opened its thick arms and embraced the steep peak. Countless golden chains of laws shot out and tightly wrapped around the mountain. Rise! With an angry roar, the 3,000 feet high peak was pulled up alive. After the peak was completely off the ground, a mysterious light flashed, and it was instantly sent into the realm of eternal light. A solitary peak no more than 10,000 meters high has a mass of about 40 billion tons, which is slightly heavier than Mount Everest in his previous life. He can easily pull it up by just using the power of heaven and earth, without even using the secret technique of burning. This little guy Miekong will never have the chance to come back here. If he misses home in the future, just return the mountain to him. After withdrawing his magical powers, Bai Donglin stepped into the space and disappeared, leaving only a huge deep pit in his place. Dao Domain, as the leader of the 365 holy domains, has an extremely vast scope. It is more than 3 times larger than the Desolate Domain, which is also one of the holy domains. Miekong's Qingyun Temple is located at the border of the Taoist area, a relatively remote and desolate place. Only in such a small place can a declining force like Qingyun Temple survive. Unlike the wilderness, which divides the territory into 1,008 main city areas, this Dao Domain divides the territory by states. The entire Dao Domain is divided into a total of 3,000 states. Daomen is located in Zhongtu Shenzhou, also known as Zhongzhou, and is the core prosperous place of Daoyu. Endless veins converge and the spiritual energy is extremely abundant, making the entire Zhongzhou like a fairyland. It is worthy of the name of Shenzhou. If there is a fairyland in this world, it is probably not much stronger than Shenzhou. Bai Donglin was filled with admiration. Along the way, he experienced all kinds of customs and experiences. It could be said that he had witnessed with his own eyes the spiritual energy of the Dao realm states rising step by step from the outside to the inside. This sect is able to occupy such a rich area, and other forces dare not even have the intention of spying on it. Its foundation is so profound that even the Jidao Saint sect is far inferior to it. He put his thoughts aside. The reward meeting was about to begin, so he stopped wandering around and headed towards the area where the Taoist gate was located. Half an hour later, after crossing a long distance, Bai Donglin finally arrived outside the Taoist gate. After falling into the void, Bai Donglin stood in a white jade square, surrounded by bustling cultivators. Pick any one of them out. They all had extraordinary aura and handsome looks. But his attention was not on these monks. Instead, his eyes were empty, looking at a huge mountain in the distance. The majestic sacred mountain is so high that it breaks into the void. Kunlun Mountain is the highest mountain in the Qianyuan realm, bar none, and is said to be the pillar that supports the sky of this continent. How high is it? Bai Donglin only knew that according to the records in the Book Mountain, the sacred Kunlun Mountain had broken through the sky and penetrated deep into the void of the universe. And the top of the mountain was surrounded by many stars. It is the pillar of heaven, the ancestral vein of the earth, the origin of mankind, and many other names, all of which give the Kunlun Mountain a touch of mystery. Bai Donglin had a complicated expression. The word Kunlun had a special meaning to him. I'm coming! After waiting for so long, these important people have finally arrived. After these seniors enter the Tao sect, it should be our turn. Right? There was a sudden noise around, interrupting Bai Donglin's wandering thoughts. And he looked up. A huge gate of light slowly emerged in the void, 10,000 feet in size. Cry! Several cranes flapped their wings and flew out from the light gate with the sound of birds chirping. On the back of each crane, there was a Taoist monk sitting cross-legged. All of them looked like immortals. In front of the light gate, the void ripped. A flying boat slowly scratched, hovering in the void, and a dozen of breathy figures came out of the flying boat. Bai Donglin was stunned for a moment, and saw a familiar figure among a dozen figures. He thought for a moment, and then he suddenly understood. If we talk about merit, these dozen or so powerful people naturally have the greatest merit. Flo Dongchuan. These are the powerful people from the Dan League. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. It seemed that he was lucky and might be able to complete the task this time. Chapter 277, Black Turtle Dao Realm. The towering Kunlun Shinshan, extremely high, seemed to be close to it, but far from the sky. Bai Donglin withdrew his gaze from the distance. The Kunlun Sacred Mountain was the core forbidden area of Taoism. Outsiders like them had no chance of getting close. The venue for this conference should also be in the outer area. My fellow Taoists, I've been waiting for a long time. A middle-aged Taoist in Xingyi stepped on Shangyun, floated out of the light door, and made a Tao to the crowd of Bayou Square. Welcome everyone to this Tao conference. Please follow me into the Black Turtle Tao realm. After the Taoist priest finished speaking, he made a mysterious gesture with his hands, and a golden bridge of light spread out from the depths of the light gate and descended on the white jade square in an instant. Bai Donglin smiled slightly. He was not surprised that the reward conference turned into a discussion conference. After all, they were all cultivators. Those who understood would understand. It was a bit vulgar to say reward. Anyway, everyone knew that there would be benefits as long as they went in. Bai Donglin could see it from the excitement on everyone's faces, except for Bai Donglin and other family members with the Taoist mark. All the people who were invited are outstanding people. They can stand out in the operation of clearing out demons and monsters. How can they do this without any skills? The light bridge was extremely wide. Tens of thousands of monks on the white jade square stepped into it in an orderly manner. As they took a step, their figures disappeared in an instant. Not long after, it was Bai Donglin's turn. When he stepped onto the light bridge, the Taoist mark and the Qingyun token emerged with an inexplicable aura enveloping him, and the illusory light bridge under his feet instantly solidified. He suddenly realized that without the eternal mark of this door, he would not be able to step onto the bridge of light. Looking around, he saw a golden edict emerging from the bodies of some monks beside him, with light shining down, and they were also standing steadily on the light bridge. This edict was the invitation letter issued by the Taoist sect. This light bridge. Bai Donglin Wui's soul fluctuated slightly, and he sensed an extremely obscure breath of the yin-yang law on the light bridge under his feet. If Wu Wei had not been an in-depth researcher on this, he would have been deceived. It turns out that the way of yin and yang can be used like this. Wonderful! His eyes sparkled, and flashes of inspiration appeared in his mind, all of which he captured carefully and buried deep in his heart for later use. In ancient myths and legends, the Pangu axe, which created the world, was split into 3 parts. The axe head became the chaos bell. The axe blade became the Pangu banner. and the axe handle became the Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi diagram can be transformed into a golden bridge, suppressing the earth, wind, water, and fire, and moving the universe. It is extremely mysterious. The Taoism in this world is indeed not simple. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts churning. He was very good at deduction, and just through some minor details, he was able to get a glimpse of the roots of Taoism. He put his thoughts aside, took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at a wide flat ground. Where is this mysterious turtle? Looking into the distance, it seems endless. The flat ground beneath your feet is blue-gray in color. Tens of thousands of monks gathered on this huge flat ground, looking extremely small. Hey, little friend, aren't you the people of our Tao? The white-haired Taoist standing by seemed to see the shock and confusion in Bai Donglin's eyes, and couldn't help but laugh. Master, you are so polite. I wonder why you say that. The many cultivators here are mixed together, and it is difficult to tell who are the invited cultivators or the Taoist forces with the Taoist mark. Come on. Come on. There's still some time before the Tao conference starts. Let's sit down and talk. The white-haired Taoist priest sat cross-legged, stroking his beard. His baby-like, crystal-clear face was full of enthusiasm. Bai Donglin felt a hint of pride in his expression. This is the expression of the host who wants to show off his baby to guests who have come from afar. The old Taoist's cultivation was quite high. He was a cultivator in the third level of the Dongxi realm. Bai Donglin sensed the other party's goodwill, and also sat cross-legged on the ground. My friend, what do you think is so special about this ground? Come on. Reach out and feel it carefully. Bai Donglin's expression moved slightly. A bright light burst out from the depths of his eyes, and the blue-gray ground in his sight suddenly entered the microscopic level. Hiss! Bai Donglin took a breath of cold air. The ordinary ground showed endless and extremely tiny runes in his sight. Countless mysterious runes stacked up layer by layer, condensing into a biological keratinous substance. Hey, my friend, that's a good trick. You should be able to see that, right? The white-haired Taoist smiled widely, very satisfied with Bai Donglin's shock, and continued with a hint of pride. This black turtle Tao realm is actually the carapace of the black turtle ancestor of the Tao sect. The black turtle ancestor's body is extremely huge, comparable to a small world. The black turtle ancestor likes to sleep deeply. He can sleep for tens or even millions of years. His heart beats only once every thousands of years, so his aura is extremely restrained. People like you who are not aware of it, if you don't sense it carefully, you won't know that we are on the black turtle ancestor's back. Bai Dong was shocked under his heart, looking at the distance again, and he couldn't even see a trace of arc. This ancestor of the Xian turtle was the largest life he had seen in this world. Thank you, Taoist priest, for clearing up my confusion. Ha ha ha. You're welcome. You're a guest from afar. You guys are in luck this time. The old Taoist waved his hand slightly, feeling extremely envious of Bai Donglin and the other invited cultivators. This was only the second time he had the honor to come to the Black Turtle Taoist realm. These Taoist forces that are registered in Taoism are actually closely related to Taoism in their origins, and the founders of their forces all came from Taoism. Although the old Taoist considers himself a Taoist in his heart, the reality is not so good. It is just wishful thinking. Is there something mysterious about this Black Turtle Tao realm? Bai Donglin took over the conversation, which not only satisfied his curiosity, but also fulfilled his desire to show off. Of course, the carapace of this Black Turtle ancestor is extremely extraordinary. The Black Turtle ancestor has noble blood. This carapace condenses the natural rhyme of Taoism. Practicing here can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. This is also the reason why this place is named Tao Realm. I see. Bai Donglin nodded in understanding. The background of these top forces was indeed terrifying. Just revealing the tip of the iceberg would reveal how extraordinary they were. Clang. A clear jade sound was heard, and clouds rolled in the void. A white jade platform covered with runes appeared out of thin air. Dozens of figures were sitting on it, shrouded in light, and their appearance could not be seen clearly. The Taoism conference has begun. Please drink the Taoism tea. A gentle voice was heard, and then a cup of spiritual tea appeared out of thin air in front of tens of thousands of monks, and everyone hurriedly took it carefully. Bai Donglin looked at the spiritual tea in his hand. There were sparkling lights in the clear and transparent spiritual liquid, like a starry sky with a green leaf in it, like a divine ship on the other side, swaying in the galaxy. A strange fragrance reached deep into his soul, and Bai Donglin suddenly felt his mind become clear. This fragrance was almost as good as the purple ball formed by the condensation of pure spiritual energy. Gurgle. There were sporadic swallowing sounds coming from all around. Bai Donglin couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This door was a little too wealthy. There are tens of thousands of people here, and tens of thousands of tea leaves, whose value is inestimable. Everyone, drink together. Thank you, Senior. Everyone thanked him, and simultaneously raised their heads to drink up the entire enlightenment tea in one gulp, even swallowing the emerald green tea leaves, not wanting to waste even a single drop. A mysterious feeling different from the pure and spiritual energy emerged in his heart. Bai Donglin felt it carefully. His soul was surrounded by a green light, becoming extremely sharp and agile. Clang! The clear jade sound was heard from the white jade platform again, and countless runes flickered slightly. Bai Donglin felt the blue-gray armor under his body tremble slightly, and a Taoist aura rose up and enveloped him. The combination of the black tortoise's Taoist rhyme and the enlightenment tea immediately produced incredible changes. Bai Donglin instantly entered a mysterious and indescribable state. The sound of Tao came from the void, and the discussion of Tao began. Those who discussed the Tao were naturally the many powerful people on the white jade platform. Bai Donglin and other cultivators only needed to listen. How much they could understand depended on their personal talent and luck. Bai Donglin's tightly closed eyes trembled slightly. He heard Lu Dongchuan's voice among many mysterious Taoist sounds. Just as he thought, half of the people who discussed the Tao were powerful figures from the Alchemy League. Their trip was probably not just to discuss the Tao. Without time to think, Bai Donglin was immersed in countless insights in the blink of an eye. The principles discussed by these great powers are naturally the principles of qi cultivation, but they are not completely useless to Bai Donglin. Among them, the comprehension, application, and integration of the laws, and so on are actually very similar between qi cultivators and body cultivators, which gave him a lot of inspiration. Although Bai Donglin only pursues the path of physical cultivation, he is open to all kinds of knowledge. The Great Way. Different paths lead to the same destination. Take its essence and nourish your own way. There is no time in cultivation, especially when you are immersed in this deep level of understanding. You cannot feel the passage of time at all. In the realm of eternal light, after 99 and 81 days of refining, the blazing golden flame outside the bronze cauldron slowly went out. Ding! The heavy lid of the tripod was knocked away and fell heavily to the ground, creating a big hole. Hot mist gushed out, and a figure leaped up in the smoke, standing barefoot on the edge of the giant cauldron. Myokung's naked upper body glowed with fluorescent light, which slowly retracted, revealing his delicate and shiny skin. Behind him was a purple flame dragon pattern, and the dragon's eyes were red, with a faint glow flashing. Instead of his previous pale and thin complexion, his flesh and blood became fuller, and even his height grew half a foot taller. This was only a subtle manifestation of the change in the origin of his life. Today, Myokung has become a cultivation genius with a special physique. The seemingly simple process of boiling medicinal soup is the crystallization of Bai Donglin's wisdom. Being able to achieve this level is well worth the contribution of tens of millions of experimental subjects. Where is this place? Where did my uncle go? Myokung frowned slightly and stared at the mountains of treasures in the distance. Chapter 278 Borrowing a Furnace. 3 months later. The Black Turtle Tao Realm. Clang! The clear sound of jade swept past, and tens of thousands of cultivators, who were immersed in contemplation, woke up instantly. They slowly opened their eyes, with a look of wanting more. Although everyone felt that only a short period of time had passed, the skyrocketing level of perception was real, and their hearts were filled with great satisfaction. This is the end of our discussion of the Tao. The subsequent rewards for destroying demons will be led by Taoist disciples to claim them. Thank you all for your preaching. The monk stood up and saluted with gratitude, seeing that many powerful people were about to leave. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and the layers of secret formations in his body suddenly cracked, and a trace of his true self leaked out. On the jade platform, the calm and composed Lu Dongchuan paused, and for the first time, he looked down and immediately met Bai Donglin's eyes. Brother Tao? The young Taoist standing by looked at Lu Dongchuan in confusion, wondering what had happened to cause him to be so upset. Nothing. Yingming, wait for me for a moment. Lu Dongchuan smiled slightly. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Bai Donglin in an instant. There is no need for further explanation. The powerful cultivators all have minds as sharp as ghosts and gods, and their thoughts are extremely clear, since Bai Donglin deliberately leaked his aura to attract his attention. He must have something to find him. Ignoring the shocked looks around him, he put his hand on Bai Donglin's shoulder, and the two of them instantly appeared on the jade platform again. Hiss! The white-haired Taoist accidentally pulled off a strand of his beard, gasped, and his eyes widened. He never expected that this seemingly ignorant boy was actually related to the powerful. I couldn't help but feel relieved that the communication with Bai Donglin before was harmonious and didn't cause any trouble. Seeing Lu Dongchuan coming back and bringing back a little kid, the powerful people around looked at Bai Donglin with curiosity. Bai Donglin looked calm as he stood beside Lu Dongchuan. He did not feel uneasy under the gazes of so many powerful people. This is a disciple of a good friend of mine. I happened to meet him, and I'm keeping him with me temporarily. Knowing that Bai Donglin liked to keep a low profile, Lu Dongchuan went along with it, and made up something to get away with it. The powerful men nodded slightly, withdrew their gazes, and did not pay much attention. Please rest for a while in the Taoist sect. We will discuss the follow-up matters after the others arrive. Good. The jade platform trembled slightly, and it disappeared with everyone in an instant, leaving the vast black turtle Taoist world. An exquisite palace, the place where the Taoist sect arranged for the powerful to stay, was naturally extremely luxurious. All the attendants were sent away by Lu Dongchuan, and only the two of them were left in the empty hall. Donglin, long time no see. How are you doing? Lu Dongchuan's expression showed undisguised joy. He regarded Bai Donglin as a friend from the bottom of his heart. The series of things regarding the heart of the 9 rings had already made him accept Bai Donglin. This has nothing to do with cultivation. It's about the recognition of 3 views. Thank you for your concern, Senior Lu. I have been doing pretty well these years. Senior, did the last incident cause you any trouble? Bai Donglin also felt extremely relaxed getting along with Lu Dongchuan. Not only because he had the 2 great O's as his biggest protective umbrella, but also because of Lu Dongchuan's character. Even if he wanted to harm himself, Lu Dongchuan would not do that. If it were any other monk who had made a vow, he would definitely try his best to avoid contact with the person he had made the vow to. But Lu Dongchuan had no such idea at all, which is evident from this. Ha! It is indeed a little troublesome, but I still have some connections. The matter has been resolved, and I have also gained a lot of benefits. So, personally speaking, I also owe you a big favor. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. With such powerful sword skills and the ability to go to the Dan League to hang out, this Lu Dongchuan must be from a prominent family. Speaking of being able to cultivate to the level of a great power, who doesn't have some connections or background? Senior Lu. To be honest, I did have something to do when I came to Daomen this time, and meeting you was unexpected. Lu Dongchuan nodded slightly. He had thought of this a long time ago. If there was nothing to find him for, with Bai Donglin's personality, he would definitely find it troublesome and avoid him. Dongli, there's no need to be polite between you and me. Just tell me what you want to say. I will do my best. This is what I should do. Lu Dongchuan looked serious. He always felt that he owed Bai Donglin. If it weren't for Bai Donglin, he would have to watch billions of cultivators being slaughtered. This would have been a devastating blow to his swordsmanship. I want to borrow the Taoist Bagua furnace. Bai Donglin went straight to the point without any need to hide anything, and even told Lu Dongchuan about the ultimate trial. Oh! Are you trying to refine some supreme elixir? Lu Dongchuan's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously thought of elixirs. After all, Bai Donglin's attainments in alchemy were not low, and the Bagua furnace was a world-famous alchemy artifact. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly and said firmly, No. I want to practice my body. Huh? Lu Dongchuan was stunned. Although Bai Donglin was a physical cultivator, and a physical cultivator from the Jidao Holy Sect, he was just a cultivator in the supernatural power realm. How could he dare to enter the Bagua furnace to refine his body? Wasn't that like an old man hanging himself? He was seeking death. I wonder if you can remember the sound of the bell that swept across the Qianyuan realm 9 years ago. Lu Dongchuan's expression changed. His aura surged, and sword beams flowed across his body, shattering the void. You mean? Bai Donglin nodded seriously. Huh? Lu Dongchuan lightly pressed his brows, looking hesitant, and after a moment he sighed. Your Jidao Council is still the same as always, assigning ruthless tasks. Although those who fail the Jidao trial never leave any records. Those who know these secrets know tacitly how high the mortality rate of this trial is. Donglin, your talent is beyond my expectation. Compared with the alchemy, your talent in physical cultivation is even more terrifying. Lu Dongchuan sighed. He felt that Bai Donglin's experience was similar to his. Both of them had excellent cultivation talents. One practiced swordsmanship. The other practiced physical cultivation. But they were obsessed with alchemy. And they were also not recognized by the outside world. Seeing Lu Dongchuan's confused thoughts, Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, completely unaware of how outrageous Lu Dongchuan's thoughts were. Although you have a strong talent, your current cultivation is still too weak. The Samadhi true fire in the 8 trigrams furnace is not simple. Although its power is greatly reduced without anyone activating it, it can easily burn a cultivator of the divine source body to death. Senior Lu, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I have made up my mind. Don't worry. If I can't bear it, I will withdraw on my own initiative and will not joke with my life. Sensing Bai Donglin's firm will, Lu Dongchuan's lips moved and he could only sigh. Maybe Bai Donglin has some incredible means. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. Just like in the Dan League, Lu Dongchuan could only convince himself this way. Okay. Leave this to me. But be careful. Thank you. Senior. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. He had many cards up his sleeve. And this Bagua furnace was no problem for him. The only difficulty in this mission was how to borrow the Bagua furnace from the top force. Taoism. Now with Lu Dongchuan's help, the task has been completed by more than half. Lu Dongchuan was also a decisive person. He disappeared in a flash and went to make connections. One day later, Lu Dongchuan returned to the hall, with a young Taoist priest beside him, and a hint of depression on his face. Brother Dao. Brother Dao. How do you say you want to open the furnace at this time? Engming? Don't say anything. Don't worry. It won't delay anything. If it's too late, I'll ask Donglin to help watch the fire. Bai Donglin's heart moved, and he understood instantly. Junior greets Senior Engming. Well, you are the little fellow that Brother Dao mentioned. Right? It is said that you are an expert in alchemy. And you are superb? Haha. I don't dare. I just know a little bit. Bai Donglin smiled slightly, very shyly. Okay. Engming, hurry up. Okay. Engming sighed helplessly, raised his hand and waved it, and a red vortex entrance was opened. Chapter 279 Samadhi True Fire. Taoism. Tushita Palace. After crossing the red vortex channel, Bai Donglin sensed the change in the spatial dimension. His vision was restored again, and he had arrived in a strange space. There was nothing in the misty space. An invisible aura permeated the air, obscuring all means of perception. Bai Donglin felt relieved in his heart. It seemed that just like the Jidao Holy Sect, some important areas of the Taoist sect were hidden very deeply. Without a Taoist monk to lead the way, it would be impossible for him to sneak in. Engming took a step forward, made a hand gesture, and sacrificed a red token. The token covered with runes flickered, and a beam of red light instantly shot into the thick clouds. Clang! The clouds and mist dissipated, and a huge red cauldron appeared out of thin air. It fell straight onto the ground, rippling the void and making a heavy roar. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw that the furnace had 3 legs and 2 ears. The furnace body made of red brass was faintly flickering with red light, and the 8 trigrams were engraved around the furnace body, namely Qian, Zhen, Can, Zhen, Kun, Sun, Li, and Dui. Where the 8 trigrams meet, there is a yin-yang tai chi diagram, with black and white energies blending and slowly rotating. And on top of the furnace cover, there lies a statue of a strange beast, faintly emitting a suppressive force. This is the Bagua furnace of my Taoist sect. It can be used to refine pills and weapons, protect the body and attack. All kinds of divine powers are magnificent. Of course, the most powerful use of the Bagua furnace is to refine pills. Engming smiled, glanced at Bai Donglin, then turned to look at Lu Dongchuan and continued. Brother Dao, this is not the first time you have asked me to borrow the Bagua furnace. You know exactly how to use it. Engming threw the red token to Lu Dongchuan, then raised her hand to open the red vortex channel. Don't delay too long. Don't worry. I won't miss the time. Lu Dongchuan took the token and nodded slightly. Engming turned and stepped into the passage. A flash of light appeared, and the red vortex disappeared. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly. This Engming is too busy. What important matter are these powerful people discussing? Senior Lu. This Senior Engming? Bai Donglin was hesitant to talk. He was very curious about the relationship between Lu Dongchuan and Engming. This was too smooth. The Bagua furnace could be lit as soon as he asked. And it seemed that this was not the first or second time. Haha. You're lucky. If you wanted to borrow something else, It might be a little difficult. But this Bagua furnace is managed by Yingning. And Yingning and I happen to be an old friend. So it's no problem to borrow it. Seeing Bai Donglin's doubts, Lu Dongchuan casually explained. Then his eyes fell on the Bagua furnace and continued. Donglin, the 8 trigrams furnace in the Taoist Tushita Palace is world famous. But few people know that the Taoist has another immortal weapon that is equally famous. And that is the Earth Core Furnace. Bai Donglin's mind moved. There was the Tushita 8 trigrams furnace above, and the Earth's Core Furnace below, which could be said to be in line with the Yin and Yang theory. Senior Lu, what is so mysterious about this Earth Core Furnace? How could it be as famous as the 8 trigrams furnace? The 8 trigrams furnace is good at refining elixirs and weapons, while the Earth Core Furnace is good at killing and suppressing. The controller of this Earth Core Furnace is Yingning's sister. At this point, Lu Dongchuan couldn't help but reveal a strange look on his face, as if he was recalling the past that he couldn't bear to recall. There is a problem. This Lu Dongchuan may have a close relationship with Yingning's sister. Bai Donglin estimated that Lu Dongchuan might also be able to borrow this Earth Core Furnace. Okay, let's hurry up. Lu Dongchuan's expression calmed down, and he said to Bai Donglin seriously, Dongli, remember not to force yourself. If you can't hold on, leave immediately. I won't seal the furnace, so you can open the lid at any time. After Lu Dongchuan finished speaking, he took out the red token, and a beam of light gushed out and shot onto the Bagua furnace. The Bagua runes on the furnace body flickered slightly, and the heavy furnace cover slowly floated up. A terrifyingly high temperature instantly filled the entire space. Inside the Bagua furnace, in addition to the Samadhi true fire on the surface, there is also the more terrifying 6-ding divine fire deep in its core. In order to activate the 6-ding divine fire, the dormant spirit of the instrument must be awakened. Only Yingning, the controller, can do this. The token in my hand can only activate the surface Samadhi true fire. Lu Dongchuan's eyes flickered. The 6-ding divine fire was a terrifying thing that even the powerful did not want to be easily contaminated by. Even if the trial of the Jidao holy sect was so perverted, it would not allow Bai Donglin to provoke the 6-ding divine fire. Bai Donglin laughed dumbly, seeing Lu Dongchuan's thoughts, shook his head slightly and said, Don't worry, Senior Lu. This trial mission only requires me to refine my body in the Samadhi true fire. After the words were spoken, the two fell into silence for a moment. Don't die, Donglin. Bai Donglin smiled and nodded. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared on the wide edge of the furnace. Looking down, he saw a colorful sea of fire. By the way, Donglin, I don't know how long you're going to stay in there. Bai Donglin's expression condensed slightly, and he jumped down. Like a fish swimming into the sea, he plunged into the Bagua furnace without hesitation. And a voice slowly came out of the furnace mouth. 7749 days. Clang. The heavy furnace cover fell, sealing the terrifying high temperature in the furnace. Lu Dongchuan frowned. He didn't know if Donglin could hold on for 49 days. He even doubted whether he had done something wrong. I hope he will do what he can. At this point, Lu Dongchuan could only choose to believe Bai Donglin. This is not like alchemy. The extreme trial mission has its own monitoring system, and it is impossible for him to secretly help Bai Donglin control the strength of the Samadhi true fire. Otherwise the mission cannot be completed at all. You can only rely on yourself in the extreme trial. The moment Bai Donglin entered the Bagua furnace, his robe with strong defensive power instantly turned into ashes. The surging Samadhi true fire was colorful and brilliant, but its extremely high temperature was lethal, like a violent fire snake that tightly wrapped around Bai Donglin. Endless pain emerged. Bai Donglin's expression was calm. He sat cross-legged in the air, his tall body floating up and down in the flames. After a moment, the hair that was as tough as divine iron began to melt, and then turned into ashes. Under Bai Donglin's mental gaze, his hard skin was licked by the Samadhi true fire, and the tightly connected particles began to tremble and loosen. One particle after another began to fly, collide, and turn into nothingness. In the macroscopic world, his crystal-clear skin, which was filled with divine light, began to carbonize into nothingness. Then, a terrifying high temperature began to spread into his body. Temperature is essentially the movement of particles, and his hard body began to collapse at the particle level. But this is only the most superficial aspect. This Samadhi true fire also contains terrifying power of laws. It is 3 strange laws of fire, and they are also integrated with each other. The divine power that erupts is extremely terrifying. Not long after he came in, his skin had been burned away, The divine light of flesh and blood, which was emitting a faint golden glow, kept flowing, struggling to fight against the scorching flames, the Wani poison pearl and the wind spirit pearl, which had been running non-stop, had long been collected into the eternal light realm. The triggering of damage reversal was all taken over by the Samadhi true fire, and huge streams of enhanced energy continued to emerge, and were completely devoured by the soul. His body was also recovering, but the recovery speed was slightly suppressed. If he ignored it, he would probably be burned to death in 3 days. This is already very powerful. If an ordinary cultivator in the supernatural power realm enters the Bhagwa furnace, he will be burned to death in a moment. Although he was only at the 2nd level of the divine ability realm, his physical strength was already comparable to that of a divine origin cultivator, and the same naturally went for his defense, which complemented his strength. If he used his magical powers and various defenses, he could hold on for a long time. This was one of the factors that the Jidok Council took into consideration when assigning tasks. But he just didn't plan to do that. It's just death, which is not a big problem for him. He can just be resurrected with full health after death. What he is thinking about is how to gain benefits from this mission. He could even scrape out 2 ounces of meat from an ant's leg, let alone the Bhagwa furnace. Chapter 280. Xiantian Bhagwa Tai Chi Diagram. If he wants to gain the greatest benefit, he naturally has to make good use of his extraordinary talent. Defense, damage, and recovery. These have always been the 3 things he needs to weigh. Only by accurately grasping every tiny value can he maximize the effect of damage reversal. This is the mechanism of his immortal talent. It is more like rewinding time rather than recovery, returning to the moment before he was hurt. Therefore, continuous damage like the Samadhi true fire, which can suppress his physical defense and cause serious injuries each time, will suppress the time rewind recovery ability that is triggered once every few breaths. It's not that his immortal recovery ability is not good. In the eyes of this talent, there is no distinction between strong and weak injuries when recovering. Any injury will be directly restored to the moment before the injury was suffered. It just failed because of the trigger interval. For his talent, it will trigger an instant kill and then resurrection with full health, which is better than the continuous damage caused by this continuous attack. However, only continuous damage can generate enhanced energy. After all, after he was killed instantly, his physical body no longer existed. When a person dies, his debts are cleared, and the damage in his body will of course dissipate. How can this be converted? So he had to face the continuous damage, and only when there was damage in the body could he carry out the transformation. Although his 2 talents are incredible, the basic logic still needs to be followed. It has always been like this. He needs to master the delicate balance between damage and defense and restore the trigger interval in order to perfectly trigger damage reversal without wasting any energy. Suppressing his thoughts, Bai Donglin's attention returned to the sea of fire around him. At this time, his flesh and blood were almost burned away, and his golden and jade-like bones were exposed naked in the flames. Under the crazy licking of the Samadhi true fire, even the hard bone showed signs of melting. Although he could wait to be burned to death and then resurrected, Bai Donglin didn't want to do that. He already had a better plan. As soon as the thought moved, a dark light burst out from the immortal dark world. This light broke through the spiritual orifice in an instant, and under the control of the mind, slowly covered the bones. When the terrifying Samadhi true fire broke through the flesh and blood and touched the bones, a terrifying devouring force instantly erupted and instantly devoured the Samadhi true fire. In the pitch-black immortal dark world, the colorful Samadhi true fire appeared out of thin air, and was then slowly digested, transformed into pure energy that gushed out, and was instantly divided up by many hungry and thirsty spiritual orifices. Today's immortal dark realm is far superior to the original heaven-devouring and earth-devouring magical powers, and can even devour the violent Samadhi true fire. In an instant, a delicate balance was formed. The energy is refreshed, the spiritual acuity is nourished, and the trial mission can be completed at the same time. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. The skeleton body instantly rose to more than 400 feet. The contact area increased, and the Samadhi true fire that was devoured and transformed suddenly surged. Bai Donglin nodded at the skull with satisfaction. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and an idea popped up. With a thought, the devouring and transforming power in the immortal dark world stopped instantly. He gathered countless Samadhi true fires into a ball and moved them to the crystal clear bubble. The raging flames enveloped and burned the bubble. Bai Donglin watched the changes in it with his mind. After a long time, The bubbles remained unchanged. TSK. I thought too much. This bubble world is so mysterious and strange. How could it be burned so easily? Moreover, after the Samadhi true fire left the Bagua furnace, it lost a trace of strange energy, and its power dropped sharply. The thought faded. Bai Donglin stood up, his skeletal body wrapped in endless true fire, standing in the air in the sea of fire, looking around with his eyes flashing slightly. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well take a look at this Bagua furnace to see what's so special about it. After all, it is a famous top-grade immortal weapon. So how could he not be curious? Although it is certainly not as good as the original one owned by the legendary Taishan Lao Jun. With a move of his body, Bai Donglin rushed towards the Danby. The space inside the Bagua furnace was expanded. It was many times larger than what was seen from the outside world. The space was large, but his speed was even faster. Although it was inconvenient for him to use his full strength, it only took him a quarter of an hour to reach the furnace wall. This smells so good. Although only a skull was left of him, it did not affect his sense of smell. His senses had long surpassed the limitations of his flesh and blood. The red wall was sparkling with crystal light, different from the red copper color seen outside. The inner wall of the Bagua furnace was actually milky white like the finest white jade. The colorful light was constantly flowing, and a rich fragrance filled the air. He stretched out his huge skeletal hand and touched it gently. It was soft and a little elastic. Bai Donglin couldn't help but pick up a little of the milky white substance and threw it into his mouth. It was instantly swallowed by the immortal dark realm. And suddenly a stream of pure energy gushed out. Hiss, what a treasure. The energy contained in it is much more powerful than the Samadhi true fire. He picked off another piece, stared at it, and let his soul probe into it. With the combined effect of microscopic vision and soul perception, he could see through everything in an instant. Such a complex and vast medicinal property. It turns out to be this thing. Dan and I. Bai Donglin's eyes showed enlightenment. This Bagua furnace had refined countless elixirs, all kinds of spilled medicinal properties, discarded impurities, and wasted elixirs had formed this elixir mud on the furnace wall over the years. This can be said to be a patina unique to the alchemy furnace. Although this pill mud contains powerful energy, its medicinal properties are too complex, and it contains strong elixir poison, making it unsuitable for cultivators to take. The only purpose of this pill mud is probably to nourish the pills being refined. This is probably why it has not been removed. This pill mud is made by refining countless medicinal materials with the Samadhi true fire, so it can withstand the burning of the true fire. But it is a pity to leave it here and not use it. He couldn't stand such wasteful behavior the most. Everything should be used to its full potential. Well, let me help you get rid of the sea of suffering. Bai Donglin resolutely stretched out his hands and pressed them tightly against the furnace wall. The dark light that spurted out from the immortal dark world spread down along his arms. Wherever the dark light passed, the milky white Dan mud seemed to fall into a black hole and was swallowed up. Too many! The dark realm can't transform them all. The internal space of this Bagua furnace is extremely large, and the Dan wall is naturally extremely broad. I don't know how much Dan mud has accumulated. With a thought, the swallowed Danny began to accumulate in the eternal light realm, while the dark realm was still doing its best to digest the Samadhi true fire. This elixir mud can be stored and slowly digested later. If you miss this opportunity to use the Samadhi true fire, you will have no chance anymore. He is very shrewd and can calculate to the extreme for the sake of energy. Under the full force of the devouring power, the thick elixir mud was cleared away, and the furnace walls began to reveal their original copper color. At the same time, mysterious patterns began to appear on the wall of the furnace. The mysterious lines combined into an incomplete pattern, and there was more content hidden under the thick mud. This is... Bai Donglin was stunned for a moment, and with just a slight perception, he sensed an extremely extraordinary aura in this mysterious pattern. Driven by curiosity, Bai Donglin sped up the process of swallowing the elixir mud, and the incomplete pattern gradually became complete. A moment later, a huge pattern came into view, with the yin-yang tai chi diagram in the center, and countless Bagua runes surrounding it. Qian 9, Dui 4, Li 3, Jin 8, Sun 2, Ken 7, Gen 6, Kun 1. It is intricate and constantly changing. A mysterious aura rushed towards him, and Bai Donglin's mind couldn't help but immerse in it, and a sense of enlightenment rose in his heart. The Xiantian Bagua Tai Chi diagram. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, knowing that this was an opportunity and an extraordinary inheritance. With a thought, Wui's soul stepped out of the sea of consciousness. sat cross-legged in the center of the Tai Chi diagram on the red wall, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend and accept the inheritance. This inheritance involves yin and yang Tai Chi, so it is natural for Wu Wei to comprehend it. Natural evolution, divination, hexagrams. These are forbidden techniques that can reveal the secrets of heaven, seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune, and taking a peek into the future. This kind of forbidden technique involving prophecy and future destiny is extraordinary. With such an unexpected gain, Bai Donglin was immediately satisfied. He quickened his movements and swept the Danny frantically. What if there is other inheritance on this furnace wall? He never had too much of this rare knowledge. Chapter 281 Ghost House War Department. 1 month later, in the Tushita Palace, Lu Dongchuan sat cross-legged with his eyes half closed. He did not try to peek into the Bagua furnace, for he was afraid that probing into its thoughts would affect the judgment of Bai Donglin's trial mission. But he could still slightly sense Bai Donglin's extremely vigorous life breath in the Bagua furnace through the red token. Bai Donglin was not only alive, but also alive and well. For physical cultivators, the strength of their life breath can explain their condition. He went from being worried at the beginning to being calm now. Although he didn't know how Bai Donglin did it, it didn't seem so difficult for him to accept this. After all, Bai Donglin had already created a miracle in front of him, compared with his performance in the Heart of the Nine Rings. This time Samadhi True Fire Body Refining was nothing. Lu Dongchuan's eyebrows trembled slightly, and a message transmitted across the spatial dimension was received. It was Yingning urging him. These people are quite quick. It seems that some people can no longer hold back. He slowly stood up, and a light and shadow clone was still cross-legged on the ground, activating the red token in his hand to open the vortex channel. There is still more than half a month before Bai Donglin is released. He can finish his business first, and then come back to pick up Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin is in a safe situation now, so there is no need for him to stay here and watch. Leaving a light and shadow clone will be enough. Stepping into the vortex passage, Lu Dongchuan instantly appeared in a void. In the distance was a towering palace surrounded by clouds and mist, and filled with fairy light. The void rippled slightly, and Yingning's figure emerged from thin air. She looked at Lu Dongchuan and asked, "Brother Dao, is the refining of the elixir going smoothly?" "Well, it's almost done, with my clone and Donglin watching over it. It won't be a big problem." Yingning nodded slightly, no longer paying attention to these trivial matters. Her eyes fell on the palace in the distance, and she slowly spoke. "People from all the forces have arrived, and the messenger from the Ghost Palace will also come. I don't know who it will be this time." We'll know soon. What difference does it make who it is? The result will be the same anyway." Lu Dongchuan's eyes flickered slightly. With his hands behind his back, he walked step by step towards the palace floating in the clouds. Brother Dao, I'm just afraid of meeting someone who is difficult to get along with. After all, as you know, the people in the ghost house have very strange tempers." Yingning shook her head and laughed, then followed Lu Dongchuan and walked towards the palace together. "If you were like them, thinking about how to wipe out your clan and destroy the world all the time for endless years, and every action you took was accompanied by the death of countless lives, your temper would also become weird. Will Yan Tianzuan, I am not a bloodthirsty person, and I cannot bear this heavy responsibility. By the way, Yingning, has your sister come out from the center of the earth? Nature." "Well," Lu Dongchuan's expression froze, and all of a calm and carefree look disappeared from his face. As the two chatted, they took a few steps and arrived outside the palace. The palace looked like a fairy palace, and the entrance was a huge door of light. Behind the door filled with golden light, faint fairy sounds could be heard. After crossing the light gate, the two appeared on a huge bronze platform. An invisible terrifying force added to their bodies, causing them to sink slightly. Above the bronze platform is a brilliant expanse of cosmic void. Looking out, one can see the sun, the stars, and a mighty aura. This is a real corner of the starry sky. The core of this corner of the starry sky is the huge bronze platform under their feet. Countless sun, moon and stars revolve around it. One can imagine how terrifying the mass of this bronze platform is. No wonder, as powerful beings, they would feel their bodies sink slightly when they came here. If it were any other cultivator who was not a powerful person, they would probably be crushed into a meat patty in an instant. Yingning, your Taoist sect really has a profound foundation. No matter how many times I see it, this Lu Hall is always so shocking. Yingning shrugged his shoulders and did not comment. There was nothing he could do. He had heard these words so many times that he had become immune to them. Click! The sound of metal friction was heard, and two huge bronze thrones grew out from the bronze table. The thrones were covered with mysterious patterns and exuded a hint of ancient atmosphere. Lu Dongchuan and the other man looked at each other and jumped onto the bronze throne at the same time. When they sat down cross-legged, the throne suddenly burst into a faint light and disappeared in an instant. The bronze throne carrying two people instantly appeared in the central core of the bronze platform. The thrones here were densely packed and arranged in an orderly manner. On each throne there was a figure sitting cross-legged, all emitting a terrifying aura. These people are all powerful monks. At a glance, there were thousands of them, all of whom were well-known Qi cultivation forces from the Qianyuan realm. Under the permeation of countless powerful auras, the tough space here was trembling slightly. This was the will of the strong, which unconsciously affected the surrounding reality. Under the touch of different wills, the turbulent aura disturbed the space. As the saying goes, there can't be two tigers in one mountain, let alone these powerful monks. Although they did it unintentionally, the distinct wills of the powerful people cannot be moved by others. When they come together, this situation is inevitable. This is also the reason why they chose this place as the venue. If it were in the outside world, with so many powerful people gathered together, and their wills confronting each other, I am afraid that the sky would collapse. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere seemed a little depressing. Duh. The sound of metal footsteps broke the silence here, and everyone's expression moved slightly, and they looked into the distance. A tall figure walked slowly towards them, wrapped in a full set of heavy armor. His shoes were made of unknown metal, and they made crisp sounds as they stepped on the bronze floor. The person came very fast. He was still very far away the moment before, but after a few steps, he appeared in the center of many powerful people. Duh! The armored man stepped on the ground, and a crackling sound was heard. A large bronze round table slowly emerged, and the armored man stood on the bronze round table, and his body gradually rose. When the bronze round table came to a standstill, the armored man casually sat cross-legged on the table, looking around with his metal-masked face, his pale eyes full of ghostly energy. Ahem. I'm the third director of the Ghost House War Department, codenamed Hai. I'll be the host of this meeting. Ahem. The armored man codenamed Hai had an extremely old and dry voice, like a piece of rotten wood being rubbed repeatedly. Hai seemed very weak, and coughed a few times every once in a while, making people mistakenly think that he was just a dying old mortal. But many powerful people did not dare to look down on him at all, and all of them had solemn expressions in their sight. With every word of shock falling, an extremely strong aura of death spread out madly, and the light of the sun in the distant void was dimmed. They certainly don't take ordinary death energy seriously, but the death energy emanating from Hai's body is extremely twisted and crazy, and eternal. This is the death energy that can only be condensed by slaughtering many powerful monks. Ning, who was sitting on the bronze throne, had a slightly changed expression. He was surprised at the identity of this Hai, the way he appeared, and the way he casually manipulated the bronze platform, which undoubtedly explained one thing. The masked man codenamed Hai is from their Taoist sect. This is definitely not wrong. If he is not from the Taoist sect, even if he is a strong man from the Ghost Palace, he cannot control the Jinwu Hall. The Divine Court and the Ghost Palace are where many forces mix together. It is not impossible for a senior from a sect to join the Ghost Palace. Ning's eyes showed a thoughtful look, but he couldn't think of any relevant records in this sect. Although he was extremely curious about the identity of this sect senior, he knew the rules of the Ghost House, and knew that it was almost impossible to find out his true identity. The people in the Ghost House are called ghosts, and do not exist in this world, because of the responsibilities they shoulder. They are willing to abandon their identities as humans, hide in the darkness, walk among death, turn into evil spirits, and bring endless fear and destruction to aliens. Ahem. People from the Damn League, come forward. Identify these auras. Ahem. Find those guys for me. Ha! With a wave of his hand, a large number of strange objects were thrown out. Some were a strand of scarlet hair. Some were a piece of black bone. Some were a bloody eyeball. In an instant, a complex, dark and evil aura spread. Chapter 282, Crusade Plan. Ghost Mansion was born in the only realm of Kuan, the only real world, and is generally the same as the God of God. It is also the highest will of many forces. In the internal, the Ghost Mansion is the main function of invading the alien world. Assassination, investigation, undercover, destruction, And the only meaning of existence is to bring death and destruction to the alien races. Over the endless years, the Ghost Palace's spies have spread all over the world and are omnipresent. The intelligence they collect is of extraordinary significance to the human race. One important piece of information is enough to affect a war. These spies from the Ghost Palace have always been a major concern for the alien races. The many objects thrown out by High were what his spies had collected at great cost, and they contain the aura of powerful aliens from all walks of life. This is the purpose of the Ghost Palace sending people here. They want to find out through the people of the Dan League, who were the forces that raided the Dan League and the Chi League last time. The base of the Weapon Alliance in Qianyuan Realm was destroyed, and a large number of weapon refiners were slaughtered. The human leaders were furious and have decided to launch a retaliatory counterattack. Although the war between humans and alien races has never stopped since the new era, they have all been small-scale fights. Now, concentrating forces to launch retaliatory attacks on a certain force is a completely different concept. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. The human race can occupy the only true world and fight against many alien races with the power of one race. In terms of strength, they have never been afraid of anyone, so naturally they will not swallow this bitter pill. A dozen or so great men from the Dan League moved their minds, and the bronze thrones beneath them slowly floated out. They were the protagonists of today, and they already knew about identifying auras before they came. Luo Dian was a little slow in his movements and fell behind. He was a little distracted just now because he remembered his only blood descendant, Luo Sha. I don't know if Luo Sha was stimulated, but after the battle with the Dan League, he changed his previous lazy nature and began to devote himself to cultivation. This was actually a good thing, and he felt very pleased. He even rewarded Luo Sha with a huge amount of training resources. However, Luo Sha's consumption rate was a bit terrifying. He kept asking him for more, and the key was that his strength did not improve much. This made him doubt whether his son's talent was so poor. After much thought, he could only guess that Rosa was too eager for quick success. Ahem. Are you Lu Dongchuan? The pale eyes of horror fell on Lu Dongchuan in front of him, and scanned back and forth, and the deathly aura lingering around his body slightly dissipated. Junior Lu Dongchuan greets Director Hai. Lu Dongchuan bowed slightly. In front of these directors of the Ghost Palace, no matter in terms of strength, age, or contribution to the human race, he, a powerful man, could only call himself a junior. Well, yes, you do well. Kiki, have you been interested in doing things in my ghost house? Hai directly extended an olive branch, which made the dozen or so Dan League masters behind Lu Dongchuan look a little embarrassed. Please, if you want to poach people, can you talk about it in private? This makes them lose face. Sorry, I don't have this idea yet. Lu Dongchuan refused decisively. His hobby was alchemy, and he could still make contributions to the human race by staying in the Alchemy Alliance. The Ghost Mansion, a place full of killing and destruction, was really not suitable for him. Ahem. What a pity. Now you guys get started. Hurry up and close his eyes. Saying that he was invited with his status, it was enough. And he never had the habit of being difficult to be strong. Lu Dongchuan and others raised their hands slightly, then turned their eyes to the many evil objects floating in the void. Except for Dan Qian, who did not come due to some matters. Almost all the powerful beings who were in the heart of the Nine Rings had arrived. Especially Luo Dian and Lu Dongchuan, who survived to the end and had come into contact with every powerful being from the alien race. Naturally, they remembered their aura in their hearts. Blood, limbs, bones, broken metal pieces, even a piece of cloth. All kinds of strange objects, all filled with a dark and evil aura. Lu Dongchuan and others concentrated their attention, sensed it carefully, and pointed from time to time, shooting a trace of energy at one of the objects. They knew clearly in their hearts that every time they pointed their finger, there would be mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the death of countless lives. You can't click randomly. Otherwise, there will be too many target forces, and it will be difficult to achieve the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. After all, the human race has many battlefields, and the pressure is still very high. It must be precisely strike. And once you are afraid of the opponent, so as not to do any cats and dogs dare to run to attack. After a while, everyone stopped. Many of the objects in the void, more than a dozen pieces, have begun to emit light, and have been marked many times by the energy shot by Redonquin and others. Opening his eyes, his pale gaze stared at the marked objects. Hanmeng emerged, and he snorted, raised his hand to take back all the objects in the void. Lu Dongchuan and the others bowed their hands slightly. Without asking any more questions, they urged the bronze throne to return to its original place. Director Hai. Which forces were responsible for the raid 11 years ago? A burly man stood up and asked, his voice buzzing with endless anger. The big man stood on the throne, his bulging muscles pressing the surrounding void all the time, and a hint of hot breath emanated from his body. Lu Dongchuan retracted his gaze. A hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. It turned out that they were from the Weapon Alliance. No wonder they were so anxious. Their losses last time were too great, and it might take them 1,000,000 years to recover. Fortunately, he met by Donglin. Otherwise Doming's end would not be much better. Hai did not answer and remained silent, as if he was thinking about something. Hello, Chief. The burly man spoke again, and a flame spurted out of his nostrils. The scorching heat instantly burned the void in front of him. It was obvious that he was a guy with a very hot temper. Hai finally stopped thinking, raised his eyelids, and slowly said, little fellow from the Weapon Alliance, I cannot reveal what forces you have yet. Ahem. I know you are very angry. One of your deputy leaders has been staying in my war department for a while now. Ahem. But everything must be done according to procedures. You will only be qualified to know which forces they are when we go out to fight. Hai did not care about the burly man's disrespect, because he knew in his heart that these guys, who had been swinging hammers to forge iron all year round, tended to have hot tempers and straightforward minds. They can place spies into the alien race to gather intelligence. And of course, the aliens can do the same. According to the proportion, there are at least 5 alien spies here. The Ghost Palace, which is well versed in this, naturally protects important intelligence to the utmost. How could it be exposed so casually? After Hai finished speaking, he looked around and saw that thousands of monks also became solemn. They all understood that the next step was the focus of this trip. With a light step of his foot, the bronze platform trembled slightly, and the hard unknown metal began to soften and reorganize. After a moment, a bronze palace thousands of feet high stood up. The appearance of this palace is almost exactly the same as that of the Jingwu Palace. It is covered with mysterious runes, and a mysterious aura lingers around it. Hai nodded slightly, walked into the palace step by step, and said as he walked, let's start with the little guy from the Weapon Alliance. Each faction should send a person in charge to discuss the attack plan with me. Hai's figure disappeared into the palace. His voice cut off instantly, and all breath fluctuations were isolated. It was impossible for anyone present to get a glimpse of what was going on, including the alien spies. Humph! You bastards of foreign races. Get ready to bear the wrath of our Weapon Alliance. The burly man from the Weapon Alliance snorted coldly and looked around with angry eyes, as if he wanted to find the spy hiding among them. With a fierce step, the figure shot into the bronze palace instantly, and the breath was completely isolated with it. As time passed, powerful men entered the bronze palace one after another. What exactly the leader sent by various forces talked about with Hai is only known to the parties involved. They were all given a gag order, prohibiting them from talking to each other. Hai only said one sentence, that as long as anyone from any force takes the initiative to approach you to discuss a plan of attack, then that person is a spy from an alien race and can be killed immediately on the spot or reported to the Divine Court. All of this is covered by the Ghost House. Chapter 283 9 Section Halo. Tushita Palace. Inside the Bagua Furnace. By Donglin sat cross-legged, his huge skeletal body, hundreds of feet long, surrounded by endless samadhi true fire. Every bone in his body turned into crystal clear gold and jade, faintly covered with a layer of dark film. A terrifying sucking force spread out, and a huge vortex formed in the sea of fire condensed by the samadhi true fire. The body refining effect of this samadhi true fire is really good. My bones have undergone a transformation. The nature of the particles has changed, becoming tougher and tighter than the skin. This was an unexpected gain, and it was also the fundamental purpose of this trial mission. He was not very happy about it. Defense had never been something he pursued, so it didn't matter whether he had it or not. As his strength increases, this defense will reach this level sooner or later. Now it is just one step ahead. Buzz! An intense buzzing sound was heard. Bai Donglin's mind moved. He raised his left arm and looked down. He saw a scarlet halo slowly emerging above his wrist. The scarlet halo is divided into 9 sections, and there is a chain of energy of different colors between each section, tightly connecting them. What the H.L. has this extreme bracelet turned into? Bai Donglin's mind moved. His divine consciousness poured out, and white light several feet long spurted out of his eyes. His senses were fully opened, all condensed on the 9-section halo. The ultimate purity. After trying every possible means, Bai Donglin did not see anything unusual in the halo. There were no fluctuations in laws, no runes or secret patterns, and even the energy that constituted it was illusory, as if it was just a pure halo. He had no choice but to retract his thoughts. It was obvious that the composition of this halo was beyond his current understanding. Is it the power of rules? He shook his head slightly, facing something beyond his comprehension. Even if he was well versed in history, he was helpless. The Jidao bracelet disappeared after he was kicked out of the sect. He searched his body, but couldn't find any trace of it. Unexpectedly, it turned into a strange 9-segment halo. He knew in his heart that the purpose of this thing's existence was to monitor the progress of his trial mission. Now it has been almost 49 days, and the halo has suddenly been activated. Clang! One of the 9 halo light bands vibrated violently, making a sharp sound. The originally slightly dim scarlet color began to shine. An endless red light emerged, and then slowly converged, and a lifelike pattern appeared on the light band. It was a small furnace with endless colorful flames lingering above the furnace body. At the same time, a character appeared on the light band. 4. The 9 halos returned to calm and rotated slightly on the left wrist. 8 of the light bands were still a dim scarlet color, with only the one with the emerging pattern shining. After the halo rotated once, it disappeared back into the wrist. A flash of enlightenment passed through Bai Donglin's mind. Task 4 had been completed and he could go out. He stood up slowly, the flames rolling violently. In a short period of time, his strength increased a lot. This Bagua furnace is indeed a top-grade immortal weapon. Even though it has swallowed so much of the Samadhi true fire, there is no sign of it weakening. Unfortunately, this is a borrowed thing after all, and Lu Dongchuan is still waiting for him outside. If he doesn't go out, he will probably rush in to find him. Otherwise, it would be nice to stay here and practice. With a thought, Wu Wei, who was sitting cross-legged on the furnace wall, stepped into the Sea of Gods. The inheritance in the innate Bagua Tai Chi diagram has been received by him. With the help of this inheritance pattern, Wu Wei has begun to practice. This inheritance is extremely profound. Even though Wu Wei has a high affinity with it, it is not easy to practice. But if one succeeds in practicing it, it will bring many benefits to him. Not just the forbidden abilities of divination and avoiding misfortune. He also discovered that the art of Bagua could improve his ability of calculation and reasoning. And he had a vague plan in his mind. Perhaps he could perform mental programming. We can use Shishan as a target. Just like a certain EZ. The Buddha of the past, the Buddha of the present, and the Buddha of the future. Interesting. This mind programming plan is quite interesting, and will be of great use to me. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. This inheritance could be said to be the biggest gain of this trip. But it was a little different from what he had imagined before. There was only this inheritance in the Bagua furnace. At least the upper half of the furnace was like this. Bai Donglin glanced at the bare furnace wall and felt a little guilty. He had dug out a large amount of Dan mud. It was not that he did not want to dig the lower part of the furnace wall, but he could not do it. Below the Bagua furnace, at the dividing line between the upper and lower parts, there was a force of isolation, and he was unable to break through the seal and go deeper into it. According to his guess, the core of the Bagua furnace should be below, and the spirit of the instrument, including the terrifying 6-sting divine fire, are all in the area below. Well, let's keep the remaining half of the pill mud. With this pill mud, the nourishing effect of the Bagua furnace on refining pills will remain the same, and my actions will not be exposed because of this. He suppressed his thoughts and withdrew his magical powers. The dark film on the skeleton began to expand outward. The Samadhi true fire was isolated, and his flesh and blood quickly recovered. Within a few breaths, Bai Donglin had restored his body. With a flash of red light, his naked body was covered with a dark green robe. The figure moved, instantly cutting through the sea of fire and shooting towards the furnace mouth. Clang! With a dull thud, the heavy furnace cover was blasted up dozens of feet by a punch, and Bai Donglin's figure appeared outside the Bagua furnace. Senior Lu. I succeeded? Bai Donglin smiled slightly and bowed to Lu Dongchuan, who was sitting cross-legged. This task could be completed so smoothly, all thanks to Lu Dongchuan's selfless help. Donglin, you really never let people down. Lu Dongchuan's eyes wandered around, and he was amazed in his heart. He had never seen such an outstanding genius in any aspect. In his opinion, Bai Donglin is an evil genius who can create miracles and break the rules. Senior Lu. Can we leave Tushita Palace now? The purpose of this trip has been perfectly achieved. And Bai Donglin also wants to leave early, so that he can start planning the next mission as soon as possible. We have to stay here for some time. Now I am just a light and shadow clone. My real body left with the token. Without the token, I can't open the entrance to the Tushita Palace. Tushita Palace is an important place in Taoism, with extremely tight defense. Not to mention that he is just a clone of light and shadow. Even if his real body was here, there would be no way out. It should be soon. My real body will come to pick you up as soon as possible. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, then sat cross-legged. Lu Dongchuan and the others seemed to be busy with something very important, which he could naturally understand. Close your eyes and immerse yourself in cultivation. While a trace of thought descends into the realm of eternal light, the mind transformed into a body, took a step forward, and instantly appeared outside a huge medicine garden. This medicine garden, obtained from the secret realm of the ancient world, has become more than 10 times larger after expansion. All the precious medicinal herbs he snatched have been planted in it, and with the care of the flower spirits, they are growing well. Moreover, today's eternal light realm is full of spiritual energy, dense vegetation, mountains, rivers, and vitality. It is much better than the previous death space, and the medicine garden is still worth cultivating. The realm of eternal light is a world where the sky is round and the earth is square. The many laws he has comprehended are all projected into this world. A huge ball of light condensed by the law of light was suspended in the void, temporarily replacing the sun. The laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder and lightning, etc., converge in this small world of tens of thousands of feet in radius, and have already met the basic factors for survival. As my strength improves, and the types of laws continue to increase, this world will gradually become complete. Unlike the low-dimensional world, this world lacks the dimensional material law, so it cannot be the inside and outside of each other. Therefore, Bai Donglin's own body cannot enter this world. Only his soul and thoughts can enter. But that's enough. Here his will is everything. Chapter 284 Thoughts. His sight fell on the medicine garden. The spiritual energy lingered like mist, and precious medicines in various shapes and forms stretched out their branches and leaves, swallowing the spiritual energy and absorbing the light. For little flower spirits flapped their wings and flew back and forth in the medicinal field, and cheerful laughter could be heard from time to time. Unlike Xiaozi and the others, these flower spirits are not afraid of loneliness. As long as there are flowers and plants, they can live happily. Bai Donglin once asked about it, and the flower spirits were reluctant to leave. They thought it was too dangerous outside. Of course, even if they wanted to go out, they couldn't be sure whether Bai Donglin would let them go or not. Mukong, who was carefully trimming the branches of spiritual herbs in the medicine field, was stunned when he heard Bai Donglin's voice. He looked back and his expression suddenly became excited. Uncle Master, you finally showed up. Mukong's figure flashed, and he nimbly avoided the spiritual herbs and precious medicines. In a few breaths, he came in front of Bai Donglin. His expression had slowly returned to calm. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Bai Donglin. Thank you for your kindness in giving me a new life. Over the past few days, he has deeply realized how strong his body is now, and his talent is far different from before. All of this was given to him by his uncle, who not only taught him the supreme Taoism, but also helped him to change his physical talents. In this world, apart from his master, his uncle is the one who treats him the best. Okay, get up. Bai Donglin made a casual move, and Mukong stood up involuntarily. With a thought, a set of tables and chairs automatically condensed from the heaven and earth. He asked Mukong to sit down, with a thoughtful look in his eyes, as he was thinking about how to settle this little guy. 6 or 7 months had passed since he had stored Mukong into the eternal light realm. As early as 4 months ago, Mukong had come out of the furnace, and everything he did afterwards was within his sight. From the initial panic, he was able to calm down immediately, and even faced with mountains of treasures, he was able to not take a single cent. This was very rare for a child who lacked resources for cultivation. He also humbly asked the 4 flower spirits for knowledge and helped him take care of the medicine garden. He saw all of this. He is a good child with excellent character. Mukong, have you thought about your future plans? I want to practice well with my uncle. Mukong answered without hesitation, looking serious. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. He had had this idea as well, But it was not appropriate for Myeokong to be with him. He was on the road to death at any time. If Myeokong followed him, he would probably have to stay in the Eternal Light Realm for a long time. For a cultivator, it is not good to work in isolation. And the Eternal Light Realm is too weak, with incomplete laws, and is not suitable as a place for cultivation. Myeokong, are you willing to join the Taoist sect? As the leader of Qi cultivation, and you are practicing the Taoist method, it can be said that it is extremely suitable for you. Myeokong was stunned. His eyes slightly reddened. He had heard of the great name of Taoism. His master had been talking about it so much that his ears were almost calloused. But he didn't care at all. His master was gone, and his uncle was his only relative. He didn't want to leave him. Master, Master, don't you want me anymore? Myeokong did something wrong. Myeokong can change. Looking at Myeokong, who was about to cry, Bai Donglin sighed slightly in his heart. After all, he was still a child. Master Uncle has his reasons for doing this. Master Uncle is always by your side. Here, pick up the white jade pendant on your waist. Bai Donglin didn't explain much. He just pointed his finger and introduced some of the functions of the split body into Myeokong's memory. Children's emotions come and go quickly. After learning some information about the split body, Myeokong suddenly showed joy and held the jade token tightly. Uncle Master, Myeokong will listen to your arrangements. If you want to join the Dao sect, then join the Dao sect. Bai Donglin burst out laughing. This little guy is really ignorant and fearless. You can't join Taoism just because you want to. As one of the top forces, Taoism's selection of disciples is no weaker than that of Jido Xingzong. That is truly 1 in a billion. However, through Lu Dongchuan's relationship with Yingning, things might be much smoother. He doesn't just rely on his connections. After Myeokong's strengthening and transformation, his talent is now at a monstrous level. His true spiritual talent may be weaker, but his physical talent can completely make up for it. The special physique is not only the best candidate for physical cultivation, but also a great bonus for Qi cultivation. Just like his second brother, a sword-hard physique instantly pushed him to the level of a sword genius. He spent a lot of time and effort on Myeokong. If it was just to repay the Qingyun token, it would have been enough. He had another purpose for doing this. As the top force in Qi cultivation, Taoism was of extraordinary significance, and he would inevitably have to come into contact with it in the future. At this moment, he was just making a move in advance. Perhaps, this wonderful space will have unexpected effects in the future. He is not plotting against the little brat. He is just preparing for a rainy day. It is still unclear whether it will be useful. It's just a matter of going with the flow, which is good for both him and Myeokong. If you have to find someone who is unlucky, it will be the Taoist sect. Having made up his mind, Bai Donglin's mind withdrew from the Eternal Light Realm. Senior Lu, I have one more thing I want to trouble you with. Lu Dongchuan opened his eyes upon hearing this, looked at Bai Donglin in front of him, and smiled. Okay, but you have to agree to one condition. Helping Bai Donglin borrow the Bagua furnace was just a matter of a word, and because of the affairs of the Dan League, he was rewarded with many treasures, and he was confident that he could break through his current realm. In comparison, he still owed Bai Donglin a favor, so he naturally wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for him, and continued, my condition is that you don't need to call me senior anymore. With your talent, it's a sure thing that you will achieve a breakthrough. Ha ha ha. Sooner or later we will call each other fellow Taoists. Lu Dongchuan looked certain. He was able to start the extreme trial and complete a task at the supernatural power realm. The significance of this would definitely cause a sensation if it were made public, and the alien races would also kill Bai Donglin at all costs. Not to mention being a powerful being. Maybe he will even reach a higher level, and even he can only look up to him. Lu Dongchuan is not stupid. He also has his own little thoughts. If Bai Donglin keeps calling him senior, then their relationship will be like that. When Bai Donglin's cultivation level far exceeds his, they will only become more and more distant from each other. The oath he made could only make Bai Donglin let down his guard against him. But it had no other effect. If he were to humble himself now, and become friends with Bai Donglin while he is completely confident in him because of his oath, then when Bai Donglin becomes successful, the relationship between them would not be severed. Those who can cultivate to the level of great power are not fools, and have a very thorough understanding of the ways of the world and human nature. Bai Donglin sighed inwardly, and looked at Lu Dongchuan's serious expression. This was the second time he said this. It was difficult for him to refuse, since he was indebted to him. Well, for Myeokong, I will sacrifice myself and recognize a powerful man as my brother. It's just a favor investment. He won't suffer any loss anyway. In that case, I would like to thank Brother Lu. Bai Donglin still kept it in mind and did not call him Big Brother, but just addressed him as an equal. Ha! Donglin. There's no need to be polite between us brothers. Lu Dongchuan laughed freely and happily. He was already very satisfied with this, and didn't dare to think too much about it. Bai Donglin waved his hand and released the confused Mukong. Lu Dongchuan was not surprised when he saw this. He had already witnessed the magic of the low-dimensional world, and just thought that Bai Donglin was placing people in the low-dimensional world. Bai Donglin told Mukong everything about his desire to join the Taoist sect. And of course, he made some embellishments. Lu Dongchuan's eyes shone brightly, and he examined Mukong inside and out. Then said, "Well, not bad. Not bad. This child's physique is very special. A physique I have never heard of. It won't be difficult for him to enter the Taoist sect. How about this? I will talk to Yingning later. Let this little guy practice with Yingning first. And wait for 3 years. When the Taoist sect opens the disciple recruitment meeting, let him take the examination to join the sect." Bai Donglin nodded slightly. This was the best. With the training of Yingning, a powerful man, Mukong would have a greater chance of passing the test. Brother Lu, will this be too much trouble for Senior Yingning? How could he, a powerful and strong man who is in charge of the Bagua furnace, be someone else's babysitter? Don't worry. Mukong's physique is very special. It may be a physique that has never appeared before, and it is a fire attribute. I guarantee that Yingning will definitely accept it with pleasure. As soon as the words fell, a red vortex slowly emerged. Chapter 285, Earth's Core Furnace. Dongli, we have to leave now. There's no time to explain. Lu Dongchuan took a step out of the red vortex. Looking a little anxious, Yingning walked out slowly behind him with a smile in his eyes. The light and shadow clones sitting cross-legged turned into a bunch of light spots and instantly disappeared into the main body. Lu Dongchuan was stunned and looked at Mukong in surprise. Obviously, this Tushita Palace is not simple. It actually cuts off the connection between Lu Dongchuan and his light and shadow clone. Senior Lu, what happened? Bai Donglin frowned. What could have made Lu Dongchuan, a powerful man, so anxious? Could it be that something went wrong with what they were busy with? Of course it's a big deal. It concerns Brother Dao's life and death. Yingning on the side had a teasing look on his face. And after he finished speaking, he set his gaze on Mukong with a curious look, wondering how a child could appear in his Tushita Palace. Moreover, there was a very strange aura on this child. Yingning was extremely sensitive to fire, and without using any tricks, he instantly sensed the strangeness of Mukong. Lu Dongchuan glared at Yingning unhappily. In an instant, he had already digested a lot of information and said, "Yingning, I'll leave this little guy to you." After he finished speaking, he passed some of Mukong's information to Yingning directly. He was in a hurry to escape and had no time to say any more nonsense. "It's just a small matter. I'll keep an eye on this little guy." Yingning's eyes flashed, and she nodded slightly. "Let's go out first." With a wave of his hand, the huge Bagua furnace turned into red light and shot into the clouds and disappeared. Then the red vortex expanded rapidly, wrapping up and swallowing the 4 people. In the outside world, 4 figures appeared out of thin air in a white jade square. "Donglin, are you leaving with me or?" Before Lu Dongchuan finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, as if he had sensed something, and he immediately changed his words and said, "Forget it. It's not safe for you to follow me now. You should just leave on your own. Dongli, be careful." Lu Dongchuan looked serious. Bai Donglin nodded slightly when he heard that. He knew in his heart that Lu Dongchuan was referring to the extreme trial. "Will Tianzuan, Brother Dao, if you don't leave now it will be too late." A faint light flashed across Yingning's eyes as she looked into the distance. "You came so quickly." Lu Dongchuan's eyes flashed, and the supreme sword intent rippled slightly. A hazy sword light appeared around his body. He took a step forward, and the space was torn apart. A token on his waist emitted a golden light and enveloped it. His figure instantly shot into the crack in space and disappeared. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered as he caught a glimpse of the word Tao on the token. He realized that this should be the credential for entering and exiting the Taoist sect. Without this token, Lu Dongchuan would not be able to directly cross the Taoist sect's protective formation. The Taoist innate yin-yang formation has such powerful might that even the most powerful ones are helpless against it. Lu Dongchuan. "Humph! You won't be able to escape this time." A cold snort came from the sky, and the mighty sound waves condensed and turned into a shining sharp blade, cutting the space that was about to heal again. A hot breath spread out. Bai Donglin's expression changed, and his figure flashed, and he instantly protected Mukong, isolating him from the terrifying high temperature. Looking up, I saw a red figure standing in the void. As its breath vibrated, the void rolled like boiling water. The twisted void and the powerful aura blocked Bai Donglin's sight. He could only vaguely see a slender figure, while a huge sphere suspended behind it was clearly visible. The completely pitch-black metal ball was surrounded by deep, dark flames. It was a layer-by-layer hollow metal structure, and each layer of metal was engraved with divine patterns. It was rotating at a high speed and disorderly, and it was impossible to tell how many layers there were at a glance. The red figure landed in front of the space crack, looked back at Yingning, and spoke in a cold voice with a hint of anger. Yingning, I'll deal with you when I come back. Sister, let me explain. Before Yingning could finish speaking, the red figure had already stepped into the space crack. The space healed, and the terrifying scorching heat instantly dissipated. Hey, Brother Dao, you have really hurt me this time. If I had known, I would not have lent you the Dao token. After all, it is better for me to die than for my fellow Daoists to die. Yingning shook her head helplessly, feeling depressed. Under the influence of her will, the surrounding trees and vegetation quickly withered and died. Hey, Senior Yingning, Senior Lu, will he be okay? Bai Donglin was completely confused. Everything happened too fast. It turned out that the person who was chasing Lu Dongchuan was the controller of the Earth's core furnace, Yingning's sister. The complex relationship between the three people made him a little bit unclear. Holy shit. This isn't going to be a bloody love triangle, is it? Bai Donglin felt a chill in his heart. Don't worry. You won't die. Yingning waved her hand casually. Her aura changed, and her eyes became indifferent. She was completely different from when Lu Dongchuan was here. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, knowing in his heart that this was Yingning's normal behavior. The powerful and mighty ones were all high and mighty gods and demons. If it weren't for Lu Dongchuan, their eyes would never have fallen on him. To put it bluntly, the two are not from the same circle and cannot integrate. He estimated that Yingning was still somewhat interested in Mukong at this time and completely ignored him. Mukong, let's go. Follow me back. Yingning's gaze fell on Mukong, and her tone suddenly softened a lot. Uncle Master. Mukong grabbed Bai Donglin's sleeve, his eyes slightly red, and hesitant to speak. Go ahead. Mukong, remember my words and work hard. Bai Donglin reached out and patted Mukong on the shoulder. Yes, Uncle Master. I won't let you down. Mukong looked serious, and his eyes were full of firm colors. He put down his tight sleeves and ran to Yingning in 3 or 2 steps. Yingning raised her eyebrows and said meaningfully, Mukong, if you join the Taoist sect in the future, you can't just call anyone your uncle. Otherwise, wouldn't that mess up the generations? As for you. Yingning's eyes fell on Bai Donglin, and she pointed a finger. Red light condensed into a small crane, which flapped its wings and circled and flew in front of Bai Donglin. It will take some time for the outer sect monks, who came to participate in the Dao conference, to leave the Dao sect together. This light crane will take you to their gathering place. He instantly understood Yingning's meaning. This meant that he should leave with the main force and leave the same way he came. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. Thank you, Senior Yingning. After Yingning finished explaining, she took a step forward with Mukong and disappeared in an instant, staring at the light crane circling in front of him. Bai Donglin's eyes were calm. He did not feel dissatisfied with Yingning's attitude. Not all powerful people were like Lu Dongchuan. This was the real situation. In a world where the strong are respected, one has to speak with fists. He has never thought of gaining respect from others by relying on Lu Dongchuan's relationship. However, whether Mukong should call me uncle or not is up to me. No one else has the right to interfere. Not even you, Yingning, and not even the Dao sect. He flicked his sleeves, turned around and followed Guanghe, quickly going away. The light crane turned into a stream of light and flew away at a very fast speed. Bai Donglin followed behind it and soon arrived at a huge complex of buildings. They came out of the Tishita Palace and landed in the outer area of the Taoist sect, not far from the gathering place of the outer sect practitioners. The so-called outer area is the area where the outer disciples live, which is similar to the 1080 valleys of the Jidao Holy Sect. It was already nightfall, but the complex of buildings used to receive outsiders was still brightly lit and bustling with people, looking at the monks coming and going and hearing all kinds of laughter and joyful chatter. Bai Donglin's tense mind suddenly relaxed a lot. In order to complete the task, he had to devour the Samadhi true fire, dig the Dan and I, and at the same time comprehend the difficult Xiantian Bagua Tai Chi diagram. He had a very hard time during this period. It's time to relax. We are still collecting information about the trial mission. Take your time. There is no rush. With a slight smile, Bai Donglin walked easily into the crowd. Chapter 286 Affecting Innocent People. Come on. Don't miss it if you pass by. Come and have a look. There are all kinds of magic weapons. You will make a profit if you buy them. Fellow Taoist. Do you want some elixirs? My fellow Taoist. You look so ruddy. It must be because of excessive energy. Come here. I have some good stuff here. Hee hee. Succubus. Fox girl. And mermaid. The one with pointed ears? Oh. My fellow Taoist. You have a good eye. These are night elves from the battlefield of the gods. If you want them, I can give you a discount. Bai Donglin stopped outside the crowd, his eyes falling on a series of metal cages engraved with inscriptions. Each cage held a humanoid creature. Slave trade exists in this world, but it only targets alien races. On the battlefield, the fate of human monks after being captured is not much better. So there is no need to have any mercy. The conflict between the two is irreconcilable, and both are eager to kill the other. So these are nothing. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Donglin turned and left. Although these humanoid creatures had beautiful looks and hot bodies, he was not interested in them at all. At first glance, he instantly calculated in his mind that compared to the selling price, the energy obtained by devouring and transforming these alien races was not even worth 1% of the cost of spirit stones. It's just a huge loss. Wouldn't it be great to have these spiritual stones, and use them to nourish your spiritual orifices? But I really can't tell that these monks have such a strong taste. One of them looks like a handsome and modest young man, but he bought a dark night elf. Fellow Taoist, do you want the secret manual of divine skills? Please take a look. They are all the secret techniques of immortality with extraordinary power. Bai Donglin had just taken a few steps when he was stopped by an old man. He held a few books in each hand, which were full of spiritual light and looked extraordinary. The true scripture of the great son Tathagata? The 3 pure ones in one chi? The method of attaining enlightenment in a dream? Old man, do you think I am a fool? Bai Donglin sighed lightly. There are really all kinds of people here. But not every force is like the Jidao Holy Sect, which places countless magical skills and secret manuals in the mountain of books for disciples to read. The inheritance of Taoism is very precious. Not to mention that the books in the old man's hands are so outrageous that they can only fool fools. Hey, old man, I'm just playing a joke on you. Taoist friend, can you please spare me a moment to talk? The old man chuckled, put away the bluffing thing in his hand, and stretched out his hand to wave. Bai Donglin's heart moved slightly. He didn't know this strange old man, but looking at his expression, he didn't seem to be fooling him. He was curious, so he nodded. Lead the way. Okay. This way please. It's in the restaurant in front. The old man brought Bai Donglin to the top floor box of the restaurant, knocked on the door respectfully, and whispered to Bai Donglin, Down you. Please come in. Bai Donglin nodded and pushed the door open. The old Taoist stood outside the door and reached out to close it. Uh-huh. It's you guys. What a coincidence. Crossing the isolation barrier and looking at the 3 young Taoists sitting inside, Bai Donglin was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Don't tell me. You are all disciples of the Taoist sect. Right? Bai Donglin shook his head, didn't say anything, and casually pulled out a chair and sat down. That's right. We are 3 brothers. It's a real disciple of Dao Min. The 3 young Taoists spoke to each other in perfect harmony. Yet they did not look alike. Bai Donglin would have thought they were triplets. Well, okay. Then why did you come to me? You don't want revenge, do you? Bai Donglin looked mocking. These 3 young Taoists had also entered the demon-suppressing temple 11 years ago, and survived to the end. During the 2nd level assessment, Bai Donglin had met them before, and naturally a big battle broke out. These 3 Taoists, who were like conjoined twins, were beaten up by him, because he did not sense any evil intentions from the 3 men. He did not kill them. Although he did not kill them, he looted all of the 3 young Taoists, leaving nothing behind except the clothes. Bai Donglin didn't expect that they would meet again, and in each other's lair. He subconsciously felt that these 3 people came to seek revenge on him. You're wrong. We lost to you because we are not as skilled as you. Even if we want revenge, The elders of the sect will not get involved in the disputes among young people. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. This was indeed an unspoken rule in the cultivation world. If the older generation interfered with the fights between the younger cultivators, wouldn't everything be in chaos? If this is the case, young monks will have no need to mix it up in the future. All they need to do is compete to see who has the bigger power behind them. Okay. What are you looking for me? The three of them looked at each other, and then each of them began to explain the whole thing to Bai Donglin. It turned out that the trip to the demon-suppressing temple had a sequel that he didn't know about. After they looted some treasures in the outer area, the demon-suppressing temple opened its gates and released all the examinees. After a dozen examinees who survived successfully left, the demon-suppressing temple disappeared into the dimensional space. The matter should have come to an end there, but an accident happened. A war broke out. First, the poisonous sea at the center of the earth, to which Poison Fang Miaomi belonged, took the lead in launching an attack. As soon as many examinees stepped out of the demon-suppressing temple, they were suddenly attacked and swallowed by the colorful giant python lurking underground. Soon after, forces such as Purple Thunder Mountain, Great Sun Holy Sect, and John Dao Sword Sect entered the scene one after another. Although the poisonous sea at the center of the earth seized the initiative, it did not dare to act recklessly. Otherwise it would only cause a siege and fall into a stalemate for a while. Originally, under the pressure of many forces, the colorful giant python was ready to release everyone. But an accident happened again. The strong men from the Winged God Palace arrived, and the Golden Winged Rock King went crazy, leading many strong men to kill everyone. What followed was chaos. After listening to the explanations of the three people, Bai Donglin suddenly realized that the King Da Peng went crazy because he killed Jiao Yueji. The reaction is quite fast, but I don't know when they can find me. But to be honest, the Golden Winged Rock is really delicious when roasted. A hint of aftertaste flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. He suppressed the hunger in his heart and said to the three young Taoists opposite him, "So, Venom Fang Miaomio took advantage of the chaos to seize your inheritance? And then she managed to get away with it? Is this woman who is less than 1.6 meters tall so powerful?" That's right. The Red Snake, which is truly ruthless. Not only did they inherit the treasure, they also used incredible means to cut off our inherited memories. Besides us, there are Lycong and Jian Feijian. There are 3 copies of Wandering Emperor's inheritance, and they were all taken away by Venom Fang Miaomio. Humph! This woman's goal is very clear. Or maybe the treasure that can cut the inherited memory has limitations, and can only be used 3 times. Fellow Taoist, you are very lucky. We are very unlucky. Bai Donglin shrugged slightly. This was all unexpected. He didn't expect that he would be kicked out of the demon-suppressing temple by Yin Tong in advance and thrown into a remote corner. Even if this is not the case, he has a low-dimensional world and can retreat at any time. It is not so much that he is lucky, but rather that Duya Miaomiu is lucky. If he were present, the result might be different. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and he thought of something wrong again. Logically speaking, Yin Tong had the ability to separate all of them and throw them to different places in Qianyuan. Wouldn't this avoid conflicts between the inheritors? This result should not be seen by the Wanderer. But Yin Tong still did it. Was it Yin Tong's revenge? Or was there some other deeper reason? Putting his thoughts aside, Bai Donglin looked up at the 3 young Taoists with gloomy expressions. No one could accept that the duck in his stomach could fly away. You want to take back the inheritance? There is no doubt that these 3 Taoists are unwilling to accept this. Not every Taoist is pure and inactive. Moreover, it is obvious that the 3 of them attach great importance to this inheritance. You guessed right. This inheritance, which we have secured after passing dozens of tests, is very important to us. That is unheard of. Not even in the Taoist sect. It is the most suitable inheritance for us. The 3 of them spoke one by one, extremely firmly. Chapter 287 Join. Well, how can I help you? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he felt sorry for the fate of the 3 people, he was not a bodhisattva who saved people from suffering and would not do anything that would not benefit them. During the last war, King Da Peng went too crazy, causing the divine court to intervene and warn all the forces. So, we can only rely on ourselves. We have contacted Lycong and Jian Feijian. They have also agreed to join our plan and are willing to go to the center of the earth together to take back the inheritance. Bai Dong's eyes were lingering. His fingers touched the desktop, and the gains and losses were measured. He also had to take a trip to the inner world of the earth. Mission 6 of the extreme trial required him to go to the poisonous sea at the center of the earth and collect a plant of 7 absolute grass. But it is too early to act now. It is not in line with the plan he has made. The intelligence collected about the inner world of the earth is very limited. If he rushes there rashly, it may not be smooth sailing. It is really unexpected to meet fellow Taoists in the sect. That's right. Fellow Taoist has a very sophisticated way of concealing his aura. If his face wasn't exactly the same, we wouldn't have dared to recognize him. I invite you to come here for no other reason than because you are strong enough. After the Divine Court's thunderous intervention last time, it severely warned high-level cultivators not to participate in the fight for the younger generation. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that Duyamyamu is the same, and can no longer rely on the protection of the strong in the clan. The disadvantage is that their masters and predecessors are also unable to take action. The issue of wandering emperors' inheritance can now only be resolved by the younger generation themselves, each using their own methods. The Earth's core poison sea is the lair of poison Fang Miamye. Although he can't get hundreds of people to respond to his call, he still has a lot of helpers. If they only rely on him, like Hong, Jian Feijian and the other 5, their strength is still too weak. This accidental meeting with Bai Donglin reminded them of the fear of being dominated and beaten wildly in the Demon Suppression Temple. If they had such a powerful helper joining them, the possibility of taking back the inheritance from poison Fang Miamyu would be greatly increased. Fellow Taoist, if you are willing to help us take back the inheritance, we can share our heritage with you. Yes, we can even help lobby for Jian Feijian's inheritance. They knew that Bai Donglin was a very greedy guy, the kind who would not let go of even a low-grade spirit stone. So he would definitely not refuse the precious inheritance as a reward. Bai Donglin remained non-committal. If he really wanted to participate and snatch the inheritance from Duyamyamu, all the spoils would naturally be his. If he was in a good mood, he could share them with you. What did you mean by you share them with me? Now the inheritance no longer belongs to you. Okay? Let's not talk about inheritance for now. Before that, I want to know how far your plan has progressed. How much intelligence have you collected about the poisonous sea at the center of the earth? When do you plan to start the action? The 3 of them were immediately delighted when they heard this. Bai Donglin did not turn around and leave. It was obvious that he was still interested in their plan. As long as Bai Donglin was willing to participate, they were sure they could convince him. We have been running around collecting intelligence over the past few years. Needless to say, the inner world is strange and dangerous. The most difficult thing to deal with is the Earth's poison sea. Poison Fang Miamyu's family can be said to be the overlord of the poison sea. We have already deployed our spies to closely monitor Poison Fang Miamyu's movements. The prerequisite for any action is that Poison Fang Miamyu must leave the family. The current situation is that Poison Fang Miamyu has been in seclusion in the family since returning to the Earth's poison sea. I think she should be digesting the inheritance she took from us. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. After all, these 3 Taoists were true disciples of Taoism. They still had some tricks, and they knew everything so clearly. The intelligence he collected about the inner world must be more detailed than his. After all, he had only started collecting intelligence not long ago. There are now more than 300,000 fragments of the heavenly net scattered throughout the Qianyuan continent and some offshore islands. Thousands of them have begun to spread into the boundless cosmic void through various channels. But their infiltration into the inner world of the earth has just begun. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts and narrowed his eyes slightly. These guys could still be used. Their goals were very clear, and they had put in every effort for them. They were much more attentive than his split hosts. The time when Duyamyamu left the family is still unknown, so it does not conflict with his mission plan. I can join your plan. Let's not talk about the compensation. I have one condition. Bai Donglin lightly tapped the air with his finger, and countless points of light emerged, condensing into a magical herb with 7 colored leaves. While you are gathering intelligence, help me keep an eye out for news about the 7 deadly herbs. The 7 deadly grass is a product unique to the poisonous sea at the center of the earth. It is extremely rare. And most importantly, it is extremely difficult to collect. He just asked people to help collect information. Not to help collect information, which did not violate the rules of the trial mission. Seeing that Bai Donglin was willing to join, the 3 of them immediately showed joy on their faces, and hurriedly wrote down the information of the 7 absolute grass carefully. Please rest assured, fellow Taoist, we will do our best to search for you. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. Now they were in the same camp, and the atmosphere in the box became much more harmonious. Only at this point did Bai Donglin know the names of the 3 Taoists. From oldest to youngest, Qin Lu, Qing Song, and Qin Shi. The two sides also exchanged intelligence about the inner world and discussed some action plans, evacuation plans, etc. After a long time, the moon was already high in the sky outside the window. Bai Donglin stood up and said goodbye. At the same time, he took out a jade token transformed from his split body, threw it to Qing Lu, and explained, "This is a special communication magic weapon I made. If there are any changes in the situation of the Earth's core poison sea, or if there is any news about the 7 deadly grass, you can contact me through the jade token. Goodbye, brother Bai. Take care." He raised his hand slightly, and his figure flashed, turning into a streak of light and disappearing. Clang! Along with a faint sound that swept through the entire Taoist sect. A ray of bright light broke through the darkness before dawn, and the sun rose slowly. At the same time, a faint purple air rose from the east, crossed the sky in an instant, and then slowly dissipated. At this time in the Taoist sect, almost all the Qi practitioners were facing the sun, inhaling and exhaling this wisp of purple Qi. It is said that the big sun purple Qi has great benefits for Qi cultivation, so most cultivators will not miss this opportunity and will try their best to absorb it. Last night's lively market had dispersed. Bai Donglin slowly walked out of a small courtyard and followed the flow of people towards a wide square. Through what he learned last night, he also understood why these people from the outer sect had stayed here for so long and did not leave. More than a month ago, after the Dao discussion conference, all the monks who had made contributions in the demon-slaying operation had already received their rewards. It was left behind because there is a traditional Taoist activity today that requires everyone to watch. Hard Test Conference. Use captured demons and monsters to test new disciples in order to temper their will, and at the same time show off to outsiders how awesome the future young talents of Taoism are. It's the same old routine. Bai Donglin is in low spirits. He just wanted to check it out and leave early. But he already had some clues and determined the destination of the next mission. Taihu Dragon Fish and Old Man Fishing. Chapter 288, Monsters and Ghosts. The malignant demons and monsters in the only eternal true world. Monster, a general term for non-human alien life forms, different from the intelligent demons. Regardless of their strength, these creatures have no spiritual wisdom at all. From birth to death, only destruction and killing run through their entire lives. Demon, intelligent creatures have fallen into the darkness of sin and transformed into demons. They are cunning and cruel, and take pleasure in destruction and killing. Because they are intelligent and good at lurking, they always cause huge damage whenever they suddenly rise up, causing headaches for human forces. Human monks, due to certain reasons and meeting certain conditions, may also fall into the possibility of becoming demons. Ghost, non-physical life. Some creatures whose true spirits have been destroyed. Their souls, which should have returned to heaven and earth, mutate and become intelligent and become ghosts. They are neither alive nor dead, and feed on negative emotions such as souls, fear, and the breath of life and death. They like to play with the 7 emotions and 6 desires of intelligent life, causing them to die in endless fear and despair. Monster, a strange and bizarre thing, mysterious and powerful, with unknown reasons for its birth and various forms of existence. Any object, even a piece of text, a song, a star, or a concept, has the potential to become a monster. The means of attack are even more bizarre and unpredictable. The most advanced existence has the ability of meme infection. Once it appears, it often turns a world or a star field into a completely desolate death zone. Monsters can be said to be the most terrifying of the 4 major cancers. The reason for their birth is unknown. Their form of existence is unknown. Their means of attack are unknown. And there is no specific method to eliminate them. Monsters are a bit like contained objects. If we regard the one true world as a living being, the appearance of monsters is just some genetic mutation. The world is sick, and it's cancer. Bai Donglin and many other sect monks sat on the viewing platform with a thoughtful look in their eyes, while the Taoist monks on the stands were still introducing demons and monsters to their disciples and teaching them some ways to deal with them. He was just listening casually. When it comes to understanding demons and monsters, most people can't compare to him. There is a lot of knowledge in this area in the mountains of books. He has studied it in detail, and has also developed some inferences and insights of his own. The goals of demons and monsters are similar to those of aliens, except that one wants to destroy the only true world, and the other wants to exterminate the human race, and then occupy the only true world themselves. With this somewhat similar purpose, demons, ghosts, and alien races are all frantically eroding the only true world. However, Only demons and monsters will obey the orders of alien races. While the attitude of ghosts is ambiguous. Ghosts are generally independent individuals with independent wills, making it difficult for alien races to control them. As for monsters, it is even more impossible to control them, as long as they are in the only true world. The monsters' attacks are indiscriminate, no matter whether they are human or alien races. They are all their targets. When it comes to studying demons and monsters, the alien races are more powerful. Humans are far behind. By Donglin sighed slightly. After all, the alien race has a unique advantage. They are close to the water and get the moon first. Now they have mastered the means to mass-produce monsters. In addition to the cultivators of their own race, the demon army has become a force that cannot be ignored on the battlefields of both sides. Such as the cannon fodder demons that emerged from the twisted black hole of the Dan Alliance last time. Fortunately, however, these mass-produced monsters have no chance of becoming top-tier powerhouses. Their strength depends on the alien race's manufacturing methods, and they have no ability to improve themselves. Very similar to the cannon fodder angels in the world of gods. Okay, I have finished my introduction. And now we are officially going to start the hard test conference. I hope you can overcome your inner fears and slay demons. Disciples with outstanding performance can directly become inner disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and summoned a magical weapon surrounded by fairy light, which turned out to be a rare scroll magic weapon. The magic weapon expands slowly, and a wonderful ink-colored landscape painting appears in front of everyone. The picture fluctuates slightly. In this painting world, a lot of monsters have been put in advance, occupying the majority of monsters. And there is a weird, so wait for it, photo. When the Taoist pointed out, the scroll was sprinkled with a little bit of colorful light, covering more than 100,000 disciples above the square. And the light rolled up, and all of them were inhaled into the world in the painting world. The scroll expanded and floated in the void. The numerous Taoist disciples were like dust particles, invisible in the huge world of the painting. Bai Donglin's eyes turned, and as long as his gaze fell on a certain point in the painting, a clear three-dimensional picture would immediately appear in his mind. It was indeed a wonderful magic weapon. In this painting, the world is not a complete world, and the rules are non-existent, but it is just a space that one party is cut off. He also knew the method of refining this type of magic weapon. One of the main materials was a piece of space-time fragment captured from the dimensional space. Bai Donglin, who was originally interesting, heard that the Taoist said that there was a weird, and suddenly came to look back and forth on the scroll. Although the monsters are very scary, fortunately they are very rare and seldom seen under normal circumstances. Now that he has the chance, he naturally wants to see them for himself. The battle in the world of the painting is fierce. There is a powerful disciple walking alone, making hand gestures, performing fierce Taoist magic, attracting thunder and flames, and strangling the demons. The weaker disciples formed groups to complement each other's weaknesses. After being at a loss in the beginning and adapting to the monster's attack methods, they were able to fight back and forth with them. If a disciple is in a desperate state, the scroll will ripple and kick it out of the painting world. These disciples have good strength and talent. After all, they are all geniuses who can join the Taoist sect, and are similar to the new disciples of the Jidao Holy Sect. The weakest ones have all reached the great perfection of the Soul Realm, while the excellent ones have already condensed the Dharma Realm, divine power. It is a foregone conclusion for the Dharma Realm cultivators to enter the inner gate. Bai Donglin's attention was not on these disciples. Such strength was not worthy of his attention. It looked flashy, but was just a small fight. His eyes were always searching for that strange one. Found it. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and he noticed something strange in a low-lying area on the plain. There was green grass 10 feet high. The ground was wet and muddy, and in an inconspicuous, dried-up puddle, there was a thin layer of yellow mud covering it. The yellow mud seemed to have life, and was wriggling slightly. Rustle. The green grass rustled as a wolf demon several feet tall walked by, drooling from the corners of its mouth. Its red eyes were filled with madness as it looked around. Plop! The wolf demon stepped over the puddle without noticing. Its limbs stepped on the yellow mud, and its shiny hair was immediately stained with yellow mud. The slightly wriggling yellow mud seemed to be stimulated and began to grow and spread wildly, covering the entire body of the wolf demon in an instant. Sharp bumps emerged from the thin layer of yellow mud. The wolf demon wrapped in it seemed to be struggling fiercely. The movements became weaker and weaker, and it returned to calm within a few breaths. The yellow mud began to wriggle and twist again, and after a series of changes, A wolf demon that looked exactly the same as before appeared in the same place. From the shiny hairs to the crazy expression and momentum, to the strength and aura, they were all exactly the same. It was as if the yellow mud had never appeared. But Bai Donglin, who saw everything, knew that the wolf demon was completely dead, and was replaced by this strange yellow mud. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Even with his insight, he couldn't see any difference between the wolf demon transformed from yellow mud and the previous wolf demon, no matter from which aspect. Even the soul breath was exactly the same. It was simply a perfect replica. The wolf demon shook its shiny scarlet hair, looked around with its red eyes, and walked out of the grassland with the same pace. The yellow mud in the small puddle had disappeared. A group of pig monsters happened to pass by. A strange light flashed in the wolf monster's eyes, and he pounced on them instantly. Suddenly, a pig-like scream came from the grassland. Extremely cruel. Chapter 289, Sanyu Taihu Lake. Above the stands, there were bursts of exclamations and praises from the surging crowd. I don't know whether they were really surprised by the strength of the Taoist disciples, or just trying to please Taoism. After all, the monks who were invited were all quite strong, so such a commotion was a bit exaggerated. The noise around did not affect Bai Donglin's observation of the yellow mud monster at all. After a long time, he slowly withdrew his gaze. Through the yellow mud monster's hunting and fighting, he has almost seen through all of its strange tricks. The methods of this yellow mud monster are indeed strange and powerful. Not only can it perfectly assimilate and replicate living organisms, but it can also split and parasitize. However, it must have fatal flaws. Otherwise it would not have been captured by the Taoist sect to test its disciples. The threat level of this weirdness is not high. It is estimated that there are great restrictions on the strength of the replica object. If it can replicate a powerful person, how can it be caught? He shook his head slightly. After seeing the weirdness, he suddenly lost interest. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in cultivation. He now has a lot to practice. In addition to digesting and integrating endless knowledge, the true scripture of conceiving gods and forging demons, the control of the 8 divisions. And now there is another equally difficult and mysterious innate Bagua Tai Chi diagram. Even the eightfold divine soul of the Trinity divine source was a little overwhelmed. I can start preparing for the mind transition plan. If it succeeds, my logical thinking, deductive calculation, memory, and comprehension will all be improved countless times. Then I won't have to work so hard. Time passed quickly, and the hard test conference came to a successful conclusion. The Taoist sect didn't think of keeping Bai Donglin and other outer sect monks for dinner. As soon as the meeting ended, a light bridge formed by golden light emerged from the square, crossing the layers of protective sect formations and extending outside the Taoist sect. Bai Donglin stood up and followed the crowd onto the light bridge. Just like when he came, he instantly appeared in the white jade square outside. I looked back at the majestic Kunlun mountain. He still had his fears towards the top forces in Qianyuan continent. The highest representative of physical cultivation was Jidao Xingzong, and the highest representative of Qi cultivation was Taoism. To some extent, the two had the same profound foundation. What he saw and heard on this trip was just the tip of the iceberg. He didn't even have a chance to get close to the most important sacred mountain, Kunlun. This is also the reason why he is honest, and does not actively use the low-dimensional world to leave. He did not dare to guarantee whether opening the channel to the low-dimensional world in the Taoist sect was foolproof. The same was true in the Jidao Holy Sect. When he was in the Sea of Origin Laws, he only opened the low-dimensional world in the Sea of God to transfer cultivation materials, and his main body had never entered the low-dimensional world. It's always a good idea to be a little careful. Once your cards are exposed, they are no longer your cards. He withdrew his gaze, used the A world away technique, stepped into space and disappeared. After completely leaving the Taoist domain, Bai Donglin activated the golden and red pointed corner monument, opened the scarlet vortex channel to enter the low-dimensional world, followed a split body, and instantly left the Taoist domain. Sanyu Taihu Lake. Named Song. One can imagine how abundant the water resources are in this holy land. Qianyuan continent has a shining pearl, which is Taihu Lake in Sanyu, the largest inland lake in this world. It is named as a lake, but it is far beyond some so-called oceans. The entire Sanyu is 30% land and 70% water, and Taihu Lake accounts for 60% of the 70% water. Sanyu is a normal-sized holy land. The Qianyuan realm is divided into holy domains, large domains, and small domains, and the area sizes between them differ by dozens or hundreds of times. As a small domain, The land area of the Bian-Jiu-San domain is 26 times that of the Blue Star in the previous life. A rough estimate of the size of Taihu Lake is that it can accommodate nearly 20,000 blue stars. This is Taihu Lake, the first lake of the Qianyuan mainland. But Shenryueshing. The 7th mission of the extreme trial is to fish the Taihu dragonfish with a straight hook. Bai Donglin stood on a cliff, looking at the turbulent and boundless Taihu Lake in the distance, and felt a toothache. What kind of weird mission is this? You're using a straight hook to fish it out. Do you think I'm Jiang Taiong? He knew about the dragonfish, which was a unique species existing in Taihu Lake. According to legend, in ancient times, there stood a dragon gate above Taihu Lake, and all scaled monsters could jump over the dragon gate and transform into real dragons. As for this dragonfish, it is said that it was originally a golden carp. When it was leaping over the dragon gate, it was tricked by a demon, and it did not transform into a real dragon, but only half of it. It became the dragonfish that is neither dragon nor fish today, and it also multiplied in the Taihu Lake. This dragonfish is full of treasures and is very attractive to monks, but it is very rare. It is almost impossible to find a dragonfish in such a vast Taihu Lake. The description of this task was too vague. Bai Donglin didn't even understand what was being tested on him. Fishing with a straight hook. What did this have to do with physical training? He still needs to explore the meaning of this task carefully. The most urgent task is to collect information about the dragonfish. The reason why he came to Taihu Lake is that Tian Luo obtained a clue that may be useful to him. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I might as well come here and check it out myself. There is a low-dimensional world that I can reach if I want to. I am so willful. He withdrew his gaze and looked at a steep cliff not far away. He was halfway up the cliff. There was a stone platform about 10 feet high and a deep cave on the cliff. Pieces of moonstone sparkling with crystal light were piled up in a circle to form a stone nest. Coiled in the stone den was a snow-white fox with a tuft of red hair between its eyebrows and a hint of pink on the tips of its ears. The fox closed its narrow eyes, and its charming face was unusually solemn at this moment. Its 2 little paws held a jade plate, and its mouth was slightly open. Waves of moonlight descended, condensing into a strip of light that was swallowed into the fox's stomach. This jade token is naturally the split of the pointed monument, and the fox is using the enhanced function of the jade token to practice. The fragments of the pointed monument are now scattered all over the world. Apart from understanding the approximate distribution, Bai Donglin did not intervene much. Anyone with luck can obtain it. This little fox is obviously a bit lucky. It is naturally a blessing to be one of his many hosts. The Tianluo space is now running more and more smoothly and has a good ecology for sustainable development. Through tasks or transactions, he lets these hosts help him collect intelligence, knowledge, secrets, and cultivation resources. The host can also get a lot from him. In addition to the various magical functions of the split body, there are also various magical secrets, knowledge, magic weapons, intelligence, and even his personal guidance. He will only give away those things he does not need or the knowledge that can be reused, without any loss to himself. The development prospects of Tianluo space are very promising. Currently, these hosts cannot communicate with each other, and they all think that they are the only masters of destiny. When he becomes strong enough to completely control the situation, he can open up permissions to allow these hosts to share what they have, so that their strength can grow faster and they can serve him better. In addition to knowledge, the power of the soul, the flame of life, and even the primordial bomb can also be used as commodities in the future. After all, it is a business with no cost. Bai Donglin did not hide his mumbling, and his voice suddenly sounded on the stone platform. The sound of waves in the distance seemed to have no effect. The little fox who was immersed in cultivation was instantly awakened, opened his charming fox eyes, and stared at Bai Donglin with a little confusion. It took him a moment to come back to his senses, and he quickly hid the jade token under his body, covering it again and again with his little paws. I didn't expect it to be a silly fox. Don't hide it. I saw it all. It was obvious that this fox had just recently awakened its spiritual intelligence and had only cultivated a weak demonic essence. Even the transverse bone in its throat had not been refined, so it could not speak like a human. Oh my! The little fox waved its little paws in panic, twisted its body, and pressed the jade token under its butt. The fox's intelligence was opened by the jade token, and its ability to cultivate depends entirely on the abilities carried by the jade token, so it naturally attaches great importance to it. Well, I'm rich. I won't look down on your little things. Bai Donglin took out a small bottle of spiritual liquid and threw it to the little fox. The little fox opened the jade bottle, sniffed it, and its eyes suddenly lit up. It swallowed the spiritual liquid in one gulp, revealing an intoxicated look on its face. And even its snow-white fur was slightly red. Hee hee. Little guy. Do me a favor. I can also give you spiritual fluid. Take me to find the little girl who was picking mushrooms that you met in the forest. Bai Donglin took out another bottle of spiritual liquid, tossed it in his hand, and whispered temptingly, "That little girl is the clue to the dragon fish." He read the little fox's memory. But unfortunately, the fox was too weak and had only recently awakened to spiritual intelligence. So even its memories were abstract and vague. As a normal person, he really couldn't understand it. For example, the little fox could find the way by smelling urine or feces. This was how it remembered the way. It gave him a headache, and he didn't want to experience this kind of thing. In this case, we have to rely on the little fox to lead the way. Oh my! 100 bottles of spiritual fluid. Oh! Lead the way. Chapter 290 Peeping into Destiny. The dense branches were swept by the strong wind. The little fox turned into a streak of white light and quickly shuttled through the dense forest. Its 4 short legs kicked on the thick tree trunks, leaving deep pits. Bai Donglin looked leisurely, his figure like a ghost, going in and out of the space, following closely behind the little fox. After going around in circles for an entire hour and running for thousands of miles, the little fox finally stopped slowly. Because of the intense and high-speed charge, the weak little fox was panting heavily. With the high-speed circulation of blood, water vapor was steaming around its body, and a faint strange fragrance was spreading. Is this it? Bai Donglin frowned slightly, and a huge amount of divine consciousness poured out, condensing into tough soul threads, which instantly spread to hundreds of thousands of miles away, with the place where he was standing as the center. A circular area with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was swept back and forth. White light flowed in his eyes, and countless images flashed rapidly in his eyes. After a long time, he withdrew his magical power with nothing gained. Are you sure it's here? Bai Donglin stared at the little fox with his cold eyes. Oh my! Wow! This is so scary. This human race is so scary. The little fox lay on the ground, covering its eyes with its 2 little paws, trembling, frightened by the breath that Bai Donglin had just emitted. TSK. This is really troublesome. Things really aren't that simple. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, and sat cross-legged on the ground casually. He had just carefully explored this piece of land, and did not find anything special. The land of Songyu is fragmented and traversed by countless dense rivers. Most of the land is like isolated islands, distributed on the edge of Taihu Lake. The isolated island of land beneath his feet was not very large, only about 1,000,000 miles in radius. Under his vision and hearing, he could see everything except some areas isolated by the sex restrictions. The old fisherman was very mysterious, so it was no surprise that he could hide from his perception. However, the little girl he was looking for was just an ordinary mortal in the little fox's vague memory. The range of activities should not be large, but there are no human beings within 1,000 miles around here. Only various ferocious monsters. A little girl with no cultivation is picking mushrooms alone in a dense forest full of monsters. It doesn't seem right at all. Oh my! Seeing that Bai Donglin didn't get angry, the little fox breathed a sigh of relief, carefully put down his paw, trotted over to Bai Donglin, and looked up to explain. I know you didn't lie to me. Otherwise, I would have eaten you up in one bite. Before the little fox met the little girl, he had not yet obtained the Tian Luo Jade card. Otherwise, there would not have been any need to go through so much trouble. It was when the little fox recognized the Tian Luo Jade plate as its master that Tian Luo captured a fragment of the scene. The little fox had not yet developed his intelligence. He met a little girl who was picking mushrooms in the dense forest. The two got along well and played around. When they were tired, they lay on the grass. The little girl chatted with the little fox and told the following story. The little girl said that she once went out to pick mushrooms and got lost on the way home. In a daze, she somehow came to a shore. Under a very deep cliff was a turbulent blue lake. An old man with a white beard was sitting cross-legged on the shore, holding a green fishing rod in his hand, and seemed to be fishing. The old man smiled and called her over, then asked her to borrow some mushrooms to make fish soup. The fish looked very strange, with golden scales all over its body, a long and narrow body, 2 horns on its head, 2 long whiskers beside its mouth, and sharp claws under its belly. That fish soup is so delicious. After drinking it, I feel warm all over. From then on, whenever the little girl went out to pick mushrooms, she would probably meet the old man who was fishing. The old man was so nice that he would always treat her to delicious fish soup. This is the picture that Tianluo separated from the vague memory of the little fox. And it is also the only clue collected about the dragonfish so far. Bai Donglin did not doubt the truthfulness of what the little girl said. For a mortal child to be able to describe the physical characteristics of a dragonfish in detail, one could only know it by seeing it with one's own eyes. There are powerful people everywhere in this world, so it is normal to have one or two with strange personalities. This old man fishing is very likely one of these reclusive masters. He has used dragonfish to stew mushroom soup more than once or twice. This old man is really amazing. This might be the only way for him to complete the trial mission. He needed to find out the truth and meet the old fisherman. Oh my! The little fox stood up, stretched out its two little paws in front of Bai Donglin, its expression full of anticipation and its eyes sparkling. TSK. Little guy. You don't trust me at all? Can I lie to you? Bing! Bai Donglin rolled his eyes, raised his hand, and threw out a storage necklace, which was put directly around the little fox's neck. It contained 1/10 of a cube of spiritual liquid, enough to fill 200 bottles. It's just some lowest grade yellow level inferior spiritual liquid. Not worth much money. The little fox probed into the necklace with his mind, and saw a large ball of spiritual liquid. He somersaulted in excitement, took out some and swallowed it into his stomach. He squinted his eyes in comfort. His snow-white fur turned faintly red, and the strange fragrance emanating from his body became stronger and stronger. Oh my! The little fox bowed to Bai Donglin gratefully, turned around and walked away staggeringly, wanting to return to its den. Bai Donglin's mind moved. A light appeared in his eyes, and he vaguely saw a trace of black hair between the little fox's eyebrows. He frowned slightly. This thing wasn't there before. It suddenly appeared after he gave the necklace to the little fox. With a wave of his hand, the little fox was instantly caught back and placed on his knees. The little fox looked up at Bai Donglin in confusion. The abundant energy of the spiritual liquid exploded in its body, making its consciousness a little confused. Little guy, you are lucky to have met a good man like me. He gently stroked the little fox's soft snow-white fur. His eyes filled with contemplation. That's perfect. I'll use you to experiment with a new method I recently learned. He flipped his hand and took out a piece of copper essence. Purple gold flames emerged and melted it instantly. Under the control of his mind, the metal liquid eliminated impurities and slowly condensed into 5 copper coins with a round outer shape and a square inner shape. The copper coins were covered with mysterious runes. It's just a medium. There are no requirements for the style. He raised his hand and took a hair from the little fox. 5 copper coins were thrown into the air. The hair ignited without fire. A wisp of breath rose up and was captured and absorbed by the copper coins. Bai Donglin's expression condensed, and he quickly made hand gestures. The Bagua Tai Chi diagram in the depths of his eyes rotated rapidly. 5 copper coin runes in the air shone and flew along a mysterious trajectory. An inexplicable aura descended, and a blurry and distorted picture flashed through the mind. The little fox was lying in the stone nest, swallowing the spiritual liquid. The rich energy aura leaked out, attracting a pitch-black python. The python was much stronger than the little fox. The power of the inaction soul contained in the Tianluo jade plate was used to kill the python with one strike. At the same time, a huge black shadow flashed across the Taihu Lake under the cliff, and the picture trembled and shattered, and stopped abruptly. Snap! The copper coin fell to the ground, and Bai Donglin exhaled lightly. What was that black shadow? Even the Tianluo jade plate couldn't save the little fox's life. Little guy, you should stay with me for the time being. It would be a pity if you died at such a young age. As soon as he finished speaking, the black energy swirling between the little fox's eyebrows instantly dissipated, and his face became radiant again. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes, and a crack suddenly appeared on the 3 souls, and returned to its original state in a breath. What a powerful backlash. He knew that forcibly changing the little fox's predetermined fate would backfire, but the intensity of the impact was beyond his imagination. If it were anyone else, their soul would be so severely damaged that they would lose half their life. He was just a white fox that had just awakened its intelligence. With his background, he shouldn't have suffered such a backlash. Bai Donglin looked at the little fox lying on his lap with surprise. Could this little fellow achieve something incredible in the future? This is the only explanation. The little fox is expected to become a powerful figure in the future. Oh! The little fox, who had somehow saved his life, was unaware of the fatigue from the long-distance run. He also took a lot of spiritual liquid and fell into a drowsy sleep. Haha. This little guy is really brave. He's not afraid that I'm a bad guy. Spiritual beasts are extremely sensitive to crisis and good and evil. The little fox felt kindness in Bai Donglin, so it trusted him so much. Gently stroking the little fox, Bai Donglin looked thoughtful. The little girl picking mushrooms seemed to be no simple person either. He still couldn't figure out where this little girl came from, when there was no one living around here for thousands of miles. The surrounding dense forests were indeed full of various kinds of mushrooms. And he also found some traces of picking. So this must be the place. There are no clues for other tasks yet. Well, let's wait here for a while. I want to see what kind of magic this little girl has. It must be not that simple to make the old fisherman treat you with dragon fish again and again. Haha. Immortal girl? He raised his hand and slapped the ground. Several chains of laws surrounded by green light suddenly shot into the ground. The ground rolled violently, and thick trees rose from the ground. They blended and grew with each other. And in just a moment, an exquisite attic stood in its place. On the green wooden walls, countless runes are constantly flowing, providing all the functions of defense, isolation, and spirit gathering. He nodded with satisfaction. The law of wood is quite useful, especially for building buildings. Holding the sleeping little fox in his arms, he stepped inside. The door fell. A green light flashed, and the attic disappeared into the dense forest. Before finding the little girl, he decided to practice here first. Chapter 291 The Sleeping God. The sky gradually brightened, but the cool mist had not yet dissipated. Amid the mist, a decent-sized village was looming. Outside the village, fertile fields stretched out. Early rising villagers were already walking up the ridges in groups of 3 or 4 to start their day's work. A little girl with pigtails, no more than 7 or 8 years old, was skipping out of the village, carrying a bamboo basket that was twice as big as her body. The village woman wearing a linen apron and tending to crops saw the little girl passing by the yard and waved her hand. Nini, are you going to pick mushrooms again? The little girl turned her head. Her pair of big eyes with distinct black and white looked like a crescent moon when she smiled. Yes, ma'am. Well, our Nini is so good. Come. Auntie will give you something delicious. The village woman turned back to the kitchen, took out a sesame cake, walked to the little girl in 3 or 2 steps, and put the sesame cake in the bamboo basket. When you're picking mushrooms, you can fill your stomach if you're hungry. Well, thank you, ma'am. The little girl did not refuse. After politely thanking her, she skipped out of the village, thinking that she would give some mushrooms to the old lady when she came back. Oh, what a poor little fellow. He lost his parents at such a young age. The key is that she is so stubborn and unwilling to accept our help. This girl is really like her mother. The village woman wiped her hands on her apron, looked at the little girl's back with pity, and couldn't help shaking her head and sighing. The little girl was enthusiastic and cheerful. She greeted every villager she met along the way. Nini, don't go too far from the village. Don't go too deep into the forest. Be careful of the wolves. Yeah, I got it. Goodbye, village chief. The village was not big, and the little girl soon moved away from it. The fertile fields turned into wasteland, and the number of people gradually became sparse. A large boundary stone stood at the edge of the village, with Yongjia village written on it. The little girl crossed the boundary stone at an increasingly faster speed, with abundant physical strength. She did not look like a girl of 7 or 8 years old at all. She walked into a dense forest with ease. The thick rotten leaves almost reached the little girl's knees. She avoided the thorny bushes and gradually went deeper into the forest. Call! Nini let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from her fair forehead. After a difficult journey, she finally arrived at her destination. A rock wall that seemed extremely hard. I can pick delicious mushrooms again. I wonder if I will meet the old man this time. Slurp. The fish soup smells so good. Nini wants to drink it. Nini wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. A hint of longing appeared in her eyes. Then she rushed towards the rock wall and jumped up. A magical scene appeared. Ripples appeared on the iron-hard rock wall, and Nini's small body passed through it in an instant as if she jumped into the water. In the vast and dense primeval forest, there stands a towering tree. At the root of the extremely thick trunk, there is a huge tree hole, which seems to be carved out naturally. The tree hole was covered with soft grass. Deep in the cave, there stood a stone wall, Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the hard stone wall, and Nini jumped out from the stone wall. Snap! Nini fell on the thick grass, stood up skillfully, patted her body as if nothing had happened, and walked out of the tree hole carrying the bamboo basket on her back. Dozens of miles away from the towering trees, in a verdant attic, Bai Donglin sat cross-legged, immersed in cultivation, with rich fluctuations of laws lingering around his body. The snow-white little fox lay on Bai Donglin's legs, with a look of enjoyment on its face. With every breath, the rich demonic energy in its body kept rolling, and a phantom of a demon pill had condensed in its dantian. The moment Nini stepped out of the tree hole, Bai Donglin instantly woke up from his cultivation, slowly opened his eyes, and a white light flashed in his pupils. Finally she appears. The little girl picking mushrooms. He has been waiting here for a month, which is a very short time for him. But for a mortal, it is impossible to go for a month to pick mushrooms for food. Well, this little girl drank dragonfish soup several times. Although she has never practiced, she cannot be regarded as an ordinary person. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and a real thread of soul shot out, ready to read the little girl's memory. When dealing with a mortal, the huge gap in strength will not hurt him in the slightest. Moreover, he will only read the memories related to the old fisherman, and other memories will not be affected. His pupil shrank suddenly. His soul thread had just penetrated into the little girl's mind, and the spiritual orifice of the sea of soul that should not exist for a mortal who had never practiced cultivation suddenly shone. In his spiritual perception, it seemed that a supreme god was sleeping deep in the little girl's spiritual sea and spiritual orifice, and his divine power was pervasive, mighty and boundless. It's gonna be bad. Bai Donglin reacted instantly and wanted to withdraw the soul thread immediately, but he was still a step too late. A wave spread out from the little girl's spiritual sea and spiritual orifice at a speed beyond imagination, and instantly affected Bai Donglin's soul thread. A strong sense of death emerged in my heart. Without time to think, he acted decisively and directly cut off the soul thread connected to it. Call! Bai Donglin had just breathed a sigh of relief when his eyes suddenly darkened. The three souls silently annihilated without any power to resist. The pitch-black stone tablet that suppressed the divine sea trembled slightly. Black light flowed, and a breath swept through, and the strange fluctuations that permeated the divine sea suddenly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Bai Donglin's dim eyes regained their color. This time, he died inexplicably, and he didn't even see the opponent's methods clearly. The power of rules. Bai Donglin looked solemn. The situation was completely beyond his expectations. He had overestimated this mysterious little girl as much as possible, but he didn't expect that the reality would be even more dramatic than he had imagined. I originally thought that she was just a little kid who was favored by the old fisherman, and maybe she had some special qualities. But the situation is like this. Does the old fisherman know what is sleeping in the little girl's sea of consciousness? There was a thoughtful look in his eyes, and he couldn't help but suspect that the old fisherman approached this mysterious little girl knowingly. This is interesting. Are you fishing, or are you fishing for people? His eyes turned, and under his perception, the little girl had returned to normal, and her spiritual sea and spiritual orifice fell silent again. The little girl was unaware of what had just happened. She was still skipping and picking mushrooms. Every time she picked a mushroom she smiled brightly, and her big eyes curved into crescents. At first glance, he is just an ordinary child. It is hard to imagine that such a terrifying thing is hidden inside his body. Bai Donglin had no intention of doing anything rash until he figured out the situation. The little fox in his arms was awakened by Bai Donglin's fluctuating breath and opened his eyes dazedly. It had no idea that the extremely powerful Bai Donglin in its eyes had died silently once. Your old friend has appeared. Go and guide her to see the old man who fishes. Bai Donglin stretched out his hand and threw the little fox, which had not yet reacted, instantly crossed through space and fell in front of the little girl. Ah! It's you, little fox. Oh my! When old acquaintances met, they were naturally very close. The little girl kept spinning in circles while holding the little fox, and her hearty laughter could be heard from far away. Bai Donglin hid his figure, stood in the void, and watched everything below. He had no ill will towards the little girl, even though he was killed once. It was his fault first, and his death was in vain. He just wanted to know where the old fisherman was. Although he was curious about what was sleeping in the little girl's spiritual sea and spiritual orifice, the other party was obviously not easy to deal with, and it was not something he could explore now. The little fox had been instructed and knew that he couldn't just think about playing. So he quickly helped the little girl pick mushrooms. After all, he was a monster. So he moved very quickly. In just a few moments, the little girl's big bamboo basket was filled with colorful mushrooms. Wow! You're so awesome, little fox. You're much more awesome than the last time we met. Thank you for helping Nini pick mushrooms. Nini hugged the little fox and kissed it hard. Obviously, there is no girl who would not like such a cute and furry little fox. Oh my! Let's go, little fox. It's still early. There's no need to rush back. Let's go find Grandpa with Nini. I told you last time, but you didn't believe me. The fish soup made by the old man is so delicious. I just don't know if I can meet him this time. Nini talked to herself, holding the little fox, and started walking in the direction they came from. She stopped and walked, looking around, as if she was looking for something. Time passed minute by minute, and the sky was gradually getting dark. Bai Donglin, who was hidden in the void, already had disappointment in his eyes. It seems that I am still a little unlucky today. The little girl doesn't always meet the old man fishing. She already knew this through the little fox's memory. Little fox, I want to go back, Nini said reluctantly, with a hint of disappointment in her expression. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward, and the void in front of her suddenly rippled, and Nini's figure disappeared in an instant. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. The figure instantly appeared in front of Nini, stepped in without hesitation, and followed Nini closely into the room. The sound of surging waves. Oh, we have quite a few guests today. Little ones, would you like some fish soup? Chapter 292 Dragonfish Soup. As the sun sets, the sky and the waves of Taihu Lake blend into a golden red. The afterglow of the setting sun enveloped the old man, adding a touch of mystery. Being stared at by the old man's gentle gaze, Bai Donglin's heart trembled. In front of such a strong man, his means of concealment were useless. Grandpa, Nini came to see you again, and brought my good friend the little fox. Look, Grandpa, we picked a lot of mushrooms. Swish. Nini held the little fox in her arms, and trotted up the cliff. She took off the bamboo basket on her back as if she was presenting a treasure. But the saliva dripping from the corners of her mouth revealed her little thoughts. Good boy. Grandpa will make fish soup for you later. The old man held the emerald green bamboo pole motionless, patted Nini's head gently with one hand, and his eyes were kind and gentle. Yeah, I have delicious fish soup again. Grandpa is the best. Oh my! The old man looked at Bai Donglin again and said, Young man, do you want to join us? I'm pretty good at making fish soup. Senior, I dare not refuse your invitation. The void was rippling, and Bai Donglin took a step out from the space. The layers of secret formation patterns covering his body automatically disappeared. He politely offered his hands and walked up the cliff with a calm expression. Before following Nini into this place, Wu Wei's soul had already taken the golden and red pointed cornered monument and passed through the low-dimensional world, escaping to an unknown place. This was a strict rule he set for himself. Whenever he faced a powerful being, he would send out a soul in advance. If an accident really happens and the timeline is cut off, the main body will immediately destroy itself, and the immortality will be activated. Naturally, it will be resurrected with full blood based on the soul of an action. This was a safety measure he thought of for himself before he mastered the law of time. Since he opened up the eternal and immortal world, this method has become more perfect and will not cause him to lose a single cent. Since he has no worries about life and death, he can naturally be fearless when facing this mysterious old man. Hey! Who is this big brother? Nini looked at Bai Donglin, who appeared out of nowhere, her big eyes full of curiosity and a hint of vigilance. Damn, this man looks tall and strong. He must have a big appetite. Right? He will definitely drink a lot of fish soup later. Ah, my delicious fish soup. Oh! The little fox jumped out of Nini's arms, jumped into Bai Donglin's arms, and nodded his little head affectionately again and again. During this period of time, it has gained a lot of benefits from Bai Donglin, including various magical skills, secrets, and cultivation resources. Its cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, so it naturally knows who to please. Hee. Hello, little girl. Nice to meet you. My name is Bai Donglin, and the white fox is my pet. Gently stroking the white fox's snow-white and soft fur, Bai Donglin revealed his signature elegant and easygoing smile. He dared not look down on this little girl. It seemed that there was a great god living in her body. He could not afford to offend her. White Fox was the name he gave to the little fox. He was very satisfied with his talent for naming, which he could say came to him very easily. Well, the fish is hooked. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, and his hand holding the emerald green bamboo pole shook lightly. An invisible silk thread flashed by, and a huge black shadow passed by under the blue lake and broke through the water in an instant. Hold head high. The golden light was dazzling, followed by a deafening dragon roar. Bai Donglin looked down and saw a dragon-shaped creature that was 10,000 feet long struggling fiercely in the entanglement of the silk thread. The dragon's tail twitched, and the void was suddenly torn into dense black cracks. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed, and he instantly confirmed that this dragon-shaped creature was the extremely rare dragon fish. Judging from its size, it was no ordinary stuff. It looks like we're in for a treat today. This fish is very lively, and should taste great. The old man stroked his beard lightly, and shook his hand vigorously again. A strange wave spread along the silk thread to the dragon fish. The body of the dragon fish, which was struggling violently, suddenly softened and it lost its breath in an instant. TSK. This old man is so cruel. With one shake, the dragonfish's soul was directly shaken into nothingness. There was a faint flicker of golden light in the depths of Bai Donglin's eyes. Under the gaze of the eye-breaking void, he saw clearly how the dragonfish died. But he did not understand the attack method used by the old man. There was no energy fluctuation, nor any fluctuation of laws. The old man raised his hand, and a pottery jar with a diameter of about 10 feet was taken out. A suction force suddenly appeared, and the dragonfish, which was 10,000 feet in size, spun and gradually shrank, and was instantly sucked into the pottery jar. Nini, put the mushrooms in. Okay. It was obviously not the first time that Nini had seen this scene. She scooped up a few handfuls of mushrooms, and threw them into the clay pot with ease. Clear water automatically emerged from the pottery jar, slowly covering the dragonfish and mushrooms. Then, blazing flames emerged from the bottom. Although the flames looked fierce, they did not hurt the nearby green grass at all. This dragonfish is no different from pure-blooded creatures like the golden-winged rock. They are both top-grade ingredients, extremely pure, full of treasures without a trace of impurities. They do not need to be processed at all, and can be stewed directly. Bai Donglin's attention was not on the pottery jar, but on the old man's bamboo pole. Not to mention the fishhook. Even the fleeting silk thread had disappeared, as if it was condensed from some strange energy. This mysterious old man used only a bare fishing rod, without bait or even a hook. And yet, he caught a rare dragonfish. I don't know how he did it, but if I ask him for advice, it shouldn't be difficult to complete the trial mission. Bai Donglin was about to ask, but the old man seemed to see through his thoughts, glanced at him, shook his head slightly and said, "Young man from Jidaoxing Zone, if you have anything to say, let's talk after we finish drinking the fish soup." Senior, do you know why I'm here? Bai Donglin frowned slightly, wondering in his heart that this old man wouldn't know that he was here to complete the ultimate trial. Of course. Gurgle gurgle. I don't know what kind of strange thing this pottery jar is, but it has extraordinary power. In just a moment, the clear water in it has turned into pure gold with shining golden light. The dragonfish has melted away, and an attractive fragrance suddenly spreads. You have to know that it took him a lot of effort to grill the golden-winged rock. The strength of this dragonfish is much stronger than that of Garuda. In just a moment, it has been melted into golden soup. Swish. Grandpa, the fish soup looks like it's ready. Nini's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but wipe the corners of her mouth again. Yeah. Almost. The void was rippling, and several jade bowls were taken out by the old man. The fish soup in the pottery jar automatically flew out and shot into the bowls. The fish soup, which was like pure gold liquid, underwent a strange change as soon as it entered the bowl. The fish soup became extremely clear, and a little bit of golden light twinkled in the bowl like stars. The light gathered into the shape of a dragon, circling in the bowl, and faint dragon roars could be heard, including the white fox. Everyone got a bowl. Nini was the first one who couldn't resist. She picked up the big bowl and gulped down the drink with a look of satisfaction on her face. Looking at Nini's exaggerated expression, Bai Donglin couldn't help but smile slightly. What a little foodie. He took the jade bowl floating in the air, took a sip, and his eyes suddenly lit up. So delicious. So fragrant. It has two completely different flavors from the Garuda, but both can be called the best. One is a flat-feathered bird, and the other is a scaly fish. They are equally good and both are among the top 3 rare ingredients in their respective fields. Gulu. Bai Donglin drank it all in one gulp. The fish soup was transformed through the immortal dark realm, and a stream of pure energy gushed out. At the same time, a trace of strange energy was absorbed by the spiritual orifice. He immediately felt that his affinity with the law of water had increased a lot. It was indeed a good thing. Bai Donglin was not polite, and raised his hand to fill another bowl. Seeing this, Nini stared at him cutely, drank up the fish soup in the bowl in just a few gulps, and also went to get a bowl. Oh my! The white fox only drank 2 sips, and became drunk. Its snow white fur turned pink and it staggered, unable to stand steadily. Little guy, let me help you. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, and pointed with one finger. A black sphere condensed by the law of devouring instantly shot into the white fox's dantian. A force of devouring and transformation emerged, devouring all the energy and burying it in the origin. The white fox woke up instantly, lowered its head, and drank the fish soup in big gulps. It was not stupid. It knew this was an opportunity, and naturally had to seize it. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly. He didn't know where the energy in the fish soup that Nini drank went, except for her physique being slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. The fish soup seemed to have no effect on her. The old man smiled as he watched Bai Donglin and the others share the fish soup. And he also took a sip of the fish soup in the bowl. Just taste it, and don't care about the benefits of the fish soup at all. Chapter 293 The 3 Realms of Will. The setting sun shines on the cliff, and the shadows of people sway. Before long, the clay pot became empty. The full pot of fish soup was eaten up by the 2 men and the beast. Most of it went into Bai Donglin and Nini's stomachs. The white fox also drank a lot, but the mysterious and powerful old man only drank 1 bowl. Belch. Nini stroked her belly and burped contentedly. The white fox also lay lazily on Bai Donglin's legs. Although it had the help of the swallowing ball, it had reached its limit. Its origin had been greatly nourished, and its cultivation would naturally be much smoother in the future. Ah! It's so late. Grandpa. Nini needs to go back. Otherwise the villagers will be worried. Nini looked at the sun about to set on the distant skyline. Her expression changed, and she quickly stood up, picked up the large bamboo basket, and spoke hurriedly. Well, go ahead. The old man nodded gently with a kind look. Thank you for the fish soup, Grandpa. Nini. I'll come to see you next time. Little fox. Nini's eyes fell on the white fox, revealing a trace of reluctance. Bai Donglin's heart moved. He stretched out his hand and flicked the white fox, then picked it up and put it in Nini's arms, and said, Nini, I see the white fox is very close to you, so you can keep it with you so it can be a companion. The white fox's face fell, and he looked at him pitifully. But Bai Donglin completely ignored him. He immediately arched his back in Nini's arms in grievance. Really? Wow. That's great. Thank you, big belly brother. Big belly? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows and said, Forget it. Don't be angry. They are just children. They can say whatever they want. Nini's big eyes smiled into crescent shapes, and she ran down the cliff holding the white fox. Ripples appeared in the air, and her figure disappeared in an instant. The sun has completely set, and a bright moonlight shines on the cliff. The night sky is filled with shining stars. On the slightly cold cliff, Bai Donglin and the mysterious old man sat cross-legged facing each other. The breeze blew past, and the leaves rustled. Seeing the old man's meaningful look, Bai Donglin's expression became serious. He raised his hand slightly and said, Please rest assured, Senior, I have no ill will towards Nini. The relationship between this old man and Nini is by no means as simple as it seems. It was indeed inconvenient for the white fox to follow him, and he was also a little curious about Nini's origins. By placing the white fox next to Nini, the two could take care of each other. If there were any accidents, he could also provide some support through the low-dimensional world. I know. You have seen the one in Nini's Sea of Gods, haven't you? I don't need to worry about Nini's safety. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, the old man had been staring at Nini. His previous rash behavior was also seen by the old man. It was the junior who was reckless. It's okay. I know you have no ill intentions. You did this just to find me. After a pause, a smile appeared on the old man's face, and he slowly said, Isn't what I said correct? The initiator of the extreme trial. Bai Donglin's heart suddenly tightened. Although he had already had some guesses before, he was still very surprised when the old man pointed it out directly. The only people who knew that he had started the extreme trial, apart from Xiong and Li, were the ancestors who reviewed the trial tasks. According to the rules of the Holy Sect, even the extreme council that formulated the trial tasks did not know his identity. The reason why he dared to tell Lu Dongchuan frankly was because there were two major oaths that constrained Lu Dongchuan, and he didn't have to worry about it being leaked. If his identity is exposed, he will definitely be hunted down by aliens, which will be very troublesome, and will also delay him from completing his mission. Senior, who are you? He did not feel any ill will towards the old man. But knowing his identity, he must have a close relationship with the Jidao Holy Sect. And he might even be a big shot in the Jidao Holy Sect. Haha. I have an agreement with you Jidao, that any disciple who has started the 9-star trial will be given some guidance by me. No matter how the 9 tasks change, the dragonfish fishing task will always exist. So, when the sound of the Jidao bell spread throughout the continent, I knew you would come sooner or later. But it was much earlier than I expected. Bai Donglin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it was. While he was glad that things didn't get out of control, he was also surprised at the identity of this old man, being able to make an agreement with the Jidao Holy Sect. Not every powerful person has the qualifications. Moreover, it is really hard to imagine that this person can gain the trust of Jidao Xingzong. Please teach me how to catch this dragonfish. After figuring out the whole story, Bai Donglin didn't think any more about it and spoke directly. Don't worry. Don't worry. I just told Jidao about this mission. Fishing for dragonfish is not the ultimate goal. It requires you to tap into a potential that is latent in your body. Young man, in your opinion, what is the most important thing for a cultivator who has reached the late stage of the divine origin realm? Or even the return to the one divine and demonic realm? The old man stroked his beard and smiled unfathomably. Before starting, he wanted to test Bai Donglin's understanding of cultivation. Bai Donglin frowned. For a cultivator, what was important were not just those few things, such as physique, talent, comprehension, and external things like magical skills, secret manuals, and cultivation resources. But what the old man said was definitely not so superficial. Senior, from my perspective, the early stages of cultivation for a cultivator are nothing more than an accumulation of time. A cultivator with good talents and abundant resources will spend less time, while a cultivator with poor talents will spend more time. Bai Donglin pondered for a moment and continued. In the later stages, the effects of talent and resources will become weaker and weaker. But one thing remains constant: the unwavering belief in one's own path and the eternal will are the most important. After all, I think, therefore I am. Only when our will is immortal, everything we monks strive for will have meaning. Bang, bang, bang. The old man clapped his hands gently, his eyes full of admiration. Yes, you are right. You are really good at seeing through illusions and getting to the essence. The old man nodded slightly. The smile on his face became more and more intense, and his eyes looking at Bai Donglin became more and more satisfied. In his opinion, Bai Donglin was able to start the 9-star trial, and his talent was definitely top-notch. Such talented cultivators all enjoyed the benefits brought by their talents, and were usually blinded by them, firmly believing that talent was supreme. But when cultivators reach the later stages, which of them who can achieve great power is not a brilliant person? There is also a huge gap between powerful and strong people. Of course, there are reasons for this. This is a gap that cannot be bridged by talent. Bai Donglin is very young and has only reached the realm of supernatural powers. But he can get rid of the blindness of his own talents and understand the essence of things. It is not easy. What I want to teach you is how to control your own will. If you can achieve something, you will go further on the path of cultivation. Thank you, Senior. Bai Donglin stood up and bowed slightly. No matter what agreement there was between this mysterious old man and the Jidao Holy Sect, he benefited from the fact that he was able to guide him, which was a favor. Well, first of all, you have to understand one thing. Will is everywhere. Whether it is us monks or all things in the world, they all have their own will. A stone, a weed, a magic weapon, a law, or even a piece of heaven and earth, all have their own will. Will is illusory and an abstract concept. Unlike consciousness, will is a passive existence, but it has different strengths. The first step is to master your own will. Then, use your own will to touch the will of all things in the world. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, his eyes showing a thoughtful look, and he felt that a whole new world was slowly unfolding in front of him. Then he asked doubtfully, Senior, what does this will have to do with dragonfish fishing? Why did you set this task? The old man smiled without saying a word. He reached out to pick up the fishing rod on the ground and shook it gently. A faint thread emerged. Bai Donglin could see it more clearly this time. Even though he was so close, he still couldn't sense any energy fluctuations or law fluctuations. I will teach you the first 3 realms of will. First, master your own will. Second, sense the will of all things. Third, simulate and condense the will of all things. You see this thread? Right? You haven't reached the second level of willpower yet, so you naturally can't sense the abnormality of this thread. But for the dragonfish, this thread is the biggest temptation. Nothing special. I just simulated the will fluctuations of the ancient dragon gate. The temptation of this thing to the dragonfish is engraved in its blood. Naturally, even with a straight hook, the dragonfish will automatically come to you. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that willpower could be used in this way. At the same time, he felt pity for the dragonfishes, which were completely manipulated by this old man. Bai Donglin's fingers suddenly trembled. Did this old man seem to have mentioned the ancient dragon gate just now? But if you have never seen the ancient dragon gate, how do you know the will of the dragon gate? Ancient times? Ancient times are 7 eras away from now. Hundreds of billions of years. Who exactly is this old man? Even an ancestor of the Hunyuan realm could not live that long. He suppressed the shock in his heart and did not ask too many questions, thinking that he was overthinking. Let's get started. I see that you have a very strong will. It should be easy for you to achieve the first level. Chapter 294, Cutting Off Time and Space. There is nothing outside the mind. Only the mind exists. Ignite the fire of will. Burn yourself. Your body will become embers. Your soul will fade away. The old man murmured in a low voice. His voice was erratic, detached from the concept of sound, and was the embodiment of Tao. Every word uttered turned into a mysterious room, as if containing infinite mysteries. Countless colorful characters swirled and danced, connecting into one and shooting directly into Bai Donglin's brow. In Bai Donglin's perception, the old man's voice seemed to come from the sky. It was out of reach, yet filled with endless majesty, which made him unconsciously immersed in it. His mind and spirit were concentrated, and his expression became increasingly calm. Seeing Bai Donglin successfully entering a state of ecstasy, the old man nodded with satisfaction. Although this was an agreement with the Jidao holy sect, he would naturally do his best to do what he promised. However, if he could receive someone with excellent talent, he would naturally be more satisfied. At least, he could spend less time and effort. This boy is extremely talented and has a thorough understanding of cultivation. What's even more valuable is that he has a strong will. It seems that this kid has suffered a lot along the way. Jidao Xingzong. We have found a treasure this time. The old man stroked his beard gently. His pair of warm and wise eyes seemed to have seen through Bai Donglin. If my prediction is correct, in just 3 months or so, this kid will be able to control his own will. What? Before the old man finished speaking, his hand suddenly trembled, and he pulled out a few strands of his snow-white beard. His eyes widened, and there was no trace of indifference anymore. Bai Donglin was seen floating up slowly under the support of an unknown force, his long black hair moving without wind, and a flame invisible to the naked eye enveloped his body, burning fiercely and rising up. What kind of monster is this kid? In less than a quarter of an hour, he has ignited the fire of will. The old man walked around Bai Donglin, with a look of amazement on his face. He was even more shocked in his heart, and his emotions were surging like waves. He had never encountered such a situation in his life. I sit by the Taihu Lake, fishing for everything, and have walked through countless years. I thought I had seen everything in the world, but I didn't expect that I am still ignorant. I am ashamed. Ashamed. He shook his head and sighed. Half a month was already the greatest expectation he had for Bai Donglin. You know, when he first came into contact with the way of will, it took him a full year to ignite the fire of will. Bai Donglin entered a very strange state at this time. He knew nothing about the outside world. In the continuous sound of Tao, he first lost his perception of the outside world, then his body, soul, and finally, even his consciousness fell into darkness. There is no outside, no self, no mind, no matter. The body is burned to ashes. But the will is eternal. Only intention exists. Only intention exists. Only intention exists. A faint wave emerged in the endless darkness. Bare. A ball of invisible and colorless flame leaped out from the chaotic darkness, burning intensely and expanding infinitely. The endless darkness dissipated in an instant, and his mind became clear. At this moment, Bai Donglin felt as if he had been cleansed of all worldly desires. His body, spirit, soul, and consciousness all glowed with a different meaning. It was as if the world was black and white before, but after the will was ignited, everything was covered in brilliant colors. Will gave him a new pair of eyes. Bai Donglin fell into the void and slowly opened his eyes, and saw the old man staring at him with a strange expression. Senior, is there a problem? Did I do something wrong? Bai Donglin scratched his head with a confused look on his face, as if he was really a newbie who knew nothing. But he was laughing silently in his heart. Ha ha ha. How's it going? Are you shocked by my talent? He was not a fool, nor had he never experienced anything before. Looking at the old man's expression, he knew what was going on. Apparently, his performance just now exceeded the old man's expectations. He pretended to be a newbie and wanted to tease this mysterious old man. Ahem. No. You did very well. You were only a step behind me when I was young. Even so, your future is limitless. The old man coughed lightly, stroked his snow-white beard, and returned to his previous indifferent expression, lingering with mystery and full of transcendence. A smile flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, but he did not expose the old man and allowed him to be stubborn to the end. Young man, I am curious about something. Have you ever experienced many life or death situations? The old man was extremely curious. Bai Donglin's speed was so fast that it simply broke the common sense in his mind. Why do you have such doubts? Senior? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he had been discovered? What life or death situation? He himself couldn't even count how many times he had died. If you want to ignite the fire of will, the most important thing is to understand life and death. And between life and death, grasp that trace of eternal will. The sound of the Tao that I just chanted is to send you to the realm of death. Only in complete extinction can you catch a glimpse of immortality. A hint of realization flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes when he heard this. No wonder he felt so easy and smooth. So that's how it was. It was just death. He had experienced too much of it. Somehow, I have already understood the immortal meaning of will. Now that I have come into contact with the way of will, everything will naturally fall into place. Ha ha ha. Senior, your guess is correct. I have indeed experienced many life and death situations. Alas, there is nothing I can do. Physical cultivators are all like this. They cannot compare to the carefree nature of chi cultivators. Whether they are practicing or fighting, it is inevitable to suffer injuries. I am already used to it. The old man smiled slightly, and did not comment on Bai Donglin's statement. He did not dwell on the matter anymore, and sat cross-legged on the ground casually, and then spoke again. You have already ignited the fire of your will, and it is only a matter of time before you can completely master your own will. Now you can strike while the iron is hot. There is a great opportunity in front of you. No matter who you are, after igniting the fire of will, you will be able to see through yourself and gain a huge benefit. Not to mention chi cultivation. As for body cultivation, you can sense your hidden spiritual orifices more clearly. It depends on each person. Even the weak ones can take the opportunity to open up 100 or so hidden spiritual orifices. For the more outstanding ones, it is not impossible to open up hundreds or even thousands. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. He had not yet carefully experienced the mystery of the fire of will, and he did not expect that there would be such benefits. Although he had made smooth progress in opening up hidden spiritual orifices due to his martial arts skills. After he had opened up 10,000 hidden spiritual orifices, the remaining hidden spiritual orifices became increasingly difficult to sense. It seems to have reached a bottleneck. In the past 10 years, less than 100 pieces have been developed. This speed is much slower than before. You should know that he has never stopped perceiving the spiritual orifices in his body. The powerful soul of the 8th level of the Divine Source Realm has played a big role in helping him open up hidden spiritual orifices. But the most crucial thing is the special feature of the true scripture of conceiving God and forging demons. He estimated that his technique had reached a bottleneck, and he needed a deeper understanding to increase the speed of opening up hidden spiritual orifices again. But this true scripture is so difficult that even with the help of the black stone tablet, he still has a hard time practicing it. He didn't expect that the will passed on to him by this mysterious old man could also help open up hidden spiritual orifices. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Senior, please protect me. I will give it a try. Don't worry. I'm very safe here. The old man shook his head and laughed. He was also very curious, and wanted to know how many hidden spiritual orifices this monster-like boy could open up. There should be at least 700 or 800. Right? Bai Donglin nodded slightly. Sat cross-legged. His mind and spirit instantly calmed down, and his will spread deep into his body. The darkness, deep within the body, seemed like the boundless and infinite void of the universe. The will was like fire, passing through one dazzling spiritual orifice after another. Like the sun, these were the spiritual orifices that had been successfully opened up. At the same time, a huge spiritual thought also came with it. Compared with before, he had an extra pair of eyes called will. It's really different. It was as if a severely myopic person was wearing glasses. Everything became clear. Yet the elusive and deeply hidden spiritual awareness left a trace in his eyes. Will. Everything has its own unique will. And the same goes for hidden spiritual orifices. A flash of enlightenment passed through Bai Donglin's mind, and he instantly sensed many strange fluctuations. With a thought, his deep blood essence was mobilized, and his thoughts wrapped around the blood essence, marking all the sense spiritual orifices. 500, 1,000, 3,000, until he marked 5,000 hidden spiritual orifices. He slowly stopped. This was the limit of what his will could sense at the moment. In just a few moments, he completed the amount that took him several years to accomplish. This newly awakened will was indeed a great opportunity. I don't think he would get such good results as the first time in the future. He has only marked the hidden spiritual orifice now, and has no intention of opening it up here. The singularity explosion spiritual orifice opening method has a chance of death. So naturally, he will not perform it in front of the old man. This is something that cannot be changed. After he mastered the control of the 8 parts, his control over the energy in his body has reached an incredible level. This singularity explosion has no regular pattern. He has thought about improving it, but with little success. So he gave up later. He realized that this is the price he must pay to open up infinite spiritual space. This is also the reason why only he can practice this heaven-defying scripture. Only things created with one's life can be called unique, powerful and heaven-defying. Bai Donglin didn't know that he was activating the fire of will and sensing the hidden spiritual orifice. His will also activated the more than 12,000 spiritual orifices he had opened up, and a complex and terrifying aura immediately spread. When the old man sensed this breath, his expression changed completely, as if he had seen something incredible, and the breath in his body surged. His expression became serious, and the momentum that was about to erupt was instantly restrained. The left eye was silver, and the right one was gray, burning like the sun. A mysterious silver-gray Taoist pattern appeared between his eyebrows, and his aura was obscure. Cut! With a cold shout and a slash of his palm knife, the isolated island with a radius of 1,000,000 miles was instantly separated from time and space. Except for the two people. Everything was frozen and fell into a standstill in time. This time and this place are separated from the long river of time and space. Chapter 295 The Secret of Travel. The drastic changes between heaven and earth instantly woke Bai Donglin up from his cultivation. As he glanced over, his heart suddenly felt cold. The waves, fallen leaves, breeze, even the light particles and spiritual laws were all in absolute stillness. With an undisguised look of horror on his face, Bai Donglin instantly understood the situation before him. This was the biggest crisis he had ever faced. This was a condensation of time and space that was even more terrifying than truncating the timeline. If his own time and space were also solidified, he would not even be able to commit suicide, and everything he thought about would be empty. It was because he was still normal that he was able to retain a bit of rationality. But his body was already stirring, and would immediately return to silence as soon as he thought about it. But he didn't dare to act rashly. The power of time and space was too mysterious, and he couldn't guarantee that his backup plan would work. What if after I commit suicide, the other party reverses time and space directly? Will my resurrection judgment take effect? He didn't dare to gamble. At least it was not the time to gamble yet. Senior. Why? Bai Donglin felt that his voice had never been drier, and his throat seemed to be blocked. He had imagined this desperate situation countless times, but he did not expect it to happen so suddenly. The strength of the old man in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. Little guy. No. I'd better call you Donglin. Don't be nervous. I have no ill will towards you. I just do this to cover up my tracks. The old man's eyes shone brightly, and a mysterious wave spread out from around his body, maintaining the stability of this space and time. Looking at Bai Donglin with a complicated expression, the old man pondered for a moment and then said slowly, I didn't expect it to be you. Bai Donglin frowned, and the tense nerves in his head still dared not relax. The doubts in his heart became more and more intense. And he couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what happened? Why did you make such a fuss?" The old man sighed and shook his head slightly, as if he didn't know how to explain it. "Donglin, I want to ask you, have you opened up more than 10,000 spiritual orifices? And your spiritual orifices are very special?" Bai Donglin was stunned. He didn't expect that one of his secrets had been seen through by the old man. Then he felt relieved. The old man's strength was incredible. So it was nothing that he could see through it. The secret of hiding the spiritual orifice had not yet touched his bottom line. So he nodded slowly. "Sure enough. It's this guy." The old man looked solemn. His perception just now was correct. Although his curiosity grew stronger. Due to his ancestral teachings, he could not explore the secrets of Bai Donglin any further. The ancestral precepts spanning 7 eras are extremely heavy. As a fisherman of this era, the new era, he cannot violate them. If you make a mistake, it may lead to a catastrophic disaster. As if he had made a decision, the old man looked at Bai Donglin solemnly and said without comment, "Dongli, I hope you will keep what happens next in your heart forever, and don't tell anyone else. This is very important." Bai Donglin's expression froze. "If it's so important, why don't you just not tell me? I don't understand anything, and I don't want to know." It was obvious at first glance that it was a huge trouble. And he didn't want to cause trouble. But looking at the old man's expression, he had no right to refuse. So he could only nod seriously and say, "Don't worry, Senior. I can make a vow." "No need." The old man raised his hand to interrupt Bai Donglin. "This matter concerns you. And I believe you will keep it a secret for yourself. Donglin, look." The old man raised his hand and waved. And 9 shining characters flew out from his sleeves. The font was somewhat different from the common characters in the only true world. But when Bai Donglin's eyes fell on it, he instantly understood what each of them represented. Those who are facing a battle. Is this the 9-character mantra? Wrong. Bai Donglin frowned. He had studied the Taoist 9-character mantra in depth. The 9 characters in front of him, although similar in shape, were not quite the same. They had nothing to do with the 9-character mantra he had learned. As if he saw Bai Donglin's doubt, the old man slowly spoke in an erratic voice. "This is not the Taoist 9-character mantra. The 9-character mantra is a Taoist method. And this is a combat method. Its name is 9 Secrets." 9 Secrets? Bai Donglin's body trembled. And a thunderbolt flashed through his mind. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and asked in a difficult tone, "Excuse me, what is your name?" "Uh-huh. I don't have a name. Others call me the fisherman or the fishing old man." "But," the old fisherman stroked his beard gently. A smile appeared on his face, as if he was lost in distant memories. "If it's you, I'll tell you. My last name is Jiang." Upon hearing this, Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly to hide his shock. The surname is Jiang, and he is a descendant of the divine king Jiang Taishu. If so, it is no wonder that he knows the 9 secrets. This old man fishing is actually related to that world. Although Bai Donglin was surprised, he was not unable to control himself. He had been mentally prepared for this. This world is a mess. Even Calabash brothers and Shaozi have appeared. What else is impossible? The old man fishing seemed to be lost in his memories. And he did not notice Bai Donglin's strangeness, and said to himself, "This 9 secrets is a secret of our Jiang family. It is impossible to trace where it came from. Over the ages, this fighting method has been improved by each generation. Now it has become extremely powerful and mysterious. It is a rare secret method. Originally, the 9 secrets cannot be passed on to outsiders except my people. But you are different. Donglin, you can choose one of the 9 secrets. But you only have one chance. You must use your heart to sense it and choose carefully." The old man fishing raised his hand, and 9 shining characters floated towards Bai Donglin, circling in the air, all emitting a powerful aura. "Senior Jiang, Bai Donglin was speechless for a moment. Even now, he was still a little confused. He didn't understand the situation. It was not right to take it. But he was also curious if he didn't take it. "Let's start." The old fisherman's tone was solemn, and would not tolerate refusal. "All right." Bai Donglin rubbed his hands. It was a good deal that was delivered to his doorstep. He might as well take it. No matter what the tricks were, he would just put it in his mouth first. Anyway, once he swallowed it, he would never spit it out. Follow your heart. There is no need to worry about it. Bai Donglin reached out without hesitation and picked up one of the 9 secrets. The secret of action. Walking. At a very fast speed. may involve the way of time. This is just the effect of the original version. According to Old Man Jiang, the 9 secrets have been improved by many powerful people, and must be much stronger than before. This Old Man Jiang cut off 1,000,000 miles of space and time with just a wave of his hand. This shows his strength. The moment Bai Donglin's fingers touched the characters turned into a ray of light, and shot into the sea of mind between his eyebrows, and were engraved deep in his soul. Countless mysteries suddenly emerged, and Bai Donglin couldn't help but immerse himself in them. Seeing that Bai Donglin chose the secret of travel, the old fisherman finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. This choice was actually the last test. If Bai Donglin had not chosen the secret of action, he would have had no choice but to follow his ancestors' teachings and kill him. Fortunately, Bai Donglin made the right choice. This kid is indeed the person mentioned in the ancestral teachings. Now that the person has been found, that item can also be taken out. The old man fishing looked stern, and stretched out his hand, and saw endless silver-gray light lingering on it. The arm stretched into the endless dimensional space, crossed the endless distance, and landed in a dark dimensional space. In this unknown and dead place, a broken continent was suspended. A stone platform stands in the center of the continent, covered with densely packed runes, some new and some old, as if it had been engraved many times by countless people. An extremely terrifying aura emanates from the runes. The old fisherman made complicated hand gestures, and a beam of silver-gray light shot into the stone platform. Endless runes suddenly began to spin rapidly. Click! All the runes with terrifying aura disappeared, and the stone platform slowly split into 4 petals, blooming like a flower. Then, a shimmering sphere emerged from the center of the stone platform. This sphere turned out to be a ball of eternally solidified time and space. The palm surrounded by silver-gray light slowly reached into the sphere solidified in time and space. Slowly and with difficulty. When it grabbed an object in it, the fisherman instantly withdrew his arm. What is inside something that spans 7 eras? The old fisherman looked a little curious, but he still suppressed his desire to explore. So far, he had completed the agreement made during the training, and didn't want to create any more trouble. Bai Donglin had also received the inheritance at this time. Although he was eager in his heart, he just needed to devote some of his energy to meditation with his soul. The separated time and space outside had not yet recovered, so he did not dare to relax. Thank you, Senior Jiang, for teaching me the Dharma. Bai Donglin bowed slightly in thanks. He had only experienced it a little bit just now, but he had already discovered the extraordinary nature of the secret of action. The law of time that he had been thinking about for a long time finally had a solution. Senior Jiang taught him such an important fighting method. Although he has not figured out what it is, he is still very grateful in his heart. You don't have to thank me. This should have been yours. And this thing also belongs to you. Keep it well. Looking at the strange ball handed over by Senior Jiang, Bai Donglin knew he had no choice but to reach out and take it. The fist-sized sphere is made of unknown material, but it feels warm in the hand, and is surrounded by colorful light that flickers and flows endlessly. Looking extremely gorgeous, Bai Donglin used all his sensing methods, but he couldn't see through it at all. He could only give it a try and asked, Senior Jiang, what is this? I don't know either. Although I am very curious, I can't help you. If you want to open this thing, you have to rely on yourself. When you have cultivated the secret of action to the state of great perfection, you will naturally be able to unlock this item. Bai Donglin shrugged helplessly, and put the sphere into the eternal light realm. He knew he would not get an answer before he asked, but with the conditions for unlocking it, he did have some hope. All doubts will be revealed in due time. Senior Jiang may not know much. Dongli, I hope you will keep secret everything that happened during this time and space. This is also for your own good. Senior Jiang, please rest assured. I understand. Bai Donglin looked cautious. In fact, he had already guessed something. The old man fishing nodded slightly, raised his hand and waved it. The solidified time and space changed rapidly, and time was flowing faster and faster. A moment later, this severed space and time returned to its original position, perfectly matching the long river of time and space. All traces were erased, as if nothing had happened. Only Bai Donglin knew that an experience had suddenly appeared in his time trajectory. A strange experience that cannot be expressed in words. Chapter 296, Hard Fight with the Treasure Ship. On a desolate and remote island in the Sanyutaihu Lake, Bai Donglin was lying lazily on a rock. His body disintegrated into nothingness every once in a while, resurrected out of thin air between breaths, and then turned into nothingness again. He was opening up the hidden spiritual orifices. And the 5,000 spiritual orifices that had been marked before were almost all opened up. A month ago, when he successfully cultivated his will to the second level, he was driven away by Senior Jiang with a sullen face, saying that he had disturbed him while he was fishing. TSK. You are an old senior after all. Why do you like to compare yourself with others so much? Is it my fault that you cultivate faster? Bai Dongling curled his lips in dissatisfaction. He originally wanted to stay for a while longer to see if he could learn a few more of the 9 secret techniques. The supreme combat methods of that world are still very desirable, especially when combined with the laws of this world. Their power is extraordinary. Fortunately, Senior Jiang was very responsible for his trial mission. Before leaving, he specially simulated the will of the ancient dragon gate for him to sense and remember. Now he only needs to cultivate his will to the 3rd level. And then, he can start fishing for dragonfish. His cultivation speed of the way of will was surprisingly fast. He estimated that in another year or so, he would be able to reach the 3rd level. As for a higher realm of will, only when the soul realm breaks through to the realm of gods and demons can one continue to practice. The soul will undergo a huge transformation when it reaches the realm of gods and demons. His current soul is at the 8th level of divine origin, and the 3rd level of will is the limit. Suppressing his thoughts, Bai Donglin put his mind into the eternal light realm again. Above the eternal continent, which had expanded a lot, there was a huge sun condensed from endless light floating in the air. Deep in the core of the sun, a sphere surrounded by colorful light was floating up and down. It was exactly what Senior Jiang had given him. From the old man's extremely solemn behavior and his tight-lipped attitude, it is not difficult to imagine the importance of this thing. What exactly is this thing? Who would give him something so important? Someone in this world. Or someone in the past. If it was someone from the past, he had predicted his coming. Or maybe. Bai Donglin's heart trembled, and he quickly cut off his thoughts, not daring to think about it any further. A hint of enlightenment emerged in his mind, and he knew that the time had not yet come, and he should not daydream. Crash! There was a huge sound of breaking waves. Bai Donglin withdrew his thoughts, opened his eyes, and looked in confusion, only to see a huge black monster speeding towards him above the blue lake in the distance. The small island where he was only 1,000 feet in radius, and was essentially just some reefs, while the huge ship that was speeding towards him was tens of thousands of feet long, with dense runes lingering around the hull. It was a treasure ship of a high grade. The reef island was right on the route of the black treasure ship, but the treasure ship did not change its route or slow down. Instead, it rushed straight over, obviously not taking the small island seriously, and wanted to crush it directly. With the power of the treasure ship, it is not difficult to achieve this. Bai Donglin frowned, thinking that the person operating the treasure ship was too reckless and did not notice him. A living person. But it was impossible for him to give involuntarily. With a thought, a breath spread out and instantly hit the treasure ship. Faced with Bai Donglin's breath warning, the treasure ship not only did not slow down, but its speed suddenly increased. At the same time, a light shield with flowing runes appeared above the hull. Humph! Arrogant! Bai Donglin's eyes turned cold. He was just sitting there doing nothing. So he wanted to see which force the cultivator was from to be so arrogant that he didn't want to leave such a vast lake, but had to provoke him. Without any attempt to evade, he stepped hard, and the chains of the golden earth law spread along his thighs to the reef island under his feet. In just a moment, the small island made of rocks turned golden in color, with a metallic luster, and looked extremely hard. The treasure ship was tens of thousands of feet long, with various formations stacked on top of each other, and it was rushing at such a terrifying speed. The power it carried was enormous, but that was all. When it collided with it, it had only the destructive power of the 3rd realm of the divine source. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. With a little magical power, his body was raised to 100 feet, and the chains of laws became extremely solid and wrapped around his body. The treasure ship was moving at an extremely fast speed, and it arrived in front of them in an instant. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold, and he raised his hand and clenched his fist. The void twisted and exploded, and a powerful punch was thrown out, hitting the bow of the ship directly. Boom! The blue lake with a radius of 10,000 feet suddenly sank dozens of feet. Most of the reaction force was dissipated by Bai Donglin, and a trace of it overflowed and was transmitted to his feet. The extremely hard golden island was suddenly covered with fine cracks. Boom! The air was expelled and condensed into a substantial shock wave that spread wildly in all directions. Countless air blades shot out, and huge cracks were cut into the surface of the lake. Zila! The thick light shield on the bow twisted and collapsed downwards. Bai Donglin's fist was about to touch the hull. The runes on the light shield flickered violently, and were on the verge of disintegration. Humph! Bai Donglin snorted coldly. Without taking a step back, he casually punched out with his left hand again. Crack! The light shield, which had already reached its limit, shattered instantly, turning into countless scattered light fragments. The huge fist shining with light continued to move forward, and directly bombarded the dark hull. Boom! A hole several hundred feet long appeared in the bow of the ship, which was made of black iron and black wood. The treasure ship was pushed back thousands of feet and floated on the lake, completely paralyzed. Bai Donglin withdrew his magical power, took a step forward and appeared on the giant ship. He glanced around and saw chaos on the ship. There was a lot of broken flesh and blood on the deck, which were left by the monk who was killed by a punch just now. How dare you? How dare you block our way? Do you know that you have caused a huge disaster? You're done. Kid. Surrender now. Before Bai Donglin could open his mouth, a large group of cultivators surrounded him. They were all very angry and held all kinds of magical weapons in their hands. But they did not dare to take action. There was a hint of fear in their faces. Obviously, they were frightened by the scene where Bai Donglin confronted the treasure ship with his bare hands just now. Misfortune? Uh-huh. You should worry about whether you can survive first. There's no need to worry about me. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, not caring about the threats from the thousands of monks around him. As long as he was not facing a powerful person directly, and there was no force he dared not to provoke. The worst that could happen was that he would just have to do it cleanly. Be quiet. Everyone! A monk with a fair and clean appearance shouted, waved away the crowd, and walked out, looking at Bai Donglin's calm expression in the face of so many monks, as well as the powerful strength he had just displayed. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart, knowing that they had encountered a tough opponent this time, and they had important matters to attend to. They did not want to cause any trouble. After thinking it over again and again, they stepped forward, offered their hands slightly, and said with a warm smile, "This fellow Taoist is polite. Please do not mind their recklessness. We are cultivators from the Blood River sect. What happened just now may be a misunderstanding. If there is anything, we can talk about it properly. Let's not hurt the harmony. As the saying goes, one should not hit a smiling person." In the eyes of the white-faced monk, he was already so polite, and the other party did not suffer any loss. For the sake of their Blood River sect's face, they would definitely let it go. Unfortunately, the person they met was Bai Donglin, who had just opened up 5,000 hidden spiritual orifices, and whose resources were on the verge of exhaustion. He would always look for trouble even if there was nothing to do, let alone something that came to him voluntarily. So there was no reason to let it go. Huh? Talk? You have such a big ship. And I have been weak and sick since I was a child. That collision almost killed me. What is there to talk about for a murderous revenge? Besides, I released my aura to warn you. But you wanted to just run me over and kill me. It seems like you have done this kind of thing many times. Right? Facing Bai Donglin's question, the white monk's face darkened. Your performance just now is called weak and sickly? Then aren't they all disabled? This man was so shameless. He was obviously unharmed, but he still insisted on attacking them. Instead, they suffered heavy losses. The treasure ship was damaged, and many people were killed in the earthquake. So, fellow Taoist, what do you want? My Blood River sect will not allow anyone to bully us. Seeing that he was no longer able to be soft-hearted, the fair-skinned monk's face suddenly turned cold. His whole body was filled with aura, and the Dharma image entrenched in the sea of gods was ready to go. TSK. Isn't that right? Stop talking so much nonsense. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly raised his hand, and was about to kill them all, when a voice came from under the cabin. Deacon He? What happened? Why did you stop the treasure ship? If it delays the time, can you afford it? The voice was difficult to hear, and the pronunciation of the common language was also very non-standard, sounding extremely awkward. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, stopped what he was doing, and his nostrils twitched slightly. He smelled a strong fishy evil aura. The expression of the white-faced monk changed. Why did this old man come out? Murderous intent suddenly emerged in his heart, and the look he gave Bai Donglin became stern. Now that I have seen what I should not see, I must not keep this boy. Chapter 297, The Death Penalty of Time. On the giant ship, the expressions of many monks became solemn. and an aura filled with murderous intent slowly spread. Sensing the changes in the surrounding energy, Bai Donglin turned his gaze to the person who had just spoken. Although it has a human form and limbs, its skin is covered with fine scales, and its facial features are very strange. It has no nose, only 2 large nostrils, and a few gill marks behind its cheeks. This is a fish monster, and it seems that this monster is the real leader of this treasure ship. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. The cabin of this treasure ship was covered with isolation formations, so his divine sense did not detect that there were any monsters on the ship at first. No wonder this treasure ship can sail on the water. This is the special hobby of the Scale Demon clan. They are close to water sources, and do not like to walk in the void. Only in places with water can they exert their strength to the greatest extent. Why do these human cultivators mingle with the demon race? Bai Donglin's thoughts raced, and he felt that things were not simple. Although the human race and the demon race had joined forces on a common front because of the threat from alien races. However, apart from jointly fighting against foreign races, the relationship was not that good in nature, and some minor conflicts have not been eliminated. For example, the bloodline body cultivators represented by the Holy Blood sect are still secretly hunting and killing the demons. It can only be said that superficial peace has been achieved under the forced maintenance of the top leaders of the 2 tribes. If there is no threat from alien races, there is no doubt that war will break out again between humans and demons. Not my family? Its heart must be different. This is a contradiction that is impossible to reconcile. The demon race wants to devour humans to improve their cultivation. Those demons who have achieved success in cultivation will transform into human form. It is conceivable how attractive the flesh and blood of humans, who are born in the body form of the Great Way, are to the demon race. Similarly, the demon race's physical bodies are also extremely attractive to human cultivators. The benefits of refining magic weapons, refining pills, stripping blood, etc. are irresistible. The relationship between the 2 races is extremely delicate, and all apparent peace is maintained with great effort. So it is rare to see humans and demons living in peace. These phenomena are more obvious at the lower levels. Powerful people like Sanlong Danqian belong to the moderate faction among the demon race and advocate peaceful coexistence with humans. But they are only a minority after all, and cannot dominate the general trend. It seems that the situation on this treasure ship is a bit weird. A fish monster is arrogantly scolding human monks, while the people around him act as if they are used to it. It is obviously very abnormal. Sir, calm down. It was this arrogant boy who blocked the treasure ship. Please help us kill him. The fair-skinned monk walked a few steps up to the fish monster, bowed respectfully, and had a flattering look on his face. Humph! You are such a loser that you can't even handle such a small matter. The fish demon's ugly bubble eyes widened into a circle. He raised his hand and waved. A group of tall guards jumped out from behind him. The armor covering their bodies was covered with secret patterns, and they made clanging sounds when they touched. I seem to smell the scent of evil. Interesting. Humans and demons are so sneaky together. Let me see what the hell you are doing. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold as he slowly scanned the crowd, as if he could see through people's hearts. The pale monk's face changed drastically, and a huge Dharma image jumped out from between his eyebrows. And he shouted in a sharp voice, "Let's do it together. Kill him! Kill!" Roar! The fish demon guard's eyes were bloodshot, and his heavy footsteps made the deck creak as he rushed towards Bai Donglin. A bunch of ants? Not knowing whether to live or die, Bai Donglin's figure twisted and instantly turned into a scarlet light and disappeared. The fair-skinned monk and the fish monster only felt a flash of light in front of their eyes, and a ball of scarlet thread, like a tangled hemp, instantly enveloped their subordinates. A moment later, Bai Donglin's figure reappeared and walked towards the white-faced monk step by step. Blue electric light was jumping around his body, making crackling sounds. The entire void was filled with a hint of hot breath. Behind Bai Donglin, thousands of human cultivators, from the Yuanshan realm to the Dharma realm, and dozens of huge armored fish monsters all stood still, as if they were frozen. Snap! As the breeze blew by, thousands of motionless figures collapsed like grains of sand. Everything covered by the scarlet light was cut into small pieces of equal size, whether it was flesh and blood or magic weapons. Under the blockade of high temperature, not a drop of blood flowed out. Only the aroma of meat spread, with an extreme speed of 100,000 miles per second, and the threads of the law of destruction lingering around his body. Slaughtering these low-level cultivators was like a piece of cake. In order not to destroy these cultivation resources into nothingness, Bai Donglin tried his best to restrain his strength. As Bai Donglin took one step at a time, a layer of hazy black light spread out from under his feet to the surroundings like flowing water. Anything that was touched by the dark light, including pieces of flesh and blood and remains of magical weapons, were all swallowed up silently and instantly transformed into pure energy in the immortal dark world. The many spiritual orifices in the body that were crying out for energy instantly divided up the huge amount of energy, without causing any ripples except for the increase in strength. Gurgle. My lord, please spare my life. I was wrong. It was this big-eyed fish monster who was in charge of everything. I was forced to do this. When Monk Bai Jing saw this lish scene, he instantly collapsed to the ground, crawled in front of Bai Donglin like a dead dog, cowed out frantically, and tears streamed down his face. He was filled with regret. He had not just met a tough opponent. This person was simply a monster. Bai Donglin stopped expressionlessly, ignoring the wailing of the dead man under his feet, but staring at the big-eyed fish monster. How dare you do such a wicked thing? Just now, Zai swallowed a lot of soul memories. Bai Donglin already understood almost everything they had done, and anger surged in his heart. Humph! Human cultivator. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. I am working for the Bio Palace. I believe you are familiar with how powerful the Bio Palace is. Although the fish demon was so frightened that his legs went weak, he still tried to remain calm, hoping to use the power behind him to intimidate Bai Donglin. If you leave immediately, I will pretend that this incident never happened. Otherwise, the Bio Palace, will make sure that you cannot take a single step in Taihu Lake. Seeing Bai Donglin standing still, the fish demon suddenly felt a little confident. Humph! It seems that this man is not a fool. He knows that he can't afford to offend the Bio Palace. Bai Donglin seemed to be oblivious to the fish monster's nagging, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he was thinking. I figured out how to deal with you. If I just kill you like this, it would be too easy for you. You dare. A sneer appeared on Bai Donglin's face, and his soul was shaken. The souls of the fish monster and the fair monk suddenly fell into a haze. With a wave of his hand, a scarlet passage flashed by as the golden and red pointed cornered monument trembled, taking both the man and the monster into the low-dimensional world. What is this place? The fish demon woke up from his trance and saw darkness in front of his eyes. He felt himself curled up in a small space, unable to even stand up straight. He reached out to touch his surroundings, but felt a hint of coldness and hardness. When the man and the demon were in panic, a huge voice seemed to come from the sky and penetrated deep into their souls. This is a low-dimensional world, and I am the master of this world. Your crimes are extremely heinous, and you should be sentenced to the death penalty of time and space. You will be imprisoned in this dark and narrow space forever. One moment in the outside world will be 100,000 years here. Don't worry. I will ensure that your consciousness is not extinguished and you stay awake at all times. Billions of years. Tens of billions of years. Hundreds of billions of years. Until eternity. Enjoy the pain of time's extinction. The huge sound slowly faded away, and a boundless fear instantly engulfed the man and the monster. No! The desperate cry was swallowed up by the endless darkness, and the two narrow cages fell into the deepest part of the low-dimensional world. On the treasure ship, Bai Donglin walked towards the cabin. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his cruel methods. These transsexuals really made him angry. In his rage, he naturally came up with this kind of extreme punishment. It's all my own fault. Boom! Raising his hand, he tore apart the formation that blocked the hatch, past the monk's living area, and Bai Donglin's figure flashed as he walked towards the lower level. Call! Bai Donglin stood in front of a huge metal door and exhaled. He knew what he would see next. His eyes suddenly turned cold. He gathered his strength and slowly pushed open the heavy door. Light overflowed from the crack in the door, and a huge bright space appeared before the eyes. This place had expanded space and was extremely wide. Countless bubbles were floating in the vast space, and in each bubble there was a tiny figure curled up, naked, with a frown on the young face that was in deep sleep, as if still immersed in fear. At a glance, there are no less than 1,000,000 bubbles. Damn it! These beasts! Bai Donglin felt his nose sore, and scarlet murderous intent overflowed from his body uncontrollably. The reason why he became an orphan in his previous life was because of human traffickers. Any crime against children is beyond his tolerance. These children were sent into the hands of the demon clan, and their fate was predictable. This was not the first time that the Blood River sect had done such an evil thing. I don't know how many poor children had been exchanged for magic weapons and cultivation resources. Blood river. Blood river. I'm going to make your blood flow like a river today. A strong murderous intent was suppressed in his body. His expression became colder and colder. He raised his hand to open the low-dimensional world. And millions of bubbles were carefully collected into it. He would personally return these children to their parents afterwards. Now, he just wants to take these children with him to take revenge. Buzz. Ripples appeared in the void. After taking a few steps, Bai Dongling's figure instantly appeared on the top of a mountain, and his sight looked towards the Shueha sect hidden in the mountains thousands of miles away. The periphery of the sect was covered with layers of protective formations. There was a flash of thought in Bai Dongling's eyes. Although he was angry, he still had his reason. If he was going to take action, he had to cut the roots. He stretched out his hand, and one primordial bomb after another emerged. They were all his greatest masterpieces at present. The 5 laws and 200 spiritual orifices were integrated with each other, plus the power of the soul. The power was extremely strong. Bai Donglin took out another black metal ball and put dozens of original bombs into the metal ball. Sizzle! The azure electric light flashes. The electromagnetic track was laid, and the target was locked. Bai Donglin slowly threw the metal ball into the air, his eyes fixed on the Shueha sect thousands of miles away. Super electromagnetic cannon primal annihilation. Chapter 298 Destruction White Light. The Sanyu region is dominated by the scaled armored demon clan. Taihu Lake and many river systems are occupied by the demon clan, while human cultivators occupy the fragmented islands. In this realm dominated by demons, there are no top human forces. Crescent Island is the 3rd largest island in Sanyu territory. It is no smaller than an ordinary large territory, and is named after its crescent shape. The Blood River sect is one of the many human forces on this island. In the last New Moon Alliance martial arts competition, the Shueha sect ranked 42nd with an absolute advantage. In recent years, its power has been rising rapidly. On the banks of the Kuilin River, inside the Shueha sect. Master, why don't you go into seclusion today, but have the leisure to supervise your disciples' cultivation? Zhou Zinan looked at the burly figure in front of him with confusion. He was the Grand Elder of the Shueha sect, and the most staunch supporter of the sect leader Shui. Therefore, he was not very afraid of the brutal Shui, and could still talk to him normally. Shui seemed a little absent-minded. He had just recently broken through to the 8th level of the Void Realm with the help of a large amount of cultivation resources. His cultivation had not yet been completely consolidated. He should have been practicing in seclusion. But for some reason, he felt restless and couldn't get into the state. Zinan. It's been 7 days since Xiao Sanzi left. I don't know if their trip was successful. Master, please rest assured. This is not the first time that Xiao Sanzi has done this. He will definitely get things done properly. Zhou Zinan's eyes were determined. Although what they did was extremely evil, and they would be doomed if they were not careful. The sailing routes chosen by Xiao Sanzi were always within the territory of Bio Palace. With it as a cover, there would be no accidents. In order to reduce the possibility of being exposed, they have been very cautious, delivering goods once every 10 years, knowing very well that rabbits do not eat grass near their burrows. All goods are captured from the territories of other sects. The stolen goods would be sealed by them using secret methods, and they would trade them once they had enough. Some unlucky families would even be visited by them multiple times within 10 years. Although this is time-consuming and laborious, it is safer. That's good. Shui nodded slightly, thinking that he was overthinking. The reason he couldn't get into the state was probably because he broke through the realm too hastily. Drink. Ha! The disciples of the Shueha sect in the square looked at their usually elusive sect leader, who was watching them from the stands. They were like chickens with their blood pumped up, vying to show off themselves and performing various spells to the fullest. It's strange to say, the Shueha sect is full of male cultivators. It's definitely a monk sect. In Shui's words, women are too emotional, with a hint of maternal love in their nature, and they can't bring themselves to touch those goods. This is a hidden danger that cannot be tolerated. If there is even the slightest mistake, all of them will die without a burial place. The disciples who were able to stay were all vested interests. They were all tied to the same rope. Those who were disobedient would have been chopped up and thrown into the Kuilin River to feed the fish. Thinking about the huge amount of treasures and resources that Xiao Sanzi would bring back, Shui felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Perhaps he could get a glimpse of the mysteries of the Gi realm during his lifetime. Zinan, when the 3rd child comes back, report to me immediately. Shui flicked his sleeves and was about to turn around and leave. But suddenly he felt a chill in his heart and looked up into the distance with a look of surprise. A dazzling white light tore through the void and shot towards the Blood River sect. Enemy attack. Activate the formation. Bloody Jaw's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared angrily. Buzz! The entire Blood River sect shook violently, and the dense array was automatically activated. Countless runes overlapped and condensed into an extremely thick light shield. A huge blood shadow stood up, his face blurred, wearing blood-red armor, and his arms as thick as pillars of heaven struck the sky. The speed of the white light was so terrifying that as soon as the formation was activated, it had already crossed a long distance and shot to the outside of the Blood River sect. Roar! The blood shadow roared towards the sky, and his fist as big as a mountain hit the white light directly. The core of the white light, a ball of black metal, had turned red due to the high-speed friction. Ding! Snap! A loud noise pierced through the sky, like a real shock wave that cut off all the mountains within 100 miles. The earth collapsed, the Coolant River stopped flowing, and the Blood Shadow Giant's arm trembled. Under the infusion of terrifying potential energy, cracks began to appear on its solid body. Bang! The Blood Shadow Giant took a few steps back, stomping on the ground and causing it to shake. Above the thick light shield, countless runes condensed and transformed into several light bands, which were directly inserted into the body of the Blood Shadow Giant. Under the power of the formation, the cracks in the Blood Shadow Giant's body healed, and it returned to its peak state again. Roar! The Blood Shadow Giant roared in triumph, and the pitch-black metal sphere that collided with it was completely vaporized. In the void, dozens of barely visible light spots emerged, with obscure auras and fleeting movements. Several of them attached to various parts of the Blood Shadow Giant's body, and the remaining light spots were all attached to the protective light shield. Go to H, L you filthy bugs. There was a flash of coldness in Bai Donglin's eyes, and as soon as he finished speaking, his vision was filled with an extremely dazzling light. The Shua sect had built a protective formation that had been used countless times by generations. But in this extreme destruction, it melted and disintegrated like snow under the scorching sun. The endless white light of destruction, while destroying the Blood River sect, also expanded outward madly. Hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, and in an instant it swept across the mountain where Bai Donglin was. Bai Donglin only held on for 2 moments before he followed the giant peak beneath his feet, and completely turned into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, Bai Donglin was resurrected out of thin air, and stood in the void. The strongest impact had passed, and he could barely withstand the remaining destructive waves. The divine consciousness poured out, sweeping across an area of 10,000 miles in an instant, with the Blood River sect as the center. A huge pit with a radius of 3,000 miles appeared on the ground. Although the area 2,000 miles further out was not affected by the destructive white light, it was also compressed into a substantial shock wave and shattered into pieces. As far as the eye can see, everything in the big pit turned into nothingness. The airflow was reversed. Dark clouds condensed. Thick blue thunder fell from time to time. The complex laws of the atmosphere were in chaos, and the fine cracks in the space slowly healed. Bai Donglin sighed softly, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Fortunately, this 10,000 li area belongs to the Blood River sect's territory, and the lives of other humans were not affected. However, countless birds and beasts that had not yet opened their spiritual intelligence died. In his rage, he was still too impulsive, which was why he didn't dare to use this trick easily. His spiritual orifice was getting stronger all the time, and the power of each original bomb was different, which was beyond his control. Not to mention taking care of others. There is a high chance that he himself will be affected and die. The origin, the initial point of birth of the world and universe, was inspired by the method of opening up the spiritual orifice through the explosion of the singularity in the true scriptures. How can mortals control the power of the singularity explosion that gave birth to the universe? Perhaps he will never be able to fully master this move in his lifetime, because his spiritual power will never stop growing stronger. Humph! So what if you have committed so many sins? As long as you can get rid of this garbage, just come! Bai Donglin snorted coldly, and a scarlet flame instantly surged out from deep within his body, covering his body and soul and burning fiercely. However, the extreme pain could not shake his will in the slightest. The sin of killing is like fuel, and evil karma harms the body like fire. Bai Donglin ignored the scarlet fire that lingered around his body. With a cold and hot expression, he took a step into the space and instantly appeared above the Blood River sect. He had to make sure that no one was left alive. Snap! Under Bai Donglin's gaze, a large hole slowly appeared at the bottom of the pit that was 100 miles deep. And inside it was a square treasure house made of extremely hard black gold. The inscriptions engraved on the treasure house were completely erased, and the dense structure of the black gold had completely collapsed, slowly dissipating like sand, revealing a tortoise SH.L with a radius of 1,000 feet. The tortoise SH.I was tattered and looked like charcoal, on the verge of destruction. Bang! A sturdy arm pierced through the tortoise SH.L with a shaking of the force. The tortoise SH.L turned into ashes and scattered, and several figures appeared. Half of Shui Ye's body was like a skeleton, with no flesh and blood left, and his internal organs were faintly visible. However, with the strong vitality of the Dongxu realm, his injuries were healing at a visible speed. Looking around, the Xuehe sect was gone. Shui Ye's eyes were filled with fear. It was over. What they had done must have been exposed. Although he had managed to escape with his life in the terrorist attack just now, he was also heartbroken, knowing that there was no place for him in this world. Even if he joins the demon clan, he will be killed by strong men sent by the human race. And it is not certain whether he can survive today. Ahem. Sect Master. I am not able to do it anymore. Avenge me. Zuazinan's body was completely destroyed, leaving only a head with exposed bones, which rolled at Shui Ye's feet. The most serious thing was that his Dharma image was completely destroyed, and his hope of survival was extremely slim. Behind Shui, there were several other elders sitting slumped. All of them were barely breathing and close to death. Don't worry. I'm here. It'll be hard for you to die. Bai Donglin slowly fell from the void, looking at the culprits in front of him. A sense of pleasure arose in his heart. If he let them die so easily, he would be unhappy. Only the time prison in the low-dimensional world is the best destination for these human scum. Shui was stunned, looked at Bai Donglin in doubt, and asked in a difficult voice, Sir, are you from the Divine Court? Because of what the Blood River sect had done, the thing he feared most in his life was the Divine Court. In his opinion, the attack just now was a blow from the Divine Court after it discovered their evil deeds. You bastard. I know what you are thinking. I am not from the Divine Court, and the Divine Court is still unaware of your dirty deeds. I am the only one who knows about this, and I have no intention of reporting it to the Divine Court. I am enough to deal with you by myself. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold, and his body, surrounded by scarlet flames, took a step forward, and the aura of the supernatural power realm spread from his body. He wanted to let these people see hope, and then tear it apart. Chapter 299 Eternal Unforgiveness. Sizzle. Boom. Blue lightning as thick as a bucket kept falling, illuminating the expressions of everyone in the deep pit, with varying degrees of brightness. Ahem. Sect Master. Don't hesitate. Kill this man. Our deeds must not be exposed. Zuazinan coughed up a mouthful of black blood and was not far from death. His eyes were still staring at Bai Donglin fiercely. If he still had strength left, he would definitely pounce on him and bite off a piece of flesh. Shui's expression kept changing. He was confused by the current situation. The man in front of him had an ordinary aura. He was just a physical cultivator in the realm of supernatural powers. But who was responsible for the horrific attack just now? But Zenon was right. No matter what, this person must die. Otherwise, if the matter were to be exposed, they would still not be able to escape death. Shui was able to do such an evil thing as exchanging human children for cultivation resources. So he was naturally ruthless. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and a blood river image that looked like a real thing slowly emerged behind him. The blood river was vast and smelly, and it had a strong corrosive effect, corroding the surrounding void with a sizzling sound, and cracks in the space kept appearing. Although his physical body was severely damaged, his Dharma image was well preserved and his combat power was at least 80%. It would be easy for him to deal with a physical cultivator in the realm of supernatural powers. But the boy in front of him was very strange. So he decided to go all out. This is more interesting. However, before that, let's clean up some unimportant garbage first. Before he finished speaking, a black light flashed between Bai Donglin's eyebrows, and an extremely evil and solid arm stretched out, surrounded by black and scarlet flames, and grabbed several people on the ground. He? You want to self-destruct your soul? In front of me. Life and death are not up to you. Ji let out a sinister sneer, and withdrew into the sea of gods with his big hands tightly grasping the 5 divine souls. These cultivators, who were already dying, were no match for the divine souls of the 8th level of the divine source. And they had no power to resist it all. Everything happened in a flash. And Shui had no time to react at all. He only felt an extremely powerful spiritual fluctuation suddenly flashed in front of him. The cold breath made his heart tremble. This was a breath fluctuation that even his soul could not compare to. Shui looked at Bai Donglin in shock. And his attacking hand could not help but stagnate. Who on earth is this guy? A physical cultivator at the realm of supernatural powers. His soul is actually even more powerful than his. He is more than an entire realm higher than the other. Damn it! No matter who you are, don't even think about leaving alive today. Shui's eyes flashed red. And the Blood River Dharma image behind him expanded wildly, instantly covering all 4 sides of the sky, cutting off Bai Donglin's retreat. You don't want to be a good person, but you want to be something worse than pigs and dogs. Let me teach you, a beast, how to be a human being. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. Bai Donglin had a stern look on his face, and his body instantly rose to more than 400 feet high. Standing tall, with a light step of his feet, the ground suddenly collapsed, and chains of force that were as condensed as substance wrapped around his body. Not enough. Sublime to the extreme. The spirit, flesh, blood, and soul suddenly began to burn wildly. The blazing golden flame of life surged out, sharing the world with the scarlet karma fire, entwining with each other, surrounding Bai Donglin's entire body. Behind him, halos of flaming fire slowly emerged. The chains of laws and the golden and red flames made Bai Donglin look like a god. A terrifying aura spread out. His body moved slightly. An endless power shattered the void. With the combined blessing of magical powers and the secret technique of burning, his strength increased exponentially. And even he himself was not clear about what level of strength he had reached now. Who? Die! Bai Donglin opened his mouth and exhaled a raging fire. His figure moved and, pushed by extreme speed, he instantly appeared in front of Shuya. He threw a punch, and the void twisted and shattered. Shuya's expression changed drastically. The power displayed by the physical cultivator in front of him had exceeded his understanding. He didn't dare to take such a powerful punch head-on. As soon as he thought about it, he used the innate ability of the Dongshu monk to turn reality into illusion. For some reason, the power of this monster was so abnormal. But it was not at the divine source realm after all, and the origin of its life had not been sublimated and transformed, so it was impossible to hurt him after he had turned into illusion. How come? Shui looked terrified, as if his instinctive ability to become virtual had failed. A wave that came from nowhere enveloped him, making it impossible for him to become virtual. A sneer flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. It was not like he was without experience in fighting against Dongshu cultivators. His 3 spirits had long been hidden in the void, setting up a 3 talents formation. The opponent's ability to become a void was completely isolated. The aura of the Blood River Sect Master was unstable, and it was obvious that he had just broken through to the 8th level of the Void Realm not long ago. If he wanted to, he could easily subdue him by just using his soul. But Bai Donglin wanted to have some fun and test his current strength. His thoughts were flowing. But in a moment, Bai Donglin's fist, carrying tremendous power, had already reached Shui, who failed to become a virtual being, felt a chill in his heart and quickly retreated. At the same time, the blood river behind him squirmed, covering his body. Boom! The void shattered, and Shuya's body was like a cannonball, smashing large areas of the void. Layers of blood rivers condensed where he passed, relieving the terrifying force for him. A long channel was pierced through the wide river of blood, and under the pull of countless blood bands, Shuijiao finally slowly stopped his body. Wow! He staggered to his feet and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His already severely injured body was further injured. Ha ha ha! Damn monster! Don't underestimate me, Bloodjaw. Under the successive blows, the remaining rationality in Shui's heart and the fear of being exposed finally disappeared. His expression became crazy, and his true nature was revealed. Blood river. Blood god's body. Boom! The blood river that covered the sky and the sun surged wildly, condensing into countless weapons, carrying a terrifying corrosive force, and shot towards Bai Donglin's huge body. Wherever it passed, the void was corroded with white marks. Qi cultivators and body cultivators, after breaking through to the divine source, Dongshu realm, have their own characteristics. Qi cultivation, the virtual and the real rotate. The physical body and the Dharma image can be transformed between the virtual and the real. Physical cultivation, The vision of origin. The light of origin is materialized. Many spiritual orifices sink and float in it, controlling and amplifying the power of the law. In addition to these two different characteristics, the two have one thing in common, which is the fusion of laws. In Bai Donglin's perception, the Dharma image performed by Shuya was obviously based on the law of blood, integrating the laws of corrosion, poison, gold, etc. Its power is so terrifying that its every move can move mountains and fill the sea. This is an insurmountable chasm for cultivators in the Dharma realm. It is not impossible to integrate the laws in the Dharma realm, but the conditions are extremely harsh. Take him for example. Of course, not everyone can have as many trump cards as he does and dare to integrate the unparalleled laws in the divine ability realm. Generally speaking, even if one's means are against the will of heaven, it would be amazing if one could integrate some common rules. For example, the Black Tiger, a cultivator from the Dark Realm whom he met in the Mingyi Ancient Realm, used some unknown method to fuse the laws of fire and darkness to condense a black flame form with extraordinary power. In short, the fusion of laws is the most important means for divine source, Dongshu, cultivators to improve their strength. The strength of the 8th level of Shui Dongshu has successfully integrated the 8 laws. Every attack of the Dharma image possesses mysterious power. Bai Donglin's expression froze, facing the overwhelming scarlet weapons. He did not dare to be careless. In his perception, the aura of each of these weapons was different, and it was obvious that they carried different laws of attack. Bone of Steel. Bai Donglin used his magical power again, and his skin glowed with metallic luster, with hints of azure electric light flashing. And the electromagnetic propulsion was also ready. Death Sign, he shouted in his heart. And the Death Omen, which had not been used for a long time, made a buzzing sound of joy, leaped out from the sea of blood, and turned into a pitch-black sword hundreds of feet long, falling into Bai Donglin's hands. The Death Omen had been nurtured in the sea of blood. Now that it was more compatible with him, the power it could exert was greatly enhanced. These blood blades are extremely strange, and they are a good chance to test whether my swordsmanship has improved. Destruction Slash. Bai Donglin's eyes turned cold. An endless destructive sword intent surged and rolled. He swung the sword, and countless scarlet sword lights flashed, striking in all directions. Ding-ling-ding. The sound of crazy collision rang out. The aftermath was turbulent. Cracks appeared in the void, and the earth was split into a deep canyon thousands of feet deep. Many blood-colored weapons were blown away, circling, and then shot towards Bai Donglin. It goes on, as if there is no end at all. Bai Donglin frowned. He didn't know what other laws this blood jaw had integrated. The blood blade transformed by this Dharma image was extremely hard, and even the Death Omen could not cut it off easily. Humph! There is nothing in this world that cannot be killed. Return to the ruins. Destruction with one slash. The sky and the earth froze for a moment, and an extremely solid scarlet light flashed by. The scarlet light came from nowhere, and it was illusory and erratic, cutting through everything. The red light faded away. Vision was restored, and the countless blood blades that had been flying back and forth in the void had turned into nothingness and slowly dissipated. At the same time, a huge crack was cut in the blood river that covered the sky. Through the crack, one could see that the dark clouds above the sky were also cut in half. In the dark underground pit, Bai Donglin held the sign of death in his hand and squinted his eyes. From the huge gap, a ray of warm sunlight shone down and enveloped Bai Donglin's huge body, brilliant and dazzling, like a god of light. Ah! Bloodjaw's fierce scream broke the moment of silence. Dharmaka is the fundamental foundation of chi cultivation. After being cut by Bai Donglin's terrifying sword just now, an unknown amount of the origin was destroyed. Shuiyi was naturally seriously injured. A smile flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, and he felt happy in his heart. It was indeed a law of unparalleled level. He had just used the laws of the fused world and dimensional space for the first time. The devastating slash from the sword just now, slashing from both the reality and the dimension, was so powerful that it exceeded his imagination. Shuiyi's blood river Dharma image was like tofu, and was easily chopped into nothingness. It is true. There is nothing in the world that cannot be killed. If there is, it is just because of lack of strength. He withdrew his gaze, and set it on Shuiyi in the distance. The blood-colored weapon that Shuiyi had just used was only to delay Bai Donglin for a few moments to create an opportunity for him to condense the blood god body. And it had succeeded. At this time, the blood jaw no longer looked like its original form. A giant scarlet crocodile that was hundreds of feet long was lying on the ground. The strange thing was that its back was covered with densely packed human faces. The expression on the face was distorted and hideous, and countless scarlet eyes were rolling around, staring at Bai Donglin. Humph! You are indeed a beast, and you are about to fall into the devil's way. I have played enough. You can go and die now. Holding the death omen upside down, Bai Donglin's figure flashed, shuttling back and forth between the dimension and reality, quickly approaching Bloodjaw. Roar! The Bloodjaw opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying scarlet beam of light spurted out. Bai Donglin did not dodge, but dived into the dimensional space, and directly avoided the beam of light. 1,000 cuts. Ling Chi. Bai Donglin turned into a red light, and a dense ball of scarlet thread wrapped around the giant crocodile, cutting it madly and silently amidst the shrill screams. This giant crocodile was essentially condensed from the Blood River Dharma image. As Bai Donglin slashed down with his sword, the giant crocodile quickly shrank until it was completely destroyed. Ahem. I don't want to die. I still want to achieve the unified realm and enjoy supreme glory. I don't want to die. Only a skeleton was left of Shuiya's body, which was lying on the ground and squirming slightly, with his Dharma image destroyed. He was already dying and didn't even have the strength to stand up. Bai Donglin withdrew his magical powers, walked step by step to the front of Shuiya, picked up the skeleton, looked directly into its scarlet eyes, and spoke in a stern tone. Die! Sorry. It's hard for you to die without my permission. I want you to live well and atone for those children who died tragically. After saying that, he raised his hand to open the low-dimensional world and stepped into it. In addition to Shuiya, the souls of the 5 elders were also brought in by GE. In the void of the low-dimensional world, there are millions of bubbles floating, with tiny figures curled up inside. They all have serene expressions, as if they are in a beautiful dream, without any fear. Open your eyes and take a good look. How innocent are these children? Bah! I am too lazy to talk nonsense to you rubbish. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved, locking the 6 people into a small space, and slowly sank them into the time prison in the deepest part of the low-dimensional world. A huge voice came from the sky, as if it were the will of heaven. Your crimes are extremely heinous and unforgivable. In the name of the master of this world, I sentence you to the ultimate punishment of time extinction. Endless years. Eternal no forgiveness. Deep in the dark low-dimensional world, time is in chaos. The howlings continued incessantly. No! Let me out! Kill me! Kill me! Please kill me! Woo! Devil! Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Devil! Hee hee! You are a devil! Chapter 300 Born as a Human. Boom! Thunder tore through the sky, and dark clouds poured down heavy rain like a river in the sky flowing backwards. Several winding rivers, including the Kuilin River, were completely evaporated into massive amounts of water vapor. After a period of sedimentation, it finally turned into rain and fell back to the earth. After a while, a lake formed in the huge deep pit. Buzz! Ripples spread across the void, and flying magic weapons emerged from the space, flashing with light. More than a dozen powerful figures stepped out of the flying magic weapons and stood in the void. As their auras vibrated, the rain within a range of 10,000 feet was repelled. Oh my god! Am I in the right place? Where is the Blood River sect? It's so big, and there's not a single hair left of the Blood River sect? A man in a purple robe looked at the huge deep pit below with an exaggerated expression. He turned his eyes and looked at the man in black beside him, and said in a teasing tone, Alliance Master Qian, can you please tell me what happened? The Blood River sect is a member of our New Moon Alliance after all. They just disappeared without a sound. You should at least have something to say, right? Please don't just take up the position and do nothing. I see the miserable state of the Blood River sect, and I am really scared. Leader Qian turned his head slightly, and his cold gaze made the purple-robed man close his mouth in embarrassment. He spoke slowly with a cold tone. Aotu, I know you don't obey me, but there's no need to be so sarcastic. The terrifying energy fluctuations that erupted from the Blood River sect were sensed by everyone at the same time, and we all rushed here one after another. What did you see? Hee hee. Alliance Leader Qian. In my opinion, the ones who can do something like destroying the clan are nothing more than the demon race, or the alien race. Aotua looked confident, as if he had seen through everything. Puff. Aotua, you are really good at making up stories. I have never heard of the Blood River sect having conflicts with any demon tribe. As for the foreign tribes, that's even more ridiculous. How can a mere blood river sect be worthy of the foreign tribe's attack? A charming and seductive woman covered her mouth and sneered. She was wearing a very revealing red gauze dress, revealing a large area of snow-white and crystal-clear chest. She had a wanton posture, and then said to the man in black, "Master Alliance Leader, in my opinion, this matter is probably related to the Fuli sect. As far as I know, the relationship between Altuo and Shui has always been tense. The Shua sect has developed rapidly in recent years. Who knows? Some people may be afraid and take action secretly." Altuo's expression changed. Although he was upright and had nothing to fear, he could not stand being slandered in person. He immediately started to curse. "Bullshit! You slut! Are you looking for death?" Altuo's eyes glared angrily, and a huge Dharma image rose up behind him. Energy and laws surged violently, and the void was oppressed and constantly distorted. "Humph! Would I be afraid of you?" The pretty face of the woman in the red skirt turned cold, and she also performed the Dharma image. "Enough!" Leader Qian shouted coldly in a low voice, and a terrifying aura spread out, instantly dispersing the murderous intent condensed by Altuo and the other man. "Can you guys calm down a bit? You're still in the mood to fight among yourselves after such a big incident. The destruction of the Blood River sect is an extraordinary matter, and it's beyond our ability to handle. Don't forget Shui's master, that old madman." Before he finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Shui's master was Gui, a great master of the first extreme realm, and the Shua sect was also founded by him. Although this old madman has been traveling around the world and has not asked about the sect's affairs for many years, he will definitely not let it go now that the sect has been destroyed. The name of the Blood River is well known in Crescent Island, and they have heard it since they were young. So, let's take care of our feathers, and don't think about swallowing up the territory of the Blood River sect. At least as long as the old madman Shua is alive, we can't take action." The Qian Alliance leader looked thoughtful, and after a moment's silence, he continued, "Let's follow the rules. The Blood River sect is still a human faction after all. Let's report this to the Divine Court. With the Divine Court taking action, there is no need for us to worry. We should think carefully about how to respond to the interrogation of the old madman Shua." Hee. "Then let's do as Alliance Leader Qian says." Altuo flicked his sleeves, and his figure disappeared into the flying magic weapon, creating ripples in the void, and he instantly shot into it and disappeared. TSK. This bastard is really getting more and more outrageous. The woman in the red dress rolled her eyes seductively and flew away through the air with her magic weapon. The other dozen or so people said nothing, bowed slightly to Alliance Leader Qian, and quickly left this dangerous place. Alas, these are troubled times. A sigh slowly dissipated in the rain, and the place returned to deathly silence again, with only the wind, rain, and thunder roaring endlessly. Bang! In the dark night, the door of a farmhouse was knocked. "Who is that?" There was a rustling sound inside the house, and then the oil lamp was lit. Squeak! A haggard peasant woman holding a lamp opened the door and looked out in confusion. Ai. The old woman trembled and looked down, only to see a young child floating in the air a few inches off the ground, with his chubby little hands open and smiling at her. Bang! The oil lamp fell to the ground. "Grandson! It's my dear grandson! Come quickly! Old man, our grandson is back! God has shown his power! Thank you! Gods! Thank you! Gods!" The two old people held the child tightly and kowtowed to the sky continuously. Their son and daughter-in-law had left home to look for their grandson over the years, and only came back once a year during the Chinese New Year. They saw it all and felt heartbroken, but they could do nothing to help. Now the gods have appeared, and their family can finally be reunited. This small village suddenly became bustling with activity. The lights were bright, and the hundreds of children who had been lost here had all returned. Bai Dongling's body was surrounded by golden flames, and his firepower was fully sublimated. The power of his magical power was terribly enhanced. The divine consciousness swept across an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, sensing the blood aura of the young child. With every step he took, hundreds of golden flame figures descended everywhere. This is a higher level of mirror image that ignores distance restrictions and can be used as long as it is within the range of divine consciousness. With a wave of his sleeves, varying numbers of children were carried away by the energy and returned to their families. A golden character flashed between the eyebrows of each child. This was transformed from a trace of his life flame, which could completely make up for the life essence lost by these children due to the ban. And it was more than enough to gain many benefits. in order to avoid causing too much commotion. The Blood River sect plundered children from almost the entire Crescent Island, causing considerable trouble for Bai Donglin. Although his speed was incredible, it still took him a full day and night to send back all the millions of children. Things cannot be perfect. Many young children's relatives are no longer around for various reasons. He can only find a good family, leave his belongings, and let them raise the child. Taihu Lake, the starting point of the incident. On the Black Treasure ship, Bai Donglin lay lazily on the deck, squinting his eyes at the sun slowly rising in the sky. A hazy black light was spreading under him, slowly engulfing the huge treasure ship. He wanted to destroy all traces and convert some energy at the same time. Lord Yucheng is right. The peace and tranquility of this world is only on the surface. The evil in the dark is happening all the time. Although he had caught a glimpse of the filthiness of the darkness this time, he was not completely unprepared. In the dark prison, he had seen too many crimes from the memories of many extremely evil criminals. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have become a pervert under the influence of those corrupt and dark memories. However, this was a personal experience in which the victims were all poor children, and the shock it brought to him was far beyond what those vague memories could compare to. Is the life of a mortal really so cheap in the eyes of a monk? In the vast Qianyuan realm alone, there are countless living beings. In the boundless starry sky above, there are countless life stars. The number of mortals is unimaginable, and as long as they do not embark on the path of cultivation, they cannot control their own destiny and can only be slaughtered by others. However, cultivation depends on talent, and only a few people can become practitioners. Maybe I should do something. Not for any lofty ideals, but just because I was born as a human being. Bai Donglin's eyes gradually brightened, the light overshadowing the sun rising in the sky. His thoughts were churning, and a hint of heat surged in his heart. Life with wisdom is precious. No one's life should be trampled on wantonly. Although mortal life is so short, like a meteor flashing by, they all have the right to live. The three views of his previous life guided his will, and he could not treat endless lives as worthless. Bai Donglin stood up slowly. His highest pursuit has always been to become the strongest, and now he has some more goals. He frowned and thought. It is impossible for one person to take into account everything. The world is too big. If he could do something for the human race, after much thought, he still needed to rely on the power of the Tianluo space. The split bodies that are now emitted all possess 90% of the power of Wu's soul. There is no limit to the splitting speed of the pointed monument, but it is the recovery speed of Wu's soul that limits the output of split bodies. I need to make some changes. 90% of the soul power is too much of a waste. The original purpose was just to help some hosts offset the killing calamity. In fact, it doesn't take so much soul power to open a low-dimensional channel. It is enough to reduce the power of the soul, and only use the power of 3 strikes to ensure an action. If the host still dies, it means that he is not worth cultivating. Bai Donglin made a decision in his mind that this way, he could quickly expand the host of Tianluo's space, which would provide him with countless benefits. And he could also use the host to help mortals. Tianluo's space implements his will, and naturally can influence the host's behavior through various tasks, making him a good person who is beneficial to the human race. This is the limit of what he can do for the poor mortals of the human race. The most important thing is for him to become stronger. Only by mastering the right to speak can he better improve the survival rights of mortals. What I have done is only a temporary solution. If you want to gain the respect of others, you still have to fight for it yourself. The hope of these mortals does not lie with me, but at my eldest sister's place. In the Immortal Empire, everyone is like a dragon, and every mortal has value in existence. However, the path that his elder sister Bai Yuanjun is taking will certainly be full of difficulties. Not only will she face obstruction from the old forces of the human race, but also from alien races. The biggest advantage of the human race is its large population. If Bai Yuanjun really were to establish the Immortal Dynasty, the situation in this world would definitely be turned upside down. As long as I become strong enough, I can naturally help my elder sister to wipe out the evil spirits. When it comes down to it, strength is paramount. Only if your fist is big enough can you make others listen to you quietly. Black light surged under his feet, and the treasure ship tens of thousands of feet long was swallowed up into the immortal dark world, devouring and transforming. Pure energy gushed out, and was completely divided up by the hungry spiritual orifices. Bai Donglin smiled and whispered softly, "Big sister, just go for it. I will be your strongest support." The sun leaped high into the sky, and the light fell on it, dazzling and eye-catching.